the time is right, Atli Song. You'll lead the troops against the Hildred dynasty. For now, rest and stay inside the mansion. The leader, with a stern expression, waved the ceremonial sword before Fernanda. The sword gave absolute authority, allowing execution without imperial consent. Fernanda was taken aback, realizing the Evan had long harbored suspicions. Not only did he put her in a dilemma between loyalty and filial piety, but he also— "Don't forget, this is the Qi army. They won't let their troops starve in the cold," Lionel replied, chuckling. "The surrounding towns will surely suffer," Lionel continued. "Without supplies from the Hildred dynasty, they'll turn elsewhere. Retreating now would be admitting defeat. The Qi army isn't kind-hearted. They'll raid nearby cities," Lionel concluded, arms crossed. "Qi's army wouldn't sit idly while starving. Your Majesty, those cities are Qin's. Hildred really, they won't let such an affront pass? Killing each other over territory isn't beneath them," Lionel replied. "In the end, Qi's dominance means Qin's border towns will face destruction," Lionel noted. Alondra understood now. Attacking the Qin cities was indeed the best move. "The Qin will blame us for this," Alondra sighed. Thinking of Fernanda, her efforts would be futile. Hildred dynasty faced another dark chapter. "So let's finish them off quickly, no point dividing our focus." To Lionel, they were insignificant compared to his ambitions. Now the Qi army knows about the traps and has secured food. "How will you handle the cavalry?" Alondra asked worriedly. "They think they've secured the supplies?" Lionel grinned wickedly. "Let them try. So what do we do?" Lionel turned to Alondra, looking at the almost trying to see through it or find a solution within its lines. He continuously made hypotheses, but each one was subsequently dismissed. "If flanking won't work, could we secretly infiltrate instead?" Jimmy suddenly perked up with this new idea, feeling it might just be feasible. He turned expectantly to Matt General for confirmation. The deputy general fell into thought, weighing the pros and cons of this plan before finally speaking up. "Atli, I don't mean to discourage you, but Hildred Egon's dynasty is no longer the small, easily dominated kingdom it once was. Since declaring war on us, they've also been considering their survival. Infiltrating won't be easy. Reports suggest that Lionel even spent considerable resources to gather a group of martial artists. The deputy general's expression grew increasingly grave, as if acknowledging that Hildred Egon's dynasty was now a tough nut to crack. Hearing this, Jimmy's newfound confidence crumbled again. Clenching his fists, a surge of anger welled up inside him. In a fit of rage, he smashed the table in front of him to pieces. "This won't work either? Then what do you propose we do? Is capturing Hildred Egon's border city solely my responsibility? What are all of you here for?" Jimmy vented his frustration at Matt General, his jowls trembling with emotion. The deputy general cowered and immediately kneeled down. "Please calm yourself, Atli. We understand your dedication to our nation, but given these traps, the only option left is to clear them directly. There's no other way. Please reconsider carefully, Atli." The deputy general trembled as he knelt. It wasn't that he didn't want to solve the problem quickly. The traps were simply too dangerous. If they proceeded rashly, more soldiers would lose their lives unnecessarily. Jimmy calmed down, his anger gradually subsiding. Just as he was about to speak, there was a movement at the tent's entrance. Reporting to the Atli, a soldier kneeled down, the metal plates of his armor clattering against the ground. "Speak." Jimmy's expression became serious. Noticing this, Matt General also stood aside. As a high-ranking officer himself, losing face in front of the Atli would make future interactions with the soldiers difficult. "We report to the Atli, we now have 10,000 civilian soldiers who can lead the charge. Please instruct us on our next move." The soldier bowed deeply, determination evident on his face. To him, having these civilians leading the charge would save the lives of many soldiers. After passing this hurdle, Hildred Egon's forces would be powerless. "Atli, with these 10,000 as scouts, we can detect all the traps laid by Hildred Egon's forces," Matt General added approvingly, his face lighting up. It seemed heaven was aiding Qi in its conquest. "How large is the area outside the border city?" Jimmy suddenly asked without responding directly. The soldier took on a serious look. "Approximately 30 miles across, covering roughly 500 acres. But this only refers to the distance to the city walls." Jimmy nodded. The number was insufficient. To ensure complete coverage and eliminate all traps, they needed more manpower. "Capture more civilians until we reach 300,000. After all, these weren't Qi citizens. Their deaths wouldn't matter much. What mattered was ensuring the safety of Qi's army. "Atli, this is Qin territory, and we've already captured 10,000 civilians. If we continue..." The soldier's expression turned somber. Losing so many territories in such a short time would strain Qin, which could turn against the Qi. "Do not worry. Qin is merely a minor dynasty and dares not act against the Qi, unless Qin wishes to be conquered before Hildred Egon's dynasty. These civilians serving Qi is an honor for them. Moreover, Qin has already pledged allegiance to us, making this a necessary duty." The deputy general nodded in agreement. Indeed, human lives were insignificant compared to the grand scheme. "You follow orders and focus on your duties. Hildred's matters are above your pay grade." The deputy general frowned, displeased. Disobedience from subordinates was unacceptable in the military, and this incident damaged his standing before the Atli. The next day, fresh from sleep, Jimmy stepped out of his tent to prepare for the day. He met the soldier from last night, who ran up to him and fell to his knees with a thud. "Atli, the 300,000 scouts are ready. Your command will initiate the attack." Chapter 282. Indeed, a tiger does not give birth to dog-like offspring. This efficiency is impressive. Jimmy's lips curled slightly upward, his face filled with joy. Indeed, when absolute power exerts pressure, things can get done. These soldiers are well trained by our general. There are all sorts of people in this army of 300,000, and Hildred dynasty has every reason to fear. If Hildred dynasty wasn't afraid of Qi's iron cavalry, they wouldn't have set so many traps outside beforehand. Once these traps are exposed, let's see how they will react. A shadow crossed the officer's face. His own younger brother was also in the military camp. Unfortunately, before any formal battle had commenced, he had already met his doom. Hildred's deep enmity could not be easily overlooked. This time, we must breach Hildred Dynasty's border. Spread my order. Have all officers prepare for an official attack on Hildred Dynasty half a day from now. Jimmy nodded, vowing to reclaim the lost dignity from that day. Otherwise, the Qi would become a laughingstock across the continent. Yes, sir. The officers hurried off to make preparations upon receiving the order. After dressing up with assistance from his Kermit, Jimmy took his seat, examining the map with greedy eyes. Just thinking about the fertile lands soon becoming Daqis filled him with joy. If we can capture Hildred Dynasty within a short time, perhaps you and I could retire, he said, looking at his seasoned Kermit who had fought alongside him for years, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. The Kermit was already imagining a peaceful life with his family when he noticed commotion outside the tent. Jimmy furrowed his brows, sensing an ominous feeling, and immediately stepped out with large strides. The Kermit followed closely behind. At the tent entrance, chaos unfolded. All the officers were vomiting and diarrhea-stricken, their faces pale and weak. Some were convulsing and foaming at the mouth. Jimmy quickly approached one of the nearest soldiers. Seeing the soldier's white-rolled eyes and continuous convulsions, he felt puzzled. Get a doctor here immediately to find out what's wrong. There must be no slip-ups before the major battle, he instructed the Kermit coldly. Yes, sir. Understanding the severity, the Kermit rushed off. At this moment, a pale-faced officer stumbled toward Jimmy. Atlee, the troops suddenly fell into this state for no apparent reason. Worse yet, many of the slaves we captured are also ill. The officer's voice was weak, each word uttered with great difficulty. The scene descended into further chaos. Soldiers lay scattered everywhere, losing all semblance of a disciplined military camp. They suddenly turned violent, attacking fellow soldiers who had shared countless battles with them. Their eyes bloodshot, as if possessed. What are you doing? Stop it. Jimmy frowned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Hildreddenly, a group of soldiers surrounded him from behind. One lunged at him with a sword. Reacting quickly, Jimmy narrowly avoided injury. To avoid harming them, he chose to evade. However, the more he did so, the more excited the soldiers seemed. Their movements grew swift and deadly. Jimmy realized only subduing them would restore order. Leaping onto an open space, he seized nearby weapons to counterattack. After a brief confrontation, Jimmy realized these were enemy infiltrators. How dare you infiltrate Daqi's army? If I don't capture you today, I'll have failed our troops. Enraged, he attacked without restraint. Meanwhile, atop Hildred Dynasty's border city. By now, Daqi's army should be in disarray, Azrael thought, seated in a high-back chair while watching the sun overhead. He stood up abruptly, stepping onto the battlements. Seeing the chaos among Daqi's forces nearby, a smile crept onto his face. Atlee Ian, come watch this show, he beckoned to Ian Zirua. Ian Zirua, though puzzled, understood once he reached the battlements. Is Atlee Jiang too idle, hence joking around? He remarked. If you're bored, think of ways to eliminate Daqi's forces quickly. It's just a small lesson. Ian Zirua responded calmly, believing the Ford's punishment was still too lenient. He wanted to demonstrate the strength of Hildred Dynasty to surrounding kingdoms. Atlee Ian, if it weren't for the letter from Gray and the pre-arranged setup, you wouldn't see this show, Azrael replied, noting their anxious behavior. He wondered how Lionel could foresee everything. Had he not spent time with him, he might suspect hidden guidance. Truly, a tiger does not give birth to dog-like offspring. Atlee Ian, isn't it strange that Daqi, despite being arrogant, dared to camp so close? Could they have predicted this outcome? Azrael pondered how Daqi, after such losses, hadn't retreated but stayed provocatively close, almost courting destruction. Yet, this arrogance benefited Hildred Dynasty greatly. Ian Zirua sneered. How could Jimmy, that fool, foresee this? He probably never dreamed things would turn out this way. Hashtag chapter 283, Claudia is captured. All of this can be attributed to the Ford's foresight. Otherwise, how could it have gone so smoothly? Azrael felt particularly good at this moment. The battlefield was drenched in blood. Dismounting from her horse, DeAndre raised her sword and lunged at Jimmy. After fighting with the other troops all day, Jimmy was already physically drained and quickly found himself at a disadvantage. With DeAndre's forces intervening, the Daqi army crumbled under intense pressure. At this moment, Claudia, disguised and transformed, arrived at the border. She was stunned by the sight of Hildred Dynasty soldiers mercilessly slaughtering Daqi troops. Her legs almost refused to move, forgetting her mission. Watching the Daqi army retreat in disarray, Claudia doubted her own eyes. She couldn't believe how powerful Hildred Dynasty had become. By now, DeAndre had already overwhelmed the remaining soldiers. Those who wish to surrender will be spared. Those who resist will be executed on the spot, DeAndre ordered. Looking down at the Daqi soldiers lying on the ground in agony, a hint of disdain flashed across her face. She thought these elite cavalry troops would be formidable, but they proved otherwise. Yes. A subordinate general led a small detachment toward the Daqi soldiers. A report for the general. We found 300,000 civilians inside the Daqi camp, men and women of all ages. They appear to have been forcibly brought here, and are pleading for mercy. Some have also suffered from poison, seemingly originating from the Daqin Empire. How should we handle this? A soldier rushed over urgently. Regardless of why these civilians were in the Daqi camp, they were still enemies. Faced with these defenseless people, he didn't know what to do and turned to DeAndre for guidance. DeAndre went to the area where the civilians were detained. What she saw was one of the most heart-wrenching sights of her life. The people were gaunt and emaciated, many women clutching crying infants. There were elderly folks up to 80 years old and newborn babies alike. Great Atlee, please release us. Daqi never treated us as humans. They imprisoned us here without food or rest. Now we've gone 3 days without proper meals or sleep. Great Atlee, we beg you to show mercy and let us return home. The civilians, kneeling, looked up at DeAndre with hopeful eyes. Knowing Hildred dynasty wouldn't be as inhumane as Daki, they pinned their hopes on this army. All 300,000 civilians were on their knees. Claudia, observing from the shadows, felt her heart leap into her throat. Would Hildred dynasty seize this opportunity to destroy Daqin? In her heart, she believed these civilians were doomed. These innocents have been caught in the crossfire of this war. This matter does not involve them. Go back and rebuild your lives. Don't let this affect you, DeAndre said calmly. Despite the atrocities committed by Daki and Daqin, it had nothing to do with these innocent civilians. She then ordered her soldiers to distribute antidotes to those poisoned. Claudia watched, astonished, and suddenly understood why the general held such high regard for Hildred dynasty. Still in shock, she heard a sudden whoosh and felt an arrow graze her cheek. Before she could react, she was surrounded by burly men. Get down. The leader, fierce and angry, barked orders. Claudia sensed these weren't ordinary soldiers and complied. As soon as she dismounted, she was seized by the men. Atli, we found a straggler. This must be a spy preparing to report back to Daki. What should we do? The soldiers' faces were stern, harboring deep-seated hatred for Daki. DeAndre studied the woman before her eyes narrowing as she assessed the truthfulness of her words. Atli, I'm not a Daki spy. I'm a confidant of Atli Fernanda from Daqin. With his orders, I carry a letter to Hildred dynasty. It's purely coincidental that I passed through this territory. Hildredenly, fear welled up inside Claudia. Not necessarily fear of the mighty Hildred dynasty, but genuine dread. DeAndre squinted, evaluating the woman. Atli, don't let a woman charm you. Daki soldiers are cunning and deceptive. Even a stranger can be a trick. The soldiers urged caution. They all believed the woman was lying. Desperate, Claudia pulled out the letter from her robe. Atli, see? This is Atli Song's personal seal. DeAndre glanced at the envelope, recognizing it as genuine. Although anxious, the soldiers trusted DeAndre implicitly. If anyone could lead them, it was her. In that case, you will accompany us to the capital. Chapter 284. Begging for the Evans intervention? In the capital city, DeAndre rode a magnificent steed, leading the procession, looking imposing and awe-inspiring. Behind him were several carriages carrying Daqi captives. Seeing this scene, the people instantly understood that the Hildred dynasty had once again emerged victorious in battle. Instantly, the entire capital erupted into jubilation. Stop washing clothes, you silly woman. You truly have long hair but short sight. Quickly, let me take you to see the grand spectacle. A man shouted at his wife, who was still scrubbing clothes by the riverbank. Nola, half believing, half doubting, gathered her laundry and prepared to follow her husband. What's the point of keeping these things? Now that the Hildred dynasty has triumphed again, Daqi will sooner or later belong to the Hildred dynasty. Will there be any shortage of such things then? Hurry up, don't miss it. The man frowned, brushing away the clothes from his wife's hands. Soon, the streets on both sides of the capital were teeming with people. At the sight of the Daqi captives, everyone was overjoyed. Who would have thought that Daqi's army would also have such a miserable day? To witness this scene within my lifetime is enough for me to die content. The Hildred dynasty is just too powerful. These consecutive victories are making us feel like this is becoming routine. Those dynasties allied with Daqi must be regretting their decisions now. People were discussing animatedly. Their faces were filled with shock and elation. They never imagined the Hildred dynasty could become so strong. Tyson, didn't I tell you we'd be able to conquer Daqi without breaking a sweat? Don't forget your promise tonight to treat us at Drunken Immortal Tower. One elder said smugly to his friend. His friend sighed, feeling somewhat helpless, though he believed it as well. It was merely an excuse to celebrate. Hildred drowning civilians, hearing their conversation, immediately decided to return home and celebrate properly. Claudia looked at the peaceful and prosperous scene, feeling even more astonished. This was her first time stepping into another dynasty. She felt incredibly fortunate to be admired by so many people. It was an emotion she couldn't quite describe. It was an atmosphere she had never experienced in Daqin. Observing the changes in the city, she also marveled at Lionel's capability. Indeed, the dynasty her general supported by rebelling against her own country wasn't going to be bad. Inside the imperial palace, Your Majesty, long live the Evan. Claudia knelt down, inexplicably feeling an invisible pressure. Thinking about how Atli had spent a month beside this person, she couldn't help but admire her general. She trembled all over after only one meeting. You may rise. Lionel narrowed his eyes, examining the woman before him. Her attire and appearance strongly resembled someone from Daqin. I heard that Daqin Atli gave you a personal letter from her hand? Lionel's deep, resonant voice sounded comforting yet captivating. Coupled with his handsome features, it was utterly mesmerizing. Claudia bowed her head. Yes, please see it, Your Majesty. With just a glance, Lionel grasped the Daqin Atli's intentions. If this servant is not mistaken, the Daqin Atli must already be under control, correct? He was very familiar with this old friend. Hildrich, an important item, would not be sent through others unless it was absolutely necessary. Claudia was taken aback, surprised that the Ford of the Hildred dynasty was indeed capable. Merely based on a letter, he understood the Atli's current predicament. Yes. Claudia lowered her head, needing time to process everything. Since that's the case, your mission here is complete. You can return. Lionel waved his hand dismissively. Claudia panicked, crawling forward on her knees. At this moment, all thoughts of national enmity vanished. Her mind was filled with concern for her Atli. Your Majesty, since you know the Atli situation, Claudia has one more request. She clenched her teeth, earnest and sincere. Lionel propped his chin, observing her with interest. He already had an idea what she was going to say. Seeing no change in Lionel's expression, hope arose within Claudia. Your Majesty, the Atli is imprisoned in the Atli's residence, yet she continues to care deeply for the Hildred dynasty. Could you, on account of her sincerity, come to her rescue? The Atli never intended to attack the Hildred dynasty. Her circumstances in Dechin left her with no choice. As Claudia spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, her head thudding heavily against the floor. All traces of her previous intimidating demeanor were gone. She had once been a fearsome warrior on the battlefield. Dechin is now the enemy of the Hildred dynasty, you know that, right? Lionel asked calmly. Claudia, despite not understanding why Lionel asked this, nodded. Only the ruler of Dechin can save Fernanda. Yet, you and she belong to different worlds. How could I possibly intervene? You should return. Lionel stood up, flicking his sleeves, leaving Claudia no chance. Soon, the grand study hall was left empty, with only Claudia sitting desolately on the ground, her face filled with despair. That's true. We do belong to different worlds. Claudia murmured to herself. Outside the study, Your Majesty, the Dechin Atli and its monarch are not of the same world. Their thoughts differ greatly. Dechin is destined for destruction, and rescuing her would be effortless. Why did you not agree? Alondra was confused. Claudia's attitude was genuine, not like someone deceiving. The Dechin Atli hadn't revealed her confinement in the letter, instead explaining the current state between Dechi and Dechin, showing some lingering affection. Then why is the Dechin dynasty headed towards destruction? And why does it insist on taking Aviana? Lionel didn't directly answer Alondra's question, but posed counter-questions. Crossing his arms, he watched Alondra carefully, always patient with her. Caught off guard by Lionel's questions, Alondra hesitated. Dechin's demise is self-inflicted. As for why they want Aviana, Alondra isn't sure. But it might be to coerce the Hildred dynasty. Alondra responded. Lionel smiled. Dechin's downfall isn't because of anyone. Once they have leverage, the Hildred dynasty will truly be in a passive position. Chapter 285. Yusef's Iris's Heartquake. Your Majesty, that Dechin Atli? Alondra immediately understood Lionel's meaning and felt somewhat touched. Back then, he had stood against everyone for her sake. Even though Jameson repeatedly advised him to drive her away, he refused. Now, the Hildred dynasty has been established, and she remains by his side. Despite Jameson's death being linked to her, Lionel never blamed her. This is her fate. She couldn't abandon the Great Xia, so she can only endure it. There are too many things in this world beyond our control. Not everything we wish for can be easily changed. Lionel sighed deeply. Though he admired a female general who could wreak havoc on the battlefield and had become a legendary figure, their paths differed and thus they couldn't walk together. Alondra nodded, understanding Lionel's words. Just like Yusef's heir, who couldn't forsake her blood ties with the great Joevan, leading to her current plight. But thankfully, Aviana could take her in. In comparison, the great Dechin Atli was pitiful. You don't need to think too much. We must still face the Dechin now. Only when the Hildred dynasty truly becomes powerful can we protect others. Lionel placed his hands on Alondra's shoulders, speaking earnestly. Somewhere along the line, Alondra's thoughts had gradually changed. After all, Chi-1 was his person, and the Dechi Evan's treacherous nature might endanger his own daughter. As long as Dechi existed, Chi-1 remained in danger. Please rest assured, I won't disappoint you. Alondra clenched her fists, vowing internally not to burden Lionel with trivial matters. He was destined for great achievements, and she aimed to handle everything meticulously. Lionel smiled at Alondra's innocent yet adorable look, cupping her face and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Snowflakes danced in the sky, freezing this moment in time. Alondra felt she was the happiest woman in the world, hugging Lionel tightly. On the other side, Yusef's DeAndre not only won a decisive victory but also brought back all the Dechi captives. It is rumored that Dechi dispatched an army of 500,000, none returned. Not only that, Hildred dynasty's army remained unscathed, with Zhang Liani even leisurely staying at the border. A shadow guard jumped down from the roof, face obscured. His eyes were as still as stagnant water. Yusef's Iris paused mid-pour of tea, disbelief etched on her face. Has Jimmy deteriorated to this extent? Iris asked hesitantly. The shadow guard remained silent, unsure how to comment. Dechi, as the leading dynasty, prided itself on its cavalry. Hildred dynasty's power stemmed from Lionel. Now he had agreed to her request. Perhaps, the Hildred dynasty really has a solution to the problems of Dayong. Chapter 286, Too Opportune. The next day, Yusef's, please wake up. Someone has come from the Great Gong dynasty. The attendant maid whispered to the princess with an anxious expression on her face. Seeing that the princess still showed no reaction, she was about to call again when suddenly, Chloe opened her eyes, startling the attendant. Didn't I say clearly? That we are not in the Great Gong dynasty now. Can I sleep in a bit longer? Chloe's tone was harsh, her face showing displeasure. The attendant maid, frightened, immediately knelt down. This servant deserves punishment. Chloe sat up from the bed and frowned. You said someone came from the Great Gong dynasty, didn't you? Why don't you hurry and help me prepare for the day? Do you want me to meet people looking like this? A wave of resentment filled Chloe's heart. These visitors certainly weren't sent by her father or mother. She would see just who it was. An hour later, Chloe appeared in the grand hall. Looking at the envoy before her, she immediately understood. Well, who could it be? After staying so long in the Hildred dynasty without issue, my uncles can't bear it any longer? Afraid I might drag the Hildred dynasty into something? Chloe sipped tea from a nearby cup, speaking sarcastically. Her entire demeanor remained cold and unfriendly. She wasn't the innocent little princess anymore. She had developed her own thoughts and discernment. Yusef's, you misunderstand. The leading envoy replied humbly. Frasers were worried because you have been away from the Great Gong dynasty for such a long time. Here in the Hildred dynasty, which is so different from our homeland, if you endure any hardship, how would the Great Gong dynasty know? Now it's getting colder, even more so here in Hildred. It would be best for you to depart early. Frasers all miss you deeply. Despite knowing the prince's true intentions, the envoy maintained proper decorum, mindful not to bring ridicule upon them while in the Hildred dynasty. When has what I do ever required your oversight? Chloe's brows furrowed, her displeasure evident. Your stay in the Hildred dynasty has been long enough. You should return to the Great Gong dynasty soon. Now with Xia attacking the Hildred dynasty, there are more important matters we need to discuss. As the Ford's most beloved princess, these issues require your involvement. The envoy, remaining composed, knew his task was to persuade Chloe back to the Great Gong dynasty as quickly as possible. The other envoys, seeing this, also knelt, their faces serious. Their prince had given them a strict mandate. If they failed, punishment awaited them back home. Am I speaking to deaf ears? What urgent state affairs must I handle personally? Have my uncles grown too old to manage anything? Or did you come today for reasons other than persuading me back? Chloe looked at them, her anger intensifying. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing. The shadow guards sensed the princess's rage and were barely holding back their swords, ready to defend her at any moment. The envoys remained silent, none daring to break the stalemate. They lowered their heads, with no intention of rising. If kneeling pleases you, then kneel forever. Feeling increasingly agitated, Chloe stood, intending to leave. However, each step she took was matched by the envoys' movements on their knees, showing their determination not to give up. Chloe realized they were preparing to pressure her openly. Just as the tension reached its peak, Lionel arrived. Upon entering, he saw the envoys kneeling on the floor. He had heard about some unexpected guests earlier that morning. These must be them. Long live the Evan. Chloe hurriedly bowed to Lionel. The other envoys followed suit, though their faces showed disdain, masking their true feelings toward bowing to the ruler of a small kingdom. Are you the envoys from the Great Gong dynasty? Lionel, seated in his throne, surveyed them. Chloe felt a touch of gratitude, not wanting to air family dirty laundry. Yes. We have come to escort Chloe back to the Great Gong dynasty. She has been away for quite some time, and the king misses her dearly, the leading envoy said calmly. Chloe felt speechless. They lied with straight faces. I already said I won't go back with you, and it's not father's decree either. My uncles must have their ulterior motives. Chloe coldly exposed their deceit, trusting Lionel to understand the situation and act accordingly. Seeing Chloe's troubled frown, Lionel understood the predicament. Hasn't the princess spoken clearly? Are you planning a rebellion? Lionel laughed coldly, questioning them. The envoys remained silent, still kneeling. Lionel instantly recognized their plan. A show of suffering to force Chloe's compliance. Unless Chloe herself wishes to leave, any forced action will not be tolerated. His voice grew colder. As he spoke, imperial guards appeared around them, glaring menacingly. The envoys, realizing Lionel wasn't bluffing, prepared to speak but were struck by the cold glare. Eventually, they decided to leave after exchanging glances. This embarrassed you. At this moment, Chloe felt complex emotions. Unexpectedly, her embarrassing side was witnessed by him, yet she was moved by his defense. Lionel stood, seriously looking at Chloe. Don't overthink it. After all, there's still a wager between us. Chapter 287. Who will make Hildred dynasty pay the price? Your Majesty. Yusef's Iris's voice was choked with emotion. Though she was a princess, esteemed and privileged, most people around her were only fearful of her. Never had anyone stood up for her so sincerely. Unconsciously, her eyes welled up with tears. Lionel walked to Yusef's Iris, raised his hand, and gently tapped her nose. This peaceful land of Hildred dynasty must not be marred by any accidents, no matter who is involved. It has nothing to do with your royal identity, just be yourself. Lionel smiled, understanding Yusef's Iris's feelings. All he could do now was comfort her. Your Majesty, you really don't need to spend so much time on me. Though I am a princess, I can only help in limited ways, Iris said with earnestness, lifting her head to look at Lionel. Her eyes glistened as if they were filled with tears. The scene where Lionel protected her flashed through her mind, making her more moved than ever. Although their intentions today were not pure, we can see that these vassal kings still fear Hildred dynasty. If your Majesty treats them well, you might win them over, giving us an edge against Great Xia. Returned to their inn, faces etched with anger. They sat silently in the main hall, the atmosphere growing tense. Now what should we do? Originally, with this plan, the princess would willingly return to Great Yong soon. Who could have expected an interloper like Bram Yaojin? A plump envoy sighed, sipping tea. He couldn't shake off the eerie feeling from Lionel's earlier gaze, which seemed like he saw a murderer. I didn't think Hildred dynasty had any substance. This tiny country, barely hanging on, why so arrogant before us? If not for needing to placate Yusef's Iris, we wouldn't show up in such a lowly manner. Why treat him nicely? Does he really think he's something? The lead envoy slammed the table, unable to let go of his anger. Even though he was just a minister under Ansel vassal king, he was revered in his territory. The others lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. Beneath their calm exterior, tensions brewed among the vassal kings. Ansel vassal king's ambitions were clear, and this envoy led the group. Now what should we do? Hildred dynasty clearly sides with Iris, no matter what we say. An elderly man with cunning eyes spoke, displaying remarkable wisdom without seeming old. Amidst the complaints, only he contemplated the situation seriously. To me, using force is not feasible with our limited numbers here in Hildred dynasty. And being gentle won't work either. Didn't you see how Lionel's eyes were ready to devour us? Well then, what can we do? Being gentle or forceful won't help. Are we just going to waste time here? Each envoy aired grievances, filling the hall with palpable tension. After all, we serve several vassal kings. Let's report everything truthfully back to Great Yong. We must make Hildred dynasty pay. The elder squinted, assessing the situation. Of course, his truthfully meant embellishing to enrage the king. They exchanged glances and decided immediately. Hildredenly, The door swung open. Heard you want Hildred Dynasty to pay? Who dares speak? Marta sneered, eyeing the gathered envoys. His displeasure was evident. Just as they prepared to draw weapons, they were restrained by figures descending from the rafters. Chapter 288, Driving the Yusefs to Complete Madness. Hey, weren't you the one shouting the loudest just now? What's this pitiful look for? Planning to run where? Joan lightly leaped, and instantly she was floating in midair. She stopped next to a furtive figure at the door. All the envoys were dumbstruck. They never expected the Hildred Dynasty to have someone with such remarkable lightness skills. They swallowed hard, beginning to worry about their lives. With just a gentle stretch of her hand, she grabbed the collar of that person. With a firm tug, the person lost balance and tumbled face first into the ground. Everyone focused and recognized this as an envoy from Breyer's delegation. Looks like you've all been living too comfortably. You can't handle even this much force? Contempt filled Joan's face. She hadn't used her full strength yet. Only 70%. What do you plan to do? The lead envoy's cheeks flushed visibly, and his speech became stuttered. He tried to maintain a composed appearance, lifting his head to stare defiantly at Joan. Guess what? Joan replied with a sneer. The envoys felt a chill, noticing everyone around them had drawn daggers. If you dare to harm us today, it will ignite a war between two dynasties. Is the Hildred dynasty getting overconfident after defeating De Yin? De Yong isn't like De Yin. After so many years, it has become an unshakable iron plate. Its true strength should be clear to you. The lead envoy was not the least bit nervous, convinced the Hildred dynasty wouldn't risk it. The other envoys also calmed down, sitting confidently with arrogant expressions. Their eyes seemed to say, I'm sitting here. Try to touch me. Joan was speechless and shook her head. To the De Yong envoys, this appeared as fear. They laughed more loudly. Who would have thought this fierce-looking woman is actually a paper tiger? It seems the Hildred dynasty understands its own strength. How sensible, everyone should live harmoniously. Why resort to weapons? They continued to mock her, leering at her slender figure. A strange feeling arose. Perhaps this fierce woman of Hildred might taste good. We're not afraid of De Qi. Why would we fear De Yong after guarding that place for so long? Even if it means one more enemy. Joan shrugged. The current Hildred dynasty was teeming with true experts. Many martial artists had already pledged allegiance due to recent high rewards. These envoys wouldn't survive her scrutiny, let alone leave the capital alive. But next time, think before you speak. Can De Yong afford to go to war when Hildred dynasty can? Would you dare leave your safe shell to confront Hildred dynasty head-on? Joan crossed her arms arrogantly. She couldn't remember De Yong people being so annoying before. Their words were grating. Clearly, they hadn't faced the harshness of reality. The envoys' expressions changed. They realized Yusef's Deborah must have revealed something to Hildred dynasty. Why else would this woman know so much? Originally confident, the envoys suddenly fell silent. De Yong's strength lay in defense, not offense. There were no waterways connecting De Yong to the Hildred dynasty. Next day, Your Majesty. Exhausted, Joan entered the study. Due to late-night dealings with the envoys, she looked fatigued. You've worked hard. Lionel lifted his gaze, noting the dark circles under her eyes. He pulled out a box of aromatic ointment. Though you don't care for these things as a martial artist, at the end of the day, you are a woman and will eventually marry. Take care of yourself. Lionel's voice was soft. Joan felt a fluttering sensation inside. Strangely, the idea of leaving Lionel to marry felt unsettling. Your Majesty, let's discuss this later. I haven't planned to leave the palace anytime soon. Thank you, Your Majesty. Joan accepted the ointment, feeling both touched and moved. His attentiveness to such minor details surprised her. Indeed. Lionel returned to his seat, emotionlessly handling documents. It was as if the concerned man moments ago wasn't him. Your Majesty, all the young envoys are now under control. Last night, they made inappropriate remarks, and I punished them slightly. What should we do next? Joan collected her thoughts. It wasn't the time for personal matters when issues remained unresolved. Lionel already had many close advisors. Squeezing in would be challenging. Oh. Lionel raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Her resolve was commendable. He knew exactly what those envoys had said. Mere criticisms of Hildred dynasty. Well done, but next time, no need to stay up so late. If they like to boast, give them a lesson once and for all. So many envoys, a few won't matter. Lionel waved dismissively. Joan was astonished by Lionel's audacity. Never before had he been so bold. No chopping off of visiting envoys. Gray indeed. Yes, Your Majesty. Joan bowed respectfully. Lionel rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Since the princes had come themselves, why not take advantage? Hildreddenly inspired, he had a plan. The next step is to drive these princes to complete madness. Hashtag chapter 289. The turtle in its shell. Does Your Majesty mean to use poison to turn the princes into senseless children, driving them into madness? Joan instinctively assumed that complete madness was the intended outcome. However, this was also a method. In this state, the soldiers who once followed the Great Young Yusefs might very well reconsider their loyalty. The Great Young Yusef could thus win back the hearts of his people. No, that would be too easy and rob us of the fun. Marco quickly shook his head, realizing some of his expressions were beyond Joan's full comprehension. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, I am ignorant, Joan replied, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. Complete madness means riling up those princes, making them act wildly and forcing all their naval forces to come out, so we can utterly destroy them. The strongest point of the Great Young dynasty is its navy, but only at sea. Once on land, the Great Young navy stands no chance. Marco supported his chin with both hands, speaking slowly and deliberately. Although he had been secretly training his own navy, the harsh winter arrived too soon, making a direct attack unrealistic. Thus, they needed to explore other methods. I understand now, Joan nodded, instantly grasping Marco's meaning. The next day, commoners gathered in twos and threes around the city. Did you hear? The envoys from the Great Yong dynasty have all been imprisoned. A woman cracking sunflower seeds exclaimed in surprise. She silently admired how efficiently the Evan handled things. Even with the Great Yong Yusefs still within Hildred territory, the envoys were treated this way. Any other dynasty might have used this as an excuse to launch a fierce attack on Hildred. Indeed, what can the Great Yong dynasty do if it's angry? They're just a bunch of useless fighters who can only fight in water. Without water, they're nothing. If not for that feng shui treasure land, they would have been wiped out long ago. Another woman chimed in disdainfully, as if she had personally seen the army of the Great Yong dynasty. Immediately, rumors spread throughout the capital of Hildred dynasty. All citizens suddenly realized they had rarely seen the Great Yong dynasty involved in world affairs. They initially thought the Great Yong dynasty comprised true hermits and wise men, only to find out they were just a bunch of cowardly turtles hiding in their shells. Not only did the commoners hear about these events, but even some martial arts experts in the Jianghu got wind of it. Note, I kept Jianghu, as is because it's a specific term often left untranslated in English to retain cultural context. If you prefer it translated, let me know. Heard that the Great Yong dynasty's navy is powerful only on water. Without it, they're as useless as fish out of water. Shall we test them? A man in a blue robe spoke eagerly. Others couldn't help but be stirred by excitement. Within half a day, quite a few people gathered. They arrived at the border gate of the Great Yong dynasty. Look, visitors came, yet the gates remain closed. Seems like the rumors are true. They're a bunch of weaklings. No wonder the Great Yong dynasty has never stepped outside its borders. With such skills, why does it rank second among all kingdoms? The blue-robed man pointed at the gate and shouted curses for a while, but no one came out to respond. Initially wary of the Great Yong dynasty, the Jianghu figures now believed it to be a paper tiger. If it were any ordinary dynasty, they would have already opened the gates and sent troops to handle us. Looks like the rumors are true. Standing there, the Jianghu figures laughed mockingly. At that moment, several arrows flew through the air. Luckily, these were skilled martial artists, otherwise, they might have met their doom. What are you doing here? If you don't leave quickly, don't blame us for being impolite. The leading soldiers glared coldly at the crowd, clearly displeased. If they didn't show some strength, they'd be seen as soft targets. Seeing the group still unwilling to leave, the archers lined up along the city walls and fired arrows. A bunch of failures, standing here and missing everything. Just your skill level, and you call yourself soldiers? Get lost. The blue-robed man laughed. These archers were the worst he had ever seen. The leading general, enraged and ashamed, thought of the lack of water outside and suppressed his anger. Forget it. It's boring. Let's go elsewhere. This pathetic dynasty isn't even worth our time. Our real enemies are the likes of Qi and Hildred dynasties. Several Jianghu figures embraced each other and sauntered off, disappearing from the general's sight. The general clenched his fists as they vanished from view. Soon, news of someone provoking the Great Yong dynasty at its border spread throughout the continent, exaggerated wildly. People said the Great Yong dynasty hid in its shell like a turtle, unable to confront challenges. When the princes heard this Hildred dynasty goes too far, spreading rumors and even inciting provocations right at our doorstep. How can we tolerate this? We'll become a laughingstock among other dynasties. Veins popped on a prince's forehead as he crushed his cup in hand. The rest of the princes turned pale, feeling the atmosphere grow tense. Isn't this self-destructive behavior? While the Great Yong dynasty indeed relies on this feng shui land, it's still formidable. Since they seek death, let's grant it, showing Hildred dynasty the meaning of true power. Ancelo Yusef glared ferociously. With no news from the envoys, it was likely they were harmed by Hildred dynasty. It was the perfect opportunity to settle old scores. Our envoys have vanished without a trace, or even a letter. Clearly, they've faced misfortune. We have no concrete evidence to refute these rumors, but since our envoys haven't returned, let's use that as the reason to formally begin our campaign against Hildred dynasty. Ancelo raised an eyebrow, a shadow falling over him. Others agreed enthusiastically. Daring to defame the Great Yong dynasty, Hildred must learn the strength lies not only in the navy. Yes, we must show the world the consequences of slandering the Hildred dynasty. Chapter 290. Gaining another small admirer. On the other side, within the military camp, Your Majesty, you might have gone a bit too far. Why spread rumors about the Great Yong dynasty everywhere? Do you know this will cause considerable trouble for the Great Yong dynasty? Yusef's iris expressed her dissatisfaction. If this news had only reached her few uncles, it wouldn't be much of an issue. Now, the entire continent knows about the Great Yong dynasty. If things continue like this, the Great Yong dynasty might fall before the problems between Hildred dynasty and Qi are even resolved. Yusef's iris, don't worry. Although everyone on the continent now knows about this. But how many dynasties dare to launch an attack on the Great Yong dynasty? Unless... Lionel took a sip of tea from the table, his face filled with nonchalance. He never did anything without certainty. Unless what? Yusef's iris pondered over Lionel's words, finding them logical. She became curious. Unless they also have a naval force trained like mine that can match the Great Yong dynasty. If they lack such capability, naturally, they won't dare provoke us easily. By then, once these feudal lords can no longer tolerate the humiliation, Hildred dynasty will settle them, thereby resolving the crisis in your Great Yong dynasty. Lionel spoke calmly. Everything was under his control now. All he needed was the right moment. Is what your majesty says true? However, this act inadvertently increased Hildred dynasty's military strength, Lionel said calmly, looking at the soldiers. Did he just make good use of wasted resources? Yusef's iris felt almost petrified. Hildred's powerful force came from refugees? Refugees were ordinary people, weak and helpless. Your majesty, if you're unwilling to reveal the secret, then never mind. Why concoct such an implausible excuse? Yusef's iris didn't believe this. If the navy were really formed from refugees, the world would be in chaos. Navy training is rigorous and requires strict physical standards. They couldn't reach this level without extensive training. Why would I deceive you? Yusef's iris fell silent. Throughout, Lionel had no ulterior motives toward her. As a princess, she wasn't exceptionally beautiful, especially compared to the beauties already in Lionel's life. These soldiers were indeed refugees. Their achievements today are due to their determination. In these famine-stricken times, whoever feeds them controls them. The military camp is harsh. Those who fail are eliminated. So they trained hard under extreme conditions, becoming the navy you see now. Lionel believed human potential could be tapped. Only when faced with dire circumstances would they strive for survival. These refugees lacked food, which was their greatest temptation. Yusef's iris pondered, realizing their strength came from their own abilities. If the training methods were similar, why hadn't the Great Yong Dynasty's navy improved? Was it because their conditions were too comfortable? Yusef's, think nothing of it. To make them strong, first, you need to gain their absolute loyalty. I gave them hope, earning their trust. Secondly, the training was intensified, pushing them to their limits. Lionel concluded, believing this explanation was most fitting. He couldn't simply say he was from the future. That might scare her. Yusef's iris understood. She realized Lionel possessed extraordinary talent in leadership. Both mentally and physically, the soldiers had transformed, making the navy formidable. Your Majesty is wise. Yusef's iris bowed deeply in admiration. No matter where they are, this army is unmatched. Earlier, my eyes failed me. I misjudged you, Your Majesty. Please forgive me. Her voice softened, presenting herself as a gentlewoman in front of Lionel. At this moment, she resembled a child admitting fault. Lionel smiled, helping her up. Seeing her adoring expression, he sighed internally. It's hard not to excel. Shouldn't Yusef's iris honor her bet? Chapter 291. The Cheongsam, the charm of Oriental women. Does the princess intend to break our agreement? Seeing that Yusef's iris was not responding, Lionel stepped forward, closing the distance between them. They could now hear each other's heartbeats. The warmth of Lionel's breath brushed against Yusef's iris's ear, making her heart race and grow tense. The intimate atmosphere rapidly intensified. And no, Yusef's iris blushed, taking a step back. Despite the distance, she still smelled the pleasant fragrance coming from Lionel. She felt ashamed. She was a princess. She should at least maintain her dignity. Your Majesty can put forth any request. As long as I can accomplish it, I will do my utmost without hesitation, she said with uncertainty, feeling Lionel's gaze scrutinizing her. She started to wonder if he was interested in her, which caused her heart to flutter. Lionel couldn't help but laugh at Yusef's iris's brave yet nervous demeanor. His laughter echoed around them. Yusef's iris, feeling confused and embarrassed, her cheeks grew even redder. Why are you laughing, Your Majesty? She crossed her arms, showing a hint of displeasure. How arrogant is this, Lionel? Yusef's iris, there's no need for you to look so determined. My conditions are simple. I only ask that you change into another outfit. Looking at the woman in front of him with her curvaceous figure, Lionel thought that this dress would suit her perfectly. It emphasized all the right features. Oh, that's what it is. Iris felt a fleeting, indescribable disappointment, followed by relief. At least he didn't take advantage of me in such a perfect moment. Curious about what garment required such urgency, they boarded the carriage where the small space made their proximity more pronounced. Iris lowered her head, heart pounding, savoring this rare closeness. However, before she knew it, the carriage had already stopped at a bustling commercial street within the city. Before them stood an unopened shop. Confused, Iris wondered what new trick Lionel had up his sleeve. Yet, despite the confusion, she resolved herself to accept whatever came next, a testament to women's complex nature. In the upstairs private room of the shop, Iris's eyes were immediately drawn to the dress on display. Its exquisite peony embroidery on black fabric with gold-trimmed collars and cuffs made it both elegant and graceful. The peculiar butterfly-shaped buttons intrigued her. Try it on, Lionel urged. Iris hesitated. The dress exposed much of her arms and had high slits on both sides of the skirt, revealing a significant amount of thigh, an image associated with courtesans or worse. She found herself reluctant to comply. Would the princess go back on her word? Lionel pressed, considering that conservative women might find such attire unacceptable. But as a princess, she must understand the consequences of losing a bet. A moment later, Lionel's expression grew serious, causing Iris to feel a pang of regret for her initial easy acceptance. Reluctantly, she headed behind a screen with two maids provided by Lionel to assist her in changing. 15 minutes passed without a sound from behind the screen. Yusef's Iris? Lionel called out tentatively. Finally, a shadow emerged. Blushing, Iris covered herself awkwardly. She looked at the mirror, noticing how different she appeared with her hair hanging to one side. Straightening her posture, she gasped, covering her mouth. Unsure if she recognized the beautiful stranger reflected in the mirror. The Cheongsam suits you well, Yusef's Iris. Do you like it? Lionel asked gently, noting her growing confidence. Yes, but why does Your Majesty insist I wear this? This dress, called a Cheongsam, brings out a woman's beauty. Our treasury needs replenishment, so I want to introduce a new style to boost sales. Lionel expressed his concern over dwindling funds since the wars began. Opening a new market seemed like a viable solution. Though revealing, we must challenge ourselves to do the impossible. Even the invincible navy of Dayong Dynasty was defeated by me. Which do you prefer, this attire, or your usual? Convinced by Lionel's persuasive words, Iris touched the fabric, her eyes sparkling. He was right. Innovation and adaptability were key to breaking through obstacles. What are Your Majesty's plans? Lionel smiled, glad to see her interest piqued. I want to promote Cheongsams throughout the Hildred Dynasty and encourage women of the Dayong Dynasty to wear them. This garment will reach new heights of popularity. Now, we must prepare for the challenges from the feudal lords of the Dayong Dynasty, Lionel concluded. Chapter 292. Is Hildred Dynasty truly that terrifying? Elsewhere, Frasers of the Dayong Dynasty had gathered their armies and were marching toward the border of the Hildred Dynasty. Atli Egon Bubi, who led the army, wore an expression of arrogance. Soldiers, on this mission, We fear none but the iron cavalry of Qi. We want the world to understand that our previous avoidance of battle was not due to cowardice but a desire to avoid unnecessary trouble. This time, we must make Hildred dynasty pay the price. Egon Booby rode his towering horse, looking valiant and spirited. Looking at the neighboring dynasty nearby, he could not help but mock them internally. It would be best for those who previously provoked the De Jong dynasty to remain hidden. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Let everyone know what it means to offend the De Jong dynasty. Charge! Let the world know the true strength of De Jong dynasty. Everyone should know why De Jong has been second for so many years. The soldiers raised banners inscribed with Yong, as if afraid others wouldn't notice. They wanted everyone to know that De Jong had launched its attack. Their behavior was incredibly overbearing as they encountered passersby along the way. Move aside, or you'll lose your life. Egon Booby's eyes hardened as he stared at a caravan in front of him. He looked at everyone as though they were mortal enemies. The caravan members were frightened by this demeanor. They hurriedly guided their carts to the side of the road, but accidentally got stuck in the mud. No matter how hard the cart drivers whipped the horses, they couldn't pull the cart out. Silk spilled all over the ground from the carts. The caravan people dared not speak up, knowing too well that blades and swords were merciless. The soldiers of De Jong laughed heartily at the sight. At this moment, Egon Booby rode up to the head merchant. Do you think De Jong is more powerful, or Hildred dynasty? A bone-chilling voice spoke. The merchant shuddered upon hearing it. Seeing the Yong inscription on the military flag, he knew exactly what to say. Of course, De Jong is stronger. No one can challenge its second-place position. The Hildred dynasty has always been at the bottom among all nations. How can it be compared to De Jong? Indeed, this merchant had experience in dealing with such situations. His words boosted the morale of De Jong's troops even more. Help them. Egon Booby instructed his soldiers. In no time, the soldiers faced sarcastic ridicule from the De Jong troops, who treated them with disdain. Egon Booby was quite satisfied with this attitude. Such high morale would surely boost their performance in the upcoming battle. The difference between De Qi and De Jong, you should know better than us. If De Jong were so mighty, it wouldn't be De Qi leading the nations. One piece of advice, don't end up like us before reaching the Hildred dynasty border. The De Qi soldiers, seeing De Jong's stubbornness, grew agitated. This wasn't something De Jong had the right to comment on. With these words, the De Qi soldiers left without looking back. Against such obstinate people, there was nothing they could do. The De Qi soldiers left, appearing disheartened. De Jong's troops scoffed at their words. Egon Booby, riding his horse, fell silent, gazing at the approaching Hildred dynasty border. Is the Hildred dynasty really that terrifying? His men instantly disagreed. Atli, remember, De Qi has been top for many years. Today, De Jong might very well defeat De Qi. Yes, the lack of conflict between the two nations prevented any decisive outcomes. The Hildred dynasty might just be playing a cunning game. We should always be cautious. The soldiers split into two factions, one believing De Jong was unbeatable, the other seeing potential in the Hildred dynasty. Temporarily, unity waned. Enough. Have you forgotten our mission? Would you let future generations think De Jong is a coward hiding in its shell? No matter the challenge, we must proceed. Egon Booby refocused. This fight was for themselves and for De Jong's honor. Yes. The soldiers answered in unison, regaining their confidence. As they neared the border, they saw DeAndre already waiting with her forces. If any of you take another step forward, you will be killed without mercy. DeAndre's voice commanded, exuding immense authority despite the wind. Egon Booby remained unfazed. They had come this far, so what was there to fear? The next second, DeAndre waved her hand. A cannon fired, ending Egon Booby's life instantly. One after another, cannons erupted, swiftly causing De Jong's troops to retreat in chaos. Chapter 293, making preparations for both sides. Bang! One explosion after another echoed through the air. Shards of debris rained down with the snow, scattered all over the ground. Countless soldiers of the De Jong dynasty were instantly killed or injured, their faces filled with disbelief and regret as they fell to the ground. Each one's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe their fate. There was no time for them to speak their final words. Tisk, TSK, this doesn't look much different from what happened in De Qi. Now they didn't even have time to leave any last words. They seemed to have died even more miserably than those in the De Qi dynasty. Azrael stood motionless, watching the defeated soldiers of the De Jong dynasty with a calm expression. He silently pitied them. Why did they choose to provoke the Hildred dynasty? This was the consequence of their arrogance, especially that leading general. Before he could even see his face clearly, he had already fallen in a pool of blood. No, not even his body remained intact. Truly, DeAndre watched the scene coldly. In recent times, he had seen too many reckless dynasties meet their end. His heart had long since become numb. The Hildred dynasty had provoked no one. This was all of their own making. Looking at their fierce appearance, I thought they might put up some fight. I didn't expect them to be so easily crushed. This battle wasn't difficult at all. DeAndre sneered, stroking the cannon beside him. He felt a sense of relief knowing that from now on, the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty would no longer have to shed blood or tears. He had heard of the De Jong dynasty's arrogant exploits on the way here, but hadn't expected them to be so weak. You, Atli Ian, always know how to speak well. Those words are truly impressive. But the De Jong dynasty is indeed too weak. It seems no different from De Qi. There's no one to blame but themselves for thinking they could challenge the Hildred dynasty. Well, now they've been completely wiped out. Azrael clicked his tongue repeatedly, inwardly rejoicing. With such a defeat, the De Jong dynasty wouldn't even have intact weapons left to capture. There was nothing worth scavenging. Turning around to suggest DeAndre return, he found that he had already left with his troops. Azrael could only follow suit. Meanwhile, in the imperial court of De Qi, Your Majesty, De Qi sent its brave Atli Jimmy to attack the Hildred dynasty. Unexpectedly, he was annihilated before even getting close. In this battle, the Hildred dynasty won decisively. A soldier in armor knelt before the ford, his face somber. Inside, he felt both speechless and fearful. Speechless because the Qi had slaughtered several cities of Daqin without ever reaching Hildred's border. Fearful because this insignificant nation had grown so powerful. These words plunged the entire hall into silence. Everyone lowered their heads, their expressions unreadable. Sitting on the throne, the Evan of Daqin clenched the armrest tightly. His expression was complex. Did I really bet on the wrong side? The Ford murmured under his breath. Losing so many subjects pained him deeply. He could have stoked the flames during this turmoil, deepening the conflict between Daqi and Hildred. But he chose not to. Instead, he hoped to contribute in this war. If Daqi could overthrow Hildred completely, Daqin's grievances would be avenged. Now it seemed he had made the wrong choice. Your Majesty, what did you say? A minister asked, having vaguely heard the Ford speak but unsure of what was said. It's nothing. The Ford waved his hand, pulled back to reality by the question. Daqi suffered a terrible defeat. It seems the Hildred dynasty has some real strength. But at this rate, conquering the Hildred dynasty won't be easy. The Ford's face grew heavy, feeling a weight on his chest. He couldn't understand why Daqi lost. How could they lose to an insignificant country? Had years of dominance turned Daqi into a mere paper tiger? Your Majesty, could it be that Daqi just sent some troops to test the waters? Yes, we haven't seen the actual battle. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Perhaps Daqi merely wanted to gauge the Hildred dynasty's strength. Your Majesty need not worry. A mountain chicken, even if it flies onto a branch, can never become a phoenix. The ministers comforted themselves with these excuses. Thinking of how Daqin had also offended Hildred dynasty, they feared the consequences if tensions escalated. The Ford felt even more confused upon hearing this. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed the assembly below. You fools, could the Ford of Daqi be so foolish? To send 50,000 troops just to test the Hildred dynasty's strength? Discontent filled the Ford's face, his tone turning icy. In his eyes, the Ford of Daqi would never use such a foolish strategy, especially considering the scale of the forces deployed. Seeing their excuses fall apart, the ministers hung their heads, at a loss for words. So it seems the Hildred dynasty really has some skill. If they recover, Daqin may be the first to suffer. What do you think we should do to prepare for Hildred's retaliation? The Ford began to fear. The throne was far more important than pride. As long as the foundation remains, one can rebuild. The ministers started brainstorming furiously. Hildreddenly, one minister stood up. Your Majesty, I have a plan. May I speak? It was the imperial tutor of Daqin, an elderly man with silver hair. Speak freely. A glint of joy flickered across the Ford's face. The imperial tutor rarely spoke, and for him to step forward now suggested he had a foolproof plan. Your Majesty, among us, Atli Fernanda has connections with the Hildred dynasty. If she were to mediate, it might ease the tension between our two countries. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic nods from other ministers. Since they couldn't beat them, perhaps joining them was the answer. As the Ford hesitated, the tutor's voice continued in the hall. At the same time, let's observe Daqi's stance and make a decision. Sitting thick-skinned at the side of Fernanda. Just say what you want. Fernanda glanced coldly at the Daryl. As a military general, he had always been at odds with the civil officials in the court, and naturally, he didn't show any good face to the Daryl. Gray hopes that Atli Song can use his capabilities to ease the tension between Hildred dynasty and Qin. If Hildred dynasty really declares war on Qin, it will be the soldiers and civilians who suffer. I'm sure Atli Song wouldn't want to see such devastation, right? The message from Gray has been delivered. What you do next is up to you, Atli. The Daryl wasn't someone to be trifled with. Usually, he always had an air of superiority. Now, being disdained by this junior and treated indifferently, he felt his dignity challenged. Immediately, he flicked his sleeves and stormed out angrily. Fernanda watched the retreating figure of the Daryl, clenching the teacup until it shattered in his hand. His face was etched with fury. How absurd this Qin Ford is. I warned him before, yet he wouldn't listen. Now that he sees the gravity of the situation, he still wants to drag me into this mess. He can't offend both sides. How is that even possible? Fernanda chuckled bitterly, knowing all too well that accompanying the Ford was like walking alongside a tiger. Had he realized this earlier, maybe he wouldn't be in this dilemma now. Placed. Don't you feel heartbroken seeing their hard-earned happiness torn apart? Fernanda's icy demeanor made his father angry inside, but he suppressed his anger to avoid making Fernanda resistant. The Song family had already lost one son and could not afford to collapse. Fernanda fell silent. The common people were his greatest weakness. When anything involved them, he would lose his rationality. Therefore, he couldn't back down this time. I'll try my best. The rift between Qin and Hildred dynasty isn't recent. It has existed for a long time. I'll try talking to Lionel and see if we can ease the tensions between the two countries. Fernanda gave in, though he had his own agenda. It was impossible that Hildred dynasty wouldn't retaliate against Qin. He could only hope to convince Lionel to spare the innocent civilians. All right. Fernanda's father's expression eased. With her agreement, the matter was settled. He breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily safe. On the other side, in the imperial study of Hildred dynasty, Your Majesty, we've received news from the border. Hildred dynasty has won another great victory, completely unscathed. Alandra's face was filled with excitement. These consecutive victories weren't coincidental. They signified the rise of Hildred dynasty. At this pace, Hildred dynasty's dominance was imminent. Yes, noted. Upon hearing the news, Lionel's face remained unperturbed. The preparations he made ensured that Great Wall dynasty wouldn't stand a chance. This outcome was expected. Seeing this, Alandra realized he had overreacted. The Ford had previously mentioned that if Hildred dynasty couldn't handle the soldiers of Great Wall, how could they plan to attack Qi? Hildreddenly, Lionel stood up and rushed out. Alandra stood frozen, but remembered, she still had work to attend to, and quickly turned to busy herself. After 15 minutes, at the post office. Bow to. Mitzi saw Lionel rush in. She hadn't finished her bow when he pulled her aside. Prepare yourself, Mitzi. I'm going to clear the court. Chapter 295. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Mitzi was somewhat bewildered. The Hildred dynasty had become so powerful now. The ministers in the court were united. What more needed to be cleared up? All the mediocre appointees sent by your uncles have been thoroughly purged by me, Lionel said, sitting down with a mischievous smile. If I'm not mistaken, those feudal lords should have little military power left, right? Upon hearing this news, Mitzi felt a heavy heart. While she was surprised at the speed and efficiency of the Hildred dynasty's actions, these soldiers were still citizens of the Daong dynasty. She couldn't help but feel pain for them. Should I say congratulations, Your Majesty? Mitzi's voice became sorrowful. Only then did Lionel realize that this news might have struck Mitzi quite hard. Mitzi, you shouldn't dwell on this. Although they are soldiers of Daong, they long ago forgot who paid their salaries and defected to these feudal lords. Therefore, we must clear out these corrupt influences quickly to ensure the stability of the Daong dynasty. Lionel stood up, walked over to Mitzi, and gently patted her shoulder. Mitzi looked up, as if realizing he was right. Thinking this way, her heart felt less heavy. Your Majesty, I still have concerns even though this move has weakened the feudal lords significantly. My father and mother are still in Daong. Mitzi's beautiful brows furrowed, feeling an unsettling sense of unease. Hildredenly, her heart pounded violently, as if squeezed by an invisible hand, making it hard for her to breathe. Our cooperation has likely been exposed. If my uncles unite now and target my parents, they still pose a formidable threat. Your Majesty. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Mitzi's eyes. Having grown up carefree under her parents' protection, she couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if they were no longer there. She covered her face and sobbed softly. Lionel frowned. Did women in this era always tend to be so emotional? Mitzi, since you understand the threat the feudal lords pose to the royal family, does your father not know this too? Lionel asked softly. Seeing a girl cry before him was something he couldn't endure. His voice softened involuntarily. Mitzi paused, as if realizing he had a point. She looked up at Lionel through tear-filled eyes. The royal family is not as simple as it appears on the surface. There must be something the feudal lords fear. If they truly wanted to harm the Daong Ford, they would have done so already. Thus, I believe the Daong royal family must have prepared contingencies. These plans can address many issues, like unexpected attacks from the feudal lords. Lionel expressed his thoughts meticulously. This was something every Ford would do. For instance, the Ford of the Great Xia dynasty had always been wary of the southern governor's mansion and prepared numerous contingencies. Sadly, all were easily resolved by himself. Mitzi wiped away her tears with a handkerchief. Your Majesty, whatever needs to be done next, Carissa will follow your lead. As long as my parents are safe, I will do anything. Her tone was sincere, carrying a strong resolve. The next day, in the Hildred dynasty's imperial court. Today, I wish to announce something important. Lionel spoke slowly but with great authority. The court officials listened intently. They admired his capabilities and followed him wholeheartedly. In the future, the Daong dynasty will be an ally of the Hildred dynasty. Many ministers were delighted at this declaration. Being allies with the second strongest nation would make the Hildred dynasty the uncontested first. However, the Daong royal family is currently in dire straits, threatened by feudal lords with significant military power. As allies, it is our duty to assist the Daong dynasty in resolving its internal turmoil. Seeing the officials' expressions change instantly, Lionel couldn't help but remark how quickly people could turn. Yet, it was understandable, given human nature. A minister stood up, worry etched on his face. Your Majesty, we must not forget that our enemies are not only Dachi but also Dachin, who are quite aggressive and don't take us seriously. Now, the Hildred dynasty barely has the strength for battle. Dividing our attention to address Dayong's internal chaos may be ill-advised. Lionel's expression darkened. Filled with anger, he asked, what do you mean the Hildred dynasty has barely the strength for battle? The Hildred dynasty has defeated Dachi, Daong, Diyin, and Dachin. Is that not enough? Or do you think you've grown too strong to heed my orders? Terrified, the ministers kneeled. Some glanced at Mitzi standing in the court, convinced the Ford had been swayed by her. Many ministers debated but ultimately decided that for the Hildred dynasty's future, they would risk everything today, even if it meant death, to persuade the Ford. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. This is a grave matter. Sending troops to address Dayong's internal strife risks us being picked off one by one. Please rescind your order. In translating this chapter, I have ensured adherence to the guidelines provided. Used only English. Preserved the names as they are. Maintained the original tone and style. Ensured the translation is natural and grammatically correct. Kept the storyline coherent. Retained the paragraph structure and line breaks. Hashtag chapter 296. Whose world is it now? Do my words carry no weight now? Lionel's brows furrowed, and a dragon's fury erupted. The entire hall was filled with an air of faint resentment. Yusef's Deborah felt a warm wave in her heart. She hadn't expected Lionel to be so earnestly responsible for her affairs. Your Majesty, we did not mean it that way. We merely ask you to think carefully before acting, the ministers pleaded. Please calm your anger, Your Majesty. We are all loyal to Your Majesty. Please see through our sincerity. The ministers persisted, hoping to change Lionel's mind. In an instant, the hall fell silent, as if even a pin drop would be heard clearly. Loyalty? Eh? So now you want to morally coerce me? You used the same rhetoric when I ordered the attack on Dachi. Aren't you tired? Lionel sneered, nearly amused by their antics. In this day and age, they still tried moral coercion. The ministers hung their heads, unable to respond. Since none of you have objections, then let's make this decision final. I will resolve the issues within the Daong dynasty. This announcement is for your information only. There's no room for discussion. With that, Lionel stood up and stormed out, proving that ancient Fords were not as carefree as people imagined. Every word and action was under scrutiny, constantly monitored and advised against. Long live the Evan. The ministers held their breath until Lionel left, their faces contorted with unease. This was anything but pleasant, it was outright autocracy. They couldn't protest and had to endure it in silence. Heavy sighs echoed as they dejectedly exited the hall. In the imperial study, Alondra, the Hildred dynasty might not remain peaceful for long. Lionel tapped his fingers on the desk rhythmically, a calm look on his face as he gazed at the snow outside, his lips curving slightly. Why do you say that, your majesty? Alondra asked, puzzled, following his gaze. All she saw was white, nothing else. Was his statement metaphorical? Didn't you sense the tension in the hall today? Lionel asked instead of answering directly. Alondra nodded, still unclear. They refused to allocate troops to address the current state of the Daong dynasty, yet I insist on it, leading to disunity between ruler and ministers. And you need to prepare, or founding elders to secure their position. Lionel had always faced challenges head-on. He had killed all obstacles along the way. Alondra wanted to add something, but thought it unnecessary. Lionel was different from others, and she knew this better than anyone. Rest assured, I will complete my tasks. But please don't feel pressured. The Hildred dynasty stands strong because of you. If they can't accept it, that's their problem. Alondra bowed deeply, choosing comforting words over everything else. Ministers were like ungrateful wolves who forgot their benefactor once they reaped benefits. No mercy would be spared this time. Don't worry. Lionel nodded and smiled, reassured. Half a month passed swiftly. Long live the Evan. Yusef's face radiated joy, embodying the saying, joy brightens the spirit. Despite looking disheveled, his energy was undeniable, like a dedicated scholar immersed in research. It seems you've made a new invention. My trust in you wasn't misplaced. Just giving you the comprehensive physics book has led to such breakthroughs. Impressive indeed. Lionel felt proud, knowing modern people might struggle without direct guidance, especially given Yusef's background. You know me well, your majesty. Yusef beamed, eyes twinkling. Since you're aware of the new invention, why not accompany me to the Ministry of Works to see it? He gestured invitingly. Despite their camaraderie, protocol demanded respect. Let's go. Lionel led the way. About 15 minutes later, they arrived at the ministry. Yusef led him to a warehouse, opening the door dramatically. Seeing the warship, Lionel smirked. Perfect timing. Chapter 297. Dayu Dynasty is doomed to lose. Your Majesty, what is this? Alondra looked at the object before her, growing even more puzzled. It seemed different from the previous iron lump, but she couldn't pinpoint how. Her eyes were filled with shock, and she involuntarily moved closer. She reached out to touch the warship. Grandma, be careful. This toy Shin-er is now a finished product, but there are still some unknown dangers present, Yusef said hurriedly as he approached Alondra, concern lacing his voice. Note, Shin-er seems out of place and likely a mistranslation or typo. Please verify the original text for accurate translation. He understood that Alondra was different from other women to the Ford. Lionel chuckled and came beside Alondra. This toy Shin-er is only dangerous if it catches fire. It appears there's a term Shin-er which seems out of context or possibly incorrectly translated. Without the full context or original Chinese text for this specific part, it's challenging to provide an accurate translation. However, based on the context provided, it seems like Lionel is referring to the newly created warship. A more natural and coherent translation would be. Lionel chuckled and came beside Alondra. This warship isn't dangerous unless it catches fire. Please verify the original text to ensure accuracy. Here is the revised segment within a broader context. Lionel smiled and walked over to Alondra. This warship isn't dangerous unless it catches fire. It seemed Yusef still had much to learn. Yusef lowered his head in shame, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Alondra, touching the cold iron structure, felt a surge of anticipation. Your Majesty, this looks quite similar to the previous cannons. Does this giant also have the same power? Has this been given a name? Alondra tilted her head, looking at the man beside her with the curiosity of a child. For some reason, her confidence grew after seeing this. The power is similar, but what's different is that this not only resembles a ship but can also defend and attack on water. With this, dealing with Daong Dynasty's navy will be effortless. In the future, Daong Dynasty's navy will be nothing before the Hildred dynasty. Lionel looked at the warship before him, his face filled with confidence. Warships are commonly used by many countries in modern times and are essential for naval forces. Compared to modern navies, the Daong Dynasty's navy was vastly inferior. Moreover, now he had this creation. Daong? It simply wasn't a match. Is it really that powerful? Alondra was stunned by the iron structure and couldn't help but ask again. Official Ru, don't underestimate this. Although it looks like an iron lump, it has special mechanisms that allow it to float on water without sinking. It has sturdy iron armor and powerful firepower. Once on board, any navy within a few miles would be completely wiped out. This thing is called a warship. Yusef crossed his arms, speaking proudly. Of course, he was just reciting knowledge from books. All these creations were thanks to Lionel. Alondra suddenly understood. She now comprehended why Lionel was so confident about handling the internal chaos in the Daong dynasty. It seemed he had already been planning this for a long time. The court ministers mistakenly thought the Hildred dynasty would surely lose against Daong. They wouldn't know what to think if they saw this creation. And those who planned to turn against the Hildred dynasty because of this situation. How unfortunate they must feel. After all, they didn't know the Hildred dynasty possessed such strength. But this was their own fault. Seeing a bit of danger, they retreated, unworthy of being part of the Hildred dynasty. At this moment, someone appeared at the door. Greetings, Yusef's Iris. Yusef's Iris had appeared in the hall on the first day. So many people knew her identity. Yusef led everyone in greeting Yusef's Iris. Yusef's Iris smiled gently, without any arrogance. However, she still gave off an air of distance. Though Yusef felt some dissatisfaction, he could understand. After all, the Daong dynasty was the second-ranked empire among the nations. For her to treat them this way was rare. Take a look. Lionel pointed at the warship and said to Yusef's Iris. Yusef's Iris followed the direction Lionel pointed and immediately felt shocked. It was clearly a massive ship-like structure, different from most wooden ships of the era. It was made of iron. Yusef's Iris fell silent. To make iron float was no easy feat. Turning it into such a heavy-duty ship was even more impressive. Moreover, it had a cannon barrel on top. The superiority was obvious at a glance. Yusef's Iris, are you alright? Yusef saw her reaction and couldn't help but ask. If anything happened to her, it could jeopardize the relationship between the two countries. He couldn't let that happen. Alondra gave Yusef a stern look, signaling him to understand the situation. How could he be so dense? Growing up in the Daong dynasty, Yusef's Iris would naturally be sensitive to matters related to ships. Her current state showed she was thoroughly impressed. I'm fine. Yusef's Iris's voice was soft, revealing no emotion. What do you think of this, Yusef's Iris? This is what I prepared to deal with your uncles. Lionel smiled. Though he already knew the outcome, he wanted to hear her confirm it. After all, experiencing something firsthand is different. Besides, Yusef's Iris, raised in the royal family, had unique insights. Alondra touched the cold iron lump, her face full of anticipation. Your Majesty, this looks similar to the previous cannons. Is this giant's power comparable? Has it been named yet? Alondra tilted her head, looking like a curious child, and asked the man beside her. For some reason, seeing this thing boosted her confidence. The power is almost the same, but the difference is this object not only looks like a ship but can also defend and attack on water. With this, dealing with the Dayu dynasty's navy becomes effortless. In the future, Dayu dynasty's navy will be nothing compared to Hildred dynasty, Lionel said confidently, looking at the warship. Modern navies often use warships. Compared to them, the Dayu dynasty's navy was worlds apart. And with this, Dayu? Simply not enough. Is it really that powerful? Alondra was astonished by the iron lump and couldn't help but ask again. Don't underestimate this thing, Madame Rue. Although it looks like an iron lump, it has special equipment that allows it to float on water without sinking. Equipped with strong armor and formidable firepower, anything within several miles of it would be wiped out. It's called a warship. Yusef folded his arms, speaking proudly. Of course, he was merely recounting what he knew from books. All these were because of Lionel. Alondra suddenly understood why Lionel was so confident about dealing with Dayu dynasty's internal chaos. This planning must have started long ago. Those court officials who thought Hildred dynasty would definitely lose to Dayu, what would they think if they saw this? And those plotting against Hildred dynasty, how unfair it was, since they didn't know its true strength. But all this was their own fault. Seeing a bit of danger and immediately backing off, unworthy of being part of Hildred dynasty. At that moment, someone appeared at the door. Greetings, Yusef's Iris. Since Yusef's Iris had appeared in the palace hall on the first day, many people knew her identity. Yusef led everyone in greeting her. Yusef's Iris smiled faintly without any arrogance, but still gave off a distant vibe. Though Yusef felt somewhat dissatisfied, he understood. After all, the Dayu dynasty ranked second among nations, and for its princess to treat Hildred dynasty's people this way was rare. Take a look. Lionel pointed to the warship, inviting Yusef's Iris to observe. She followed his finger and was immediately startled by what she saw. A ship-like object made of iron instead of wood, complete with a cannon barrel. Who was stronger or weaker became immediately obvious. Yusef's Iris, are you alright? Yusef asked, concerned that any mishap might harm the relationship between the two countries. Alondra rolled her eyes at Yusef. Why did he lack such insight? Iris, having grown up in Dayu dynasty, would naturally be sensitive to such naval equipment, explaining her reaction. I'm fine. Yusef's Iris's voice was light, revealing no emotion. What do you think of this, Yusef's Iris? This is what I plan to use against your uncles, Lionel smiled. Though he already knew the result, he wanted to hear it from her mouth. After all, experiencing something firsthand and hearing about it were different. Moreover, Yusef's Iris, born into royalty, had unique insights. I dare not lie to your majesty, this thing seems far superior to Dayu dynasty's naval combat equipment. Iris believes this will have immense value. Otherwise, your majesty wouldn't have invited me here to see it. If Dayu dynasty's navy faced this, they would undoubtedly lose. Her words were genuine, without flattery. She couldn't imagine what the world would be like if Lionel ruled Dayu instead of Hildred. Hildreddenly realizing that Hildred dynasty wasn't truly weak, but it was Lionel who was truly powerful. Alondra felt her confidence grow even more, her lips curling slightly. Once Hildred dynasty broke through the toughest obstacle, the Dayu dynasty, it would surely become legendary on the continent. Seeing this, Lionel turned to Yusef. Lord Bram, you need to prepare for the next task. It will be challenging. You must produce 5 such warships within a month. Hearing this, Yusef nearly collapsed. The Ford's demands were becoming increasingly strict. The rest of the Ministry of Works also felt the immense pressure. Chapter 298. Not the time for complications. Elsewhere, within Briar's manor. Marcel brother, this young man is truly too disrespectful. Who would have thought he'd completely wipe out our elite forces? Yes, it must have been Yusef's Iris's directive. Otherwise, how could he dare? What's more, there's another matter. Have you heard about when the Great Young dynasty agreed to cooperate with the Hildred dynasty? Frasers gathered together, their expressions dark. They never expected that the elite forces they had painstakingly assembled would be so easily destroyed. This Hildred dynasty seemed to be accustomed to acting arrogantly, showing no regard for them. Thinking of this, the princes were already furious. Did you only send some minor forces this time? Not a single survivor. I even dispatched my capable General Stefan. Briar's face was full of suspicion. It wasn't just Fords who were suspicious by nature. These princes were no different. After all, only one of them could become Ford. and each coveted that position. Once someone ascended to the throne, the rest would return to their previous positions or worse, meet an untimely end, because they didn't want to leave any potential threats behind. What are you saying, Marcel brother? The Hildred dynasty has insulted us like this. Would we send inexperienced soldiers to bring shame upon ourselves? Indeed, Marcel brother, you overestimate us too much. While our strength might not match yours, you exaggerate too much. Briar's remarks incited discontent among the others. Yet, everyone understood. After all, princes did not trust one another. However, they collaborated on the common goal of overthrowing the current Ford of the Great Yong dynasty. As for who would sit on the throne, it remained uncertain. But it was just a casual question. You don't need to overreact like this. It feels as if you've done something wrong and I caught you red-handed. Briar rebutted the group without reserve. Each person was selfish. Even siblings wouldn't consider familial ties. Frasers fell silent, now in Briar's territory. If they openly offended him, they could end up cold corpses in the next moment. No prince was foolish enough to anger Briar at this juncture. In fact, we've been focusing on the wrong thing. The Hildred dynasty could effortlessly defeat the water forces of the Great Yong dynasty. So, they do possess some ability. At this critical juncture, we shouldn't complicate matters further. As long as we defend the Great Yong dynasty, the Hildred dynasty can't break through. A frail-looking young nobleman spoke up. His late mother had been one of Evan Great Yong's most beloved consorts, and his fiefdom was the richest. Known as Roger, the Ford had bestowed on the Great Yong Evan. The graceful, melodious-voiced woman was Mitzi's mother. Due to her youthful infatuation with Ellis, she had made waves until Evan Great Yong, under pressure, only granted her the title of beauty. The Renata was someone else. Still, she enjoyed unmatched favor in the harem. The collapse of the water army is nothing much. They're country bumpkins. It's just that Iris isn't here, and we wouldn't know if she encountered danger. These princes. Evan Great Yong couldn't help reddening eyes, feeling weak and incapable. Unexpectedly, despite being a 7-foot-tall man, he couldn't protect his family or hold onto his empire. Lori hugged him gently, patting his back. Your Majesty, fear not. Hildred dynasty has acquaintances within. They won't get where they are today without real capability. Iris will be fine. Lori was resolute, remembering how she boldly pursued him despite societal judgment. He wouldn't let harm come to Iris, knowing the consequences on his conscience. Evan Great Yong sighed, nodding, realizing there was indeed no other way. Just then, a eunuch entered, and the Ford's expression turned serious. Sitting on the main seat with Lori's support, he addressed the eunuch on his knees. Report. Ulrich seeks audience. The eunuch knelt, announcing, Enter. Marlins later, the Ulrich, dressed in dark green robes, appeared in the study. Your Majesty, Kiryu. The Ulrich was unfazed by Lori's presence, well known for Evan's preference. You may speak freely, third son. Evan Great Yong waved a hand, slightly pleased. Standing up, the Ulrich met the Ford's gaze, his expression determined. Father, I wish to bring Iris' sister back to the palace. Chapter 299. This Hildredrise came Hildredenly. You. Evan Daong was instantly taken aback. He never expected his son, whom he had paid little attention to all along, to have the same thoughts as him. The feigned emotions that had just been put up suddenly came flooding back. Father, Iris is still in the Hildred dynasty, while they continue to harm our Daong soldiers. It's clear that the Hildred dynasty has already assimilated her. If we don't bring her back, if this continues, I fear that Iris might. Ade's face was filled with worry, but there was a flash of calculating shrewdness in his eyes. Evan Daong's reddened eyes immediately turned emotionless, and he softly sank into his chair. In an instant, he felt deeply aggrieved. He thought Ade shared his concern for Iris's safety, but it turns out, he had long aligned himself with the vassal kings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said what he just did. Angel reached out and patted Evan Daong's shoulder, flashing a look of surprise. Father, are you alright? If you're not feeling well, we should quickly summon the imperial physician. Ade's face was filled with worry. Unbeknownst to him, his expression only appeared hypocritical to Evan Daong. It wasn't baseless speculation. Everything had its reasons. I'm fine. My body is robust. Unless something unexpected happens, I will enjoy my twilight years until a peaceful end. Evan Daong spoke calmly, his face unperturbed. Angel could hear the underlying message and hoped Ade would take heed. After all, Gray had always been decisive, and giving him this chance was already the greatest leniency. Of course, father will surely be blessed. Father, about Iris. Seeing that his father didn't yield, Ade broached the subject again. As long as Iris remained in the Hildred dynasty, the threat to his uncles would grow greater. Angel's hand, resting on Evan Daong's shoulder, stiffened. She hadn't expected Ade to reach this point. Her negligence must have led to this situation. If you really want to go, I won't stop you. Evan Daong spoke after a moment's silence, his voice as calm as still water. Ade inwardly rejoiced, thinking his father hadn't overthought it. All his pretense wasn't in vain. Thank you, father. He hurriedly bowed to Evan Daong. But you must think carefully. Once you leave the territory of the Daong dynasty, you will bear the consequences of anything that happens thereafter. As you can see, the Hildred dynasty's attitude towards Daong now, Daong cannot protect you. Evan Daong wanted to make one last effort for his beloved daughter. Deep down, he was certain the vassal kings had already sent people, just not successfully. But Ade was different. He hoped his beloved daughter could see through everything. Ade, assuming his father was worried about his safety, nodded. Please rest assured, father. He then turned and left the study. Your Majesty. Angel gently patted Evan Daong's back, knowing how hurt he must feel after being betrayed by his own flesh and blood. Nothing. This path is his choice. I've given him the opportunity, but he failed to grasp it. Evan Daong's expression grew colder. Angel nodded in understanding. She knew Gray was reacting this way because of extreme disappointment. Seems those vassal kings have done more than we know over the years, now even reaching their hands into the palace. Evan Daong supported his book with both hands, revealing a handsome jawline. A A slight smile crept onto his face. Angel realized Gray had a plan. Are you preparing to counterattack, Your Majesty? Previously, due to Iris still being in the palace, Gray had always taken a laissez-faire attitude. Now that Iris had left Ayong's territory, Gray could finally act boldly. They so badly want me off the throne. It's time to give them a response. The next step will be a pleasant surprise for them. On the other side, in the Hildred dynasty, Yusef's Iris gazed at the full moon in the sky, feeling an uneasy premonition, as if something significant was about to happen. With clasped hands, she silently prayed to the moon. If there really are gods in this world, please protect my father and Kira. Though they are royalty, they have never committed heinous acts. Pity that ascending the throne requires stepping on many people. Yusef's Iris sighed. Many of father's actions were forced upon him. Looking at the moon, homesickness welled up in her heart. Memories of happy times with her parents brought a warmth to the cold winter. She didn't notice someone quietly approaching from behind. Only when they were nearly behind her did she feel a chill, the sensation of someone passing by. Who? Iris immediately became alert, clenching her fists and turning around. She saw Lionel coming through the snow, dressed in a light yellow dragon robe, still as graceful as ever. Your Majesty, I didn't expect you to have the habit of eavesdropping. A flicker of displeasure crossed Iris's face. It seemed this man had heard most of what she said. Never thought the carefree princess has her own worries. What's the point of confiding in a mute moon? With a living person standing before you, isn't that a better option? Lionel had not intended to listen. He had genuinely not come to eavesdrop. His expression softened, becoming more amiable. Iris sighed. Lionel was right. If there were truly gods, the common people wouldn't suffer so much. Tell me, what troubles the princess so? Lionel draped his cloak over Iris's shoulders, standing beside her and looking out the window. Iris felt warmth in her heart, her displeasure vanishing. Your Majesty, the attack on the Daong dynasty is set in stone. I wonder how many will be lost in Daong this time. Chapter 300. Being merciful to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. These troops don't deserve death. Their only mistake was following the wrong person. Mitzi's eyes reddened. This was the last scene she wished to see. For not only one life was lost, but also families waiting for their men to return home. From now on, countless women in the Du kingdom would raise children and live as widows for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this made her heart ache inexplicably. Lionel turned his head and saw Mitzi's distressed appearance. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. He didn't expect that a princess wrapped in intense love could empathize with the people's suffering, which was commendable. But it was also within expectation, as women are naturally more emotional than men. Yusefs, don't think too much about it. These matters can't be decided by you alone. Wars have never been resolved without casualty. Carissa understands. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feeling a bit melancholic, Mitzi wasn't sure what to do next. Just as she prepared to offer her cloak to Lionel and leave, she heard Lionel's hoarse voice say, "It's freezing outside at night. You're dressed so lightly. You'll catch a cold tomorrow?" Mitzi was moved by the unspoken concern in his words. Clutching her cloak tightly, she could smell the unique scent of a man lingering on it. With resolute determination, she left. Lionel returned to his seat, pouring himself a cup of tea leisurely. He sipped the warm tea slowly, while his other hand rhythmically tapped on the table, his gaze wandering around. Then, folding his arms, he daydreamed for a moment. Having listened for so long, shouldn't you come out now? Lionel fixed his gaze on a spot and asked calmly. The hidden shadow hesitated before slowly revealing itself. Your Majesty's keen eye hasn't dimmed despite the passage of time. Tamara felt defeated, though he had concealed himself perfectly. Approaching Lionel, he bowed deeply. Every human has flaws, especially after living closely together for so long. If I couldn't perceive even such small things, you wouldn't have willingly stayed by my side for so long. Lionel smiled and placed his teacup on the table. Tamara admired Lionel more and more. He had never met a man who could. Then why do you think I'm being kind to Mitzi? Lionel nodded, feigning understanding. Your Majesty, Mitzi is Diyu's beloved princess. Many feudal lords want her now. If you use her as bait, wouldn't it fulfill Mitzi's wish, avoiding major casualties? It would be efficient for the Hildred dynasty as well. Tamara expressed her confusion. The feudal lords of Diyu must fear Mitzi's presence here might mean an alliance between Diyu and Hildred dynasties against them. Dealing with Diyu doesn't require such despicable means. Lionel shook his head, rejecting the suggestion. He would never achieve success by exploiting women. At that moment, a guard rushed in. Report to Your Majesty, Atli of Dachin has crossed the border. Chapter 301. No room for further discussion. Atli of the Great Xia? Shouldn't she be in seclusion now? Lisbeth's eyebrows furrowed, his face filled with confusion. If he hadn't forgotten, one of her confidants had come to report just a while ago, and even hoped the Ford would intervene to rescue her. But Gray didn't agree. Only a few days had passed since then. Could the king of Great Xia have reconsidered? Do you think who would be the first to know about the total destruction of the Daong dynasty? Lionel turned around, asking seriously. Lisbeth fell into deep thought. The borders of the Hildred dynasty touched several other dynasties, all of whom might know. Most concerning were the citizens of the Daqing dynasty, as Ian Zirua not only treated them kindly, but also provided supplies. Thus, by word of mouth, besides the Hildred dynasty, the Great Xia must have been the first to know about the collapse of the Daong dynasty. Your Majesty means? Lisbeth suddenly realized, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the king of Great Xia was a cunning old fox. Right. Lin shares some history with me, so the king of Great Xia wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. If I'm not mistaken, he is now somewhat wary of the Hildred dynasty and has specially sent Lin. Lionel sat down in a nearby chair, appearing very confident. He calmly poured himself a cup of tea. Why are you so sure that this king of Great Xia fears us, rather than having a greater conspiracy? You just mentioned sharing some history with the Atli of the Great Xia. What if this is a honey trap? Lisbeth approached Lionel, curious despite acknowledging Lionel's intelligence. Yet reality is unpredictable, things might not go as expected. Isn't it a bit arrogant to be so certain? The Great Xia and Daong dynasties have suffered successive defeats recently. The Great Xia isn't faring much better either, losing many troops. In this situation, how can the Great Xia remain stable? Neither the Great Xia nor Daong pose any real threat, but the proud Great Xia has a grudge against our dynasty and fears I might seek retribution. Lionel drank his tea in one gulp, savoring it with closed eyes. 3 days later, in the imperial study. Good to see you again. Lionel greeted the somewhat haggard-looking Lin politely. Lisbeth stood beside him expressionlessly, like an emotionless machine. Greetings, your majesty. Lin felt uneasy despite Lionel's friendliness. Majesty, I represent the Great Xia. For past grievances between us, I hope you can overlook them as minor issues. We don't necessarily have to be enemies. We can also be allies. Under pressure, she reluctantly spoke the unspoken words sincerely, albeit with a touch of humility. Does this king of Great Xia have mud in his brain? Lionel paused, his face showing mild displeasure. When our dynasty declared war on the Great Xia, you sided with the Great Xia without hesitation. Now seeing our advantage, you send envoys seeking peace. What do you take the Hildred dynasty for? Lionel's tone grew cold, his expression serious, filling the imperial study with a solemn atmosphere. Lin stiffened, sensing something different about the young man before her, yet unable to pinpoint what exactly had changed. From their first meeting, she knew this man detested evil. Given the Great Xia's initial wrongdoing, why should forgiveness be expected? Majesty, it was indeed the fault of the Great Xia. However, the common people are innocent. In case of war, they will suffer most. Please name your terms, and I will ensure the Great Xia fulfills them. Today, Lin came more for the welfare of the civilians. While she didn't support the king's two-faced stance, ensuring the well-being of the people mattered most. How about ceding half of your territory? Lionel said flatly, his deep eyes as calm as still water. Lisbeth quietly gave Lionel a thumbs up, admiring his foresight and strategic mind. Lin was speechless, finding no logical answer. Wasn't Great Xia's approach beneficial for Lionel? With Great Xia's strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Why refuse? Even for such a small request, hesitating shows a lack of sincerity from Atli Song. The remaining cities of the Great Xia aren't many, are they? If you can't meet this simple demand, the Hildred dynasty's next target will be the Great Xia. Lionel shrugged, feigning helplessness. It seemed forced. Lisbeth blushed, realizing he still had much to learn from Lionel's calm demeanor and subtle sarcasm. Lin sensed Lionel's faint hostility and knew he was serious. Majesty, your points are valid, but the Great Xia doesn't rely solely on these few cities. They are just the tip of the iceberg. Currently, the Hildred dynasty has many enemies. Wouldn't it be better to gain an ally? The Great Xia can assist where you may overlook. Why not cooperate? She was still trying to persuade him, knowing full well the Great Xia king wouldn't agree to his terms, but unwilling to see civilians suffer. Meeting Lionel's gaze, the air in the imperial study became still. Lisbeth watched the tension between them, gripping his sword tightly, ready to strike if needed. After a moment, Lionel finally spoke. In that case, you may return. There is no room for further discussion on this matter. ####Chapter 302. Stand straight after being beaten. Shiyu, escort the guest out. Lionel turned away without even glancing at Fernanda. Tamara was taken aback. She hadn't expected this man to be so heartless. But when facing such a determined woman, a little ruthlessness was necessary to handle her. Please leave, Tamara said calmly as she approached Fernanda. Since Gray had no further instructions, she wouldn't resort to violence. After all, there had been some camaraderie between them, and physical confrontation would be inappropriate. Your Majesty, you might be acting too impulsively. The Hildred dynasty is indeed powerful now, but it can't afford to make enemies with the entire world, can it? Fernanda persisted, shouting towards Lionel's back. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Ever since she first met Lionel, she wasn't the indomitable general anymore. Her authority had gradually diminished, and now she felt like a discarded pawn being tossed around. Yet, having practiced martial arts from a young age, her heart remained filled with fervor. She naturally wished for the people of Daqin to live well, free from turmoil and displacement. Tamara frowned in displeasure, turning to gauge Lionel's reaction. He offered no direction, leaving her momentarily unsure whether she should forcibly eject Fernanda or not. Atli Song, Gray has already given Daqin opportunities, but you failed to seize them. Gray is not a cold-hearted person, but Daqin provides no reason for leniency. You and we are simply on different paths. Please don't make this difficult for me, Tamara said diplomatically. Although she wouldn't use force, she wouldn't let Fernanda continue causing a scene either. Your Majesty, if we resolve the conflict with Daqin, we gain an ally. It's a win-win situation, and I hope you'll consider it carefully, Fernanda replied, casting a regretful glance at Tamara. She understood Tamara's position but bore the heavy burden of her duty, leaving no room for personal feelings. Dreadingly, the silence was broken. Lionel rose from his chair and walked up to Fernanda. Tamara breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back. Do you believe what you're saying? Lionel poked Fernanda's shoulder, asking earnestly. He then touched his own chest, as if gauging his heartbeat. You know better than anyone else the true character of Daqin's ruler. Can you honestly ask yourself how peace talks will work? This is just a pretext for self-preservation by the vacillating ruler. Lionel mercilessly exposed Daqin's ruler's true nature. He held Fernanda's gaze, unconvinced that she could be so oblivious. Fernanda was no fool. Tamara inwardly sighed. This was almost too cruel. To have someone confront their deepest doubts about their own ruler. Lionel certainly excelled in making others uncomfortable. Shiyu, escort her out. Seeing Fernanda struggle to respond, Lionel sighed. Pretending ignorance was exhausting. If she were truly clever, she would realize her insignificance as a pawn. Loyalty to Dechin, under these circumstances, was futile. Apologies for disturbing you. Fernanda bowed deeply to Lionel and Tamara before turning to leave. Your Majesty, why does this Dechin general seem so dim-witted? Tamara asked. After spending so much time with you, how did she not learn anything? Why was Fernanda so different from the rumors? Hildred's blind loyalty, could it really achieve the desired outcome? If it were Lionel, he'd succeed undoubtedly. Unfortunately, Dechin's ruler couldn't hold a candle to Lionel. Everyone has their way of handling things. We shouldn't force them, Lionel replied with a shrug. Let it be. Fernanda had always been like this. One day, her stubborn loyalty would lead to her downfall. Tamara nodded, acknowledging Lionel's wisdom, though she didn't fully understand. His insights always seemed profound. How long do you plan to hide? Have you developed a habit of eavesdropping? Lionel suddenly addressed a nearby eunuch. The Velma of Flynn blushed, feeling embarrassed and instantly lost interest. Your Majesty is truly observant, the Velma admitted graciously. Tamara was stunned. She hadn't realized how astute Lionel was. As a martial artist, she was usually sensitive to the presence of others with inner strength. Yet, she hadn't noticed the Velma at all. Her abilities clearly needed improvement. What if assassins infiltrated in the future? She couldn't guarantee Gray's safety. Enough flattery. Not seeing you for so long, and now you appear in such a manner. Quite unique tastes you have, Lionel chuckled, amused yet exasperated. Don't be so ungrateful, Your Majesty. With no missions to occupy my time, I grew bored. Just a bit of play acting. If you dislike it, I'll improve next time, the Velma laughed carefree. Living under Lionel's roof meant relying on him. Offending him wasn't wise. Fine. Did you hear everything between Fernanda and me? Lionel sighed, helpless against their antics. The Velma nodded, then noticing Tamara's stern expression, shook her head quickly, adopting a cute demeanor that left both Lionel and Tamara chuckling despite themselves. I'm not blaming you. However, Dechin's actions have been egregious. Seeking self-preservation now is impossible. Looking directly at the Velma, Lionel continued, is Flynn interested in dividing Dechin with me? Chapter 303. The Hildred family has news. The great Flynn Ember's face showed difficulty when she heard this. Ember, you've been in the Hildred dynasty for some time now. You should be clear how well the Hildred dynasty has treated you, right? Now, Gray is merely asking if you're interested. Why put on such an act? Tamara immediately became displeased. She had always held some reservations towards the great Flynn Ember, and now those feelings intensified. With her arms crossed and a look of disdain on her face, she looked at the Ember as though she were a wolf in sheep's clothing. You being able to stay by Gray's side for so long is already a miracle. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson even after all these days. The great Flynn Ember was not one to back down. She felt that she was far superior and couldn't let Tamara talk down to her like that. Besides, she was free now. Unlike Tamara, who was still a personal guard. In no time, the tension between the two women escalated. For eyes met, each shooting sparks. Can the personal grudges between you two never be forgotten? Now that you both serve the Hildred dynasty, why create unnecessary conflict? Lionel sighed inwardly. Dealing with these two was like dealing with two heads. Their habit of quarreling upon meeting had not changed at all. Seeing Lionel's evident annoyance, Tamara backed off and kept silent. The great Flynn Ember also relented, out of respect for Lionel's position. However, if it were anyone else today, there would have been a stormy confrontation. Lionel shook his head helplessly, finding it impossible to deal with them. If there's something troubling you, say it. Let me see what the matter is. I didn't think there could be anything that could stump the top assassin of Great Flynn. Deciding to let it go and continue questioning the great Flynn Ember, he thought it wasn't about winning a fight against the Great Qin dynasty, but making the effort more efficient with Great Flynn's assistance. Time was precious and couldn't be wasted on someone indecisive like Great Flynn. Your Majesty, dividing the Great Qin is not a problem. But there's a serious issue. Great Flynn can offer help. The distance between Great Qin and Great Flynn is vast, and includes the waters of the Great Yong dynasty. It won't be easy for Great Flynn to lead an army across. The Great Flynn Ember explained the challenge faced by Great Flynn. Even the Great Qi couldn't cross the waters of the Great Yong dynasty, let alone Great Flynn. Solving this problem would make Great Flynn more willing. Who wouldn't want to expand their territory? Most importantly, she believed Lionel would keep his word. This isn't something you need to worry about, Ember. I have my methods. You just need to answer whether or not you want to join in dividing the Great Qin. Leaning back in his chair, Lionel considered these minor issues. In this world, if he wanted something done, it would be done. With a lazy gaze, he awaited her response. However, Tamara thought the Great Flynn Ember was just making excuses not to help. If it were up to her, she'd have ordered her away already. What a wonderful opportunity. Of course we can't miss it. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Since I've agreed, the Great Flynn will surely follow when the Hildred dynasty attacks the Great Qin. Seeing the solutions offered, agreeing seemed effortless. To refuse such good terms would mean she was a fool. Moreover, Great Flynn shared the same fate with the Hildred dynasty. Oh, Your Majesty, I also found the other members of the Hildred family, as you requested. We located 2 males around your age. They are on their way to the capital and should arrive within a day. This was the reason she came to Lionel herself. Otherwise, she wouldn't be eager to meet the ugly and aggressive Tamara. Looking smugly at Tamara, the Great Flynn Ember felt superior. Thank you, Ember. Tonight, I'll have the Imperial Kitchen prepare extra dishes for your residents. Overjoyed, Lionel finally saw light at the end of the tunnel, providing justice for those who died under the Great Qi King's schemes. The Great Flynn Ember beamed. Thank you, Your Majesty. She glanced meaningfully at Tamara, as if saying, look, I can make Gray happy. Can you? The next day, Lionel got up early, wearing a less formal outfit to avoid putting pressure on the Hildred family members. After all, he felt indebted to the Hildred family, having not reunited for many years. He had no idea who these people were. If they truly cared for the Hildred family, fine. Otherwise, he needed to be cautious. Lionel took Tamara to the city streets. Upon reaching the city center, they saw a commotion. "You rotten tofu seller, my brother, and I merely ran out of money on our way to the capital. We'll pay you eventually. We're here to visit relatives. Do you really think we can't afford this petty silver? So persistent. Do you really think my brother and I are easy targets?" A man in dark green robes, Harvey, punched the tofu vendor relentlessly. Coming from a military family, he had martial skills. Every punch sounded like bones breaking. Beside him stood Adolf in white, watching with disdain. "You're being too lenient." With those words, he kicked the vendor away. The man lay motionless, bleeding onto the snow. Witnesses watched nervously. Hildred's unruly behavior hadn't been seen in the Hildred dynasty in a long time. They hoped the patrol would arrive soon. Otherwise, there would be bloodshed in the capital. Lionel watched from afar, recognizing some features, but noting the completely different demeanor. He had expected the Hildred family to be honorable men like his father, but clearly, not all children inherit the same virtues. And these brothers weren't even his mother's sons. Chapter 304. The royal family must be punished according to the law. "Your Majesty, that vendor is in a dire state." Joan's brow was tightly furrowed, with a touch of displeasure on her face. Her gaze remained anxiously fixed on the vendor. Every citizen of the Hildred dynasty was like family to them, and seeing a loved one treated this way naturally stirred indignation within her. She gripped her sword tightly, ready to rush forward at any moment to uphold justice. "There's no need. The city guard should arrive shortly." Lionel held back Joan, instructing his soldiers to proceed ahead. In his heart, he had already determined that these two were ruffians who might have sinister intentions towards such a beautiful lady as Joan. Given her lack of worldly experience from years in seclusion, she would not know how to handle such situations. Moreover, he did not want Joan, usually so innocent, to be tainted by such scoundrels. "Yes, Your Majesty." Though puzzled, Joan suppressed her anger. Just then, the city patrol arrived and discovered the chaos, quickly splitting into two groups and moving swiftly. One group maintained order among the citizens, while the other controlled the troublemakers to prevent further harm to the people of the Hildred dynasty. Just as Adolf was about to deliver a fatal blow to the tofu pudding vendor, he was stopped. "Who are you? Not watching where you're going." Adolf's interest was interrupted, and he was furious. Before he could react, one of the soldiers grabbed his arm. While struggling, Adolf accidentally dislocated his shoulder, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. "You dare defy us?" Seeing his brother injured, Harvey kicked the soldier from behind. To everyone's surprise, the soldier remained unmoved, and Harvey was instead thrown backward. Other soldiers swiftly restrained him and brought him before their leader. "Do you realize how bold you are? Causing disturbances in the Hildred dynasty, do you wish to die?" The leader glanced at the nearly lifeless vendor and was consumed with rage. He would not allow such things to happen under his watch. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his uniform. Lionel stood behind the leader, his splendid attire leading Harvey and Adolf to assume he was the one giving orders. "I think it's you who have been very bold. Do you know who we are?" Harvey, undisturbed even in captivity, knew that Lionel was now the king of the Hildred dynasty. This meant they were not ordinary people but royalty. "Even if Grey were here today, you still cannot escape the law." The leader frowned and coldly replied, "We are members of the Hildred family, the royal lineage of the Hildred dynasty. You, some unknown lowlife, dare lay hands on us? Are you tired of living?" Harvey's smile widened. The concept that the royal family should be punished equally to commoners was nonsense. The royal family valued honor above all. Anyone damaging its reputation, even founding elders, would face severe consequences. Lionel's expression darkened as he heard this. In 3 swift steps, he approached Harvey and slapped him hard twice. "Don't forget, this is the Hildred dynasty, and even Hildred family members must follow the rules and laws of the land. If you cross the line, there will be punishment." Lionel hadn't expected them to cause such a disturbance upon arriving in the capital. What would happen if this continued unchecked? The citizens cheered. Indeed, Grey has already repressed all the unruly nobles during the founding of the dynasty. You may be Grey's kin, but you too must follow the laws of the Hildred dynasty or face the same consequences. Our ford is for the people. Acting so arrogantly and treating lives as disposable will not end well. Citizens chattered excitedly. Some fetched doctors, others carried the injured vendor inside, and still others covered him with clothes against the bitter cold. If not treated promptly, he could perish. Stunned, Harvey had never encountered someone so resolute. Though the ford often targeted him, he was used to acting arrogantly. When had he ever felt such humiliation? Before he could speak, the person turned around. You, as the city guard, failed to notice this incident. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had you been any slower, this vendor might be dead by now. For such negligence, what punishment do you deserve? Lionel was visibly upset, unable to believe how irresponsible the city guard had been. Hildred's minor issues would never reach his ears otherwise, yet it could embolden evildoers in the future. The leader was taken aback. Earlier, he thought this person was a hero stepping in to help. Now, he pointed out faults. It was natural not to catch every incident in a large city, especially since no one had died. Just as he was about to retort, he saw the person's face. "Please calm down, Your Majesty. This is my fault. Please punish me accordingly." The leader began sweating profusely, realizing the ford himself was present. The crowd also realized who it was. Dressed plainly and warmly for the cold, they hadn't recognized him. "Your subjects bow to you, Your Majesty. Long live the Evan." Everyone knelt, remembering that the wise words they heard earlier came directly from Grey. They felt renewed hope for the Hildred dynasty. Having such an enlightened ruler was a blessing. Harvey and Adolf turned pale. They hadn't expected it to be Lionel. "Everyone, rise." Lionel waved for everyone to stand. These two are indeed from the Hildred family, but they broke the law today. They shall be punished according to the law. The leader agreed. Harvey and Adolf fell to their knees, clutching Lionel's legs, tears in their eyes. "Your Majesty, please don't be so heartless. We are your cousins, bound by blood." Hashtag chapter 305. None is perfect. Yes, your majesty. Moreover, that street vendor was at fault first. Our funds ran out, so we wanted to find you to give him the silver. Unfortunately, that vendor wouldn't let it go. Adolf also began sobbing, wiping away his tears as he spoke. It seemed as though they had suffered an immense injustice. The surrounding citizens watched the despicable demeanor of Harvey and Adolf with revulsion churning in their stomachs. Why were these two surnamed Hildred so different from Gray? Well, let me ask you. Did you two write an IOU? Or did you pledge something valuable to show your sincerity? Seeing their relation within the Hildred dynasty? Impossible. Lionel refused without hesitation. A dog can't change its nature, and humans are no different. If he hadn't come from another world, his original self probably wouldn't have survived more than 3 episodes. You two need to consider carefully. You have only 2 choices here. Either live well within the Hildred dynasty while following our laws and not bullying others, or we will send you back to the Great Xia dynasty, where you can fend for yourselves. As he thought, Lionel added fuel to the fire. Mistakes must be punished, and he had never abused his power. He repaid every slight personally and had never acted recklessly like they did. Seeing Harvey and Adolf fall silent, Lionel knew changing wasn't easy and would take time. Take them away. Bring them back when they've made up their minds. Lionel instructed the city guard commander. Then he went directly to the vendor's home, checking his pulse personally. The injuries were nothing serious, just a strain, and wouldn't become severe. After writing a prescription and leaving some compensation, he left. The citizens, witnessing Lionel's actions, were deeply moved. Even the usually aloof Tamara was touched by the scene. She suddenly understood why Lionel could achieve so much on his own, and why so many women admired him. No woman could resist a man with responsibility and integrity. In the imperial study, Father, the Hildred family has always been strict with their discipline. Why do we see such wastrels? I was planning to welcome them once I heard news of the Hildred family, but instead, I got a great surprise. The Hildred family's traditions are indeed... Lionel couldn't understand why, given the Hildred family's reputation in the Great Xia dynasty, there would be such characters. Was there a hidden reason he didn't know? Ron shook his head at his son's perplexity. Don't overcomplicate things. The Hildred family may be a military lineage, but if there are no male heirs, the lineage won't continue. Some people coast through life, while others pursue literature. Most join the military. The Hildred family isn't composed of saints. There will always be corrupt elements and unworthy descendants. At this point, even Ron sighed. Human nature doesn't change easily. Could Harvey and Adolf transform like Lionel did? If not, the Hildred dynasty wouldn't remain peaceful. Lionel nodded in agreement. Though crude, the logic was sound. People make mistakes. That's part of being human. But as long as they correct their ways, they can be forgiven. Look at you, having dealt with powerful dynasties without fear. You're not going to be scared off by 2 wastrels, are you? When this land was still under the Great Zhou dynasty, you single-handedly turned it upside down. At that time in the capital, your name alone was enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. These issues are inevitable. Ron was pragmatic. Perfection in governing the Hildred dynasty was unattainable. When things seem perfect, ugliness often surfaces unexpectedly. Father, what do you think of the Hildred dynasty compared to the Great Zhou dynasty? Lionel asked somewhat defensively. It's far better. You've rounded up all the wastrels and enacted new laws. Now, we rarely see riots in the capital, almost none. But how long can this stability last? Having lived to his age, Ron had seen it all. Total eradication was impossible. Just like how he promised to protect his beloved concubine and their child. Yet tragedy still struck. Ming, no matter the circumstances, allow everything to happen. What we need to do is adapt promptly. Overthinking doesn't help. Ron saw Lionel's furrowed brow and knew what was on his mind. Standing up, he patted his son on the shoulder reassuringly. Lionel fell into contemplation. Of course, he understood the big picture. His ultimate goal was to turn the Hildred dynasty into a paradise and then step back. If they dare, I'll cripple them. Ron couldn't help but shake his head. You're becoming more and more like me when I was young. Hashtag chapter 306, the appearance of the Hildred Marine. The next day, at Dream Building Cottage. Your Majesty. Yawning continuously, the Anika of Great Flynn emerged. The soldiers saluted respectfully as Lionel passed. The Anika of Great Flynn stared wide-eyed at the military base before her. When she first arrived at Hildred Egon Dao, she knew about this restricted area where not even a fly could enter, let alone a group of assassins. They reached a warehouse within the military base, and as the iron gate clanged open, light flooded in. Floating on the water's surface was a massive iron structure, which made the Anika's mouth drop open in surprise. Your Majesty, what are these iron blocks? They can actually float on water? The Anika had a hunch that this contraption was likely related to the De Yong dynasty's navy. Was it a tool designed to solve internal problems within the De Yong dynasty, or a means to assist the Great Flynn dynasty in infiltrating De Yong? These devices can not only float on water, but also submerge beneath it. Lionel opened the hatch and gestured for the Anika to follow. They entered the submarine one after another, only to find the interior surprisingly spacious. This device is called a submarine. The army of the Great Flynn dynasty can enter its hull. With a pilot, it can pass through De Yong waters undetected. Eventually, reaching the borders of the Qing dynasty, Lionel snorted coldly. The De Yong navy might be formidable, but they couldn't penetrate deep waters due to human lung capacity limitations. Therefore, the De Yong dynasty could only watch due to imagined betrayal. Your Majesty, please don't get worked up. I merely spoke casually. I know you trust me, but you should still be cautious. Hildrich marvels should not fall into the wrong hands. She hoped Lionel wouldn't misunderstand her. While Great Flynn would never do such a thing, others might. Whether it's Great Flynn or anyone else, if they manage to replicate one, I can give them another. Lionel crossed his arms, confident. Although he couldn't deny the Chinese people's remarkable copying skills, this era was different. Without advanced technology, they couldn't grasp the principles behind the materials, and even if they built one, various issues would arise, like inability to submerge or malfunction underwater. Your Majesty, don't underestimate us. While we might not recreate an exact replica, our ability to mimic isn't weak. There are many experts in the common folk who can identify materials with just one glance. Why are you so confident? Looking at Lionel's determined demeanor, the Anika grew even more curious. If Hildred Egon Dao could build these submarines, other dynasties could potentially do the same given the materials and craftsmanship. If you can think of it, I can as well. Since these will be used in battle, I must be fully prepared. Therefore, these submarines carry anti-counterfeiting marks. Lionel smiled, likening it to trademarks and labeling. The Anika instantly understood his meaning. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will arrange personnel immediately to destroy the chain. Note asterisk, please ensure any future translations follow the established format and maintain consistency with previous chapters to keep the narrative flow smooth. Chapter 307, Making Clothes for Others to Wear. Half a month later, at the border of Hildred Dynasty, Yale of Daong stared at the peaceful scene before him and was momentarily stunned. Your Highness, this doesn't quite match our expectations, does it? Weren't we told that Hildred Dynasty is the weakest among all dynasties, with its people struggling to make ends meet? Why does it look so prosperous then? The strategist gazed at the city before them, which was far from the rumors. It seemed like an unblemished paradise. On this continent, such prosperity in border towns was unprecedented. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The defeat of Dayong's naval forces was still vivid in his mind. If Yale were to lead troops here rashly, they might encounter disaster. What difference does it make? Although Lionel undoubtedly has indispensable administrative skills, making this border town impressive, pity he never dreamed that everything he did would merely benefit others. Yale sneered coldly, looking at the land as if it were already his dynasty. Indeed, Daong was preparing to strike against Hildred Dynasty soon. These fertile lands would soon belong to Daong. Your Highness, let's discuss these matters later. Let's think about how to smoothly infiltrate the border first. The envoys sent by previous vassal lords to greet Mitzi have yet to return, their fates unknown. The last group of Daong soldiers was also wiped out. If we go now, it could be perilous. The strategist's face showed worry. An uneasy feeling gnawed at his heart. Moreover, Hildred Dynasty didn't seem too fond of Daong people, except for Yusef's Iris. Do I need to remind you of this? I've already made my plans. Yale glanced at the strategist unhappily, his brows furrowed. Though he appeared amiable to outsiders, only his closest followers knew how ruthless he could be. A single displeasing move could mean death by execution. For this operation, we will divide into small groups of 3. Hildred Dynasty looks too peaceful now. It's time to stir things up. Therefore, once inside, keep raiding and causing destruction, breaking through them piece by piece. A sinister smile curled at Yale's lips. It was time to repay Hildred Dynasty for harming so many Daong soldiers. Otherwise, the news of Daong losing to the weakest dynasty would spread, turning Daong into a laughingstock. Indeed, the strategist felt a mix of excitement upon hearing this. He then went to the accompanying staff, dividing them accordingly. After the division, only Yale and a few scattered individuals remained, appearing kind enough not to attract attention. You can follow me into the capital. Yale glanced at the remaining people, quite satisfied. He had long planned to disguise himself as a merchant, but having no attendants would blow his cover. In the capital of Hildred Dynasty, Yusef's Iris spent her days wandering the bustling streets, arriving at the former residence of the steward. Seeing the old signboard at the entrance, the words barely legible, she sighed deeply. This Elwyn's residence once produced a talented woman, Susanna, who unfortunately was born at the wrong time and chose the wrong allies. Now it's in such ruins, truly a different world. Susanna, one of the most renowned talents of Dezhou, was the dream wife of many young noblemen. She left a lasting impression on everyone. Iris herself had seen portraits of Susanna and her spontaneous poetry. As she reminisced, the gates of the Elwyn's residence creaked open. Susanna emerged with Amina. Without the support of the palace, they needed to earn their own living. Thus, they ran a silk shop using the methods taught by Cordelia and Sangzhou, thriving day by day. Greetings, Yusef's Iris. Amina and Susanna greeted her respectfully. Iris waved them off. Today, I happened to pass by. Why don't you invite me in for some tea? Susanna hesitated, but couldn't refuse such enthusiasm. They entered the main hall of the residence, where maidservants served tea and snacks. Yusef's Iris, you've been in the capital for some time, haven't you? Don't take the news of Dayong's defeat too much to heart. Gray isn't an unreasonable person. Please don't dwell on it. Susanna, recalling recent events, couldn't help but comfort Iris. Knowing Iris was the beloved princess of Daong, any miscommunication could spark further turmoil between the two dynasties. Therefore, it was important to communicate well. Rest assured, I understand fully, Iris smiled. Truly, Susanna lived up to her reputation as a talented woman, with a breadth of vision uncommon among ordinary women. Had she been born male, she surely would have achieved great things. After talking for hours, they found they shared many similar views. We're quite like-minded. Iris's laughter echoed softly, her eyes twinkling. The atmosphere between them was light and pleasant. Yusef's Hildred Dynasty is indeed formidable. As long as Gray remains, there will be many miracles. Currently, Hildred Dynasty leads among all dynasties. Dayong's military strength differs from others. Fighting against each other isn't wise. The best solution is to persuade Daong to ally with Hildred Dynasty. Unity is greater than war. Just then, Lionel suddenly arrived. ##### Chapter 308, Cultural Infiltration Strategy. You all seem to be having a good chat. Lionel saw 3 women with faint smiles on their faces as soon as he entered. There was no tension between Joan and the Dachu Ember. He concluded that they must have been getting along well, which stirred a mix of emotions within him. Women's friendships were indeed peculiar, and he hoped they wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. It's just that we happened to meet, and finding common interests, naturally began chatting. Aviana stood up, pulling out a chair for Lionel and pouring him a cup of tea considerately. Your Majesty, it has been about half a month since we last met. Are you really free today to visit the Gaylord's residence? Aviana had an uneasy premonition, sensing that Lionel's visit wasn't just a casual one and probably had something to do with the Qin Empire. Since all three of you are here, it's perfect. There's an extremely important task I need you to undertake. I hope you will prepare accordingly. The Hildred dynasty will host a comprehensive cultural performance, and you three will play leading roles in it. Lionel revealed his purpose for visiting Aviana. This was only the beginning of increasing the Hildred dynasty's prominence. Your Majesty, you know that Yuman runs a silk shop in the capital city. With everything from food to accommodation managed by us, if we leave, we might starve later. This cultural performance, from rehearsals to the official event, will take a considerable amount of time. Yuman. Aviana hesitated. She wanted to contribute but lacked the resources. Seeing Lionel's expression turning difficult made her even more worried. Don't worry, I'll have Melody assist in managing things for you. Of course, your help won't go unrewarded. Compensation will start from the first day of rehearsals. Lionel realized this was fair, as Aviana and Amina hadn't asked for any payment since leaving the palace. While Aviana likely had some savings, Amina had left with only a few outfits. If they worked unpaid for too long, they could indeed starve. Thank you, Your Majesty. Amina immediately agreed, feeling relieved to reduce some of Aviana's burden. Mitzi watched them enviously. Although she was favored, she still felt restrained. Observing Lionel, she marveled at his ambition, planning to invade through culture right after the war had just begun. If cultural infiltration succeeded, its effects would far surpass those of military victory. Do you have any opinions, Mitzi? Lionel turned to ask when she remained silent despite Aviana and Amina agreeing. Of course, he wouldn't force her. She would participate if she wished, understanding the implications of this endeavor. Aviana and Amina agreed so quickly because they considered themselves increasingly formidable, unsure of what greater lengths he would reach. I will do my best, Your Majesty, Mitzi added, acknowledging her trust in him as an ally of the De Yong dynasty. On another front, in the Great Xia imperial study, Your Majesty, Atli Jimmy's troops have been utterly annihilated. Now, only a few soldiers who escaped have returned, appearing terrified by something. They look dazed in front of everyone now. A eunuch trembled while reporting, wary of presenting such distressed men before the Evan. What? The Great Xia Evan's eyes widened in shock, rising abruptly with visible veins on his forehead. 50,000 troops were lost in a short time. You say Atli Jimmy's army was completely wiped out? He gritted his teeth, reiterating in disbelief. The eunuch immediately knelt. Please calm down, Your Majesty. It is true. His voice shook. Even being the longest-serving eunuch, his value was minimal and easily replaceable. Few in the palace controlled their fates. The Great Xia Evan's face darkened, infuriated. His army had not only been defeated, but thoroughly crushed. Chapter 309. Promoting Confucian Culture. The next day, in the imperial court of the Great Xia dynasty, your humble servants pay homage to Gray. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. All the officials knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe heavily. They had heard last night that the Great Xia army had suffered a devastating defeat. The Evan must be in a terrible mood. No one would be foolish enough to provoke him at this moment. Rise. Evan Xi waved his hand, dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep the previous night. The news had kept him awake all night. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers stood up straight. The Hildred dynasty's arrogance grows each day and has now come to full strength. You are all citizens of the Great Xia, with an undying enmity toward the Hildred dynasty. Do you have nothing to say about this? Evan Xi knew he could not allow the Hildred dynasty to continue growing unchecked. Otherwise, it would not only threaten him, but also jeopardize the position of the Great Xia as the foremost among the dynasties. Therefore, he needed a foolproof plan quickly. With a cold glance, he scanned the assembly, seeing that the ministers below were all looking down without uttering a word. Seeing this, his brows furrowed. The ministers felt an invisible pressure in the air, but still, no one dared to speak. The Zhang family, the second most powerful military household after the Hildred family, had been utterly defeated. Who could possibly defeat the Hildred dynasty? Moreover, if they lost again, the consequences would be unimaginable. This battle was not only causing heavy casualties for the Great Xia dynasty, but was weakening its very foundation. The army was limited, and another loss could mean the Hildred dynasty marching directly into the capital. As the saying goes, a soldier is fed well for 1,000 days, but used for just one. Now is the time for you to serve the dynasty. Have you all turned mute? I merely asked for your advice, not for you to lead troops into battle. Why do you cower like this? Do any of you show the slightest bit of what it means to be a minister of the Great Xia? Enraged, Evan Xi slapped the armrest of his dragon throne. His face contorted in fury. What could he expect from these cowards who feared for their lives? Please reconsider, Your Majesty. While the Hildred dynasty indeed despises us, consecutive defeats have drained even the strongest of dynasties. We've all seen the strength of the Zhang family. If they couldn't win, how can we hope for victory if we launch another hasty attack? Please reconsider. This matter requires careful deliberation. The ministers responded in unison, trying to express their concerns indirectly. After all, Gray hated the Hildred family so deeply that no one dared suggest making peace. Moreover, given how the Hildred family had been treated by the Great Xia, and almost led to the death of Ron, it was impossible to expect forgiveness. Evan Xi's gaze darkened. These people still didn't understand the gravity of the situation. Since none of you have any good ideas, I will make the decision. I shall dispatch the dragon cavalry camp and crush the Hildred dynasty. His tone was firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, all the civil and military officials froze in shock. They knew this time the Evan truly intended to kill. The dragon cavalry camp was the elite cavalry force of the Great Xia dynasty, rarely deployed except for expansion or when nations were in chaos. Now that it was being sent out, the odds of victory against the Hildred dynasty seemed plausible. Long live the wise Evan. Seeing no room for objection, the ministers had no choice but to agree, sensing the murderous intent permeating the hall. Anyone opposing at this moment might be made an example of. Evan Qi's frown eased, and he waved his hand. Dismissed. He did not wish to see these useless men for another second. Send off Gray. The ministers gently bowed their heads, holding their breaths. On the other side, at the Cultural Exchange Conference of the Hildred dynasty, the realm of culture embraces all rivers. We should take the essence and discard the dross. Today, everyone is free to express their thoughts openly. Aviana stood on the stage, speaking calmly to those around her. Her every movement and expression exuded grace and charm. However, those present were cultured intellectuals who admired her without overstepping boundaries. What is there to promote in culture? It was to influence others culturally, noting the captivated audience. By the time Confucian culture infiltrated the various dynasties, it would be too late for regret. Soon, the rise of Confucian culture sparked immense interest, sweeping across like a storm. Chapter 310. It seems the defenses need to be strengthened. You can't deny that what she said makes a lot of sense. Amidst the thunderous applause, a voice cried out in surprise. The crowd immediately fell into a lively discussion. Don't you think what she just said is quite reasonable? These are essentially the most basic principles of being human. Look at Evan Taishang of Hildred dynasty. He's a genuinely passionate and fiery man. And indeed, Hildred dynasty treats ordinary citizens well. It seems to truly practice Confucianism's principle. Do not unto others as I would not have done unto myself. Everyone chimed in with their thoughts, opening up a floodgate of conversation. They suddenly became completely enlightened, realizing that Hildred dynasty had never wronged its people. This was why the previous Songzhou could be transformed into a pure land. The more they thought about it, the more it made sense. Otherwise, Hildred dynasty wouldn't have risen so quickly in such a short time. At this point, the crowd exchanged glances, as if discovering some hidden secret, and resolved to bring these ideals back home to draw from Hildred dynasty's experience. Yusef's Iris watched this scene with delight, surprised by how effortlessly everything was going despite her initial concerns. She turned and shared a smile with Amina. Inside the imperial study, Your Majesty, news from the Envoy Exchange Conference reports that Yusef's Iris and company split into two groups, both achieving great success. Aviana single-handedly debated many scholars, displaying no less vigor than those men. Yusef's Iris and Amina also performed admirably at the conference, bringing joy on both fronts. Alondra felt unexpectedly pleased. Indeed, everyone has their own strengths and can shine in their respective fields. It looks like they're not just flowers grown in a hothouse. I didn't expect them to be so hardy. Seems they've done an excellent job. Giving them their rewards wasn't in vain. Lionel thought about all the silver coins given to them, each piece of gold equivalent to an ordinary person's annual expenses. Hildred's easy work would be hard to find any time, whether in the modern era or now. It appeared they knew to cherish it. Your Majesty, did you really need them to spread culture? Were you just trying to let them gain some experience? Alondra looked at Lionel, her eyes full of curiosity. No one around the ford was idle. Fraserses had been relatively quiet for a long time within Hildred dynasty. It was time for them to undergo. Pointing a sword at Lionel. The other black-clothed figures seemed to believe that penetrating Hildred dynasty's palace was easier than expected. Your Majesty, be cautious. These are top-tier assassins. But they seem slightly different from the assassins of Great Flynn and might even be stronger, Alondra whispered, clutching the sword in her hands, ready to attack. Unexpectedly, Lionel held Alondra's hand tightly, shielding her behind him, his eyes coldly sweeping over the killers, frowning deeply. So the rumors of Hildred dynasty's ford aren't much. You're already scared after just a brief encounter. But who asked you to offend the wrong people? Now it's too late to regret. Prepare to die. The lead assassin smirked triumphantly, eyes narrowing into crescents. His followers relaxed, thinking the mission wouldn't be as difficult as imagined. Truly annoying, Lionel grumbled, massaging his ears with disdain, visibly annoyed. These days, people are getting lazier, sending you a lot of scum inside. Looks like it's necessary to strengthen the palace patrol force. Lionel contemplated how to bolster defenses without giving the assassins another glance, treating them as if they didn't exist. Alondra froze, her tension dissolving. She knew Gray had a plan. Your Majesty speaks true. Alondra will certainly manage the royal guards better. Hildred's incidents won't happen again, Alondra apologized, bowing to Lionel. Their conversation deeply offended the assassins, especially the leader whose veins visibly bulged under his skin. His followers felt the same frustration, amazed at the ford's nonchalance. The lead assassin spoke through gritted teeth. Don't think acting calm will save you. Save those thoughts for the underworld. Translation follows the guidelines provided, maintaining paragraph structure and tone. Hashtag chapter 311. Who's going to die is yet to be seen. Brother, why do we bother talking so much? Wouldn't it be easier just to kill him? Still flirting with beauties on the brink of death and having the heart to think about these things. One of the black-clothed assassins wore an expression of impatience. He was the one who had shot those arrows moments ago. He had intended to quickly end the fight, but didn't expect this kid's reaction time to be quite so fast. However, no matter how quick it would all be futile. Today, both of them would die here. Right, brother? Since they like to put on a show, let them go down to the underworld and act there. We have nothing else to say to them. Let's take action. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. My sword has never tasted blood and has become blunt. The assassins suddenly grew excited. The way they looked at Lionel was like they were eyeing prey. Clothed men. The leader swiftly dodged because of the Ember's incredible speed. But the last attacker couldn't get away in time and was kicked away. Only when the black-clothed men saw the token on the Ember's waist did they realize who she was. They were suddenly flustered, but with the arrow already released, they had no choice but to push through. Yet, Fighting against the Ember of Flynn was sheer folly. In less than 15 minutes, all the black-clothed men lay beaten, and some were even dead. Why are you all so weak? I haven't even warmed up, the Ember said contemptuously, her chubby cheeks showing dissatisfaction. Meadow watched the Ember's ruthless moves and felt a wave of fear. It was fortunate that the two dynasties hadn't turned enemies at the beginning. Otherwise, Hildred dynasty would now face another formidable foe, which would be truly terrifying. But now, knowing her better, she found the Ember less scary and even somewhat adorable. Not only a food lover, but someone who could turn her favorite food into a lethal weapon. Truly impressive. Your Majesty, how should we handle this? Hildredenly, the Ember turned to look at Lionel. As expected, like a weasel wishing a hen well, it wasn't done out of kindness. After letting herself pig out, she now wanted to repay the favor. But he found such a lifestyle quite enjoyable. Not only did it give him exercise, but he also got to eat his favorite food. What more could he ask for? You don't need to worry about this. Your task is already completed. Rest assured, there will be more delicious food to come. Lionel smiled, unable to hold back a chuckle. Her fighting style was rather cute, and had nothing in common with any legendary killer. The Ember's eyes sparkled like a hungry wolf seeing food. She nodded her head vigorously. Your Majesty, you're truly a good person, she exclaimed while giving him a thumbs up. If not for Meadow being there, she might have hugged him tightly. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, there's something you've forgotten to tell you. Lately, many enemies have been quite brazen, causing trouble all over the capital. The citizens are anxious and uneasy, and the losses for Hildred dynasty are quite significant. The Ember's face flashed with displeasure. Having lived in Hildred dynasty for a long time, she had come to consider it home. How could she not be angry when someone caused trouble in her home? She had held back because she wanted to see what their true intentions were, and to avoid alerting them prematurely. I'll leave this matter to you. From now on, you can always come to the palace for meals. After all, maintaining the capital's safety is hard work. Take your team of assassins and eliminate these killers from Dachi. I don't want to hear about similar incidents again. Lionel waved his hand, signaling her to go ahead boldly. This job could have been assigned to others, but facing people from Dachi required no mercy. Therefore, it had to be handled with force. The Ember frowned. Dachi again. She spat out these words, almost gritting her saw with my own eyes that it was a holy maiden from the de Flynn dynasty. A man in green clothing spoke to the lead assassin with a look of shock. Just passing by this holy maiden radiated immense killing intent. If a fight broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thankfully, they had completed their provocation earlier and narrowly escaped. Just as he finished speaking, several throwing darts came flying at them. Who? The leader in black was none other than the fifth-ranked assassin of the Dachi dynasty, Calhoun. With keen reflexes, he swiftly dodged the sudden attack. His brows furrowed, and his gaze became wary, while the other Dachi assassins braced themselves. They tightened their grips on the swords at their waists, closing ranks to protect each other from potential attacks from all sides. Why so tense? If we're being honest, we're more or less colleagues, a male voice said, followed by a figure in nightclothes stepping forward, accompanied by a group of black-clothed assassins. A crisis loomed instantly. What do you want? We have no grievances between us. Why attack us? Calhoun showed a hint of displeasure, still concealing his aura. As long as he avoided direct confrontation, they couldn't do much. Therefore, the best way to protect himself now was to play dumb. Don't you know that de Flynn and the Hildred dynasty are now allies? These days, your antics in the capital haven't been unnoticed, right? Do you understand the consequences for these actions? The black-clothed assassin's gaze grew sharper, exuding intense killing intent. He waved his hand, signaling for action. Instantly, everyone clashed together. Calhoun fought off the leading de Flynn assassin, recognizing that this person was not ordinary. His combat skills far exceeded those of Calhoun's subordinates. Swords clashed, sparks flew, and the air filled with the smell of blood. Within just an hour, the Dachi assassins suffered heavy losses. Don't linger. Retreat. Ensure Gray knows that de Flynn is now aligned with Dachi. Leave this to me. Watching his men fall one by one, Calhoun's face darkened. If this continued, total annihilation was likely. He resisted fiercely with his sword, protecting his retreating comrades. Hildredenly, he felt a blow from behind. Turning around, he realized the de Flynn Ember had appeared silently behind them. Now surrounded, escaping unharmed was impossible. That's too bad. You could have left if you'd known sooner, but now it's too late. You will all die here today. The de Flynn Ember looked at them coldly, showing no mercy. She kicked an assassin 5 meters away, blocking those who tried to escape. At her signal, the de Flynn assassins immediately surrounded them, preparing for a desperate fight. Calhoun prepared to rescue his men but was blocked by the Ember. Your opponent is me. As soon as she spoke, her sword shot out. They exchanged blows evenly at first, but after 100 exchanges, the Ember struck down Calhoun with a single swift move. Goodness, eating at Lionel's table isn't easy. My muscles are stiff after all this time without a fight. Panting, the Ember wiped sweat from her forehead. Turning to the remaining Dachi assassins, she saw their resolve to die. Immediately changing her mind. Watch them closely. If any die, you'll answer to me. Understood? De Flynn's assassins bound them tightly, then headed toward the Hildred dynasty palace. Along the way, they encountered Yusef's Iris and Aviana. De Flynn people? Yusef's Iris observed the woman leading the group, noting the distinctive green bamboo staff, a hallmark of the de Flynn Ember lineage. Clearly, this was the new de Flynn Ember. Yes, this is the Ember of de Flynn. Aviana smiled proudly. Having de Flynn's top assassins serve the Hildred dynasty was indeed something to boast about. While others might hire de Flynn assassins for gold, the Ford now owned their most elite killers. Weren't de Flynn's assassins already secretly serving the Hildred dynasty for some time? Yusef's Iris eyed the Ember's back, suspecting something. Their attire and hairstyles were nearly identical to those of the Hildred dynasty, suggesting prolonged residence. If they weren't staying here for a long time, they wouldn't adapt so quickly. Moreover, women generally love beauty, and even assassins don't change their appearances without reason. Yusef's iris, you're incredibly perceptive. Nothing escapes your sharp eye. Aviana chuckled, hoping Yusef's iris would make the right decision, for the consequences of the wrong choice were dire. After spending time with her, she seemed satisfied with the Hildred dynasty, making future alliances imminent. Lost in thought, Yusef's iris remembered when Flynn issued a kill order on Lionel, sending their top killer, the Ember. For Lionel to turn such events around suggested significant ability. Her intuition told her that this man was extraordinary. Inside the palace, Your Majesty, these are the assassins from Dechi, all captured. But the leader has already been killed. He was too arrogant, wanting to return to Dechi to report. The Ember spoke disdainfully, clearly disliking the leader. She then looked at Lionel expectantly, hoping for feedback, or perhaps some treats, given her loyalty. Lionel didn't speak, observing the captives closely. His gaze finally rested on the tokens at their waists. Seeing these tokens stirred anger. These assassins slaughtered many villages to infiltrate the capital and obtain identity tokens. Chapter 313. The tallest tree in the forest is most likely to be struck by the wind. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you astonished by my abilities? Seeing Lionel standing stunned, the Ember of Great Flynn killed. Since Qi doesn't care about the lives of its people, let them understand this lesson. The citizens of the Hildred dynasty cannot be trifled with like a tiger's tail. Once touched, they must be prepared to pay the price. Lionel's voice was stern, each word heavily emphasized, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Looking at the tokens on the assassin's waists, Joanna's eyes filled with anger, as if witnessing the slaughter of villages firsthand. Joanna, spread the news. Anyone who kills the family member of a Qi official will receive a substantial reward. Of course, bring the head along with an identity proof to claim the reward. Lionel crossed his arms, his expression growing more deranged. If Qi was willing to disregard the lives of its people, then he would let them experience the pain of losing their citizens. This statement left everyone shocked. However, the Ember felt excited and thrilled by this crazy plan, loving it immediately. Thinking of the generous rewards she could use to buy delicious food, she grew more eager. Your Majesty, should you reconsider this? It sounds easy but may prove difficult to implement. After all, she has been the leading power on this continent for a long time, and its reputation is quite formidable. I'm afraid many won't dare to act, and ordinary people certainly lack the ability to do so. Joanna's eyes were full of concern, not out of fear, but because she doubted anyone would be found to carry out such tasks. If no one came forward, many would mock the Hildred dynasty. Alondra, observing Joanna after some time apart, was pleased to see that the girl who once lacked composure now stood capable and competent. The Ember grew anxious, worried Lionel might change his mind. Without him giving her this opportunity, she wouldn't earn silver. Why hadn't he approached her first? She grew angrier the more she thought about it. You're not entirely wrong. She didn't reach this point without stepping on countless bodies. Ordinary people might not dare, but what about those with grudges against the Qi dynasty? Lionel asked seriously. The principle, the tallest tree in the forest is most likely to be struck by the wind, applied not only to Qi but also to himself. Many disliked Qi's arrogance over the years. Joanna was taken aback. The Evan made a good point. Enemies meeting face to face would surely ignite deep-seated hatred. Qi's strength cannot be underestimated. They might feel it's too risky. Might they find it too challenging? Even Joanna doubted her ability to complete such tasks, and other martial artists would share her thoughts. They don't need to worry. The Hildred dynasty will provide relevant intelligence and arrange for assistance. Only the Hildred dynasty can offer such support. Lionel offered conditions that were hard to refuse. With this, he believed they would be enticed. Any rational person would weigh the pros and cons, and many would eagerly join for the opportunity. Your Majesty, this plan is excellent. Not only does it offer generous rewards, but it also ensures personal safety. I never thought I'd have such a grand opportunity. The Ember's eyes sparkled with anticipation, already planning how many officials' families she would target, making far more money than usual. Your Majesty, many will participate. We saw cooperation when spreading rumors earlier. True, the strength of the Hildred dynasty is evident. There's no need to worry about retaliation from Qi. Now it's time for Qi to experience nationwide panic. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, looking forward to the upcoming events. Soon, Lionel's message spread like wildfire among the martial artists. At the martial arts conference, many, holding their intelligence, scrutinized Joanna seated on a high throne, assessing the truth of this news. The idea stirred excitement in many martial artists, not only for the rewards but also for the prestige of assassinating someone from Qi, leaving a legacy in history. Qi, the kingdom always above others, probably never imagined this. Exactly, they've done whatever they wanted, ignoring consequences. Now, we can take revenge. We must seize this chance. Missing it would be a shame. Let's sign up. Chapter 314. Go completely mad. On the other side, at Hildred Dynasty's post station, what does Lionel really want to do? Fernanda looked at the bounty notice in her hand, frowning deeply. She felt an vague unease creeping up inside her. Atli, this king of Hildred Dynasty is stoking the flames. The relationship between the two dynasties is already as hostile as water and fire. Once this bounty notice is enforced, there will be no room for compromise in the future. It looks like the world is about to descend into chaos. Claudia's expression turned serious. The Hildred Dynasty was growing at an astonishing rate. The successive defeats of Daong and Daki were not coincidences. It seemed that the position of the leading nation would finally be settled. Dechi has certainly had its merits. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been on top for so long. This brazen provocation shows a complete disregard for Dechi. The situation for Hildred Dynasty will definitely become extremely dangerous. I hope he's thought it through completely. Fernanda sighed, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in front of her, feeling as if a layer of fog clouded her vision. She couldn't see the future or any hope. Atli, what we should be worrying about right now isn't these matters. We should consider how to convince Hildred Dynasty's monarch to reconcile with Qin. Now, the Qin's ruler is taking advantage of your sense of loyalty, knowing you won't abandon the Song family. Claudia watched Fernanda's troubled face, feeling heartache but powerless to act as just a subordinate. Hearing this, Fernanda's eyes lost their light. Caught between Qin and Hildred, she didn't know what to do. Lionel's stance was firm, leaving no room for compromise. As long as he didn't budge, the Song family remained in danger. Claudia, do you think we're doing the right thing? Hildred Dynasty's attitude is clear. They won't back down on this matter. Continuing like this, Fernanda hesitated, feeling more helpless than ever. Life on the battlefield was simpler, with fewer concerns. Atli, you know best. Your subordinates. Claudia dared not overstep, being loyal to Qin. Seeing DeAndre's treatment of captives made her realize Hildred Dynasty's growth wasn't without reason. If the Qin's ruler could show similar mercy, things wouldn't be as dire. Balancing loyalty to both sides was not easy. The Qi had always been thorny, and Hildred Dynasty wasn't to be trifled with either. Back then, I always admired rulers who considered the people before making decisions. Now with all these troubles unresolved, my initial faith seems to have disappeared. Fernanda could never forget the early days when Qin's ruler worked tirelessly for the people, causing tension in the court. But now, peace brought complacency. Clear as day, the root of these problems lay with Qin's ruler, yet she was powerless to change it. Hildreddenly, there was a knock on the door. Claudia instantly became alert, cautiously approaching the door and waiting for Fernanda's instruction. Fernanda nodded, and Claudia opened the door. Hattie? Recognizing the visitor, Fernanda was shocked. During Zhou's fall, she'd been worried about Lionel's treatment of her. Hildred-risingly, she appeared well. Seemed Lionel hadn't mistreated her. That Hattie belongs to the past. Zhou Cloishu smiled, sitting beside Fernanda. They could be considered old acquaintances by now. Meeting again under such changed circumstances, everything felt different. Do you have something specific to discuss today? Fernanda realized her surprise and sighed. Dwelling on the past only caused sorrow. Our situations were once quite similar. But I made wrong choices, which led to my current predicament. With no deep animosity between us, I can't help but offer some advice. Zhou Cloishu picked up a teacup, lost in reminiscence. Back then, she was the lofty Hattie. From the moment they tried to eliminate Lionel, their paths diverged, as he said, "We're not on the same side." Fernanda stiffened, finding solace in shared hardships. Perhaps they were indeed alike. Youssefs, feel free to speak. You are, after all, a talented woman. On strategy, I only have basic knowledge. Fernanda became interested. Maybe she could solve her dilemma. The answer is simple, not as complex as you imagine. Logically and emotionally, you've already decided. You just need to follow your heart. Decide which ruler truly suits you. Zhou Cloishu placed her teacup down. Family was precious, but wasn't she alone now? If the Song family truly cared, they wouldn't put her in this bind. She fell because of such considerations. With Hildred Dynasty's provocative actions against the Qi, the people might soon suffer greatly. The Evan manages well, but this move is too extreme. Fernanda fell silent, struggling to decide. Both leaders had merits, but Lionel slightly outshone the rest. This provocation stems from the Qi assassins slaughtering Hildred Dynasty civilians. How many lives were taken to acquire those identity tags? This enraged the Evan, leading to... Zhou Cloishu explained the reason for Lionel's defiance, hoping it wouldn't sway Fernanda. Given her favorable view of Hildred Dynasty, convincing her would greatly benefit them. Upon hearing this, Fernanda felt uneasy. So that's why the Evan went mad. Translation note, *, the tone and style of the original text have been preserved, and I've ensured the storyline remains coherent. Names are transliterated using pinyin where applicable. Chapter 315. No comparison, no harm. He indeed holds these common people in higher regard than anything else in the Ford's eyes. Now there are also personal grievances with Great Xia. If not properly handled, the people of Hildred Dynasty still cannot live in peace. Amina continued to fuel Fernanda's concerns. Previously, when Hildred Wuming was in the Great Xia dynasty, he was almost tortured to death. If they did not take the initiative now, they would face the danger of being destroyed by the preeminent kingdom of the various nations in the future. Rather than waiting for it to happen, it would be better to strike first and snuff out any potential threat at its root. Fernanda fell silent. He had thought Hildred Wuming only cared about personal grievances, but didn't realize that there were such profound connections behind it. It seems he still doesn't understand him enough. I didn't expect a dynasty's monarch could truly care for his people this much. Monarchs have always valued their power above all. As long as the current imperial throne is secure, they ignore everything else. Just like the Great Qin dynasty recently, several cities were conquered by Great Xia, yet the monarch tolerated the humiliation. He never treated the citizens as real people. In his eyes, they are just insignificant ants. Fernanda felt deeply moved. If the monarch of the Great Qin dynasty could be like Hildred Wuming, perhaps the Great Qin dynasty wouldn't look like this today. It might even have transcended its current status, elevating the entire nation to a new level. Indeed, no comparison means no harm. The Ford is different from other monarchs. Even when he was still the crown prince, he stood up for the people. He led the soldiers of Jiannan Mansion back to Cangzhou without mistreating the people due to the evil deeds of the great Zhou Evan. He did not blame the civilians for Atli Eden's death. You should know these things better than I do. Hildred Wuming is really worthy. Amina's words came from deep within. Earlier, due to concerns about his father, he had always been conflicted regarding Hildred Wuming. However, now that the great Zhou kingdom has fallen, he sees clearly. The great Zhou ended up where it is today because of his father's inaction and distrust. He was nothing more than a tool for his father's ambitions. I've said my piece. It's up to you whether you can understand. I'm here just to tell you about my previous thoughts. Ultimately, I couldn't mediate their relationship. Amina glanced at Fernanda's troubled expression and added another sentence. Back then, he was also stubborn, unable to grasp this truth until now, standing alone. On the way back to the Great Qin dynasty, Fernanda was lost in silence. Remained mute throughout the journey, appearing extremely depressed. Amina's words weren't false. It was indeed true. Now torn between loyalty and filial piety, she felt bewildered. Atli, don't think too much. Perhaps things aren't as complicated as you imagine. Let's return to the Great Qin dynasty and tell the monarch what happened in Hildred dynasty. Let's see what the monarch thinks. We can make our decision after that. Claudia approached Fernanda and offered comforting words. The last time she saw her like this, it was hard to remember how long ago it was. She only remembered that at that time, the general was upset over losing a battle and hadn't spoken for a long time. Upon returning to the mansion, she couldn't sleep or eat peacefully, always feeling that the defeat was due to poor command. Fernanda smiled at Claudia. I'm fine. You're right. We should see how the monarch reacts. Inside, she still harbored some hope. After protecting this dynasty for so long, there was still some attachment in her heart. As soon as they reached the border, they spotted a disheveled figure. Go and see what's going on. Looking at that familiar silhouette, Fernanda had an ominous feeling, but couldn't pinpoint what was strange. Yes. Claudia rushed to the person and froze upon recognizing them. It was her dear sister, Selina. They had gone through life and death together for so long. Even if turned to ashes, she would recognize her. You. What happened? Seeing Selina, who was disfigured and missing an arm, with clothes bloodied and tattered, it was evident she endured severe torture. Her heart burned with anger. Who could possibly hurt her? Fernanda's expression darkened upon seeing the grievously injured Selina. She was one of her confidants. During this trip to negotiate in Hildred dynasty, she deliberately left her in the Great Qin dynasty to protect her family. To see her now in this state. Atli. Selina broke into tears upon seeing Fernanda. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What happened? Hildred pressing her rage. Fernanda gently helped Selina sit on a nearby rock and handed her a water flask from her waist. Report, Atli. The Great Qin dynasty is no longer safe. You've been branded a traitor. The Song family no longer exists. If you set foot on Great Qin soil, the consequences will be unimaginable. It was only by luck that I managed to escape alive. Selina's voice choked with sobs, recalling the moment she witnessed the murder of the general and her lady. That was her worst nightmare. Since childhood, she had been saved by the old general and treated as her own child. In her heart, the old general and lady were like her parents. What did you say? Fernanda suspected her ears deceived her. Eyes wide, disbelief painted her face as she asked Selina. Claudia frowned deeply, suspecting the words were largely true. After all, very few could. She gasped for breath. These silver coins, take them and go to Hildred dynasty to settle down there first. After a long while, Fernanda took out an identity token and some silver from her coat. Though it was meager, it would solve their immediate problems. Atli, what are you doing? Aliyan looked at the items in Fernanda's hands, hesitating and puzzled. With such a significant event at the Song household, I must return to investigate. Right now, the Song family is like a rat in the street. Too many people will attract attention. Moreover, Mila needs treatment. You wouldn't want her to remain like this forever, right? Fernanda composed herself, determined to personally find out what happened. Otherwise, her heart wouldn't rest easy. Aliyan hesitated but finally agreed after weighing the pros and cons. After disguising herself, Fernanda successfully entered the border. Upon arriving within the Great Qing Empire's territory, she noticed an alarming number of refugees. The streets and city gates were filled with ragged beggars, emaciated as if they hadn't eaten for days. When did there become so many refugees? Is the land of Great Qin really in such chaos? Fernanda altered her voice, afraid of being recognized. You're clearly not often in Great Qin. It's normal not to know. These refugees are citizens of Great Qin. Many cities have been destroyed, leaving them no other choice but to be like this. Alas, these times are tough. A civilian sighed, shaking his head, fearing he might end up the same. In this harsh winter, countless people would starve to death. Those who could still eat without worry were truly fortunate. Why has the Song family, known for their loyalty and contributions, become traitors? I've been traveling for business and heard about this upon returning. How did they end up like this? Fernanda quickly asked, sensing something wasn't right. The Ford relied on her to negotiate with the Hildred dynasty. Moving against the Song mansion meant losing her as a pawn. There must be some misunderstanding. The citizen glanced warily around before speaking softly. You know, only the female general remains at the Song residence? Fernanda nodded vigorously. Yes, the female general is reportedly skilled in battle. They seemed loyal to Great Qin. Why this outcome? Fernanda's face showed her confusion and suppressed grief. Another sigh escaped the citizen. Born in the wrong era. After the female general left, the Song family went mad, openly defying the royal family. The assassination of the prince was reported and witnessed by the Ford. One way or another, the entire Song clan was implicated. The citizen shook his head, knowing only this much. Consider it a joke. If anyone asks, don't say I told you. The Song family has become taboo in Great Qin. Mentioning them recklessly means certain doom. He quickly left, fearing repercussions. Stunned, Fernanda stood dumbfounded. Her parents had always supported the Ford, and even forced her into tasks she didn't want to do. Why such audacious behavior now? It wasn't like them. She felt more convinced there was a hidden secret, quickening her pace. This was just a small village outside the border. Reaching the actual frontier required official entry into Great Qin. Observing the heavily fortified border, her heart sank deeper. Clearly, the Song family was finished, and the Ford wouldn't spare her either. Arriving at familiar grounds, she remembered her father teaching her military strategies here. Recalling past memories, tears streamed down her cheeks. Hildreddenly, she noticed the tree planted by her father was barren and hollow inside. She prepared to cut it down when a letter slipped out. Recognizing the handwriting, tears welled up uncontrollably. Since Fernanda left, Song Atli decided action was necessary. Discussing with his wife their daughter's struggles in Great Qin, they pretended not to love her to encourage her to leave. Staying at the Song mansion would only ruin her. Once Fernanda left, they began planning to save her. To expose the royal family's true nature, they orchestrated the prince's assassination and distanced Mila, hoping Fernanda wouldn't rush back. Reading the letter, everything became clear. Kneeling on the barren ground, she sobbed uncontrollably, her tears blending with the cold wind's bite. Dad, Marla, it's my fault. If I had acted sooner, perhaps? Chapter 317. Provocation. Now is it too late to cry? The Ember of Great Flynn suddenly appeared, looking at the heart-wrenchingly crying Fernanda without any pity on her face. She was an assassin. Cold-blooded and emotionless were her trademarks. Fernanda froze for a moment before composing herself. After all, she had always given off the impression of being someone who never showed weakness. Weren't you always the beloved treasure in your parents' hands? Haven't you noticed their changes? Why didn't they pursue more investigation into your brother's death? Could it be that the Song family really lacks the power? And why did your parents keep urging you to obey the king again and again? The Ember of Great Flynn approached Fernanda step by step, her questions piercing straight to the heart. Fernanda had just wiped away her tears, but her eyes welled up once more. Her lips trembled, unable to utter a word. Don't you understand why your parents are loyal to the current Evan of Qin? Every step he takes is leading the Qin people to ruin. They're doing this only to preserve a flicker of hope for the Song family. But you still insist on going back to certain death. A hint of disdain flashed across the Ember's face. Atli Song's reputation was legendary, yet here she stood, seemingly delusional. Enough. Stop talking. Fernanda roared at the Ember. Without waiting for a response, she drew her sword and lunged towards her with lethal intent. Driven by fury, each strike was swift, ruthless, and precise. Her movements were fluid and seamless, unleashing potential far beyond her usual capabilities. The Ember frowned. She's almost lost control. She realized her words might have been too harsh, pushing Fernanda into a berserk state. If the fight dragged on, it could lead to catastrophic results. Engaging a deranged fighter would only put her at a disadvantage. In an instant, Fernanda rushed forward, a glint of steel flashing dangerously close to the Ember's throat, stopping mere inches away. With a quick backward arch, the Ember easily evaded the deadly blow. I thought you had some skills to avenge your parents. Looks like you're not as formidable as I imagined. The Ember snorted and performed a graceful 360-degree spin, dodging all of Fernanda's attacks. Furious, Fernanda's eyes turned bloodshot. Her long hair flew wildly in the wind. The Ember's lips curled into a smile. This is the moment. Her aim was to push Fernanda to the brink and then deliver the final blow. After dodging the lethal attack, she swiftly moved behind Fernanda and kicked her hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. Pointing her sword at Fernanda's forehead, the Ember declared victory. With such martial arts, avenging your parents is nothing but a dream. Fernanda felt as if all her strength had been drained. Clenching her fists in frustration, she pounded the ground in despair. Her face was etched with regret, muttering, "Why am I so useless?" Struggling against one great opponent alone was no match for the many skilled warriors surrounding the Evan of Qin. Hill-dreadingly, the Ember extended a hand toward her. Even if you can't do it, there are others who can. Do not forget that Great Flynn is a vast network of assassins. There is no one we cannot kill in this world, only those we choose not to. The Ember's expression softened. Fernanda felt as though a ray of light had pierced through the darkest depths of her heart, giving her hope. Can you help me kill the Evan of Qin? Kneeling on the ground, Fernanda's face was filled with pleading. Of course, but you are no longer the mighty general of Qin. What reward can you offer me? The Ember's face revealed a slight hesitation. Kneeling bothered her. It felt like an unnecessary burden. I indeed have nothing, but I know that contracting Great Flynn for assassination doesn't solely depend on payment. Sacrifices can also be made. As long as you help me accomplish this, I will fulfill any request you make. Fernanda's gaze turned resolute. The murder of her father was a vendetta she couldn't let go. Her parents had sacrificed so much for her. It was time for her to repay them. Otherwise, how could she honor their memory? If I die tomorrow, how can I face my parents in the afterlife? That's right. You should have seen things clearly by now, the Ember said as she pulled Fernanda up from the ground effortlessly. Hildredrized, Fernanda felt how strong the Ember was. Despite being a woman, she had spent years training in military camps, developing considerable physical prowess. Yet, the Ember lifted her with ease. Thinking about the immense resources of Great Flynn, she found hope in avenging her family. The cost is simple, but it depends on whether you're willing to pay it. I can assassinate the Evan of Qin and guarantee success. However, you need to provide me with a detailed list of all Qin officials. Not only that, but also their daily locations. The Ember had set this scene for this exact moment. If a war broke out between Qin and Marco, countless lives would be lost. Disabling Qin would make it easier to divide and conquer. Fernanda fell silent, conflicted. She bore enmity only towards the Evan of Qin, not these officials. Why must the Ember involve them? This is your only chance. Once missed, it won't come again. Think carefully. Seeing Fernanda hesitate, the Ember decided not to press her further. Why must you ask me to do this instead of anyone else? Fernanda felt an uneasy premonition, as if she had been manipulated into this position. The Ember crossed her arms. I know you suspect something. Chapter 318. A psychological barrier. On the other side, in the imperial study of the Hildred dynasty, has so much time really passed and the two brothers Adolf still have nothing to say? Ellis looked at Lionel with a concerned expression. This is something I owe to the Hildred family. It has nothing to do with my precious son. If because of me, my precious son feels troubled, then I would rather be the bad guy. Lionel responded sincerely. Please rest assured, father. All matters have been properly handled. From now on, you need not worry about anything. Just enjoy your twilight years. Ellis sighed inwardly. He had already done too much for his son, even though Lionel was from another world, not truly Lionel by blood. However, over this period, Ellis had felt genuine affection for him and wished to repay his filial piety for the deceased, Lionel. For these two brothers, you don't need to worry too much. After all, our Hildred family is no longer just a small clan, Ellis added. Every move you make is watched by everyone. Although I also don't wish for the Hildred family to only have you left as the last hope. I especially don't want our once glorious Hildred family to have such unworthy descendants. Ellis expressed his thoughts, hoping that Lionel wouldn't feel pressured. He could sense the changes in his beloved son, who not only became stronger but also more filial than before. He might be hindering Lionel, and if so, he would rather let him take risks than see him suffer. Lionel listened to these somewhat contradictory words and didn't know how to respond. Father, aren't you being a bit too hypocritical? If our ancestors heard what you said now, they would probably rise from their graves to demand an explanation, Lionel joked half seriously. What do you mean? Ellis found the modern phrases used hard to understand but grasped the essence. However, he couldn't fathom why his beloved son would say this at this moment. Father, you should know that before this, I was also a complete rogue, a cancer within the system. Lionel paused, unable to finish his sentence, his own execution, but the implication was clear. The thought made him shudder, remembering how harsh his father's punishments were. Ellis choked, feeling vexed. This brat knew just where to hit. It's different. Lionel couldn't help but smirk. It was indeed different. Being his biological son meant even severe punishments would never go beyond keeping him alive, albeit barely. That's enough talk, Ellis interrupted. Come with me to a place. Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Ellis decided it was time to change the subject. His son had been a troublemaker in the past, but now, he managed the dynasty efficiently. Even the ancestors of the Hildred family would approve of this decision. At the cemetery, as soon as Lionel entered the gates of the cemetery, he felt an oppressive atmosphere. He began to understand why his father brought him here. The sign above the gate read, Hildred Family Cemetery. The two walked in one after another. Upon entering, Lionel was taken aback by the sheer number of tombstones. They numbered well over 100. Ellis remained silent, surrounded by a faint aura of sorrow. Arriving at the tombstones, Ellis lit incense and poured wine for each grave. Lionel followed suit, not out of fear but as a sign of respect as a junior. The ritual took almost 2 hours to complete. Finally, Ellis knelt before the frontmost tombstone with a loud thud, causing Lionel to furrow his brows disapprovingly. While respect for the dead was important, there were no spirits or gods. There was no need for his father to hurt himself like this. Ancestors of the Hildred family, Ellis and his son Lionel pay our respects. Ellis's voice echoed with a tinge of sadness. Tears welled up in his eyes and rolled down his cheeks. Father, please, grieve less. Lionel understood the deep-seated regret that had haunted his father for so long. Ellis believed his rash actions had caused the death of over 100 members of the Hildred family. Without replying, Ellis bowed 3 times, each bow resounding louder than the last. By the third, his forehead was visibly swollen. Lionel joined in, also bowing 3 times. Thoughts of those buried beneath the cold tombstones filled him with grief. These were his kin. Ancestors, as you can see, the Hildred family now has its own dynasty. Rest assured, I will never forget the vengeance we must exact for the Hildred family. Our family will grow greater and stronger. May you rest in peace. Ellis's voice cracked with emotion. He seemed helpless and lost. Lionel placed a hand on his shoulder. Father, for all these years, you raised me alone. Now, it's time for your son to fulfill his filial duty. The enemies of the Hildred family are also mine. The Qi dynasty won't last long. Lionel, though awkward, expressed his true feelings. Looking down, he saw his father sobbing uncontrollably, releasing years of pain. Once, Ellis was the most doted on young man and could be unaware. These words quickly sparked a heated debate. Is the Hildred dynasty crazy? On this continent, who doesn't know that the Daong dynasty excels in naval warfare? The Hildred dynasty has won several victories in succession. Are they really so arrogant? The first civilian to speak raised his doubts, his face full of disbelief. While he admired their courage, he did not agree. After all, expertise lies in specialization. One can't handle a fine task without the proper skills. This Hildred dynasty meddling where it shouldn't be, dealing with others' problems when they have their own unsolved issues. Who wouldn't say that? But these matters are beyond our discussion. After all, the mind of a ruler is unpredictable. Could it be that the Ford of the Hildred dynasty has fallen for Yusef's Iris, rumored to be a top-tier beauty? All things are possible, but it's not our place to say. The civilians chattered loudly, and their voices naturally reached DeAndre's ears as he passed by. Facing everyone's doubts, DeAndre remained unusually calm. Gray's thoughts were meticulous, far beyond the understanding of these common people. Of course, many dynasties were waiting to see the Hildred dynasty make a fool of itself, but they might be disappointed this time. Atlee, these civilians are too outrageous. They don't take us seriously at all. If we don't control them, they might think we are easy to bully. The deputy general's face was filled with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He wished he could go down and beat up these gossipy civilians. However, he couldn't. The military regulations of the Hildred dynasty explicitly prohibited harming unarmed civilians. If not for this constraint, he wouldn't have tolerated such treatment. What is our objective this time? DeAndre didn't directly respond to Matt General's words, but asked instead. To solve the internal issues of the Daong dynasty. The deputy general answered without hesitation. It wasn't a secret. Each soldier in the Hildred dynasty had their duties clearly defined. Each performed their role, thus remembering their tasks well. Since that's the case, why should we quarrel with these civilians? If we subdue them today, will it stop the rumors? DeAndre smiled, his expression becoming relaxed. Before joining Lionel, his temperament was like Matt General's, quick to explode. But now, he learned to control his temper. Atli, you make sense. The deputy general suddenly understood and felt much better. Soldiers, in this war, we must not slack off. We need to show the world that the Hildred dynasty is truly invincible. The deputy general turned around and loudly shouted to boost the morale of the soldiers. DeAndre nodded appreciatively. In his view, actions spoke louder than words. Therefore, he was unwilling to engage in pointless arguments. After all, talking was far less effective than proving oneself through action. While all forces were still focusing on DeAndre's army, the Deflin assassins were already aboard submarines heading in. The Daong dynasty was no exception. All soldiers waited at the border. They wanted to see just how stubborn the Hildred dynasty could be. Atli, there's something in the water. Hildredenly, a soldier saw bubbles rising from the water inside the city walls, his pupils dilating. They grew up skilled in water, thoroughly familiar with underwater conditions. Unless there were particularly large fish, no such large bubbles would appear. Since the establishment of the army, all the large fish in the water had been caught for nourishment. Looking at the constant stream of bubbles, there seemed to be many fish below. These are just some big fish. What's the big deal? Atli Matthias dismissed it casually, picking up a steel spear to investigate the water. Hildredenly, a massive creature emerged from the water, startling him. Atli, watch out. The soldiers, seeing the iron object before them, were terrified. They immediately went on alert, gripping their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on the mysterious object. Hildredenly, the submarine door opened. Out came batch after batch of Deflin assassins, clad in dark green robes with a stylized Flynn character. The soldiers of the Daong dynasty were stunned. What kind of monster is this, bringing people out of the water unscathed? Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. If I guessed right, this must be the work of the Hildred dynasty, right? What you're saying is obvious. Everyone knows Deflin now belongs to the Hildred dynasty. It looks like they come with ill intentions. The soldiers were shocked, staring at the strange contraption, swallowing hard. They specialized in naval warfare. Not only could they drain enemies' energy with defensive tactics, but they could also deliver fatal blows at crucial moments. Now, skipping a significant step, they couldn't help but feel afraid. Moreover, these were assassins, not regular soldiers. Their fighting style was chaotic and unpredictable, leaving no weak points to exploit. Ember, what do we do next? The elder beside her no longer minded Lionel's presence. Having such a powerful ally was rare. Our mission is to capture the first line of defense at the border within a short period. I've already informed Gray. As the Ember spoke, she had already dispatched several throwing darts. Even without precise aim, her random throws brought down several enemies. The elders seemed to understand something, turning to shout at the assassins behind him, attack! If the elder's guess was correct, Lionel intended to have the Deflin assassins coordinate with DeAndre from both inside and outside. Hashtag chapter 320, ambitions unveiled. The Great Yong dynasty's border city. I never thought there would be more sitting ducks coming to their deaths. An attack on our Great Yong dynasty is truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Even if the Hildred dynasty defeats the Qi and extinguishes the Yin, they pose no threat to us. On the city wall, Atli Flynck, clad in armor, watched indifferently as the Hildred dynasty's troops advanced from afar. He remained unmoved. To enter the border city, one must pass through a stretch of water. This was precisely why the Great Yong dynasty felt confident, for they were notorious for their prowess in naval combat. Briar and others had already gathered here, eager to see what tactics the Hildred dynasty might employ. Brother, the climate here at the border is harsh. Our provisions have been reduced to a minimum. Why must we suffer this torment? These people from the Hildred dynasty are courting death. Can't we just wait and see the outcome? Roger, due to his slender frame, swayed in the biting cold wind, hugging himself tightly. Despite the finest red lotus charcoal burning before him, he could not feel any warmth, a minuscule amount of heat compared to the bitter cold. Yes, brother, why put yourself through this? We all have different constitutions. Some of us are always sickly. Coming here was not a wise choice. It's common knowledge that the Hildred dynasty will undoubtedly lose this battle, especially since their bravest general, DeAndre, is involved. If we capture her, the Hildred dynasty will lose a vital asset. Why go through so much trouble when the result is already set? The other princes showed evident dissatisfaction, thinking it was all unnecessary. In such harsh weather, wouldn't it be better to be lying on a plush bed with two beautiful women? It would surely add to the joy when news of victory arrives. Do you know why did Qi lost the war? And why did the Great Yong lose? Briar looked at these pleasure-seeking men, unsure if they were genuinely submissive or hiding something. Although they usually acted obedient around him, caution was necessary. After all, only one throne existed. That meant only one of them would ascend to the throne. The fate of the others was uncertain once the decision was made. We heard something about landmines and cannons, high-explosive weapons. The soldiers who fled back to Qi were either mad or insane. That weapon seems quite sinister. Roger frowned at this. The Hildred dynasty indeed had formidable capabilities, but they were the enemy. Had they been allies, the Great Yong would long have been under his control. You're right. I called you here today to witness it, to see how the Hildred dynasty falls at our hands. If we can master the techniques of cannons and landmines, won't we become the rulers of this continent? Briar's eyebrows arched, revealing a sly smile. For the throne of the Great Yong, he was determined to succeed. Moreover, he had already planned how to pacify his brothers. Since they didn't wish to remain princes and couldn't be the king of the Great Yong, there was only one way forward. What do you mean, brother? Roger suddenly became cautious, sensing a hint of danger. With these technologies, we can rule this entire continent. There's only one throne in the Great Yong, meaning we'll eventually turn against each other. But with these skills, wouldn't taking over multiple dynasties be easy? Briar laughed out loud. Indeed, he aimed for the entire continent to fall under his control. The Great Yong would be impregnable and the first of many dynasties. As for the others' ambitions, that would no longer concern him. The other princes realized this trip wasn't a waste. Their eyes gleamed with greed, calculating which dynasty they should aim for. Brother, you have foresight. With this plan, we'll own the whole continent and can do as we please. Whatever you command in the future, we will follow. Indeed, we must all learn this craft. In an instant, everyone harbored secret desires, plotting their own schemes. While they were immersed in fantasies, DeAndre had already led her troops to the outskirts of the Great Yong's border city. Ian, it seems the Great Yong has been well prepared for our attack. The deputy general, eyeing the spirited Great Yong soldiers, felt a greedy urge. These were fine troops. If they could be turned, the Hildred dynasty would grow stronger. So what? They are mere ants trapped in their delusions, pitiful souls blind to the present reality. DeAndre, experienced in warfare, knew Lionel would not send him unless he had absolute confidence. He also understood that Lionel valued the lives of every soldier, compensating families generously and supporting the dependents of those who fell in battle. This policy drew many recruits. Soldiers, we've been trained for years to serve a single purpose. No need for lengthy speeches. You've heard them enough. Let's end this battle quickly. The colder it gets, the sooner we can return home to drink wine and eat meat. DeAndre's words grew increasingly perfunctory. After all, this wasn't his first time leading an army. Elaborate speeches would lower his dignity. Charge! 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 The soldiers raised their weapons, shouting loudly as they approached the city. FLYNCK watched with a sneer. The outcome of this war was already decided. What's the point of rallying spirits now? Is it so they can die in peace? Who doesn't know the Great Yong holds a geographical advantage? He cast a disdainful glance at DeAndre, speaking cruelly. FLYNCK looked down on the Hildred dynasty soldiers with undisguised contempt. DeAndre met FLYNCK's gaze with ease, unafraid and even challenging. If you don't stand aside, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Hashtag chapter 321. This is what black technology looks like. Quite a boastful statement. Do you really think I, FLYNCK, was born to be frightened? FLYNCK's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing DeAndre's words, irritation rising in his heart. The soldiers behind him also felt at a loss for words. It seems he still hasn't grasped the current situation and doesn't understand who holds the reins. All this commotion is just a show of force. We'll have to wait and see how things unfold. But their weapons do look quite formidable. If they hand them over voluntarily, we might let them off easy. The soldiers began to chatter amongst themselves, eyeing DeAndre and his men's weapons with greed. Excellent. If you surrender now, there's still hope for you. You wouldn't want to see your soldiers meet a tragic end, would you? If you surrender, you can return home unharmed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unforgiving. The De Yong dynasty excels in naval warfare. Just because we lacked an advantage earlier doesn't mean you'll be lucky this time around. FLYNCK sneered, disdain evident in his eyes, believing that DeAndre's actions were merely meant to intimidate De Yong. Luck isn't everything, especially since this is on De Yong territory. A foreigner won't find it easy to win here. Yes, Atli has offered you an opportunity. Don't misinterpret it. If casualties are too severe, don't blame us for mistreating you. Be wise and lay down your weapons immediately. Submit to the De Yong dynasty. If you leave these weapons behind, you can return safely to De Yong territory. The De Yong soldiers chimed in, laughing uproariously as if mocking the Hildred dynasty troops. Seeing the Hildred dynasty people like some sort of jest, the atmosphere on the battlefield became surprisingly light. Soldiers, these country bumpkins dare mock us. Let's show them our true strength. Prepare the torpedoes. Facing the ridicule from the De Yong dynasty, DeAndre remained unperturbed. He turned to face his soldiers, speaking earnestly. The Hildred dynasty soldiers were stunned, not expecting Ian to unleash such power so soon. They hurriedly retrieved weapons from boxes behind them. Torpedoes? Do you even understand that water and fire don't mix? Cannons are useless underwater. I advise you not to waste your efforts. FLYNCK dismissed their efforts, commanding the warships to approach the front line. The soldiers on deck looked imposing, exuding the aura of an invincible army. Advance. Show them the might of the De Yong dynasty. From atop the city wall, FLYNCK urged the soldiers forward. Drums beat loudly in the background, a traditional De Yong custom, boosting morale. De Yong's soldiers rode vigorously, approaching the Hildred dynasty forces. With a slight wave of his hand, DeAndre released several unidentified objects into the air. They moved too fast to be identified, but left visible arcs in their wake. FLYNCK crossed his arms, waiting to see the Hildred dynasty's blunder. The De Yong dynasty wouldn't remain the second largest dynasty without its prowess. The De Yong soldiers watched these unidentified objects with excitement. Just as they prepared to strike back, something strange happened. The torpedoes exploded mid-air, creating spectacular fireworks. Explosions continued one after another, rippling the calm water. Waves crashed down, accompanied by shattered boats floating on the river. The surface quickly turned red, not a single intact body remaining. DeAndre showed no mercy, continuing to command torpedo launches. Within minutes, several large vessels vanished, leaving only scattered debris. The scene turned chaotic. The once mighty De Yong army was now in shock, frozen in place. After a moment, they regained their senses. Atli, what was that? How could something in water exert such power? Our ships carried men effective, bringing hope against De Yong. They felt more determined to serve the Hildred dynasty faithfully, believing it would become invincible. DeAndre sighed. This is what black technology looks like. Chapter 322. Deserters? Death. This battle not only drew the attention of numerous dynasties, but also various martial arts factions quietly observing. Seeing the Great Wall dynasty's defeat, it became clear that Hildred dynasty effortlessly wiped out everyone from the Great Wall. This matter was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. So, Hildred dynasty came fully prepared this time, said an elderly man with a dignified demeanor as he placed a chess piece, breaking through the surrounding and finding a new direction on the board. Across from him sat a young man in black robes. His lifeless eyes stared intently at the chessboard, searching for a way out. Unfortunately, after a full 15 minutes, the white piece remained in his hand, unplayed. These two men had different positions. The old man supported the Hildred dynasty and had taken on its commission to assassinate officials of the Great Flynn. Known as the famous Buddy on the Donghua, this elder could kill with razors, causing victims to die 15 minutes later after their faces were altered. The young man fell silent, not speaking for a long time. He turned his head to look at the nearby border. They were playing chess here to gauge the true strength of the Hildred dynasty. He always believed that the Hildred dynasty was merely a minor power that rose quickly. In his view, challenging the Great Xia was like a fish trying to venture out of water to conquer a vast territory. It seemed he needed to reconsider his thoughts and seriously ponder the future path for the Joab lineage. Amidst the mountains and plains, numerous dark figures moved about. These were spies sent by major forces to observe and relay intelligence back immediately. At the dock, did you see clearly? Did Hildred dynasty really make the Great Wall's army vanish instantly? Haddon was greatly shocked, his facial muscles twitching. Water routes between the various dynasties once existed. However, since the emergence of the Great Wall's navy, all water routes had to pass through its domain. Though the Great Wall had been absent from public view for many years, it still profited immensely from these waterways. Merchants like them often suffered huge losses each trip. Over time, they harbored deep resentment. My lord, it's true. But I didn't see exactly what Hildred dynasty used to defeat the Great Wall navy. A spy in nightclothes explained earnestly, still shaken by the scene. Grateful he wasn't underwater, or he'd be fish food now. Haddon gripped the armrests tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His mind raced, calculating. Finally, a dynasty can suppress the Great Wall dynasty. You go tell the other major families, the Great Wall dynasty has been defeated. A moment later, Who's? Your Great Wall seems defeated now. Look at your pathetic state. One might think some beauty put horns on your head. The deputy laughed openly at Li. Though experienced with cannons, he'd never seen such a disheveled general. It was truly humiliating. Hildred dynasty never yielded to challenges. Anyone who resisted met one fate: fight. Li felt lucky being born in the Hildred dynasty. Otherwise, he might have ended up a corpse. DeAndre, though exasperated by Matt's behavior, knew it was worth boasting about. Victory shone on every soldier's face. They couldn't count how many times they triumphed. Watching the approaching masses, Li's lips trembled. Rising, he fled. His only thought was survival. War was brutal, but he was young, unmarried, and shouldn't die here. The deputy frowned. Deserters? That's disgraceful. To him, soldiers either fought to death or never retreated. As he spoke, DeAndre aimed a cannon and with a whoosh, ended Li's life. Hashtag chapter 323, Hildredden attack. Daong actually lost. Hildredden Li. A shout of surprise echoed from the nearby hillside. The deputy general was about to turn around to check when DeAndre stopped him. At this moment, they need to spread the news of Daong's defeat. Otherwise, how will we enhance Hildred dynasty's reputation? Let them go. DeAndre watched the dark figures flitting about in the shadows, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. As expected, within 3 days, the whole continent would know that Hildred dynasty had conquered Daong. The deputy general nodded thoughtfully. The spies of various dynasties raced forward without looking back, terrified of meeting the same fate as the Daong generals. Meanwhile, DeAndre led her army in swarming towards the heart of Daong. When the troops entered the city, it caused panic among the civilians. They braced themselves for indiscriminate slaughter. Holding their heads and squatting on the ground for a long time, they did not encounter the anticipated atrocities. Do your usual work? Everything should be as normal, said DeAndre sternly, her voice authoritative. The citizens were stunned. They hadn't expected Hildred dynasty soldiers to spare them. It was completely unexpected. DeAndre and her entire army set up camp nearby and left after a brief rest. Why did Hildred dynasty's army come and go like the wind? It seems the rumors are true. Hildred dynasty is not just posturing but truly powerful. Why does war seem less terrifying than imagined at this moment? The citizens watched as Hildred dynasty's soldiers headed toward Daong's capital, filled with mixed emotions. For too long, they had lived peacefully in ignorance, knowing little of the outside world beyond hearsay. Indeed, hearing is not seeing. Next came the second city, Lucheng. Atli Egon, Hildred dynasty's army is attacking our city. What should we do? A soldier rushed in hastily, his face filled with anxiety. The border defenses of Daong were its strongest line of defense, surrounded by water and home to numerous elite naval forces. But incredibly, they had been breached in less than half a day. What? Atli Egon stood up abruptly, eyes wide with disbelief. Just as he doubted it, a massive explosion rang out. The battle had begun. DeAndre led her soldiers to victory, advancing relentlessly. Daong, once thought impregnable, now crumbled under relentless assault like a soft persimmon. 10 days later. Brother, we must make a decision quickly. Hildred dynasty's people are going crazy. In just 10 days, almost 1/3 of Daong cities have fallen. Now they're almost reaching your territory. Roger looked helpless. His land had become DeAndre's spoil of war. His dreams were shattered. If not for escaping to Briar's territory, they might have perished already. Just how did Hildred dynasty accomplish all this so swiftly, conquering so many cities? They say each attack was a sudden ambush, leaving no chance for response. Logically, this shouldn't happen since Daong excels in naval warfare. Who could ambush them? Puzzling indeed, utterly baffling. Frasers were gloomy, losing hope for a bright future. Now they pondered how to address the immediate crisis. They knew Hildred dynasty's target wasn't Daong but them. Yusef's iris had aligned Hildred dynasty with Daong's royal family. These princelings' constant skirmishes had not gone unnoticed by the royals. Captured by Daong's royal family, they would likely face severe torment. Hildredden Li attacked without warning? Briar furrowed his brows, mulling over the phrase, searching for useful information. Yes, Daong failed because they couldn't locate the enemy. They were already blown apart before they got close. The weapon used in these stealth attacks is probably similar to cannons. Roger nodded, giving his half-brothers a cold glance. With matters burning, they still discussed trivialities. How foolish and incompetent. Is there a possibility that Hildred dynasty operates underwater like Daong's navy? On the lake, anyone can be seen clearly. If an attack is sudden, it must come from beneath the water. Briar stroked his chin thoughtfully. Everyone was stunned by this revelation. The only thought in their minds was disbelief. In naval combat, Daong had never lost to anyone. Incredible, right? I find it incredible too, but nothing else explains it. You've trained in water since childhood. You know dynasty won't show any mercy towards us. Alaric did not fall into panic, but instead began to think of countermeasures. Mournful complaints would only make the situation more uncertain. He needed to be clear-headed. Truly, his words jolted everyone awake from their delusions. All the princes realized this. You're right, eldest brother. What should we do next? The imperial family might take this opportunity to make an example out of us. Now that we have such formidable allies, trying to seize the throne is almost impossible. We need to consider a way out for ourselves. At this moment, all the princes looked at Briar with sincere eyes, devoid of ulterior motives or hidden agendas. They were now in the same boat, where they would either succeed or fail together. Roger must have a plan. Why don't you share it with us? Ansel Youssef said, admiring Kong Youssef. They were all different in their own ways, but the most astute and resourceful was Kong Youssef before them. If we can't fight and refuse to join them, why not negotiate for peace? Roger said with a slight smile, formulating an evil plan in his mind. That won't work, Roger. The Hildred dynasty and the imperial family are on the same side. Negotiating with them is like climbing to heaven. Another prince retorted. Besides, the Hildred dynasty can't decide for the royal family. Who knows how Deborah managed to convince that young fool, Lionel? This idea is too naive. How do you know they genuinely want peace and not just stalling for time? Roger's suggestion was met with skepticism by the other princes. It was tantamount to surrendering. They did not want to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Even Briar began to doubt Roger's intentions, casting a slightly unfriendly glance. To negotiate, we must also show sincerity, don't we? As long as we hold the Ford's life as leverage while Hildred dynasty's forces are outside. Do you think Hildred dynasty will refuse to compromise then? At that point, even their underwater explosives will be easy to obtain. Roger folded his arms, looking disdainfully at his brothers. He had laid it out clearly. If they still couldn't see it, there was nothing more to say. Only then did they understand his cunning plan. Elsewhere, Ulrich, urged by the other princes, came to the imperial study, kneeling down with a loud thud in front of the desk. I have failed to bring Youssef's Deborah back, your majesty, he confessed humbly. I returned immediately upon hearing the Hildred dynasty's attack on Daong. Kneeling on the ground, he appeared contrite, though inwardly calculating how to persuade the Ford to secure peace for the entire Daong dynasty. No worries, the Ford waved his hand, indifferent to this matter. Your majesty, in just 10 days, the Hildred dynasty has seized nearly a third of Daong's territory. Can you watch helplessly as Daong is destroyed? Commoners suffer under constant warfare, living in misery. You cannot sit idly by. Ulrich pinched himself hard to produce tears. Sacrifices must be made for future glory. The Ford paused, staring at his son with suspicion. When did I say I'd let this happen? But the Hildred dynasty's assault is unstoppable. How can I intervene? Feeling a sense of impotence, the Ford wondered what tricks this son had up his sleeve. Your majesty, your presence alone can ensure peace for Daong. As you often say, a member of the imperial family should care for all people. Now is the time for you to act. Ulrich spoke plainly, tearing up as he tried to appear concerned for the common folk. The Ford chuckled cynically, having long lost faith in this son. For daring to challenge him, he could not show mercy. Want to trade my life for so-called peace? The Ford's voice carried a hint of anger, making the atmosphere stifling. Ulrich gulped, nodding bravely despite his fear. Absolutely delusional. The Ford's eyes turned cold. Instantly, black-clothed assassins surrounded Ulrich, their swords gleaming menacingly. Realizing his mistake, Ulrich stood, ready to flee but blocked by the assassins. What are you doing, father? If you won't sacrifice yourself for the people, will you kill your own son? Standing calmly, Ulrich looked at the Ford, knowing the latter felt guilty for neglecting him. This was his gamble, a faint hope for some remaining conscience. Don't pretend your plans are perfect. As your son, my actions would never be dishonorable unless driven by loyalty. The Ford's heart hardened, losing all hope in this son. Your schemes and treachery cannot hide behind false devotion. If you're displeased, I'll die to join Kira. Ulrich attempted moral blackmail using his mother's death during childbirth, blaming the Ford for his neglect. Don't drag your mother into this. Today, you have shown no respect and conspired with outsiders to usurp Daong. I must uphold justice. With those words, the assassins overpowered Ulrich without resistance, leaving no chance for struggle. Hashtag chapter 325. Don't mistake temporary glory for permanence. Your majesty, you are still as cold and heartless as ever, the Ulrich said. I never thought that after all these years, you would still feel no guilt towards Kira. This is why I cannot be blamed for overstepping my bounds. The Ulrich's heart had long since died. Hearing the Evan admit this fact, he felt no more sorrow. He vented the words he had hidden in his heart for years, glaring at the inhumane man before him, whom he had called father for so many years. In the end, the Evan still struck a lethal blow against him. This is precisely why I have never favored you. You always act on impulse without any sense, the Evan replied coldly. With such irresponsibility, you dream of inheriting my throne? What a delusion. The Great Wall, Evan finally saw clearly what kind of person his son was. Even while on the throne, he had never wronged the people. As for the concubine, if not for some matters back then, he wouldn't have neglected her so. He had hoped neglect would make her strive harder, but instead, she became a rat hiding in the shadows. How disgracing. Now that we've revealed everything, there's no need for pretenses. The Yusefs outside will ensure you have no choice but to agree. If you let me go now, I might show mercy out of familial duty and give you a quick death. The Ulrich discarded his facade, looking at the Evan with disdain as though watching a dying man. The black-clad guards kicked him to the ground. Take him away. Don't defile the imperial study, the Evan said impatiently. Unbothered, the Ulrich knew it wouldn't take long before he was rescued. Wait for me. Soon you'll see what it means to beg for death, he cackled madly. As the guards dragged the Ulrich away, Lori emerged from the side chamber. Your Majesty, are you all right? She asked with a hint of worry, surprised by how quickly events unfolded. Don't worry, beauty. Everything is under control, the Evan assured her, feeling pained at her concern. In their actions today, the princes gave us the perfect reason to crush them. The Evan comforted her, taking her into his embrace. Your Majesty, they wield significant military power which we do not fully understand. If they oppose the royal family, the outcome remains uncertain, Lori responded softly. You don't need to worry. As long as I am by your side, everything is fine, she added with a faint smile. She wasn't as impulsive as in her youth. The Evan treated her kindly, and he was the one worthy of sharing her life. Your Majesty doesn't need to fear. Soldiers from the Flynn dynasty have arrived silently in Great Wall, he informed her confidently. Their combat prowess far exceeds ordinary soldiers, excelling in capturing leaders first. With an inside attack combined with their forces, the prince's men will be caught off guard, he concluded, filled with confidence. At the same time, the Evan rejoiced inwardly. Once the generals were defeated, the fate of their troops would still be decided by him. These well-trained armies would eventually come under his command. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been so worried, Lori exclaimed, relieved. She playfully punched the Evan's chest lightly. Things happened too quickly, he explained, hugging her tighter. In her youth, she had greatly contributed to the empire using her own power. Now, you speak truly, but changing views swiftly is difficult. For so many years, Great Wall's position has been unchallenged. To need help from the weakest now, it's a sign of change. Truly, one cannot hold temporary glory as permanent. Thinking of Flynn made him shudder. Assassins who kill unseen were in Flynn, yet they submitted to the Hildred dynasty, a marvel indeed. Who says not? Lori agreed inwardly, though not outwardly. She knew the Evan would persist otherwise. After a moment, the Evan spoke. We need to reassess our stance towards the Hildred dynasty moving forward. Chapter 326, at the end of their rope. The next night, Big Brother, it's already midnight and we haven't received any news from Ade, said one. He must have encountered some misfortune, another added. Roger approached Briar, speaking in a low voice. After all, saying such things could be considered treason. Evan Daong wouldn't be so foolish as to let harm come to his own prince without reason. Briar fell into deep thought, sensing something was amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Big Brother, we can't just sit here waiting. Ade has never experienced hardship. If he breaks under torture, we have many times more troops than the capital. We should storm in and force the palace. If we keep waiting like this, we might end up with Ade's betrayal. Frasers looked anxious, even excited. They had never forced a palace before. Though they'd imagined this scene hundreds of times, reality was tense. Big Brother, don't hesitate anymore, urged Roger when Ansel remained silent. Ansel deliberated for a long time, eventually deciding to lead them forward. This is our last chance. If anyone makes a false move, we'll all be finished, Ansel warned just before leading the troops. They would fight only after ensuring Dayong's hold on power was no longer secure. They nodded in agreement, knowing the gravity of the situation. Hill-dreadingly, the streets of Dayong's capital echoed with urgent hoofbeats. Citizens locked their doors, the silence broken only by hooves and footsteps. Arriving at the palace gates, they easily dispatched the guards. Is that all? Briar scoffed, surprised by the weak defense. With an army following him on horseback, he marched into the palace. After everyone entered, the massive gates slammed shut behind them. Who? A timid prince nearly fainted, turning to see the city walls and gates swarming with people. We've been tricked. The guards were letting us in to lower our guard, another exclaimed. These circumstances demand caution, said Roger, gripping his sword tightly as his face turned grim. At that moment, countless torches illuminated the darkness. The palace defenses were far more formidable than expected, with Billis surrounding them. Flynn dynasty soldiers? Briar recognized the green bamboo staff held by the Anika of Flynn, a symbol passed down through generations. Not bad for eyesight, though your brain lacks clarity, she said, smirking disdainfully. You dared to challenge those under Hildred dynasty's protection, she added sweetly yet scornfully. Realizing their predicament, the other princes panicked. Brother, let's carve out a bloody path and retreat first. Flynn's assassins are terrifying. We're no match. Who knew Hildred dynasty had ties with Flynn? We clearly underestimated their strength. Indeed, revenge is a dish best served cold. We shouldn't rush. Fraser's lips quivered, watching the black-clothed figures around them, feeling their scalps tingle, imagining their future deaths. Now you want to carve out a bloody path? Don't you think it's too late for that? Emerging among Billis, Evan Daong surveyed the scene. His former allies now nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. How did these people enter Daong unnoticed? Ansel asked, pointing at the Anika. Even in death, he wanted understanding. They infiltrated Daong while we weren't looking, replied Daong coolly. You do well to focus on yourself and those who follow you. Returning to the capital without permission and forcing the palace. Daong twirled a thumb ring calmly. Ansel fell silent. Hildred dynasty again. How many surprises did they have? Seeing the dire situation clearly now, the other princes knew they had no way out. For years, you've pursued your selfish interests. Today marks the end, Daong declared expressionlessly, waving his hand. Assassins and Billis charged at the princes. Protect the prince, shouted the generals, encircling the princes as they retreated step by step. In moments, 2 rows of men fell before the Anika. Ansel's forces diminished rapidly. Within minutes, a third lay dead. Under their subordinates' cover, Ansel and the others barely escaped the palace. Don't let them escape. Capture the princes and receive great rewards, commanded Daong from the city wall, determined to eliminate future threats. On the streets of the capital, blades clashed, sparking fiery light. Bodies littered the ground as blood flowed freely. Quick, your highness, once outside the city, we'll be safe, cried a general, holding back their pursuers. Feeling the loyalty, Ansel knew there was no time for sentimentality and led them out of the city. Outside the city gates, they were stunned. Hildred dynasty keeps strange animals indeed. They really go all out against us. It's so late, yet they're already here. Ansel froze seeing DeAndre riding towards them. Hildred rounded both front and rear. Escaping seemed impossible. They were truly at the end of their rope. Chapter 327. The Fall of the Feudal Lords. So anxious to go where? Just as the feudal lords, led by Ansel, were about to disperse into the alleys, they ran into Atli DeAndre's deputy. The cold gleam of swords flashed before the eyes of the lords. The deputy raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain on his face. The past 2 days weren't overly exhausting, just somewhat tiring from the long journey. If it weren't for these feudal lords, things would have been much simpler. Neat and synchronized footsteps echoed as the soldiers of Hildred dynasty surrounded the lords. If you surrender now, your lives will be spared. Otherwise, there's only one path left. Death. DeAndre slowly rode up on horseback, facing the lords. Looking at them, he seemed to regard them like pitiful worms. With such meager strength, they dared to defy the Hildred dynasty. Truly reckless. Hildred render? Huh, dream on. Ansel let out a cold snort. If they surrendered, their fate would undoubtedly be miserable. He glanced towards Evan Daong, who was gradually approaching. He knew very well that only by capturing Evan Daong could they ensure their safety. He wouldn't have believed it. Thank you. Evan Daong's face lit up, and his gaze softened when looking at the ember. DeAndre arrived just in time to see the defeated lords sprawled on the ground. Why did Evan Daong need the Hildred dynasty if he had such capable guards? He spotted the Ember of Flynn standing out in the crowd. He now understood how thorough the Ford's plan truly was. Seize them. DeAndre waved his hand, and Matt quickly rounded up the lords. At this moment, the navy of Daong dynasty finally arrived. We apologize for our delay, Your Majesty. The leading general watched the scene with visible frustration. Their arrival was too late to make any difference. Those fallen soldiers, what was their sacrifice for? Evan Daong remained silent, walking straight to Ansel. Looking at Ansel's miserable state, he couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, once so arrogant and high and mighty. Did you ever imagine this day? That's right. It's surprising you can think of anything with that brain of yours. Evan Daong gripped Ansel's chin forcefully. Initially, the other lords had no intention of rebelling. It was all due to Ansel's incitement. Don't think winning today means eternal victory. One day, Daong will fall to you. Ansel glared at Evan Daong fiercely. Alliances with numerous dynasties would only lead to eventual destruction. You don't need to worry. You and your allies will spend the rest of your lives in prison. Why not consider peaceful coexistence? After all, it's only a surface harmony. Evan Daong sneered. He had already gathered evidence of discord among them. Knowing this, their time in the same cell would likely cause chaos. Take them away. Evan Daong waved his hand, and the kneeling soldiers rose instantly. Once everything was settled, he approached DeAndre. The Hildred dynasty has rendered great assistance to Daong. Without your timely arrival, they might have escaped. Thank you. Evan Daong was astonished. A large force traveling from the border to the capital should take more than half a month. Yet, they managed to arrive in about 13 days. What training secrets did the Hildred dynasty possess that enabled such swift improvement? This isn't about us. It's because Gray wisely arranged for the Flynn dynasty's aid. Without that foresight, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. DeAndre sighed. He had hurried because he feared harm coming to Evan Daong. But it turned out the Ford was already prepared. He still had much to learn. Indeed, Atli Ian is correct. Hildred dynasty's support will never be forgotten. Should we need anything in the future, we'll ask. Thank you. Evan Daong put aside his usual demeanor, bowing respectfully to DeAndre. Today, without thoughts of how to counter this situation, don't panic yet. We shouldn't rush into aligning with Great Xia. Doing so might provoke a fierce retaliation from the Su dynasty. Since Su has become so powerful that it threatens our interests, I'm sure others aren't sitting still either. We should watch and see how events unfold before making any choices. Seth shook his head, refusing their suggestion. The Su dynasty was too formidable for him to handle alone. The other family leaders understood instantly, looking at each other, seemingly resolved. Meanwhile, people from other dynasties also learned about the Su dynasty's involvement in Dayo. Thus, an emergency conference among the dynasties was called. In a station house on the border, there were no festivities or lighthearted atmospheres today. Gathering all of you here today, you must understand the purpose by now, said the representative from Great Xia, seated at the main seat. Today's goal was to potentially recruit some dynasties for support. After all, Su's strength couldn't be ignored. The defeat of Dayong isn't a secret. Everyone knows about it. But why should it concern us other dynasties? The person from the desert region stared at the Elven, filled with skepticism. The desert had long cooperated with the Su dynasty, well aware of its power. Being here today was unavoidable. How could this not concern you? Power inflates one's greed infinitely. Is Su's target merely Great Xia? You mustn't forget that as the leading state, if Great Xia falls, Su will dominate everything. With such advanced weaponry, won't attacking other dynasties be effortless for them? The Elven sipped tea calmly. Once threats appeared, everyone would fall silent. He observed each face, noting every reaction. The Che fell silent. This issue couldn't be resolved by him alone. Moreover, differing opinions wouldn't help. He simply chose to stay silent. Everyone looked at each other, clearly swayed by the Elven's words. These words do hold some truth. If Su reaches the top, their demands won't be limited. Today is just for discussion. There are no representatives from Su here, so speak freely. But we need to ensure there are no traitors here. His eyes never left the Che while saying this, almost insinuating traitor directly. This made everyone alert, looking at the Che unfavorably, as if they wished to tear him apart. Feeling the hostile gazes, the Che grew uneasy. The desert does not intend to involve itself. It's inappropriate for me to stay here. Excuse me. The envoy quickly bowed and left, cold sweat running down his back. He hastened away, knowing every second counted. Other dynasties had representatives here. His death could mean complete silence about this matter. Outside the station, the desert envoy rushed back to the desert without delay. Elsewhere, at the banquet. Sir, what you say makes sense. Now, with no outsiders, please instruct us. You know, our dynasties are far from Great Xia's level and cannot provide much help. After all, Su is not something we can contend with. Please don't expect too much from us. Other representatives moved closer to the Great Xia envoy. They didn't want their dynasties to disappear. Joining might be the only option. I believe Su's superior technology poses a threat to all of us. If several dynasties unite and force Su to hand over this technology, we might stand a chance. What do you think? The representative from Daqin asked seriously. Having grievances with Su, he seized this opportunity. Others brightened at this idea, sensing hope. Daqin makes sense. Only unity can secure our safety. One dynasty against Su might struggle, but united, we have a fighting chance. The representatives' faces lit up, as if Su would immediately hand over the technology. Seeing the atmosphere set, the Elvins stood. Right. We must make Su surrender the canon formula. Chapter 329. So what? Inside Evan Hildred's study. Your Majesty, the internal problems of Daong have been resolved. Alondra was delighted. She hadn't expected that while dealing with other dynasties, Hildred dynasty had merely used a fraction of its strength to solve Dayong's internal issues so swiftly. She suddenly realized Hildred dynasty seemed to be unstoppable. Noted. At this moment, Lionel was busy calculating recent tax revenues in court. Not only did they have to fight wars but also focus on internal development, which made his tone rather cold, as he couldn't divide his attention. Your Majesty, aren't you happy? We've accomplished what everyone deemed impossible. Furthermore, it took us less than half a month. Isn't that worth celebrating? Alondra was puzzled and even wondered what kind of event could touch Gray's heart. Why did everything seem predictable, like he was playing a chess game? Why should I be surprised? Lionel asked, expecting such an answer. Alondra opened her mouth, indeed underestimating Gray once again. I've provided DeAndre with numerous combat tools. If we can't resolve it quickly, that would be surprising. With torpedoes and these warships, dealing with some insignificant princes is child's play. Lionel looked at Alondra seriously. Knowing that the items he supplied were all modern warfare equipment, in this continent he dared claim first place, and no one would dare challenge him. Not mentioning weapons, the soldier's skills alone outpaced everyone else by a large margin. With such advanced weapons, success was even easier. Alondra nodded slowly, seemingly agreeing with him. It wasn't the Hildred dynasty that was powerful, it was Lionel. She needed to remember this and maintain emotional stability. Lionel watched Alondra's playful expression and couldn't resist teasing her. But just then, Mitzi appeared unseasonably in the study. Greetings, Your Majesty. Mitzi had an unmistakable joy etched across her face, surprised that Dayong's royal family issues were solved so effortlessly. She felt she made the right decision coming to Hildred dynasty. What's wrong? Interrupted mid-thought, Lionel's tone became colder. He returned to his seat, embodying majesty. Your Majesty, thank you for your help regarding Daong. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Before Carissa could finish, Lionel interrupted. This was something I promised you long ago, reasonable and expected. If you came today just to express gratitude, it's unnecessary. Waving his hand, these matters weren't significant to him. Telling him about Qipao sales skyrocketing would be more encouraging, meaning Hildred dynasty's coffers would swell, accurately speaking, his own. Your Majesty, today I came because there's an important matter I must bring to your attention. Recalling her purpose, Carissa's expression turned serious. Seeing her demeanor, Alondra's heart sank. Known as a talented scholar, anything troubling her was bound to be significant. Go ahead. Sitting up straight, Lionel wanted to know what could cause the tension in the room. Your Majesty, after resolving Dayong's issue, you will become the prime target. As Hildred dynasty grows stronger and becomes known worldwide, many troubles will follow. Daki becoming number one meant establishing unequal treaties and exploiting others. Carissa didn't directly state it, instead illustrating the situation, as other dynasties wouldn't allow this easily. So? Holding his chin nonchalantly, Lionel asked indifferently. Carissa lost the desire to speak, as Lionel remained carefree, acting as if nothing could worry him. This only made her more concerned. After all, Daong allied with Hildred dynasty. Solving internal issues couldn't end in betrayal. Your Majesty, other dynasties may unite now, aiming to crush Hildred dynasty. Given Hildred dynasty's powerful weaponry, posing a considerable threat to others, though these dynasties are not top tier, their combined strength can still be formidable. Please consider this seriously. After much thought, Carissa decided to advise. She didn't want Daong to suffer through another war after achieving peace. At the same time, she was somewhat excited, wondering how Lionel would handle all the wrath of the other dynasties. You shouldn't worry too much. The situation isn't as severe as you imagine. Understanding Carissa's concern, Lionel's expression relaxed, showing no signs of stress. Alondra was taken aback by Lionel's composure. Carissa's concerns were genuine. Individually, defeating other dynasties would be effortless for Hildred, but collectively, it would be challenging. Your Majesty, do you think Daki wouldn't see this opportunity? Initially, there were grievances between you two, wanting to eliminate each other. If Daki stirs up the others, what will Hildred dynasty do? Endure the suffering of war? Carissa became anxious, her tone no longer gentle, verging on questioning. creating an even tenser atmosphere. Lost in thought, Carissa failed to realize she crossed boundaries. Alondra coughed gently, trying to alert her, but Carissa paid no heed. Lionel laughed aloud. Very simple. Both Daong and Dachu are allies of Hildred dynasty. As for the rest, there's nothing to fear. Besides, it won't be easy for Daki to sow discord. This translation preserves the original structure and style while ensuring it remains natural and coherent. Chapter 330. Old Hildred, do you want a wife? 1 month later, DeAndre rode a tall horse and appeared majestically in the capital city of the Hildred dynasty. The streets were lined with people, their faces beaming with joy. Lionel stood atop the city walls, gazing at the grand procession of troops. From afar, he could already smell the fishy odor. If nothing was amiss, they must have also brought some local specialties. Atli Ian is mighty. Every campaign has resulted in victory. Now even the formidable Great Young dynasty has fallen to our might. At this rate of growth, the future of the Hildred dynasty looks bright. Victory for the Hildred dynasty. Long live the Hildred dynasty. The citizens cheered, filled with hope. No one would have thought that the weakest nation, known for its last-place reputation, could achieve such glory. After all, no one had been able to shake the supremacy of the Great Young dynasty for years. The Hildred dynasty had merely exerted a little effort to effortlessly resolve matters, and even secured an alliance with the Great Young dynasty. This move would undoubtedly earn them fame across the continent. Meanwhile, DeAndre arrived in the capital from the Great Young dynasty, laden with abundant resources. Hail the Evan! Everyone knelt, bowing their heads to Lionel. To them, this man before them was a god. Not only did they now enjoy lives without worry about food or clothing, but they also saw a glimmer of hope for the future. Rise, Lionel said, waving his hand as he looked at the weary DeAndre. War was indeed brutal. It wouldn't pause because you were tired or miserable. Your Majesty, we have not let you down. We've resolved all internal issues within the Great Young dynasty. Not only that, we have established a beneficial relationship as per your Majesty's wishes. This time, we've brought back many rare items from the Great Young dynasty, along with their gratitude, DeAndre said, pointing excitedly at the seemingly endless caravan behind him. The generosity of the Great Young Ford was overwhelming. Night pearls were not counted individually but by crates. Despite DeAndre explaining that everything was under imperial decree, the Great Young Ford still gave generously. Lionel was slightly surprised. Was this the advantage of wealth? Yet, given the Great Young dynasty's long isolation, resources should have been scarce. Nonetheless, if they offered, he would accept. You have worked hard, Lionel finally spoke, pausing after much thought before simply saying this. He patted DeAndre's shoulder, and involuntarily, Jameson's face flashed through his mind. If he were still alive, he would likely be equally exhausted. A tinge of melancholy washed over him. Your Majesty, are you all right? DeAndre noticed the lack of response and grew puzzled. Nothing. What's wrong? Lionel snapped back to reality and asked. Your Majesty, Mitzi's mother has come to our territory and is among the procession. Nellie Kiana gazed at Lionel, memories flooding her mind. She remembered her youthful vigor and how she once believed there was only one fiery-hearted man like Hildred E in the world. Seeing Lionel today, she realized she hadn't been mistaken. Alas, that was all in the past. DeAndre was surprised she'd mentioned the former Ford, fearing jealousy from the Great Young Ford. Nellie Kiana flatters me. My achievements today are due to my father's teachings, and so too is the Hildred dynasty's present success. If you have something to say, please speak directly. Preambles aren't necessary. Lionel smiled. The Great Young Ford was astute to use Kiana, recalling she was once Shi Flynn's favorite concubine. Despite his average abilities, he had farsightedness. Indeed, the son of the former Ford can hardly be ordinary. After just a few words, you've seen through my purpose. Nellie Kiana was impressed. Lionel didn't resemble his rumored counterpart at all, sharp-witted and concise like his father. In some ways, I see the youth I once admired in you. Whatever your request is, as long as it doesn't breach our alliance, I will consider it, Lionel replied politely, noting how her admiration for his father persisted. Nellie Kiana's expression turned serious. Evan de Jong wishes to marry Mitzi to you. Chapter 331. Could she be just a tool? Kira. Chloe stood rooted to the spot, finding it hard to believe. She never imagined her mother had come all this way just for this. Was she no more than a tool to consolidate the dynasty's status in her parents' eyes? Seeing the extraordinarily handsome Lionel beside her mother, a blush involuntarily spread across her face. If she had to be married off and her match was Lionel, then perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. Chloe approached Kiana with small steps. How did you usually teach me, Kira? You've only been in the Hildred dynasty for a few days, and already you're forgetting everything? If you continue to behave improperly after marrying into the Hildred dynasty, what would people think of you? Kiana, seeing her daughter lose composure upon meeting her, chided gently but affectionately. Despite being reprimanded, her tone remained tender. Kira, as long as Deborah is unmarried, I will always be your precious daughter. Why put on an act in front of you? Moreover, Gray hasn't even said he wants to marry me. Wouldn't that be putting him in an awkward position? Chloe's cheeks visibly flushed red as she spoke, sneakily observing Lionel's expression from time to time, trying to gauge his thoughts. Kiana saw through her daughter's little game instantly and couldn't help feeling a mix of emotions. What magic do the Hildred men possess? Not only believed but paused, approaching Chloe and whispering softly. If you really like someone, you must boldly and courageously express it. Even if you don't end up together, at least there will be no regrets. Moreover, it doesn't seem he dislikes you. If you both find each other agreeable, I will certainly approve. If you don't like it, your father won't force you. Afterward, she glanced meaningfully at Xerxes and gave her daughter an encouraging hug before turning away. DeAndre and others realized their presence was inappropriate at this moment. Your Majesty, our troops have been on the road for a long time without rest. Please have a conversation with Chloe. I'll take my leave. DeAndre signaled to the surrounding soldiers, who nodded quickly in agreement. We haven't had a good night's sleep for a long while either, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we shall take our leave. Soldiers kneeled unanimously. Deep down, they hoped their Evan would soon have a companion in the palace. For a long time, the Evan hadn't added any concubines. Now, since he didn't seem opposed, they hoped this would work out. The crowd also dispersed silently, leaving the once crowded street nearly empty. Lionel felt speechless. These people were masters of opportunism. Chloe raised her eyes to look at Lionel with longing. Your Majesty, if you're unwilling, you don't have to feel pressured. You needn't be troubled by Kira's words. I'll explain things to Father and Kira. Chloe had never felt Lionel treat her differently. Even during their candid encounter, he showed no desire for her body. Perhaps, he didn't have any feelings for her. Of course, but you must be sure. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Once a decision is made, it means binding yourself to me and the entire De Jong dynasty. Lionel's expression grew serious as he gazed into her eyes. He was not one to force anyone into anything, especially not marriage. Deborah's heart warmed. Never had a man asked her about her willingness. They always saw her as a means to an end, never treating her as Lionel did, truly caring for her emotions. Do you like me, Your Majesty? Lifting her head, she blinked her large eyes, lashes fluttering like dancing butterflies. Looking at her, Lionel admitted he wasn't untouched by her charm. Yet, many pressing matters needed addressing first, and he couldn't indulge in personal relationships now. Seemingly reading his mind, Deborah had a bold thought. She wanted this man. Her mother said, if truly liking someone, don't leave regrets. Thinking of this, she tiptoed, embraced his neck, and placed a gentle kiss, responding softly, Deborah is willing. Yusef's iris suspected her ears. Her almond eyes widened as she looked at Lionel in disbelief. Your Majesty, do you think Iris is such a person? To promote peace between the two dynasties, am I merely offering myself as sacrifice? A hint of disappointment flashed through Yusef's Iris's mind. Despite spending so much time together, she had failed to bridge the gap between them. Instead, she only led him to misunderstand her. No, I just want you to think carefully about it. It's a lifetime commitment, Lionel replied, realizing her current low spirits and trying to ease the tension. Your Majesty, matters between the Hildred dynasty and De Jong dynasty are one thing. Our marriage is another. These two things have no connection. This situation is different. You cannot mix them up. Yusef's Iris tried again, her gaze becoming more serious. She hoped he would understand that she genuinely cared for him. Seeing her like this, Lionel fell silent, and the atmosphere became awkward as snowflakes danced outside. Yusef's Iris had never felt so cold, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Your Majesty, what Iris says is true. You don't have to rush to give me an answer. When you decide, then tell Iris. She composed herself, smiling lightly as if trying to lighten the mood, then hastily fled. Afraid to hear Lionel's response, she feared ultimately loving in vain. An indescribable sense of loss lingered in her heart. Lionel stared at Yusef's Iris's retreating figure, lost in thought. Regardless of whether in the modern world or in this historical dynasty, he had yet to truly experience marriage. Naturally, he hoped for mutual love and a happy ending. Therefore, he didn't want to treat his first marriage lightly. Wandering around the capital, watching couples walk hand in hand, he felt no envy. He bore greater responsibilities and could not be swayed by personal feelings. Unconsciously returning to the palace, the surrounding soldiers showed genuine admiration for Lionel, their faces beaming with smiles, still basking in DeAndre's victory. Hildreddenly, he saw a shadowy figure moving stealthily. Lionel frowned. Have the palace guards still not learned? Are they slacking off again? Recalling the previous assassin, he grew concerned. Cautiously approaching a nearby rock formation, he hid behind it. As the shadow neared, Lionel suddenly jumped out. Who's there? A familiar voice calmed him. Your son pays homage to Gray. Bowing respectfully, Lionel addressed the shadow. Ellis recognized his beloved son instantly and turned away, preparing to leave. But Lionel blocked his path, causing an awkward moment as they locked eyes. Ellis lowered his head to hide something. What happened? Lionel demanded, seeing bruises on his father's face. Logically, Ellis, experienced in combat, should be well skilled. Anyone capable of injuring him must be extraordinary. Realizing this, Lionel clenched his fists. What audacity! To dare lay hands on you within the Hildred dynasty's palace. They must be tired of living. Father, please tell me who did this. I'll make sure they pay dearly. Since rescuing Ellis from Dali, Lionel vowed never to let his father suffer again. Whoever dared harm him would die. Calm down. It's not a big deal, Ellis responded, startled. Despite his caution, he had still been caught. Understanding his son's filial piety and inability to bear his suffering, he hid to return to his quarters. Fear had become reality. How is this not a big deal? As long as I live, no one can hurt you. Lionel's brows furrowed, showing displeasure, embodying the dominant, protective king. Ellis considered, knowing no one understood Lionel better. Hiding further would only complicate matters. Don't overthink. Just agree to marry Yusef's Iris. Later, I will explain everything fully, Ellis said sincerely. Upon hearing this, Lionel sensed the answer, feeling some resistance, unwilling to accept the arrangement. If forced, it was unacceptable. Father, I will listen to you on anything else, but not on this matter. Translation completed. Maintaining the paragraph structure and style as requested. Hashtag chapter 333. Are you getting cocky? If you don't listen to your father, you will never know what happened with this matter. Ellis was visibly displeased and looked at his beloved son with a face full of disappointment. Now that the Hildred dynasty was becoming increasingly powerful, did he start getting cocky? Are you getting cocky? Or has your father lost control over you? Ellis pondered something and then looked sternly at Lionel, as if ready to reach for the whip at his waist. It seemed that even on such a celebratory day, he still needed to discipline his son. Father, Look at what you're saying. You are the patriarch, I am the child. How could I not listen to what you say? It's just that seeing you like this worries me. Don't take it to heart. Feeling a hint of danger, Lionel quickly held Ellis's hand, flattering him. After all, his father might actually beat him. He didn't want to be thrashed in the freezing cold. Ellis retracted his hand, glanced at Lionel, and seemed rather pleased. That's better. Remember, if you don't listen, I won't be gentle. Leaving those words, Ellis turned and left. It seemed that force would always be necessary to keep his beloved son in line. Standing there, Lionel watched as Ellis vanished from view, feeling confused. His father usually supported his decisions. Understanding who he was, why had his attitude changed so drastically? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand, finding it quite frustrating. Well, no one can force me to do something I don't want to, Lionel sighed deeply and prepared to leave. At that moment, the great Flynn Velma appeared. Your Majesty. The Velma bowed respectfully to Lionel. What is it? Lionel asked, looking at her. Usually, she only came to the palace when there was something, or if she wanted some delicious food. Your Majesty, the sage of the Velma clan has arrived in the capital and wishes to meet you. If you have nothing pressing, perhaps now would be good. The great Flynn Velma was delighted because the sage was the one who loved and favored her most. Seeing her was surprising but mostly joyous. Yet, she wondered why the sage wouldn't tell her anything in advance. Still, she trusted the sage wouldn't harm her. The sage of Great Flynn? Lionel confirmed again, watching the Velma nod with a slight smile. Frowning, Lionel fell into thought. The sage rarely left the organization, so why was she in the capital now? If they were worried about the Hildred dynasty, they wouldn't have let the Velma stay here for so long. Lost in thought, he still couldn't figure out what was happening. Your Majesty, are you alright? She may be a rare beauty, but she won't be interested in someone like you, the great Flynn Velma joked, thinking he might. Her body stiffened, silent. Leading the way, she cursed him inwardly. Lionel walked behind, watching her pout and felt even more pleased, though he couldn't stop sneezing from the cold. Arriving at Blair Inn in the capital, Lionel paused. Indeed, the sage knew this was the best service in town. Following the Velma, he entered a room on the second floor. There, by the window, sat an elegant woman, stunning in appearance. Lionel couldn't help but be impressed. The sage and the Velma shared a similar cool demeanor, but possessed a charm that was irresistible. Greetings, sage. Gray has arrived, the great Flynn Velma announced, losing her usual cheerfulness in the presence of the sage. Lionel, noting her change, silently remarked how quickly women's moods could change. The sage turned slowly, her every movement graceful, unlike any killer. More like a princess. It was hard to believe such elegance belonged to the sage of a killer organization. The great Flynn Velma whispered beside him, Your Majesty, this is the current sage managing the Velma clan, Elspeth. Note, the names used here follow pinyin transliteration closely, ensuring accuracy and representation. Chapter 334. The great Flynn does not want to fall behind. Rian pays respects to Your Majesty. May you live 10,000 years. Elspeth was somewhat surprised when she saw Lionel. She had assumed that anyone with such deep scheming who had climbed to this position must be of a certain age. Unexpectedly, he was indeed as rumored, a paragon among the young generation. Staring at Lionel, Elspeth was momentarily lost in thought. This was the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life, without exception. Rise, Lionel waved his hand, and then sat down on the main seat beside him. I wonder why the sage has traveled such a long distance from the great Flynn to visit the Hildred dynasty? If there's something on your mind, please speak directly. Let's not beat around the bush. Thinking about all the roundabout conversations Kiana had given him today, Lionel felt utterly exhausted. But this was typical of people. Before getting to the point, they would exchange pleasantries endlessly. Elspeth, though I've always been in the great Flynn, have heard much about Your Majesty. Before coming to the Hildred dynasty, I did conduct an investigation into you. Your depth is truly impressive. At that time, not only did you deceive the Evan of the Great Zhou, but also the entire world. Elspeth continued to scrutinize Lionel's facial expressions, wanting to see if this man would react like other Fords, explosively angry upon being reminded of past events. Unfortunately, Lionel's face remained completely unperturbed, calm beyond. No man had ever been so extraordinary. Due to her martial prowess, many men dared not approach her easily. Among the renowned men in the martial world, few were truly outstanding. Lionel was indeed an exception. The Ember of the Great Flynn breathed a sigh of relief. She wondered when the sage had become so tactful. It was quite nerve-wracking. I do not enjoy small talk, nor do I need this kind of praise. After the Hildred dynasty became strong, people came in droves, and if each person went over the same old things, how boring would that be? Don't let it happen again. Lionel chuckled. Those matters weren't secrets anymore. No matter how much she talked, it would be futile. But, sage, you've come all this way to the Hildred dynasty. Surely it's not just to compliment me? If there's something on your mind, please speak openly. Lionel was very goal-oriented. Given the current turmoil, although it had little impact on the Hildred dynasty, it was still a thorn in his father's heart. Therefore, he needed to conquer the Great Xia within a short time to alleviate his father's guilt. Your Majesty must have a reason for making the Hildred dynasty strong. People only know the Hildred dynasty is formidable, but they don't realize it's because of you that it's so powerful. Elspeth's smile grew broader as she gazed at Lionel. Lionel said nothing, caressing the teacup as if in deep thought. Elspeth understood that she couldn't keep beating around the bush. The rapid development of the Hildred dynasty in recent months is alarming even to the Great Flynn, which fears nothing. However, I clearly understand that Your Majesty won't act against the Great Flynn, and the Great Flynn won't actively disrupt relations. But now that the Hildred dynasty is so powerful, surely Your Majesty doesn't wish to see the Great Flynn lagging far behind? Elspeth blinked her large, expressive eyes at Lionel, her gaze filled with anticipation. Although her words were diplomatic, her intentions were clear. With Lionel's intelligence, he wouldn't miss it. Therefore, his response would clarify the Hildred dynasty's stance toward the Great Flynn. Assassins usually speak straightforwardly, didn't you? Didn't expect someone to be so articulate. Lionel understood Elspeth's meaning but was still somewhat shocked. He never sugarcoated anything when talking to the Ember of the Great Flynn, often comparing their strengths and ending up arguing with Tamara whenever they met. Your Majesty, besides being skilled in martial arts, the sage must consider the future development of the Ember lineage. If she lacked such capability, how could she have reached this position on her own? The Ember of the Great Flynn beamed with pride. Her lineage boasted not only beautiful women but also formidable warriors. However, hearing Lionel praise the Great Flynn for the first time sent a thrill through her. Your Majesty, this time I've come to propose a deal with the Hildred dynasty. The Great Flynn will never take action against the Hildred dynasty. Therefore, could we possibly exchange some of your advanced weapons so the Great Flynn can stay close to the Hildred dynasty? Elspeth's expression turned serious. This was no joke. Though the Great Flynn was powerful, it would be vulnerable against these formidable weapons. Thus, it needed something substantial to defend itself. The Ember of the Great Flynn was taken aback. No wonder she wasn't informed beforehand. Was it because they feared Lionel's charm might ensnare her? This thought saddened her. Who knew the sage could think this way? Reflecting on it, perhaps it made sense. Lionel set down the teacup and stared directly at Elspeth. Do you want these modern military weapons? Yes. But what can the Great Flynn offer in exchange? Chapter 335. Guaranteeing your safety. These things are invaluable, and if you don't see the sincerity of the Great Flynn kingdom, I also have the right to refuse. Lionel sat in his chair, continually playing with the thumb ring on his left hand. His words were light and easy, as if discussing something trivial. Even if he took away such powerful weapons today, tomorrow he would create even more formidable ones. So, he had absolute confidence in his strength and was unafraid. The Ember of Great Flynn swallowed, hoping the sage wouldn't be angered by this. She kept glancing back and forth, gauging the expressions on both faces. At that moment, she wished she could find a hole to disappear into, not understanding why she had to be caught between them. Your Majesty's words aren't far from the truth, but what Great Flynn can offer for exchange will surpass your expectations. Elspeth saw Lionel acting so nonchalant, and suddenly became intrigued. Although his words weren't entirely pleasant, they contained some reason. After all, the current strength of Hildred dynasty could easily crush anyone. Go on. Lionel paused his finger play, raising his head to scrutinize the woman before him. He hadn't expected her to be so prepared. Compared to the naive Ember, she was indeed formidable. Your Majesty, while these cannons are powerful, they're only effective on open battlefields. But their range doesn't reach personal combat. If someone gets close to you, incidents may happen. Elspeth deliberately paused. Being a martial artist herself, she could instantly assess his skills. Though Lionel was physically fit, he knew only basic martial arts. And Great Flynn can guarantee, we will arrange top-tier assassins to protect you without any blind spots. And we ensure that no danger will ever come near your Majesty. Elspeth said these words very casually. Evans through history always valued their own lives the most. Only by living could they acquire more. Once dead, everything else was irrelevant. No matter how powerful Lionel was, he couldn't escape aging and death, natural phenomena beyond his control. But assassination was different, and she could provide an absolute assurance. The Ember of Great Flynn noticed the subtle change in atmosphere between them and was greatly surprised. In previous conversations with Lionel, she always ended up at a disadvantage. The sage was indeed extraordinary, managing to sway him in just a few sentences. Your Majesty, what do you think of this trade? Elspeth smiled cunningly, exuding a slightly devilish charm that captivated everyone. The terms are good, but I have a request. Lionel nodded, acknowledging that Great Flynn's promise demonstrated some sincerity. Your Majesty, please name your condition. As long as it's not unreasonable, Ruyan can agree to it. Elspeth felt relieved inside. Given Lionel's growing reputation in the martial world, countless people would vie to protect him if he asked. Still, she hadn't expected him to reject Great Flynn's offer. There's no need for those so-called top killers from Great Flynn. Harriet is quite competent. Lionel looked over at the Ember standing beside Elspeth. She was the only one who made him feel threatened. Plus, her abilities were evident. No one else could match her. Elspeth paused, then turned to glance at the Ember. Seeing her innocent, clear eyes, she fell silent again. Her gaze complex when she lifted her head. Your Majesty, the Ember's capabilities alone are limited. Are you sure you don't need others? Elspeth probed cautiously. A new Ember appeared in Great Flynn only every 30 years, but the Great Xia had lured one away, causing panic in the kingdom. She didn't want history to repeat itself, or see the Ember she had nurtured get deceived. After all, being a royal woman wasn't easy. Although Lionel's harem was currently empty, it might not stay that way. The Ember was naturally simple-hearted and innocent. If something were to happen, if the sage can't fulfill such a small request, cooperation seems unnecessary. Lionel frowned, revealing his displeasure. While the Ember was surprised, she inwardly rejoiced because staying near Hildred dynasty meant seeing that irresistible face daily and enjoying delicious food. A win-win situation. Sage, do you doubt my ability? The Ember knew some things required asserting oneself. She looked sincerely at Elspeth. Elspeth sighed heavily at this. Fine. The Ember can remain outside, but Great Flynn cannot be without her. We'll select and train a new Ember. Goodbye. Elspeth's expression suddenly relaxed as she bowed respectfully to Lionel before leaving. The Ember watched her retreating back, feeling a wave of loneliness. In her youth, apart from practicing martial arts diligently, she had little else to do. Now, meeting her mentor was especially difficult. Your Majesty, do you know who among the Great Flynn assassins has the highest martial arts skills? The Ember turned to ask Lionel. The sage. Lionel responded without hesitation. It was a no-brainer. Since you know everything, why not ask the sage to stay and protect you? Her protection would greatly assure your safety. The Ember's eyes were filled with confusion and misunderstanding. Did Lionel already harbor feelings for her? Recalling his teasing during their earlier encounter, her heart raced. Indeed, the sage is skilled, but if real danger came, do you think she would risk her life to save me? Lionel asked instead of answering directly. The Ember fell silent. She couldn't be certain about the sage. However, if she were in that position, she would definitely save Lionel, even at the cost of her life. Your Majesty, you mean you don't trust the sage? The Ember suddenly realized something, her face full of surprise. Lionel nodded approvingly at her sudden insight. Exactly. Chapter 336. Use magic to defeat magic. On the other side, in the imperial study of Great Xia, Your Majesty, Hildred Dynasty managed to resolve the internal issues of the Great Yong Dynasty in less than half a month. The current Great Yong King has agreed to cooperate with the Hildred Dynasty. The Gaylord looked at the man seated on the main seat with concern. At this rate, it would not be favorable for Great Xia. Great Yong? The Evan of Great Xia's hand froze mid-air while holding the memorial scroll. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. Great Yong had always prided itself on its aloofness, never interacting with outsiders or initiating wars. Now, it was actually allying with the Hildred Dynasty? That's right. It's rumored that the Great Yong King even intends to marry Yusef's Iris to Lionel. Alejandra is already within the borders of the Hildred Dynasty. This time, the Great Yong King seems serious about it. The Gaylord carefully chose his words as he noticed the Ford's expression turning sour. Whether the Ford liked it or not, this was an irrefutable fact. No amount of complaining would change the situation now. They needed to find a solution. The Evan clenched the memorial scroll tightly in his hands, his brows furrowed deeply. The army of Great Yong was different from those of other dynasties, making battles more challenging. More importantly, the Hildred Dynasty possessed formidable weapons. If Great Yong mastered this technology, things could get out of hand. Your Majesty, it's not just this. The message from the representatives suggests that the people of the Great Desert have taken a neutral stance. It's said that during the era of Great Zhou, the Hildred Dynasty, when it was still part of Great Zhou, already allied with them and launched a joint attack on Great Zhou. Even the people of Great Flynn didn't show their faces. If we want to bring down the Hildred Dynasty, it's going to be tough. The Gaylord's voice grew quieter. He couldn't pinpoint when exactly, but somewhere along the line, Great Xia ceased to be the leading power among the nations. All attention seemed to be shifting towards the Hildred Dynasty. Previously, he believed Great Xia, both in strength and national power, surpassed all other dynasties. Now, he felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Great Flynn and Great Yong. It looks like they are planning rebellion. Great Yong has some self-preservation ability, but Great Flynn is just a massive organization of assassins. In a formal war, they're utterly useless yet dare to be so arrogant. The Evan frowned, feeling a growing sense of urgency but remaining defiant. He refused to acknowledge that the Hildred Dynasty had become a power to court. Seeing this, the Gaylord knew what the Evan was thinking but did not want to embarrass him. What about the other dynasties' attitudes? The Evan's expression suddenly turned serious. Besides the neutral Great Desert, there were 6 other dynasties. If even 2 of them stood by Great Xia, the odds could still tilt in their favor. Your Majesty, based on the current situation, even if we allied with other dynasties, dealing with the Hildred Dynasty remains beyond our capabilities. The weapons of the Hildred Dynasty are a thorn in the side of many. If you proposed working together on anything else, they would absolutely agree wholeheartedly. But these monarchs are no fools. None of them wish to send their soldiers to die uselessly or offend an unaffordable dynasty. The Gaylord sighed, helpless. The Evan was indeed strong, but times had changed. If the Evan failed to adapt, Great Xia was doomed to decline. The Evan fell silent, the air in the study thick with tension. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the Gaylord. This way doesn't work, that way doesn't work. So tell me, what should I do? The Evan growled lowly. One could hear the underlying anger in his tone. The Gaylord understood that the Evan was frustrated. Your Majesty, since this path is blocked, why don't we try another approach? Even if the Hildred Dynasty is powerful, if they are isolated by the entire continent, how can they sustain their dominance? Do they plan to wipe out one dynasty after another until only the Hildred Dynasty remains? The Gaylord looked at the Evan, speaking every word deliberately. Reversing the strategy might work. After all, the reason this continent was divided into 7 dynasties was due to its vast territory. Some always craved supremacy, leading to the current situation. If Lionel went too far, he'd only end up a laughingstock. Hildreddenly, the Evan laughed heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the room. You, my Gaylord, have been worth my trust all these years. If this really works, I'll grant you 1,000 acres of land. The Evan's eyes narrowed into crescents, unable to stop smiling. The Gaylord smiled but remained silent. Send my orders. Our focus will no longer be on the Hildred Dynasty. Instead, we will target Great Yong and Great Flynn. Of course, we shouldn't be overly violent. We need to simply strike swiftly and directly at their capitals. The Evan rested his chin on his hands, looking triumphant. The Gaylord found the plan good but knew it wouldn't address the root problem. After all, nobody knew what kind of person Lionel truly was or what he could do. Your Majesty, why? Since you've decided to change strategies, why not be direct? Once the intimidation effect takes place, no other dynasty will dare align with the Hildred Dynasty. The Gaylord was puzzled, unsure why the Evan wasn't going straight to the point. Moreover, many dynasties were willing to support Great Xia. This was clearly a great opportunity. An opportunity lost can never be regained. Do you think what we can think of, Lionel cannot? The Evan looked at the Gaylord's eyes, questioning. He naturally can. The Gaylord responded, though still confused. Since these dynasties are allied with the Hildred Dynasty, they are our enemies. To protect themselves, they will surely make deals with the Hildred Dynasty to obtain those advanced weapons. All we need to do is instill fear. We aren't trying to subdue Great Yong and Great Flynn. The Evan leaned back in his chair. His real goal was the weapons Lionel possessed, not alliances with Great Flynn. With these powerful weapons, the stances of other dynasties mattered little to him. The Gaylord's eyes widened, an idea forming in his mind. Your Majesty, are you planning to use the Hildred dynasty's methods to defeat the Hildred dynasty? Chapter 337, Must Re-enter the Shadows. Within the Great Flynn, Your Majesty, King Hildred has agreed to share some of those formidable weapons with the Great Flynn. The Hildred dynasty shows no hostile attitude toward the Great Flynn and even seems to admire us. Elspeth knelt in the golden, splendid hall, her eyes unwavering as she looked at the Empress seated on the dragon throne. Her face bore a hint of pride. There was nothing in this world that she couldn't handle when she took charge. At this moment, she could even sense the 7 people envying her. Not bad, thank you for your hard work, Sage. The Renata of the Great Flynn sat on the dragon throne, her lips slightly curling upward as she nodded. She felt relieved inside. The Hildred dynasty had been recently gaining momentum. If they could truly provide long-term protection for the Great Flynn, it would indeed be a form of security. Congratulations to Your Majesty. We are fortunate. The capabilities of the Hildred dynasty are evident to all. Henceforth, the Great Flynn will never be bullied again. Your Majesty, although we now have the support of the Hildred dynasty, we must not become overly complacent. With these weapons, we still need to practice martial arts diligently and not fail at critical moments. In the court, the ministers began discussing animatedly. In their view, these things were just convenient weapons. They still had to rely on themselves. You all speak wisely, which is also my intention. But please remember, the Great Flynn from now on is no longer the vulnerable kingdom it once was. Even when facing Qi, we must not panic and must hold our ground firmly. The Renata looked at everyone below her earnestly. Every single person before her was a skilled expert. Despite this, they could only live in the shadows. After all, throughout the dynasties, assassins never had a place in the open. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We will strictly follow Your Majesty's teachings. The ministers all knelt down, genuine smiles on their faces. The sage looked at the harmonious scene, but felt an unsettling unease deep within her heart. She couldn't pinpoint what exactly was causing this fear. Hildreddenly, a soldier rushed in, breaking the atmosphere. To enter so hastily, what manner of decorum is this? The Renata glared coldly at the rushing soldier, displeasure clear on her face. She had just emphasized remaining calm regardless of circumstances. This situation had come far too soon after her words. Report to Your Majesty, scouts report that she has already dispatched a large army towards our border. 3 cities have already fallen, with losses reaching over 1 million. This urgent matter, I dared not delay. The soldier looked panicked, still unaware of the exact situation. Although there had always been minor frictions between the 2 kingdoms, such a large-scale war had never been initiated. This event had plunged many citizens of the Great Flynn into panic. If it wasn't handled promptly, the Great Flynn might. Upon hearing this, everyone present changed color instantly. Sweat broke out on the foreheads of the ministers, their lips trembling. Your Majesty, how should we respond now? This massive attack from Qi is beyond anything we can prepare for. Our armies specialize in assassination and are currently exposed. We have no advantage here. The Gaylord frowned. An assassin organization needed only a small base to rebuild its strength. The Great Flynn had expanded due to its formidable power. Please continue. The Renata nodded, acknowledging this fact, though her tone grew anxious. The sudden attack by Qi caught us off guard. Our priority now must be to strengthen our defenses, making every effort to hold them off. We must endure for some time. The sage's voice was icy, chilling many hearts. The Gaylord looked at her with confusion and anger. Sage, despite your high rank, you shouldn't disregard the lives of our soldiers. Without people, what meaning does the existence of this dynasty have? This statement garnered nods of agreement from several ministers. However, the final decision rested with the Renata, and they dared not defy her will. The sage approached the Gaylord step by step, intensifying the tension in the hall. The Gaylord, feeling increasingly panicked, kept stepping backward. What do you intend? His voice trembled. The sage stopped, folding her arms. Gaylord, if you can think of it, why can't I? The Great Flynn specializes in assassination. How can we win on the open battlefield? We must re-enter the shadows. Chapter 338. The Great Qi is in my hands. Within the Hildred dynasty. Your Majesty, there's trouble. Lisbeth hurried into the great hall with rapid strides. What's wrong? Lionel raised an eyebrow and inquired with concern. Your Majesty, the Great Qi army launched a surprise attack on the Great Flynn dynasty. We've already lost 3 cities. The Great Flynn has suffered heavy losses and now faces a perilous situation, Lisbeth added. Although she didn't particularly like the Ember of Great Flynn, at least their dynasties maintained a cooperative relationship. With Great Flynn in trouble, she couldn't stand by idly. Upon hearing this news, Lionel's expression darkened. The Great Flynn is also an ally of our dynasty. The Great Qi are truly cunning. He slapped his armrest in anger, veins pulsing visibly on his forehead. Now is not the time for such talk, Your Majesty. If the Great Qi truly annihilates the Great Flynn dynasty, the situation will be dire. At that point, the Great Yong dynasty would also be wary, and any dynasties seeking to ally with the Hildred dynasty will reconsider. Lisbeth pondered deeply. The matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. The timing of the Great Qi's attack on the Great Flynn indicated they might target the Great Yong next. It dawned on her that the ultimate goal of the Great Qi was still the Hildred dynasty. For now, they were venting their anger on other dynasties. Your Majesty, I believe that currently, the Great Qi can't defeat the Hildred dynasty. By attacking the Great Flynn, they aim to send a warning message. If the Great Flynn is in trouble, we mustn't remain indifferent, said the steward, stepping forward. Having served as Elwyn for some time, he understood the fort well. In such a crisis, he knew indifference was not an option. Moreover, the internal issues within the Great Yong dynasty, which the ministers could not prevent, ended up yielding unexpected positive results. The other ministers were surprised by the Stuarts' unexpectedly harmonious stance with the Ford today. To oppose now would seem, Your Majesty, what the Stuart said makes sense. The Great Flynn is an allied dynasty of the Hildred dynasty. If we do not step in now, we risk being criticized. The Hildred dynasty is no longer a helpless lamb. It's time to show the Great Xia our true strength. As leaders, we cannot watch passively while our allies suffer. We must offer support. Each minister stood tall, expressing fervent determination, as if the insult to the Great Flynn was directed at their own families. Standing there, Lisbeth was momentarily speechless at the swift change in attitude among the ministers. Yet, she felt happy for Lionel since this was the first time they were all in agreement. Just as Lionel was about to speak, a figure slowly walked through the doors of the Great Hall. Kneel before the Hildred Prime Evan. All ministers bowed with sincere admiration. Even during the Zhou dynasty era, Brendan had laid solid foundations. Now, much of the Hildred dynasty's achievements were due to his efforts. Rise. Brendan waved his hand, and Lionel immediately helped his elderly father sit beside him. This time, the Great Xia actually plans to involve innocent parties to settle matters between our two dynasties. On principle, the Hildred dynasty bears partial responsibility, so we must intervene. Brendan's tone was resolute. He never took anything involving the Great Xia lightly. The ministers nodded vigorously in agreement. Seeing their attitude, Brendan was pleased. He glanced at Lionel. Even without saying anything, Lionel agreed. His father's intense gaze felt somewhat peculiar. I will personally handle the Great Xia. Brendan stood firm, his eyes determined. It's time to settle old scores. Recalling how he had been treated by the Great Xia Ford, and how his beloved son had to disguise himself for so long, he felt it was time for retribution. Not just for personal grievances, but for the Hildred family. With that, he began stretching in the hall, much to the shock of the ministers. They stood frozen, stunned by because you're afraid of everything? Brendan remained unimpressed by the ministers' concerns. They worried too much about appearances, which seemed trivial compared to tangible power. True power came from victories, not appearances. Lisbeth looked at Brendan with newfound admiration. As the most respected person in the Hildred dynasty, his willingness to lead by example was commendable. She no longer thought his personal involvement inappropriate. The ministers listened to Brendan, their faces alternating between pale and flushed. Lionel watched his father, fully aware of his intentions. Revenge for the Hildred family. So be it. Thus, the decision was made. Chapter 339. I hope your majesty will agree. But, I have a request. Hildreddenly, Lionel added this unexpectedly. The ministers looked at each other in surprise, not expecting the Evan to renege on his word before the retired Ford. If they weren't already aware of their previous relationship, they would surely worry about the Evan now. After all, when Ellis was still the king of Jose, he was famously known for his fiery temper. Speak. Ellis knew Lionel wouldn't go back on his word, so he did not get angry. This is a matter between me and father. If you have nothing else to report, you may dismiss yourselves. Lionel looked at the assembly below, waiting a while. Seeing no one had anything urgent, he turned and left with Ellis. The subjects bid farewell to your majesties. The ministers understood that the Evan wanted a private conversation with Ellis, not something for them to overhear. In the imperial study, father, you can go out this time, but you must be careful and act prudently. Lionel earnestly told his father, who still retained a childlike impulsiveness. With peace finally achieved, Lionel naturally did not wish to see his old father stepping into danger again. Ellis was taken aback by this. If you're concerned about my safety, why did you agree? Facing his son's unusual reasoning, Ellis felt quite helpless. However, he was also curious as to why Lionel agreed. Though he remained calm and collected, this issue had always been a thorn in his side, making it hard for him to remain rational. Father, forgive me if I offend. You've always been proud and found it hard to accept the Hildred family's extermination due to your actions. So even if I try to stop you from taking revenge, you'll find a way. It might be better to let you do what you will. Lionel sighed. This was Ellis's obsession. If he couldn't move past it, it would haunt him for life. Even if the Great Xia dynasty fell to the Hildred dynasty, it wouldn't feel complete without his own hands finishing it. Ellis lowered his head hastily, afraid Lionel would see his red eyes. I can still wield a sword, as long as I stand. With the rapid attacks from Great Xia, Deshu has lost 3 cities. If this continues, the Ember frowned deeply, her sorrow apparent. Raised in Deshu, it was home to her. Now, she couldn't bear to watch her homeland fall. Tamara watched the Ember, unusually not rebuking her. Despite not feeling her pain directly, Tamara sensed a shadow of sadness over her. Ember, you shouldn't worry. The retired Evan leads troops to aid Deshu. They will turn things around. Tamara stepped beside her, holding her hand. Since staying to protect Lionel, she disliked her less. They shared a common goal, avoiding internal strife. Warmth filled the Ember's heart, surprised by Tamara's unexpected comfort. Yes, but Deshu's citizens suffer greatly. I can't live idly here. They are our family. Memories flooded her mind, her resolve strengthening. She carried the dynasty's hope since becoming Ember, loved by its people. Actually, you needn't go back. Lionel stood up, approaching her. War is cruel. One person's strength won't make a difference. Father is experienced. Leading troops should suffice. Not knowing how to console her further, he analyzed the situation, hoping she'd hopes on these ministers. Your Majesty, if we send troops now and help the Great Xia defeat the Great Flynn, we might get a share of the spoils, suggested an unscrupulous minister with cunning eyes, feeling quite pleased with himself. Besides, Hildred dynasty hasn't agreed to peace yet, so by logic, we are still part of the Great Xia camp. Perhaps the Great Xia's Ford will see our sincerity and protect us later. This minister seemed to have forgotten that the Great Xia once held several Qin cities' residents hostage for survival. At this moment, all he cared about was future gains. In his view, as long as the Great Xia was safe, his status would not be shaken. Many other ministers quickly voiced their agreement. Your Majesty, Norman is right. Our general hasn't returned, possibly because he's been bought off by the Hildred dynasty. We should take proactive action instead of waiting idly. With the fall of the Great Flynn, wouldn't our territory expand again? The crowd buzzed with excitement, assuming that the Great Xia's attack on the Great Flynn guaranteed Flynn's defeat. They viewed the latter as nothing more than a minor kingdom living in the shadows, unworthy of fear. Evan Qin fell into deep thought, observing the assembled ministers and noticing that the Gaylord remained silent. Curious, he asked, Gaylord, do you find this plan inappropriate? Your Majesty, this matter is too significant. We need to be cautious. If the Great Flynn survives, it would spell disaster for us, the Gaylord said reluctantly, clearly disapproving of sending reinforcements. The benefits were tempting, but Qin's capabilities were limited. Isn't the Gaylord overthinking this? Another minister remarked. Great Xia leads all kingdoms, and its strength is evident. Are you doubting our own dynasty? Norman's displeasure showed on his face. As one of the top civil servants, he envied the Gaylord's higher rank and found him excessively cautious. The others echoed similar disdainful glances, fearing the Gaylord's approach would make Qin seem weak. Even just Hildred dynasty alone was growing powerful. If Qin didn't choose sides soon, the outcome might be dire. Why does the Gaylord say this? The Evan, sensing dissatisfaction, questioned the Gaylord. He understood that despite the Gaylord's concerns, he would never betray Qin. Your Majesty, you must understand, the Great Flynn is different from other kingdoms. Known for their assassins and stealth, even the smallest oversight could lead to disastrous consequences for us or the Great Xia. Assassins are vengeful. Once they target us, our royal family and officials will not be safe, the Gaylord warned, his voice heavy with concern. The ministers began to realize the gravity of the situation, feeling an ominous chill at the mention of ruthless assassins. Evan Qin pondered, hesitating over whether to intervene. For a moment, silence gripped the hall. Fearing an oversight, let's be meticulous and block every exit, he finally decided. Today, we march to assist the Great Xia in defeating the Great Flynn. He felt a firm commitment was needed, especially after aligning against the Hildred dynasty. Yet as he made his decision, a panicked soldier rushed in. Bad news, Your Majesty. Kneeling in the center of the hall, the soldier caused immediate tension. What is it? The Evan demanded sternly, sensing an underlying unease. The Hildred dynasty has launched an official assault on the Great Qin. Within a day, the border city is lost, the soldier reported, almost incredulously. What kind of devil is Hildred dynasty? Destroying the Great Zhou within days, could Qin suffer the same fate? The room collectively gasped at the news. What? The Hildred dynasty acted so swiftly? The Gaylord's brow furrowed, realizing the Hildred dynasty had moved so fast. This speed is unreal. How did they conquer the first border city so efficiently? Are we destined to follow the Great Zhou's path? Will we just sit here waiting for destruction? Shocked and panicked faces filled the room. Thoughts of Zhou and Yan's swift downfall echoed through their minds. Yan, once a leading power, fell effortlessly to Hildred. Now Qin, sitting on the throne, the Evan's eyes widened in disbelief. Watching the frightened soldier, his mind raced. We didn't expect such speed from Hildred dynasty. It seems war is inevitable. Indeed, we're struggling to manage ourselves. Chapter 341. Desire for all of the Great Qin. Your Majesty, let's set aside assisting the Great Xia for now. The Hildred dynasty has launched such a fierce attack. It will be difficult for us to extricate ourselves quickly. The Elwyn sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Just moments ago, everyone had been discussing whether to send troops to aid the Great Xia. It was unexpected that the Hildred dynasty had attacked so swiftly. The ministers also nodded vigorously, looking hopefully at the fort of the Great Qin. Why did the Hildred dynasty suddenly attack the Great Qin? So abruptly, without warning. The Evan of the Great Qin frowned deeply, unable to understand. The previous envoys had received their due warnings. Logically, the attack should not have come so suddenly. This seemed too outlandish. Your Majesty, could it be the Song family? Norman hesitated, as the Song family had become a taboo subject in the Great Qin. Mentioning them was akin to courting capital punishment. Seeing the uneasy atmosphere, the Elwyn immediately interjected. Your Majesty, regardless of why the Hildred dynasty attacked Qin, how do you feel? Azrael looked at Fernanda beside him, intending to offer some consolation, but he couldn't bring himself to say it, and ended up asking her. Fernanda was taken aback, looking at Azrael with confusion, not understanding what he meant. What does Atli Zhang mean by this? Azrael felt somewhat embarrassed. Not at all, not at all. Please don't misunderstand, Atli Song. We were once adversaries, but standing here now, you must have mixed feelings. But remember, the Hildred dynasty is far better than the Great Qin. From now on, the Great Qin will only get better. Azrael spoke these words symbolically. Fernanda was deeply moved. She had never felt such warmth in the Great Qin. In reality, there was no need for Azrael to say these things. She understood well enough. Although the Hildred dynasty attacked fiercely, they never harmed the civilians of the Great Qin. They treated the surrendering Qin soldiers fairly. Hildred, a powerful and persuasive dynasty, might be her final refuge. Thank you. Moved by this thought, she bowed to Azrael. Gazing at the border, her heart grew unusually calm. Learning about the Great Qin's methods had long left her disheartened. This is the most defensible Tsangu Pass in the Great Qin, one of the reasons why the Great Qin remains among the leading dynasties. Now that we hold this impregnable position, it will be very hard for the Great Qin to take it back. Fernanda felt an unprecedented determination. If the Qin Evan could not provide a prosperous life for the people, then let the Hildred dynasty take over. Moreover, she harbored a strange belief that Lionel would not become another Qin Evan and would bring happiness to the people of the Great Qin. Why do you think so? Azrael didn't quite understand. Before, when the Dezhou dynasty still existed, he had been demoted to a remote region as governor. His knowledge of border affairs was limited. Tsangu Pass is the hardest fortress to conquer in the Great Qin, surrounded by mountains. There are many traps on the mountainsides to prevent enemy attacks. The fortress sits on a hillside, making its location difficult for enemies to reach. Therefore, many soldiers from any dynasty trying to capture Canggu Pass have perished at the foot of the mountain. Without our cannons and Atli Zhang's forces, we wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Fernanda crossed her arms, watching the mist-covered mountain peaks below, feeling exhilarated. Despite the harsh conditions of other border regions, the Great Xia was unique with its lush scenery, revealing landscapes unseen within the city walls. Her skin remained fair and smooth, unlike others exposed to harsh elements. Now that we hold the advantage, the Great Xia won't be able to make waves easily anymore. Fernanda breathed a sigh of relief, considering this her first act after joining the Hildred dynasty. You're still thinking too simply. Azrael shook his head, watching the sunset casting golden light across the clouds. He marveled at how beautiful it would be to stay and guard this place. Hildred's poetic beauty suited scholars and artists perfectly. Atli Zhang, what do you mean? Fernanda was puzzled, unsure if her understanding was incorrect. Atli Song, haven't you forgotten what the Evan said before? Azrael smiled slightly, sitting down on a nearby chair. A gentle breeze passed by, bringing a hint of coldness. The air carried a faint fragrance of plum blossoms, lifting everyone's spirits. Recalling Lionel's stern attitude in the study, Fernanda fell silent, her mood plummeting. Azrael noticed her dilemma and emphasized again. Please remember, Atli Song, you are no longer part of the Great Xia but belong to the Hildred dynasty. The Evan desires more than just this fortress. He wants all of the Great Xia. ####Chapter 342. Regulating the martial world. Inside the Hildred dynasty. Your Majesty, please don't be too worried. The Grand Evan was once a general, and these soldiers have feelings for him. He certainly won't act rashly and will surely return unharmed. Alondra consoled by holding Lionel's arm. The last time she saw Gray look so sorrowful was when Jameson made his sacrifice. She imagined that though Gray appeared relaxed, he must still harbor some concerns. Lionel glanced at Alondra and nodded. Then he stood on the city wall, watching as Ellis rode his tall horse and led the army further away, sighing deeply in his heart. His mood became exceptionally heavy. The knot in Ellis's heart was too deep this time. Everyone could have moments of impulsiveness, and he was particularly worried about Ellis's safety. Your Majesty, please rest assured. The delegation to the Great Flynn is not just the Grand Evan alone. It includes the formidable armies of the Hildred dynasty and the weapons you have forged. Most importantly, I will also be part of it. The Great Flynn Ember understood Lionel's concerns. She stepped forward, standing before him with a serious expression. When Lionel saw Ellis being mistreated in Chi State, he nearly lost control. This time, she would ensure that Ellis wouldn't suffer even the slightest harm. Lionel was taken aback by her words, turning to look at the Great Flynn Ember. Some things couldn't be stopped even if he were the Ford. After much thought, he finally responded with a faint word. Please take care in the Hildred dynasty, Your Majesty. With me there, the Grand Evan will surely be safe. The Great Flynn Ember reiterated this point, silently determined to protect Ellis well. Words can be beautiful, but she would prove herself with actions. Lionel nodded. He didn't doubt the Great Flynn Ember. He simply did not want to speak at this moment. Alondra understood Gray's mood and quietly stood beside him for company. Seeing this, the Great Flynn Ember leaped down from the city wall. In no time, she disappeared from view. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. The Great Flynn Ember is highly skilled. If she promised you, she will fulfill it. The recent affairs in the capital are busy, so I will take my leave now. Alondra knew her presence wouldn't ease Lionel's worries, so she left him space and time to think. Go. Lionel slightly nodded, crossing his arms, looking somewhat desolate. Once everyone had left, he descended from the city tower onto the streets. Looking at this familiar place where his father used to chase him around, countless memories flooded his mind. Your Majesty. Hildredenly, a very familiar voice called out from behind. Lionel turned and saw Joanna. Years had passed, adding grace to her demeanor, and her clothing had more variety than her old red attire. Joanna pays homage to Your Majesty. Long live the Ford. Joanna hurried over, kneeling before Lionel. Snowflakes fell around them, making the streets appear especially desolate. Passers-by rushed along, bundled up tightly against the cold. Stand up. It's been quite some time since we last met. Lionel reached out and helped Joanna up. For a moment, he was startled. The chivalrous heroine now seemed adept at weighing pros and cons. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Hildred dynasty has grown strong, requiring personal attention to many matters. I will visit you personally once everything is settled. Joanna wondered why Gray asked such a question, feeling a bit puzzled. Lionel smiled without a word. Previously, when they were in Jose Mansion, everyone spent most days together. Now, with the dynasty established, they were all scattered. Tell me, do you have any good news? Lionel calmed himself. Once the Hildred dynasty grew stronger, these threats would become insignificant. Therefore, he needed to focus on quickly defeating the Chi State. Report, Your Majesty. Most martial factions are now unified. Innumerable experts have pledged their service to the Hildred dynasty. Joanna looked satisfied, glad she accomplished something impressive for Lionel. Convincing martial figures was incredibly difficult, given their independence and reluctance to serve. That's what I expected. Lionel showed little surprise. To him, such an outcome was almost inevitable. Martial figures needed a powerful protector to promote their unique traditions. Attempting to rule independently would eventually lead to extinction. Why aren't you surprised, Your Majesty? Joanna felt a bit disheartened. She had tried her best to help, yet the result wasn't satisfactory. There was no need for surprise. As the Hildred dynasty grows, more people will join us. Lionel smiled. This news was indeed positive for the current state of the Hildred dynasty, potentially shortening the time needed to defeat the Chi State. However, we must remain vigilant. With many diverse martial factions, establishing a regulatory body is crucial. Lionel rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. These factions harbored various personal grudges, making peaceful coexistence difficult. Why, Your Majesty? Joanna showed difficulty, understanding the complexity beyond her capabilities. Consider this, these factions vary greatly. With so many forces united, conflicts are inevitable. As the Hildred dynasty is their backing, any ill-intentioned individuals might misuse its name and power, leading to chaos. Do you see the potential risk? Lionel asked seriously. Since accepting these martial figures required foresight, ensuring long-term stability was essential. Joanna instantly grasped the significance, furrowing her brows. Your Majesty, as you know, martial figures generally dislike constraints. Implementing this will be challenging? Indeed, Lionel acknowledged. It will require careful planning and regulation. Chapter 343. It's hard to edean one's nature. I, however, believe that this matter isn't as difficult as you imagine. Lionel, who had his arms crossed, extended a finger and waved it. To him, there was no difficulty in the world. Your Majesty, this matter is not as simple as you think. Tamara willingly serves the Hildred dynasty because of your admiration and the relationship with Minister Jiang. Not all martial artists admire someone as powerful as you. To get them to serve the Hildred dynasty and then try to control them, it's a challenge. Adeline sighed. She herself was somewhat a martial artist. In the martial world, one lives freely and without restraint. But once they joined the dynasty, their actions were restricted, even their freedom limited. She was willing, but it didn't mean everyone else was. That's because you don't understand the current situation, Lionel replied. These displaced people follow the Hildred dynasty so faithfully because here they can have a meal. And most martial artists live on the edge. They would do anything to survive. Lionel shook his head. Though he wasn't a martial artist, he had heard the saying, one who stays in the martial world will eventually encounter trouble. These martial artists likely had countless enemies chasing after them. If they wanted to survive, they needed a powerful backer. Adeline was astonished. The ford had a should occur in the capital at this time. Adeline, seeing the soldiers panic, felt an ominous premonition. Hildred dynasty soldiers were all well trained. They shouldn't be this uncomposed now. Your Majesty, Mitzi has been injured. She's still within the Hildred dynasty territory, and Suzanne hasn't left yet. You should go see her. The soldier did not want any disputes between the two royals due to such an incident, especially right after their alliance. Thus, upon hearing the news, he rushed over immediately. Furrowing his brows, Lionel turned toward the inn's direction but stopped halfway. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Adeline was puzzled. Was there something else to address? You don't need to come. We must settle the matter with the martial artists promptly. We need to work against time and cannot delay further. Lionel glanced meaningfully at Adeline. He could handle this small matter alone. There was no need for her help. Besides, she had important tasks. Yes. Adeline knew the urgency and didn't dwell on it. At the inn, rushing in, Lionel saw Alondra standing by the bed with a worried expression. His eyes grew cold as he approached the unconscious Mitzi, his face turning grave. What happened? Lionel was not pleased. He couldn't believe he'd fall into the same trap twice. Before, Carissa was just a princess. Now, considering his father's insistence, she might be his future fiancée. Now extended one hand to wag a finger. To him, this world held no challenges. Your Majesty, it's not as simple as you think, Adeline said. Tamara willingly served the Hildred dynasty because of your appreciation and relationship with Lord Jiang. Not all martial artists admire powerful people like you. Restraining them just for their service to the Hildred dynasty could be tough. Adeline sighed. She herself was half a person of the martial world. In the martial world, one lived freely without constraints. But once in the dynasty, both actions and freedom were restricted. Her willingness did not imply that others would feel the same. That's only because you don't understand the current situation, Lionel replied. These displaced people are so devoted to the Hildred dynasty because they can get food here. Most martial artists live on the edge, risking their lives. To survive, they will do anything. Though Lionel wasn't a martial artist, he heard the saying often. In the martial world, how could one not face danger? With countless enemies lurking behind these martial artists, finding a strong backing is crucial for survival. Adeline was astonished at the Ford's accurate grasp of human nature. She never expected that besides governing the country well, the Evan also excelled at employing people. Your Majesty makes sense. What conditions should we offer to make these martial artists agree? Adeline pondered, knowing brute force wouldn't work against martial artists. This is easy, Lionel continued. We can incorporate all martial forces under our domain. Once we formally establish a martial alliance, they will respect and obey us. Looking towards the city gates, Lionel thought about the national laws and family rules. The Hildred dynasty's good public order resulted from his new regulations. No corruption or abuse of power existed within the court. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will do my best to handle it in the shortest time possible. Adeline understood Lionel's intention, but was surprised by this solution. Why hadn't she thought of this? Just then, a soldier rushed over, eyes darting as if bearing urgent news. Your Majesty, finally found you. The soldier, panting, reached Lionel after searching all over since the Evan wasn't in the study post the departure of the retired Ford. After catching his breath, what happened? Lionel asked, surprised. Nothing major should happen in the capital now. Adeline saw the soldier's anxious state and felt an ominous premonition. The Hildred dynasty soldiers were well trained and shouldn't panic. Your Majesty, Yusef's iris has been injured, and Lori hasn't left yet. Please check it out. Unwilling for conflicts between two kings to arise due to this, the soldier rushed here upon receiving the news. Lionel frowned, turning to head towards the inn. After walking a few steps, he paused. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Adeline asked, wondering if there were unresolved matters. You don't need to come along. The martial artist affairs must be settled quickly. Time is crucial. We can't afford delays. Seeing Adeline's concern, Lionel gave her a meaningful look, signaling this small matter he could handle alone. If she had no other tasks, she could follow him. But now she had important duties. Yes. Adeline knew the urgency and didn't think more. At the inn, rushing in, Lionel saw Therese guarding the bed, worriedly gazing at the unconscious Yusef's iris. Cold-eyed, he walked up to see her, his expression changing dramatically. What happened? Lionel's expression darkened. He couldn't believe he faced the same issue twice. Earlier, Iris was merely a princess. Now, her father wanted him to marry her. She could be his future bride. Plus, Lori was still in the capital. Knowing her daughter faced the same accidents twice during her long journey to the Hildred dynasty would infuriate her. Calm down, your majesty, Therese hesitated, unsure if he should reveal the truth. Noticing Therese's dilemma, Lionel began guessing who might be involved but couldn't figure it out. Speak. In a commanding tone, Lionel demanded an explanation. Your majesty, this incident involves you too, Therese stammered. All involved are flesh and blood. Lionel's anger lessened. Trouble came unexpectedly? Today, Yusef's Iris went shopping accompanied by attendants for cosmetics. She encountered the two sons of the Hildred family, who, seeing her grace, mistook her for a noble lady. Only two maids were with her. They developed ill intentions? Therese's voice grew quieter, mindful of the remaining Hildred family members. Blaming himself for not managing the capital well, Therese felt responsible for putting the Ford in such a predicament. Lionel exploded upon hearing this. True. Old habits die hard. Not long ago, things were calm, now chaos again. Hildredman officers to capture those who harmed Yusef's Iris. Lionel commanded angrily. Chapter 344, Imperial Dignity. Nanjun Wangfu should be translated as Nanjun Wangfu's equivalent in English context. Since Nanjun Wangfu refers to a specific location or estate, it should be translated to maintain its meaning and ensure fluency in English. Here is the corrected translation. Nanjun Wangfu, as a proper noun. It can be kept in pinyin if it's a unique name without a direct English translation. For better context, if Nanjun Wangfu refers to the residence of the Yusef of Nanjun, it could be translated as South pacifying Yusef's residence. If you prefer to keep it more literal, it would be Nanjun Wangfu. Based on the original text's context, here's how the sentence would read naturally in English. South pacifying Yusef's residence. Or if you want to keep it in pinyin, Nanjun Wangfu. Your Majesty, why have you come? Aliasher looked at Lionel, who had suddenly appeared, feeling a mix of excitement and surprise. After all, not many people can keep their promises after achieving wealth and power. Seeing the recent changes in the Hildred dynasty, her heart was filled with both surprise and agitation. Is Brother Adolf here? Lionel asked with a stern expression. At this moment, he had no mood for reminiscing. All he could think about was finding those two boys. Since they didn't heed his words, there was no need for them to continue existing. They went out early this morning, Your Majesty. They did not mention where they were going, Aliasher replied, taken aback. These two weren't her own offspring, and even within the Nanjun Wangfu, their relationship was merely one of mutual respect. Naturally, they wouldn't follow her discipline either. Note, Nanjun Wangfu should be translated as Nanjun Wangfu, or a previously established name like Nanjun Manor or Nanjun Palace. I retained it as is for consistency unless a specific translation was provided earlier in the text. Lionel nodded, then led the soldiers out of Nanjun Wangfu. Standing at the entrance, Lionel fell silent. 思考着京城中还有哪些地方是纨绔子弟最常去的. Note, for better flow and context preservation in English, it should be. Lionel nodded, then led the soldiers out of the Nanjun Wangfu. Standing at the entrance, he fell silent, contemplating where the unruly young men might frequent in the capital. For a more natural and fluent read in English while maintaining accuracy, Lionel nodded, and then led the soldiers out of the Nanjun Wangfu. Standing at the entrance, he paused, contemplating which places in the capital were most frequented by the privileged and unruly youths. Tianxiang Pavilion. Lionel ordered his soldiers to surround the place. The madam, seeing it was the Evan, hurriedly approached respectfully. Your Majesty. The madam's voice was low. No one knew that Tianxiang Pavilion was also an imperial project. With the Evan not wishing to publicize this fact, she naturally dared not act rashly. Where are those two boys from the Hildred family? Lionel nodded and asked. Tianxiang Pavilion had become the largest pleasure house in the capital, naturally attracting the likes of the sons of wealthy families. Being members of the royal family, these two Hildred brothers certainly wouldn't pass up such opportunities. The two outstanding gentlemen from the Hildred family are in the room on the right side of the first floor. The madam emphasized, outstanding, intentionally. Several girls inside Tianxiang Pavilion had suffered at their hands. Since the Evan hadn't personally inquired, she didn't dare make accusations, but now it was time to settle accounts. Lionel's face darkened as he realized the duo wasn't just misbehaving once or twice. He marched into the room with his soldiers, only to find beautiful women sitting around a table, too terrified to breathe loudly as the two Hildred brothers acted recklessly. Seeing this scene, Lionel's rage burned hotter. Why, Your Majesty? Long live Your Majesty. The wine boy, upon seeing Lionel, immediately knelt down with a thud. Only then did others notice the door was open. Seeing Lionel standing there with a grim face, everyone quickly knelt down as well. Adolf and his brother, tipsy and unimpressed, ignored Lionel completely. Your Majesty, there are plenty of pretty new girls at Tianxiang Pavilion. Just tell us what type you like, and we'll pick one for you, Adolf said, having heard of Lionel's past reputation. He doubted the Evan would behave any differently. Were you supposed to reflect upon your actions? Is this how you do it? Lionel barely contained his anger. This was his property, and any damages would ultimately be charged to him, as the Hildred brothers lacked the funds to pay. Don't speak of reflection. We're family, flesh and blood. Besides, your situation back then wasn't much better than ours. In reality, we're all the same. A bit of repentance is enough. You've beaten us and scolded us. Why make such a fuss? After their earlier arrest, the Hildred brothers had been released soon afterward, assuming Lionel was just putting on a show. Therefore, they continued their unruly behavior in the capital. Lionel's temples throbbed as veins bulged. He stomped forcefully on the legs of the two Hildred brothers. If they enjoy causing trouble so much, then they don't need these legs anymore. In the future, imprison them in the dungeon indefinitely as a warning. Lionel spoke loudly, aiming his message at the other pleasure seekers present. Although they still had some sense, who knew when they might misbehave. Lionel's intent was to prevent such thoughts. Pain caused Adolf and his brother to faint instantly. Everyone else watched in shock. If I'm not mistaken, those should be the remaining Hildred family members Gray recently retrieved, right? I never expected Gray to be so decisive, disregarding. A man whispered, clearly moved by the scene. If this were just for show, there was no need for such severity. Looking at the pale faces of the Hildred brothers lying on the ground, they felt a chill run down their spines. Remember this. If you wish to live in this land, follow the laws of the Hildred dynasty. Any lawbreakers I discover will not be spared. Turning around, Lionel addressed the gathered crowd. Today's event served as a stark reminder. Everyone nodded vigorously, eager to prove they were law-abiding citizens, fearing a similar fate to the Hildred brothers. Even my descendants cannot cause trouble in the capital, understood? Lionel nodded approvingly. Important matters needed repeating. Now, it had been mentioned more than 4 or 5 times. The common folk would surely reconsider unless they wanted to face dire consequences. Everyone admired Lionel for his strictness. Never before had Ford truly upheld the principle of equal treatment under the law. To see it practiced stirred deep respect. Under your majesty's leadership, the Hildred dynasty has indeed become a blessing to us. Your wisdom shines through. Under your majesty's guidance, the Hildred dynasty will only grow stronger and brighter. Your majesty is wise. We shall heed your teachings. The people grew even more loyal and devoted, believing such a ruler was worth following. Alondra, arriving late, saw the scene and marveled at Lionel's transformation. Since becoming Ford, your majesty exhibits even greater imperial dignity. Chapter 345, Digging Up the Ground of Power? Elsewhere, at the Martial Arts Assembly. Salutations, Nellie Joanna. Gathered from all over the realm, martial artists paid their respects to Nellie Joanna seated in the main seat. Joanna maintained a stern expression, glancing around with her sharp eyes before nodding. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. By imperial decree, everyone must now follow the laws of the Hildred dynasty and shall not act recklessly. As soon as Joanna finished speaking, an attendant produced an imperial edict. It listed regulations for martial artists to abide by. The attendant began reading aloud from it, while Joanna rested her chin on her hand, observing the crowd's reactions. It took nearly half an hour for the attendant to finish reading the entire document. These requirements set by Gray are not too much to ask. Although they may pose some limitations for us martial artists, we can still live with them, someone remarked. This could indeed help improve relations among martial artists across the realm. Gray has shown wisdom in this. From now on, let's all adhere to these guidelines, another chimed in. Many martial artists nodded in agreement. After all, they were now citizens of the Hildred dynasty, much like their various sects, each with its own rules. The demands weren't overly burdensome and fell within acceptable limits. Of course, if he does then. A man who had been silent until then suddenly spoke from the head seat. Earlier, members of the Goldie sect had been hesitant about which dynasty to support. Had it not been for the fall of Yuang, they wouldn't have risked joining the Hildred dynasty. His words struck a chord with many present. Soon after, several robbery incidents occurred outside the capital. In the imperial study, Your Majesty, recently some martial artists have become restless. Several robberies outside the city walls have been committed by them. Now, civilians are afraid to leave the city, and if we allow this to continue unchecked, the consequences will be dire. Joanna hadn't expected this audacity. Robberies outside the capital were a blatant provocation. Hemph, mere bandits, they shall be dealt with, Lionel replied coolly, unconcerned. He found their actions laughable, treating him as if he were powerless. Joanna understood his intent. The next day, battalions of the city guard marched out, putting the people's minds at ease. They must have thought the imperial guards were weaklings to dare such arrogance. Now they have provoked the Ford. Their end is near. People deserve whatever trouble they invite by defying the king of the Hildred dynasty. Who do they think they are? They say these bandits were vicious, robbing many noble families around the capital, causing chaos. Citizens gathered and whispered amongst themselves. Half a month later, in the imperial court, Lionel saw ministers with worried and bruised faces as he entered the hall. Your Majesty, the bandits outside the capital have suffered. Chapter 346, Ranking determines victory or defeat. Let me ask you, if another powerful country had bullied the Hildred dynasty and attacked you today, would you still advise me to rescind my orders? Lionel immediately understood what these ministers were truly afraid of. Without directly responding, he asked in return. The ministers instantly fell into deep thought, but also quickly grasped the Ford's intention. Your Majesty, those two matters naturally can't be lumped together. We are officials, but we're also citizens of the Hildred dynasty. You can't just watch without helping, can you? Now every minister is living in fear. Pighead responded with a difficult expression, not forgetting to look left and right at the surrounding ministers as he spoke. This was something all great officials would face. They naturally could not ignore it. Despite his boundless power, the Evan would merely be an empty commander-in-chief without ministers. For the safety of his wife and children, he could only resort to this measure. That's enough. I didn't say I wouldn't care for you. But these bandits think they can force my hand by using this method? They must be dreaming. Lionel said calmly. For every trick the devil has, the wise have more than a match for them. They had their strategies, and he had his countermeasures. Seeing Lionel's composed demeanor, the ministers realized that Gray probably had a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak like that. They looked at each other helplessly, unable to do anything but accept it. They silently prayed in their hearts that the Ford truly had a solution, not just appeasing them. Those who have petitions should present them. Otherwise, dismiss the court. The eunuch, seeing this, waved the dust wiper in his hand and stepped forward loudly. The rest of the ministers knew that Gray was going to give instructions on how to deal with these martial artists, so they were all very understanding. Send Gray respectfully. Inside the imperial study, you prepare here. It will be extremely busy coming up next. Lionel looked at Adeline, who was already waiting in the imperial study, and instructed her as he swiftly took his seat. Your Majesty, please command. Adeline was taken aback, but quickly reacted, and approached Lionel. Organize and re-register these martial artists on your side. Names and appearances must be precisely registered. Also, notify everyone that apart from the martial artists of the Hildred dynasty who can freely enter and leave the kingdom as they wish, all others must be registered. While speaking, Lionel took out several blank flower registers and handed them over. Adeline was bewildered, momentarily unable to understand what the Evan intended. Just as she was about to ask, the Evan's voice rang again. Moreover, the intelligence department you've organized will be busier during this period. Have them assess the danger level of the martial artists entering the capital based on their past records, categorized into low, medium, and high levels. Dreadfully remembering something, Lionel pulled out a thick stack of flower registers from the drawer. When he turned to look at Adeline, there was already a pile nearly half a meter tall in front of her. Seeing the mountain-like stack of flower registers, Adeline instantly understood why Gray said she would be very busy soon. How could this just be busy? It was incredibly busy. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Adeline will complete the task. It wasn't a difficult task for her since these martial artists had been registered when initially recruited. There's more. All commoners within the Hildred dynasty must also undergo identity registration and receive identification documents. Lionel suddenly recalled that many of these people could use disguise techniques. If disguised as ordinary civilians, it would be hard to spot them. He wanted to eliminate all possible risks. Why are you doing this, Your Majesty? Just doing this won't effectively stop them. Adeline whispered her question. Lionel smiled gently. You don't need to worry about that. This is just the beginning. There will be further measures. Adeline seemed to understand but still believed in Lionel wholeheartedly. After all, this man had too many incredible capabilities. If she could think of it, he certainly could. With flower registers stacked as tall as herself, she struggled to leave the imperial study. Inside Tianxiang workshop, how did Your Majesty come here? Alondra was somewhat surprised. The Evan was now different from before. If someone saw him visiting Tianxiang workshop, it would invite criticism. She quickly came to the door, looking around, relieved that no one was around. Your Majesty, henceforth if you need anything, just send for Alondra directly. With your noble status now, it's inappropriate for you to visit such places. Alondra looked at Lionel with concern. She didn't want to add any pressure to Lionel because of her, especially after making him lose Atli Eden. If more trouble happened, she would never forgive herself. No problem. I have important matters to discuss with you. Lionel sat down in the adjacent chamber. Alondra followed closely, gently closing the door. What matters do you need, Your Majesty? These ministers being harassed by bandits is due to Alondra's poor supervision. Clasping her hands, she felt extremely guilty. If she had strengthened patrols, perhaps the ministers wouldn't have been harmed, and the Evan wouldn't be troubled by this matter. These things aren't your fault. No one is perfect. But thanks to these incidents, we can see where the Hildred dynasty still lacks. A painting. Every touch of his fingertips over her skin could feel some warmth. Your Majesty, although this idea is good, it also has its drawbacks. The people in the martial world are very concerned about these rankings. When this ranking list is made public, it will definitely cause a huge commotion within the Hildred dynasty, Alondra said with some concern. Hildred's ranking list would surely create resentment among martial artists, and might even spark a war. This is not too serious. There are always pros and cons to everything. We just need to balance them well. I've already made preparations. Lionel smiled, confident that he had thought through everything before making such a decision. Seeing Gray so self-assured, Alondra didn't say any more. Yes. Just as Alondra was about to stand up, Lionel gently kissed her lips, causing her to blush and coyly leave. She came to the secret compartment in Tianxiang workshop and took out the dusty list. This list had been compiled long ago, and now it only needed a quick review to finalize the rankings. In half a month, the streets of the capital became exceptionally lively. Alondra led a group of city guards to the city gate. Although some in the martial world have done unforgivable things, not everyone is bad. Here is a list of the rankings of martial figures, clearly showing what they have done in the last half month. You don't need to stay indoors. You can continue as usual. Alondra addressed the citizens gently. Ever since officials were bullied by martial artists, the people had become timid. Dreadfully, many citizens gathered around. Ranking list? A man asked, puzzled, as he moved closer to read the notice board carefully. Martial prowess, good deeds, chivalry. I never expected there to be good people among these martial figures. Some even helped during robberies against noble families, the man said, astonished, finding it hard to believe. Heavens, I didn't think there were such weak martial figures. I reckon Chad could be one. But this one, though average in martial prowess, ranks highly for good deeds. He must be a good person. This person leads in every aspect, martial prowess, chivalry, and good deeds. I should take him as my role model. The citizens discussed excitedly, unaware that behind them, several martial artists watched with grim faces. They hadn't expected the Hildred dynasty to create such a ranking list. Soon, powerless citizens were criticizing them openly. The news of the rankings spread quickly throughout the capital. In a secluded courtyard, why create a ranking list? Are they trying to make us a laughingstock to the whole world? Hasn't this Hildred dynasty Ford had too much free time? He still hasn't resolved his own warfare but finds time to mind us. And who is Gil, leading the rankings? Why? Isn't this insulting us? A small group of martial artists gathered, filled with dissatisfaction. Just thinking about the words of the citizens at the city gate made them furious. Gradually, arguments turned into fights. Reasons varied. Someone's prowess being higher or being listed for stopping crimes and reported as a good deed. Battles raged without end. Sounds of breaking objects filled the alleyways. Many citizens thought it was dogs fighting over bones. Seeing shadows flying towards him, a man instinctively tried to run but was kicked away before he could move. Lying on the ground, he felt his internal organs were shattered. He deeply regretted stepping into the alley. More and more innocent citizens were caught in the chaos, sighing inwardly but too afraid to protest. Some even crawled cautiously to escape. Martial artists, losing control, started using civilians as human shields. Help, help me. One citizen, unable to finish his plea, was thrown 5 meters away. Despair spread among the citizens, seeing their fates sealed. At that moment, Joanna and core members of the Martial Oversight Bureau appeared. Seeing the chaos, she frowned. Stop immediately. Joanna, hands on her hips, shouted at the still fighting martial artists. Her face flushed from shouting, but no one listened. With a stern look, she signaled her team. If you can't stop them within half an instant sticks burn, you won't return. Understanding Joanna wasn't joking, the core members quickly saved the innocents, dispersing them for habitation. Just like the city they now beheld, the atmosphere instantly became somber. Ellis fell silent, well aware of how determined the Great Xia could be. Once the Great Xia made up its mind on something, it wouldn't easily change. It seems the Great Xia is fully set on destroying the Great Flynn, he muttered, raising his head and gazing at the sky with deep sighs. He then approached the soldiers and cleared his throat. Soldiers, the Great Flynn has become like this because of us. We can't just stand by idly. You all have your own families. If you were away fighting, and your homes were ravaged by the enemy, how would you feel? Ellis looked at the army before him, asking rhetorically. He needed to boost their morale to resolve the urgent situation facing the Great Flynn. Kill. Protect our allies. If the Great Xia can do this to the Great Flynn today, they certainly won't let the Hildred dynasty off easily. We must make everyone know the stance of the Hildred dynasty. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, determination etched on their faces. Everything they had achieved was thanks to the Hildred dynasty. They couldn't watch as their allies suffered without doing anything. Very well, the Great Flynn has decided to wipe out the Great Flynn this time. We must accelerate our pace. We need to arrive before the Great Flynn is destroyed and prevent this tragedy. Do you have the confidence, soldiers? Ellis's voice grew louder, each word ringing clearly in the soldiers' ears. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. Then, following Ellis's lead, they mounted their horses and galloped toward the capital. Elsewhere, within Imo city of the Great Flynn, bodies lay strewn across the streets, surrounded by the black smoke of battle. Great Flynn's assassins, each bearing severe injuries, hid in the shadows, lying in ambush. Atli Bo of the Xian regiment sat restlessly in the dark room. Atli Xian, our men have suffered heavy losses. Many are near death, and we probably won't hold out much longer, said the elder, brows furrowed and face full of worry. He hadn't anticipated that the Great Xia's military prowess would not only remain undiminished but also become more ruthless after so many years. If things continued at this rate, the Great Flynn would soon be annihilated. How many men and supplies do we have left? Asked Atli Xian, his brow deeply furrowed, looking quite grim. In reply to the general, our army has fewer than 50,000 men left. Our assassins are all heavily injured and unable to fight again. Our manpower has always been limited, the elder answered after some thought. Our supplies are scarce, barely sustaining us on what the Hildred dynasty provided, which will not last long. The population of the Great Flynn was already small, mostly consisting of assassins, and though there was an army, it was barely enough to maintain order. It would be next to impossible for such an army to match the seasoned veterans of the Great Xia. To have lasted 2 days was already miraculous. Bo hung his head silently, his eyes red-rimmed from exhaustion. His heart ached, filled with self-loathing for his inability to protect his people and city. Atli, don't lose hope. We're in hiding while the Great Xia's army is out in the open. The Hildred dynasty surely won't sit idly by, the elder mused aloud. If we can survive this ordeal, perhaps there is still hope. While the assassins couldn't engage the Great Xia's army directly, they could strike covertly. He held on to the hope that the Hildred dynasty would come to their aid, just as they did for the De Jong dynasty. If not, the Great Flynn would meet its end. Bo shook his head, hesitant and uncertain. It was no secret that the Hildred dynasty possessed peculiar items, yet it was inexplicable why they hadn't come to their aid sooner. Perhaps they were tied up elsewhere. We can't keep hiding like this, it's not a solution. Bo lifted his head, his eyes locking onto the elders, filled with sorrow. Atli, what do you mean? A chill ran through the elder, sensing a foreboding feeling. Many civilians have already been slaughtered. If we keep hiding, more will suffer. So, hashtag chapter 349, all for nothing. Ember, I know you want me not to worry too much, but with the country in peril, what you say? Bo smiled bitterly, utterly disbelieving the Ember's words. If she had already arrived, why weren't the reinforcements here? There wasn't even a sign of them. What could this be if not a jest? The elder was taken aback, sensing the awkwardness in the air. This Atli Xian is indeed fearless like a calf born from the womb. Atli Xian, the Ember cares deeply for our Great Flynn dynasty and would never joke about such matters, he hastily interjected, trying to smooth things over. Don't be too pessimistic, there's still hope. The Ember frowned slightly, displeased but understanding given Bo's agitation. Ember, what is really going on? Bo realized his outburst might have been inappropriate. Perhaps it was true. Do you know Hildred Winnie of the Hildred dynasty's southern town manor? The Ember went to the side table, picked up a teacup, and sipped the tea. The elder and Bo exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. Hildred Winnie was renowned across the continent. Nobody should be unfamiliar with him. With his prized saber, he had saved the precarious Zhou dynasty. The Hildred dynasty heard about this matter, and all ministers agreed to aid Great Flynn. The leader of these reinforcements is none other than Hildred Winnie himself. With him personally leading the troops, Great Flynn will not be driven into a corner. The Ember felt a bit moved despite knowing Hildred Winnie had ulterior motives. Still, by not taking advantage of the situation, the Hildred dynasty showed genuine goodwill. Bo and the elder were taken aback. They hadn't expected Hildred Winnie to lead the troops in person, notably protective of his people, yet Hildred Winnie didn't hesitate. Ember, Imo City's resources are nearly depleted. How long will it take for the reinforcements to arrive? Bo knew now wasn't the time for sentimentality and asked directly. He would remember this kindness from the Hildred dynasty and repay it in due time. The Hildred dynasty has already reached our borders. They're just behind us now. Within a day, they'll arrive. We need only hold on for one more day, and Great Flynn will be saved. The Ember spoke calmly, her expression grim upon seeing the state of Imo City, which was barely recognizable compared to her memories. The enmity between Great Xia and Great Flynn was now irreversible. Upon hearing this, Bo and the elder breathed a sigh of relief. Hildred Winnie was once from a military family in Great Xia. He should understand them well. With his prowess, Great Flynn will remain unharmed. It seems Great Xia's efforts will end in futility. Bo looked at the door of the secret chamber, speaking serious. Seeing their determination, the Ember steeled herself. My orders are clear. From now on, focus on defense, with offensive actions as a secondary measure. Begin the counterattack. Meanwhile, outside Imo City, our men, after playing cat and mouse for so long, aren't we finally satisfied? Atli Jine of Great Xia stood before the closed city gates, a smirk creeping onto his face. To him, this resistance was futile. His soldiers nodded eagerly, their faces lit with anticipation. These people are on their last breaths, yet they put up a final fight. They haven't realized the gravity of their situation. Why prolong it? Let's annihilate them in one swift move. Atli, we await your command. We'll launch an all-out assault on Great Flynn. The soldiers were ready, eagerly awaiting the attack. They knew these assassins were troublesome, and eliminating them was imperative. It's late. We'll set up camp here tonight and rest. Tomorrow, we'll resume the assault. Jine watched the desperate resistance with a smirk, harboring malevolent intentions. Harvesting when prey is exhausted yields better results. These assassins will eventually fall into our hands. Long live the general. You're right. Tonight, we'll conserve our strength, and tomorrow, we'll show them real power. Indeed, let them revel one last night. Assassins on the city walls. Bo frowned deeply. It had been a whole day, and no reinforcements were in sight. They would have to defend themselves for now. Unexpectedly, just as Bo was about to lead the assassins off the wall, he saw a large crowd in the distance. Ember, it's the Hildred dynasty army. Bo pointed at the opposing forces, clearly surprised. The Great Flynn Ember sighed in relief. Their timing could not have been better. Everyone, heed my command, shouted the Ember in black attire from atop the city wall. All the assassins immediately knelt, filled with reverence. For these days, the duchy has treated us poorly. Now, we shall repay them tenfold. Capture their leaders first. Let's go. With a wave of her hand, countless dark figures leaped from the city wall with blinding speed. The duchy army was thrown into disarray, unprepared for the Hildred dynasty's support for Great Flynn at this moment. Fear gripped their hearts as chaos ensued. The Great Flynn assassins seized this opportunity to defeat many duchy soldiers. What should we do, Atli? Matt stuttered nervously, looking lost at Jean. They had not anticipated this reversal. Now, surrounded on both sides, they were at a loss. Still dazed? If you are useless, then it's not my fault. In an instant, the Ember appeared behind Matt, her expression cold. With a swift motion, she killed him, leaving him sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Jean quickly retreated, wary of getting trapped. Don't panic, soldiers. The Hildred dynasty may have formidable weapons, but they won't be useful here. The Great Flynn people are nothing but dishonorable assassins incapable of facing direct combat. Let's deal with them and retreat into the city. Jean knew this situation was not favorable and tried to rally his panicked troops. The duchy soldiers reorganized just in time to launch an attack, only to receive a brutal blow from behind. Hildred dynasty soldiers had joined the battle. Because of their distinctive uniforms, there was no friendly fire. Every punch and kick landed on the duchy soldiers. Within moments, the duchy forces were utterly routed. Jean was captured by the Great Flynn Ember and forced to kneel. When he saw Ellis, he froze in shock. Why are you here? His voice was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Ellis glanced at him, indifferent. Being recognized wasn't surprising, given her ordeal in Duchy, which made her known among the new recruits. Why not me? Ellis raised an eyebrow, her expression cold and serious. She toyed idly with her sword, barely paying attention to him. I'll be thanking you for giving me the chance to vent. However, Ellis noted a critical issue. Consider this. The Duchy Evan will not rest after this defeat. Expect another army within half a month. Ellis crossed her arms calmly, understanding the Duchy Ford's mindset perfectly. What should we do? The Ember felt a chill. Indeed, she hadn't considered this deeply. Without outside help, Great Flynn would be very vulnerable. Ellis looked towards the distant mountains, her expression resolute. Turn defense into offense. Lead the charge into Duchy. Chapter 351. Ultimate Goal. On the other side, inside the Hildred dynasty, in the study room, the original spot where a map used to be now held a red-black list. The top part of the list was in red ink, and the bottom part was in black. Your Majesty, this is the newly arranged list as per your requirements. The changes among martial artists in the capital city have also been significant. I didn't expect that so many edicts couldn't constrain them, but this list did. Cordelia gazed at the red-black list, covered with densely packed names, feeling somewhat emotional. If only they had agreed to the alliance earlier, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Lionel smiled. This was all expected. He wasn't overly surprised. Martial artists not only cherished freedom but also cared about public perception. The current red-black list had already prompted many forces to safeguard their images, afraid of becoming hated targets in front of commoners. Your Majesty, indeed, people love you even more for it, Cordelia said. There used to be incidents where officials' families faced danger, but now everything has changed. Not only have there been no safety incidents, but the law and order are exceptionally good. Cordelia's face was filled with joy. It was almost an ideal world here now. People lived happily and prosperously without worrying about food or clothing. Exactly what she wished for as a princess. She never imagined her dream would come true within her lifetime. What happened to those unruly martial artists? Lionel asked, concerned about the few who troubled him. If they haven't been doing wrong things, then they must either be hiding on some mountain or secretly doing good deeds to clean their reputations, Cordelia replied thoughtfully. She had mobilized many resources to find them after learning about the chaos in the capital, but received no news. Lionel tapped his long fingers on the desk, a slight smile curling his lips. Your Majesty, there's more good news. Due to the list, many martial factions joined intelligence stations out of shame for their past actions. This made information flow smoother, bringing the entire empire under control. The most astonishing change to Cordelia was the abilities of these martial factions. The internal intelligence of many dynasties was now clear to the Hildred dynasty. Yet she trusted him implicitly. Hildredenly, Lionel touched her cheek gently. What do you think should happen once the Hildred dynasty stabilizes? Do we build impenetrable defenses like De Jong and stagnate? Or end up facing crises like De Qi after a century? Lionel posed questions Cordelia had never considered. They seemed distant, beyond her scope. I admit I'm short-sighted, not seeing as far ahead as your Majesty, Cordelia admitted. What are your plans? These were matters she hadn't pondered, but she trusted Lionel's promises and felt a profound belief in him. Lionel stepped back to the map. This continent is rich in resources, but divided into various dynastic territories. Could it be unified into one whole? Lionel hinted at his ambitions. He sought not just the unification of all nations, but the creation of a grand empire. Cordelia paused, almost doubting her ears. Yes, my goal is simple, to achieve true unification and establish a super dynasty. Lionel crossed his arms, staring at the map as if envisioning the entire land before him. Cordelia was astonished, never having heard such audacious aspirations from any Ford. Now, there's one more thing for you to handle. Ensure commoners are no longer affected by martial factions. Translation ends here, maintaining the structure, tone, and coherence of the original content. Chapter 352. A Lawful Society Without Unrestricted Knives. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Alondra is ignorant and doesn't understand what you mean. Alondra's almond eyes widened as she looked at Lionel in disbelief. She didn't fully grasp the meaning of his words. If she hadn't forgotten, Adeline had established a regulatory body within the martial world to oversee these martial artists, preventing them from misusing their skills. This indirectly safeguarded the safety of common people. So why did Gray insist on taking such an action? Could there be something he missed? Your Majesty, under Hildred dynasty's governance, it is already one of the safest among all dynasties. People can do anything they want as long as they don't violate Hildred dynasty's laws. Why are you so wary of these martial individuals? Doing this might lead to unrest. Alondra was still worried. Previously, with the Alliance Order, these martial individuals were already difficult to handle. If another issue arose, Lionel noticed her concern and instantly understood what she was worried about. This isn't enough. Hildred dynasty is far less safe than you imagine. The capital does not have a proper weapon regulation policy, nor methods to control these martial artists immediately. The aristocratic offspring are also limited for now. Once Hildred dynasty grows stronger, it'll be harder to maintain. Lionel shook his head. He managed using modern management techniques. Anyone wanting to stand out in the capital, whether by strength or wealth, needed strong backing. With Hildred dynasty improving, several influential families and martial individuals would grow more powerful. Looking at the fertile land on the map, supporting his chin while deep in thought, he knew these people would eventually get tired of being restrained. Your Majesty, I generally understand your points, but what are you planning next? Alondra felt uneasy, sensing Lionel was plotting something significant that could shake Hildred dynasty. Listen carefully, Alondra. My upcoming orders will be very strict, allowing no mistakes. Lionel turned around and sternly told her. Despite the challenges, this must be done. Please give your command, Your Majesty. Alondra bowed, understanding the seriousness of the matter. The atmosphere in the study room became tense. I want you to collect all controlled knives in the capital, leaving no hidden blades. All law enforcement in the capital must be handled by the government. Strengthen Hildred dynasty's patrols and maintain constant vigilance. Also, no martial individual has permission to cross boundaries. Any violations will result in death. Lionel approached Alondra, his voice resolute. These people could uphold justice, but in court, they must follow his rules. No one should act without his consent, or they would cease to exist. Alondra was stunned, not expecting this move. Past Fords also attempted this but never succeeded. Was Gray following their... No rules, no society. Lionel gently played with Alondra's hair, appearing nonchalant, which made Alondra even more anxious. Over time, Lionel's unconventional actions always brought surprising results. If you encounter difficulties, consult me. Seeing Alondra hesitate, Lionel's protective instinct grew. She always prioritized others before herself. Your Majesty, this plan may fail, affecting too many interests. Commoners in the capital will undoubtedly complain. Worse, few would wish to visit Hildred dynasty. Your ambition of unification might fail. Please reconsider. Alondra didn't want to see Lionel troubled and tried to persuade him. If he insisted, she'd accompany him, hoping he'd make the right choice. There is no negotiation on this. Lionel shook his head, surprised Alondra advised caution. But since Your Majesty has decided, Alondra has nothing else to say. She firmly replied. Lionel smiled, stroking her head. Don't worry, your concerns are insignificant because after this, we'll have plenty of help. Hashtag chapter 353, Aviana's ups and downs. At the city gates of Hildred dynasty's capital, a group of martial artists gathered, staring at the newly posted notice. Their expressions shifted from anticipation to disbelief. No one other than Hildred dynasty soldiers can carry weapons. Martial artists are not allowed to get involved in maintaining order in the capital. Even aristocratic families must not possess weapons. Comprehensive regulation will be enforced. All violators will be executed without pardon. The new notice clearly stated these new regulations. The martial artists and aristocrats gathered together, their faces filled with anger and shock. They never imagined that the Hildred dynasty would become increasingly overbearing, pushing its boundaries further and further. Though they harbored grievances, they dared not voice them openly before the citizens of the city, suppressing their emotions inwardly. Once they found themselves in a secluded alleyway away from prying eyes, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly. This Hildred dynasty doesn't consider us as part of its own. No matter what we do, they always watch us closely. Now, not only have we done many good deeds, but they also want to take away our freedom. Do they really think we're all paper tigers? It seems that our usual compliance has made the Hildred dynasty too comfortable. Now, they don't even respect us anymore. Martial artists and aristocrats expressed their dissatisfaction and frustration. They couldn't believe that the Hildred dynasty now left them no room for maneuvering. But, haven't you thought about how we are all under the Hildred dynasty surveillance? If we cause any more trouble, everything we've done might be erased. Do you want to live like vermin again? Some people, despite their grievances, dared not express them, knowing that the Hildred dynasty had found a way to control them by making their actions public. For the pride-conscious martial artists, this was not a good thing. Thus, they were cautious. If we can't force it, why not try another approach? We won't disrupt the city's order or endanger the citizens. Just by organizing a protest within the city, the Evan will surely understand. Hildredenly, someone in the crowd stood up to propose this idea. He knew that if they continued to remain passive, the rulers of Hildred dynasty would grow more arrogant. This suggestion immediately won the support of many. Those dissatisfied with the situation lined up in neat rows, ready to unite in protest on the streets of the capital. However, just as they started moving, the city guard surrounded them. If you have grievances about the new guidelines, you should petition the Evan together. Causing a disturbance here, disrupting the order of the capital, is extremely inappropriate. It causes unrest among the citizens. According to law, you should be expelled from Hildred dynasty. The head guard looked sternly at the protesting martial artists. The guards behind him gripped their swords tightly, glaring at the protesters menacingly. Instantly, the martial artists wilted, losing their resolve. After all, Hildred dynasty was their sanctuary. Where else could they go if they left? But thinking about being so restricted and controlled filled them with frustration. Some scholars tried to reason with the guards. Seeing the guards' stern demeanor, the citizens felt relieved and became cheerful. The Evan truly cares for us. Without weapons, our safety is better assured. Long live the Evan. We no longer have to live in fear. The citizens discussed excitedly, feeling secretly pleased. The praise for Lionel grew louder, and they admired him more. Their determination to stay in Hildred dynasty became stronger. Walking down the street, Aviana watched this scene, somewhat dazed. Lionel has already reached an unshakable status in the hearts of the people, but his every move for Hildred dynasty, they have seen and remembered. It seems they remember who truly cares for them. Amina was momentarily moved. This was something his father, the previous Ford, had never witnessed. If his father had cared so deeply for the people, the Great Xia dynasty wouldn't have fallen to this point. Yes, Hildred dynasty has always taken its unique path, one no other dynasty has taken. This is genuinely putting the people first, not just paying lip service. Aviana smiled, feeling a bit emotional. She stood up and approached the martial artists. Ladies and gentlemen, chapter 354. This is the attitude of the Great Xia? It's been a while, cousin Trisha. Vernon sized up Aviana, a trace of barely concealed greed flashing in his eyes. However, his facial expression remained well hidden, and no one could discern his true feelings. The crowd's mood suddenly turned tense. Everyone knew that Aviana's aunt was from the Great Xia dynasty. Her sudden appearance in the Hildred dynasty did not bode well. If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for these empty pleasantries. Aviana looked at the person before her with great aversion. Previously, Great Xia generals had sent people to find her dozens of times. The martial artists among the crowd also sensed the seriousness of the situation. They understood that it was unwise to continue their commotion now. Reluctantly, they backed down, watching the distant cousin from the Great Xia with fierce gazes. Since you ask so directly, I'll be equally straightforward. I am here on official business. The Hildred dynasty has launched an offensive against the Great Xia. Our dynasty is engulfed in war. Vernon's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated that the Hildred dynasty would advance so far in such a short time, even putting pressure on the once proud Great Xia. At this moment, all eyes were on the representative of the Great Xia. The people had never shown any respect to the Hildred dynasty and continually provoked them. Now, they seemed shameless to resort to these tactics again. And then? Aviana raised an eyebrow, looking at Vernon with indifference. Her demeanor suggested she wouldn't help, adding a chilling distance. My mother is still in the Great Xia. If anything happens there, she won't fare well either. If you remember our past kindness, please enter the palace and persuade Gray to halt the attack on the Great Xia dynasty. Don't let the suffering continue, Vernon said, his tone becoming more respectful. After all, he was making a request and needed to show humility. Cousin, you're overestimating Yuman. Yuman is merely scraping by in the Hildred dynasty. Staying here is already a blessing in disguise. Matters like this are not within my power to influence. Please find someone else who can help. Aviana rejected Vernon's request without hesitation. The crowd sighed in relief. It seemed she still held loyalty to the Hildred dynasty. If the Great Xia truly wishes to seek peace, shouldn't you send envoys to meet the Evan? Sending you here, all the way from afar, suggests you aren't very serious about peace. I advise you to stop trying to manipulate the situation. Just do what must be done, Aviana added, her words cutting deeper into Vernon's hopes. She wasn't going to help him, and wanted him to abandon any thoughts of seeking her assistance. Amina stepped beside Aviana, pulling her into his arms. That's right. As a high-ranking official of the Great Xia dynasty, you should understand simple logic better. If you genuinely hope to save the Great Xia, act quickly. With that, he prepared to leave with Aviana. Vernon felt hurt and insulted by Aviana's cold attitude. He knew meeting Lionel as an envoy would only lead to his own doom. He wasn't ready to risk his life. The civilians were pleased with Aviana's stance, forming a protective circle around her, fearing the Great Xia might try coercion. Aviana, we expect gratitude. Without our family's aid, your family would have starved to death on the streets. How could you possibly enjoy your current glory? Your father became a Elwyn in the Zhou dynasty because of us. Without the He family, you wouldn't be living peacefully now. Are you willing to forget all that kindness? Vernon's words were almost a roar, hoping to guilt-trip Aviana into reconsidering. Indeed, the crowd hesitated upon hearing this. They couldn't bear the thought of an ungrateful person. What debts remain unpaid? Our Trisha family has nearly repaid. If you persist in pressuring us, so be it. You must know that the downfall of the Great Xia is not due to the Hildred dynasty. You can't recognize your own faults and expect forgiveness? Dream on. Aviana replied angrily. Initially reluctant to lower herself to argue with him, his threats made it unavoidable. Let's go. You all should consider your next steps carefully. Remember, don't end up like the Great Xia, pleading for mercy when it's too late. As Aviana prepared to leave with Amina, she cast a meaningful glance at the martial artists. Don't take it personally. They don't understand the nuances. The people of the Hildred dynasty will see your actions and remember your kindness. Don't burden yourself. Amina patted Aviana's hand, offering comfort. He understood her deeply, knowing how much these matters weighed on her heart. The martial artists glanced at Vernon, feeling uneasy. Their thoughts grew increasingly conflicted. Sir, they are about to leave. Vernon's aide watched the departing Aviana and rushed to inform him. The outcome could determine the fate of the Great Xia. The crowd blocked their path, preventing any chase. Vernon clenched his fists, veins throbbing visibly. Filled with fury, he shouted after Aviana and Amina. Aviana, this isn't over. Just wait. Chapter 355. Ellis's Unintended Romance. Elsewhere, in the Grand Hall of the Great Flynn dynasty, the atmosphere had become quite extraordinary. Everyone present could only imagine the intact Ellis and the This time, Great Flynn could finally consider itself safe. Indeed, Ellis has been like a god aiding the Great Flynn dynasty recently. Not only has he foreseen enemy movements in advance, allowing our troops to prepare and prevent potential disasters, but he has also avoided considerable losses. The city remains unharmed, and the entire Great Flynn is now secure. Other ministers continued with admiration. If they possessed such abilities, the overall national strength of Great Flynn would significantly increase. Sitting on the imperial throne, the Renata listened intently to the minister's colorful descriptions, becoming engrossed. She developed a keen interest in this invincible Ellis. Since he has done so much for us, it wouldn't be appropriate if I didn't personally thank him. Upon hearing the Renata's words, the ministers instantly understood her intentions. At the Great Flynn post station, Atli Hildred, without your help, the Great Flynn dynasty wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Anita knows what you've done for the Great Flynn dynasty and wishes to invite you to the palace to meet you. I wonder if Atli Hildred has the time? The envoy of Great Flynn addressed Ellis with utmost respect, already revering him as a deity in his heart. His tone held a tinge of anticipation as he nervously awaited Ellis's response. Renata of Great Flynn? Ellis was taken aback by the request. He hadn't expected the Renata to summon him personally. Given the alliance between the two dynasties, offering aid seemed only natural. Indeed, would you like to come see Anita now? The envoy adopted an even more humble stance, willing to risk offending the Evan to leave a good impression on Ellis. Let's go. After much contemplation, Ellis decided to proceed. He wanted to see what the Renata had in mind. Please follow me. The envoy expressed his delight and gestured respectfully, leading the way outside. Ellis stood up and followed the envoy, remaining silent throughout the carriage ride. The envoy dared not utter a word, sitting upright, terrified of offending Ellis, fearing he'd lose his standing in Great Flynn. After a bumpy half-hour ride, they arrived at the imperial palace of Great Flynn. Stepping out of the carriage, Ellis was astounded by the sight before him. He hadn't expected the palace of Great Flynn to be so different from others. It featured various mechanisms and secret chambers, exquisitely decorated but deadly to the unwary. Guided by the envoy, they reached the study room. Atli Hildred, Anita instructed us to allow only you entry. We shall not accompany further. Go ahead. The envoy glanced at Ellis with a difficult expression, hoping for his understanding. Ellis's confusion deepened. What did the Renata want? Creak. Pushing open the door gently, Ellis entered the study. Before him sat a graceful woman on the main seat, her beauty unmistakable despite the veil. Greetings, Renata of Great Flynn. Heard you wanted to see me? Ellis crossed his arms, his face showing displeasure. Why did she hide behind a veil if she wished to meet him? To his surprise, the Renata hesitated, widening her almond eyes. Do you not remember me? Realizing he genuinely couldn't recognize her, she slowly removed her veil. Revealed was a flawless face, her almond eyes piercing into Ellis's soul. This is quite coincidental. Ellis felt an overwhelming awkwardness. He couldn't believe the Renata of Great Flynn was one of his admirers from his younger days. He smiled awkwardly, understanding why she requested a private meeting. The Renata covered her mouth, chuckling softly. It appeared he still remembered her, making her feel pleasantly elated. She stood and approached him slowly, each step bringing her closer. Ellis retreated backward until he was cornered, his heart pounding faster. The Renata reached out to touch his face, but halted midair. Lowering her hand, she remarked, I never thought after so many years, you've grown old. Translation continues coherently based on the provided context. Hashtag chapter 356, official counterattack onto Chi. Do times change, or do I alone grow old? Ellis coughed lightly, his face showing displeasure as he looked at the Renata of de Flynn before him. This was one reason he hadn't agreed to her back then. After all these years, her penchant for stabbing others still hadn't changed. He felt speechless, wondering how he could encounter such a suitor. What a stroke of misfortune amidst luck. That's right, but you're doing pretty well now. After losing your intended, your career has steadily risen. If you had agreed to me back then, perhaps I wouldn't be in this position today, the Renata of Deflin said, her eyes constantly wandering over her own dragon robe. Her tone held a hint of sarcasm. If she couldn't have him, she wouldn't let him be happy either. After all, if no one else would be happy, why should he? Ellis frowned deeply, watching the person before him. Shut up if you can't speak properly. No one considers you mute. Don't think that by saying this, you'll make me suffer. Don't forget, I have a good son now. Nowadays, Deflin depends on my son. Otherwise, it might already be ruins. Seeing the situation, Ellis decided not to waste words with the Renata. Since she wanted to hurt him, mutual harm it was. The Renata of Deflin stood frozen for a moment, unsure what to say. After some thought, she finally opened her mouth. After so many years, your abilities have indeed grown. For a while, Ellis found it hard to adjust to her softened attitude, but this way they could talk better. All right, speak your mind. Ellis extended a finger and pushed the Renata aside, then sat down in a nearby chair. The Renata didn't get angry but seemed to enjoy Ellis's touch. She picked up a cup of tea and poured some for Ellis. If you don't speak, shall I go first? Seeing the Renata's somber look, Ellis took the initiative to speak. To everyone's surprise, the Renata obediently sat down beside him, nodding slightly. Have you made up your mind? Deflin's current structure makes it powerless against any dynasty's attack. If you want to change this, you must reform Deflin's structure. Ellis sipped the tea gently after blowing on it. He then looked seriously at the Renata, offering advice. But knowing her, she might not take it. The Renata fell silent, gazing at Ellis. Difficult? Yes, I understand. Deflin has been following this pattern for a long time. It's not easy to change now, the Renata sighed. Deflin wasn't like Hildred dynasty where one could do anything freely. The people were already ingrained with certain beliefs, and after suffering heavy losses, making reforms under such circumstances was too much to ask. Just then, a knock came from the door of the imperial study. Enter. The Renata spoke lazily. Hildredenly, the door opened, and when the holy Nelly of Deflin saw Ellis, she appeared quite shocked. It was known that the Renata despised men greatly, yet here was Ellis. Long live the Renata. May your majesty reign forever. The holy Nelly knelt, her expression calm, showing no emotion. Greetings, Hildred Prime Evan. The holy Nelly bowed fully, considering herself Hildred dynasty's bodyguard. If she couldn't show respect to Ellis, how could she face the Hildred dynasty later? Rise. The Renata was surprised by the holy Nelly's respectful attitude towards Ellis. Thank you, your majesty. The holy Nelly stood quietly beside her. You seem to have gained weight during your time in Hildred dynasty? The Renata scrutinized the holy Nelly's appearance carefully. Perhaps I ate too much, the holy Nelly replied, embarrassed that the Renata exposed her weakness in front of an outsider. Ellis felt a bit more balanced. This Renata treated everyone similarly. I see you've adapted well in Hildred dynasty. Stay there, then. With all Hildred dynasty's help, Qi will surely send endless assassins against us. Your task is to protect Hildred dynasty's royal family. Maintain relations between the two dynasties. The Renata added more details. The holy Nelly paused but quickly recovered. Please rest assured, Paul, speaking with a worried expression. He added the reason for the failure to ensure the Ford did not fly into a rage. He certainly didn't want to see a situation where a fire at the city gate affected even the fish in the pond. Upon hearing these words, the entire court held their breath cautiously. Everyone knew the Hildred dynasty was like a sore spot for Grey. Now, having been touched so openly, they feared. For a moment, the grand hall fell utterly silent. One could hear a pin drop. Your Majesty, it said that the Hildred dynasty's reinforcement troops were personally led by Ellis this time. Though Ellis was expelled from the Great Xia kingdom long ago, being born into a military family, he naturally possesses some skill. Our disadvantage this time? The general continued. Facing Ellis always instilled an innate fear. A man who can kill even when his limbs are gone. Add to that the black technology he possessed, and Ellis became even more invincible. Evan of Great Xia's face darkened like freshly concocted ink. His hands gripped the armrests of the dragon throne tightly, his expression filled with displeasure. Seeing this, the ministers wisely kept silent. They dared not utter a word that might anger the Ford and lead to familial doom. This Hildred dynasty is no longer the easy prey it once was. It seems we must begin to regard the Hildred dynasty as a true adversary. While the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty may not be particularly skilled, we will dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to developing new weapons before the Hildred dynasty strikes. For the safety of the Great Xia kingdom, we will do everything we can. Knowing the severity of the matter, the ministers naturally didn't dare be careless. In the imperial study, what are your thoughts on the failed attack on the Great Flynn kingdom this time? The Great Xia, Evan looked at the battle report and asked the Godwin standing beside him. One of his closest confidants, the Evan trusted him completely at this critical moment. The Godwin frowned deeply, lost in thought. After much deliberation, he finally raised his head. Your Majesty, the Hildred dynasty does indeed have considerable strength now. We cannot afford to underestimate them. However, this is beyond our capacity to prevent. The Hildred dynasty has gained enough momentum and will eventually launch an attack on the Great Xia kingdom. The Godwin's face was clouded with worry. He had been involved in matters concerning the Hildred family. He knew very well how dire the situation was. Peaceful coexistence between the two dynasties was nothing more than a delusion. Deep down, the Evan harbored unresolved grievances, making peace impossible. Just because the attack on the Great Flynn kingdom failed, it doesn't mean the Great Xia kingdom should wait idly for the Hildred dynasty to strike. It's time we resort to unconventional measures. All of this is due to the Hildred dynasty's actions. If they dare to do such things, they must be prepared to bear the consequences. The Great Xia, Evan slammed his fist on the table, his expression becoming resolute. This time, He would show the Hildred dynasty that possessing powerful weapons was futile. Not only would they end up aiding others, but they would place themselves in a precarious position. Yes, please give instructions, Your Majesty. The Godwin immediately grasped that the Evan had a plan. He approached the Evan, and they began to confer privately. Several days later, in the Hildred dynasty's imperial study, Lionel looked at Ellis, who was unscathed, and the great Flynn Ember whose face was filled with joy. Filled with confusion, he wanted to ask questions but didn't know where to start. He fell silent, organizing his thoughts. Are you staying here in the Hildred dynasty then? You are the most outstanding Ember in all of Great Flynn's history. Yet, Renata Wu did not demand anything in return. She even wants you to stay here permanently. The Renata agreed too quickly. Something doesn't seem right. No matter how Lionel thought about it, he found the situation suspicious. How could the Renata agree so easily? It was like someone telling him to station DeAndre in another dynasty. He absolutely couldn't accept letting someone he'd worked hard to cultivate wander outside. Is Gray unhappy? The great Flynn Ember stared directly at Lionel with almond eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity. Not really, just hard to believe. What exactly is she up to? Lionel shook his head, muttering to himself. The great Flynn Ember didn't catch what he said, so she didn't overthink it. Lionel pulled Ellis aside, looking at his father with a mischievous smile. Father, what did the Renata of Great Flynn believe from you? Why was it so easy for her to let the great Flynn Ember stay in the Hildred dynasty? We agreed never to hide anything from each other. Shouldn't you tell me what's going on? Lionel felt his father definitely knew the inside story and wanted to understand. Unexpectedly, before Ellis could respond, Lionel received a swift beating. Ellis's movements were quick, precise, and brutal as he thrashed Lionel soundly. Chapter 358. Once kissed, you're mine. Father, there are still others here. Couldn't you at least give me some face? I'm the ruler of a nation now. If you don't know your limits when you lay hands on me, it will be a laughingstock if word gets out. Lionel rubbed his stinging bottom and looked at Ellis with a resentful expression. He was more convinced that there must be some hidden secret behind this. Otherwise, why would his father strike him again? His curiosity grew more intense, and he made up his mind to uncover the truth. Face is something one earns for oneself. If you want to keep your dignity, behave properly. Ellis shot Lionel an exasperated look. This son of his truly knew no bound by de Flynn. These supplies aren't ordinary goods. If they fall into the hands of the Daichi dynasty, it won't be beneficial for either de Flynn or the Hildred dynasty. Lionel didn't intend to dwell on the previous topic any longer. If his father found out he was discussing him behind his back, another beating awaited him. He had no intention of inviting trouble. The supplies included not only grain and medicine but also weapons and cutting-edge technology. The Hildred dynasty had indeed done everything it could for de Flynn, but the primary reason was that the Anika of de Flynn was worth it. Sitting down on the main throne, Your Majesty, I'm not an idiot. I know who truly cares for de Flynn now. Without the Hildred dynasty this time, de Flynn would have already perished. The entire kingdom is prioritizing this issue. Only trusted personnel are handling the delivery of supplies. These items won't end up in Dachi's hands, rest assured, Your Majesty. The Anika's expression turned serious. She didn't think Lionel doubted de Flynn. Anyone would have concerns given the circumstances. The Hildred dynasty had risen to power thanks to these resources. If they fell into Dachi's hands, the consequences would be disastrous. Good to hear, but de Flynn should still remain vigilant. Dachi isn't known for keeping its word. Now that ties are completely severed, Dachi might resort to dirty tactics to steal these supplies. We need to be extremely discreet. The fewer people involved, the better. Lionel nodded, adding, the fort of Dachi was petty and remembered every detail. Seeing the strength of the Hildred dynasty now surely left a bitter taste in his mouth. Hildreddenly feeling weary, he realized he had to be cautious not only against Dachi but also protective of these crucial weapons. All he wanted was to finish this chaos and live in peace. Immersed in thought, Lionel didn't notice the Anika silently approaching him. Hildreddenly, a soft pop sound rang out. Startled, Lionel quickly covered his face with one hand, surprised by her sudden move. What are you doing? He was puzzled. As far as he knew, the Anika should be inexperienced in matters of romance. Could she be entranced by his charm? So she kissed him? Do you feel anything? The Anika asked, perplexed. She admitted having different feelings towards the man before her. Yet why did kissing him bring no joy? Bewildered, Lionel shook his head. Seeing this, the Anika gently cupped Lionel's face, preparing to kiss him again, thinking perhaps she missed the right spot. But Lionel grabbed her chin and stood up swiftly, stepping aside. Just say what you need to say, there's no need for this. Lionel understood that these sacred maidens were pure-hearted, and not to be trifled with. If he provoked her, things wouldn't end well for him. Having watched many martial arts films, he wasn't unaware of their potential. Why did you dodge? The Anika seemed displeased, standing in place with a slight pout. There's no need for pretenses between us. If you have something to say, just say it. This kind of act is for lovers. We're not there yet. Lionel stated firmly, though he found her attractive and compatible, he wouldn't just add anyone to his harem. The Anika nodded hesitantly, unable to voice her admiration. What do you need? Lionel asked again, convinced she had a favor to ask. He planned to give her more provisions, unwilling to see this innocent girl fall prey like her predecessor. Tilting her head, she studied Lionel closely, occasionally letting out admiring sounds. This man was truly irresistible. Your Majesty, there's nothing I need from you. But our Renata told me that once I kiss you, you belong to me. For this lifetime, you can't escape. Chapter 359. Far from enough. Do you mean to have me become yours? Lionel's eyes widened as he looked at the uninhibited ember of the great Flynn with some surprise. Indeed, the young are fearless. This inexperienced girl truly dares to say anything, no matter how bold. Instantly, memories of the great Flynn Renata pursuing his old man came to mind. That scene must have been daring and unrestrained, leading to his father giving him a thrashing just now. The ember gazed at Lionel with amorous eyes, blushing and nodding shyly. Upon seeing this, Lionel slowly approached her, reaching out to gently grasp her chin. He tilted it upward, closely inspecting the woman before him. Her innocent appearance was tinged with shyness, her rosy cheeks making her even more alluring. Do you know what you're saying? Lionel's deep, slightly raspy voice echoed. The Ember felt her heart race like a startled fawn. Your Majesty, though I'm an inexperienced girl, I'm not clueless, she said breathlessly. Since I've chosen you, my resolve won't change easily. She looked into Lionel's eyes, reflecting his handsome face in her clear gaze. The longer she looked, the more entranced she became. Just like that, you think you can win me over? You make it sound too easy, Lionel said. To truly have me, this is far from enough. Of course, there would be more, she replied softly. Hill-dreadingly, Lionel leaned in, closing the distance between them. They could feel each other's breath on their faces. The Ember felt a jolt, almost numb yet tingling all over. To her shock, she didn't dislike the contact but found it somewhat delightful. What else do you need, Your Majesty? Her voice had turned tender and unlike her usual playful tone. Lionel's face drew closer to hers until their noses almost touched. The Ember instinctively closed her eyes, filled with indescribable emotions and a hint of anticipation. Lionel turned his head to savor her hair's fragrance, lost in the scent. His warm breath caressed her delicate neck. Clenching her fists, the Ember remained utterly still. Lionel wrapped his arms around her waist, pushing her toward the desk. His hands wandered across her body without progressing further. Stiff as a puppet, the Ember awaited his next move. After teasing her, Lionel noted her blushing cheeks, resembling a peeled egg, even finding it somewhat endearing. When she finally opened her eyes, a wave of kisses engulfed her. The room heated up with their growing intimacy. Breathing heavily, the Ember felt lightheaded as Lionel carried her to the bed, drawing the curtains shut. Their union began amidst soft whispers. Elsewhere, under Azrael and Fernanda's attack, city after city of the Great Qin fell. In the court of the Great Qin, this Hildred dynasty knows our territory far too well. In merely 5 days, 5 of our cities have fallen, said a general kneeling on the floor, his expression worried. At this rate, Hildred's army will soon reach our capital. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Ministers' faces darkened with concern. They knew that Cedric's mission to persuade the Hildred dynasty had failed, meaning war between the Hildred dynasty and the Great Qin was easily. How did the Hildred dynasty grow so powerful under his nose? Just when hope seemed lost, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a plan, though I hesitate to speak. The Evan frowned. Speak. Approaching the center of the hall, the minister bowed respectfully before speaking. Your Majesty, perhaps we should ally with the Hildred dynasty through marriage. By offering our princess, we might secure peace. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 360. Heroes rarely pass the beauty test. Marriage alliance? The great Flynn Evan repeated these 2 words under his breath, falling silent. His expression turned inscrutable, giving no hint of whether he was happy or sad. The ministers exchanged glances, their breathing becoming more and more cautious. They buried their heads into their chests, fearing to bring trouble upon themselves. Some felt this minister was truly brave, considering that the Hildred dynasty was merely a small state. Yet, it dared to propose a marriage between their Great Qin princess. Others thought this might be a feasible solution given the urgency of the current situation. The minister stared intently at the Ford with his narrow eyes, trying to gauge the Ford's thoughts. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and all the ministers could feel their legs growing numb from kneeling. They wanted to rub their knees, but dared not move under the Ford's watchful eye. Just as they were about to lose all feeling in their legs, the Great Qin Evan finally lifted his head slowly. Though this plan may seem somewhat degrading, for our current predicament, it is indeed a good solution. Since you've suggested this, I will entrust you with this task. After careful deliberation, the Great Qin Evan made his decision. He knew this matter couldn't be delayed any longer. The Hildred dynasty's army was already nearing the capital of Great Qin. I hereby appoint you as the special envoy for this marriage alliance. Proceed immediately to the Hildred dynasty to negotiate with their Ford. If negotiations succeed, you shall receive great rewards upon your return. The Ford felt relieved. In his mind, no Ford could refuse a beautiful woman. Although Lionel did possess some talents, he was still a man. Faced with the Ford's beautiful daughter, he would surely be distracted. After all, heroes rarely pass the beauty test. Upon hearing this decision, the minister who proposed the idea was utterly shocked. He had stood up under immense pressure precisely because he didn't want to lose everything he had. He had racked his brains to find a solution, only to find himself now being sent to the Hildred dynasty. Relations between the 2 countries were like oil and water. Wasn't this a death sentence? Had he known, he wouldn't have brought up the marriage alliance at all. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Do you have any objections? The Ford's face darkened when he received no response, emitting a faint aura of anger. The minister immediately knelt down, knowing disobeying an imperial command was a capital offense. With a resolute heart, he bowed deeply before the Ford. I shall not disgrace my mission. Meanwhile, in Zihuang Palace, Your Highness, something terrible has happened. A servant girl rushed in, her face filled with panic. Gwendolyn was practicing on the piano, frowning at the sight of the flustered servant girl, clearly displeased. Do I usually teach you to behave this way? Being so flustered, are you inviting ridicule upon Zihuang Palace? Gwendolyn smoothed out the wrinkles in her dress and sat upright on a nearby couch, exuding elegance and grace in every movement. The servant girl, chastised by the princess, calmed down and respectfully approached her, bowing low. Your Highness, something grave has occurred. Just now, Xiao Lu overheard ministers discussing you upon returning to their residences. It seems the Ford plans to arrange your marriage to another kingdom for peace. The servant girl's expression grew even more panicked. Though royal marriages were not within the princess's control, she hoped for her happiness. Moreover, Gwendolyn was not only the most beautiful woman in Great Qin, but also exceptionally talented and well-mannered. Thinking of this, the servant looked at the princess with worry. At this moment, she must be feeling even worse inside. Gwendolyn remained calm upon hearing this news. She had long been prepared for such an eventuality, but hadn't expected it to come so soon. Closing her eyes, a wave of sorrow washed over her. Which dynasty does father intend to marry me to? Have you heard anything? Frasers fixed her gaze on the servant, hoping that if her father must use her for peace, he would choose a reliable husband. After all, she was his precious daughter and the pride of Great Xia. Your Highness, you need to prepare yourself, the servant stammered, constantly observing the princess's expression. Frasers' heart sank. She knew the details of these dynasties well, and if the servant found it difficult to say, the chosen kingdom must be undesirable. Just tell me. The servant's voice faltered, unsure if the princess could accept this outcome, yet she had to deliver the news. The Hildred dynasty. Gwendolyn froze at the mention of Hildred dynasty, even feeling a twinge of anger. How could she, so outstanding, be forced to marry the ruler of the Hildred dynasty? She had heard that their ruler was once nothing more than a frivolous noble and had become a tyrant. Her frown deepened. If you really make me marry Lionel, I'd rather die. Gwendolyn uttered some respected father, who always doted on her, would treat her this way. It seemed his love was merely a means to make her a puppet of the Great Xia. Father is no different from others. He can sacrifice anything for his benefit, even his once beloved child. The maid was shocked and became even more restless upon hearing this. Christine, pack some necessities quickly. We're leaving the palace. If father wants to make me a puppet of the Great Xia, I refuse. I don't want this marriage, and if father insists, it will never happen. Ariana's eyes hardened. She always believed that my fate lies in my hands, not heaven's. Since father chose to abandon me, I'll ensure he loses his daughter forever. This, the maid glanced outside, making sure no one was around. If the wrong person overheard, the princess might face unimaginable torment. Don't hesitate. Go quickly. Now the Great Xia is in peril. Let's go to the city ahead and see what's happening. Ariana didn't believe there was no solution to the crisis. Exchanging her for a temporary peace was absurd. In 100 years, would they again sacrifice a princess for a century of peace? She couldn't stand idly by while the Great Xia faced this recurring disaster. The maid nodded and hurriedly packed valuables. Upon arriving at Alleabram, just as they were about to enter the city, they were apprehended by Hildred dynasty soldiers. The two women were dragged before Fernanda like chicks. Allepisode. These two women were acting suspiciously in the city. They must be spies sent by the Great Xia king. Please decide their fate, said a stern-faced soldier with thick eyebrows. Fernanda frowned, not expecting the Great Xia king to cause trouble now. As he looked up, he recognized the captives. Ariana? He had heard of this princess, soft and delicate, unable to carry anything heavy or handle laborious tasks. He wondered why the Great Xia king sent her here. That's enough. You may leave. Fernanda dismissed the soldiers, then helped Ariana sit down. He knew she was innocent. Everything was due to the Great Xia king's actions. Seeing Fernanda, Ariana was surprised but had anticipated seeking refuge with the Hildred dynasty. Your Highness, why are you here? Fernanda broke the awkward silence. Father wants to marry me to Lionel to secure peace between our nations. But this solution is short-term and superficial. Therefore, I came to investigate personally. I also wish to understand the deep-seated animosity between the two dynasties. Why does the Hildred dynasty treat us like this? Ariana sensed no malice from Fernanda and had heard about her deeds. Trusting her judgment, she revealed everything. I see. Fernanda nodded. Hildredenly, he laughed coldly. As expected, the Great Xia king hasn't changed one bit after all these years. Ignoring problems until the last moment, only now trying to mend relations. His tone was filled with disdain. Yet, he was surprised by Ariana's apparent ignorance of court politics. He wondered what she did all day inside the palace walls. Hearing Fernanda criticize her father, Ariana felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not show it. She was vulnerable, and Fernanda held power over her. She bore the mission to resolve the Great Xia's crisis. Your Highness, don't venture further. There are many Hildred dynasty soldiers along the road, filled with hatred toward the Great Xia. You'll encounter danger. Let me send you back to the Hildred dynasty, where you can inquire directly about what's happening, Fernanda said gently, feeling a mix of unnamed emotions and sorrow. He envied Ariana, having a chance to marry Lionel, unlike himself, who had lost his chance through indecision. Without waiting for her reply, he snapped his fingers. Two soldiers entered immediately. Escort Ariana of the Great Xia back to the Hildred dynasty and inform Gray of the intention to establish peace. Fernanda tore off a jade pendant as a token and continued. Seize other Xia strongholds as quickly as possible to ensure they have no chance of revival. Unsure if Lionel would accept Ariana, he was already consumed by vengeance. Killing the Xia king to avenge his parents was his sole hope. Yes. The soldier nodded. Watching Fernanda make such a decisive decision, Ariana felt irked but refrained from confrontation. Their loyal Fernandag's motives. Knowing well that he would never agree to coexist peacefully with the Great Xia. Why send the Ariana to the Hildred dynasty? This wasn't adding to his troubles, was it? Annoyance surged within him, making him tug at his collar. After finishing the letter, Alondra instantly grasped the situation. Ariana is nothing but trouble for the Hildred dynasty, Lionel complained. If Fernandag stood before him now, there'd surely be no end to this matter. Your Majesty, every cloud has a silver lining. You need not be so distressed. In my view, this Ariana isn't trouble but an opportunity. Alondra's eyes sparkled as she smiled meaningfully at Lionel. Though Lionel was puzzled by her confident manner, he chose to trust Alondra. As his most loyal confidant, she certainly wouldn't betray him. Why do you see this as an opportunity? Despite his doubts, Lionel trusted her judgment. The Great Xia wants to please both sides? But this move will only bury their own escape route. Alondra smirked. Our alliance with Flynn led to Qi's near destruction. Under pressure, the Great Xia seeks our favor by sending Ariana. Why not exploit her identity to create a rift between Qin and Qi? Let them fight amongst themselves while we reap the benefits. Alondra revealed her strategy comprehensively. Although reneging might damage the Hildred dynasty's reputation, Lionel's heart stirred again. Humph. She turned away. Never did she imagine Lionel had ulterior motives. He was just like other men, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Don't be angry. Tell me, how can I soothe your anger? Whatever I can do, I'll strive to satisfy you. Lionel tightened his hold, ensuring she knew he wasn't someone who abandoned responsibilities after indulgence. Having taken her, he would take care of her. Really? She covered her face, fearing another kiss which left her powerless last time. Once a word is given, even 4 horses cannot chase it back. Nodding, Lionel admired her innocent charm, feeling a pleasant itch in his heart. Her large, dark eyes darted around trying to think of a demand. Finally, after much contemplation, she had an idea. Treat me to endless unique delicious meals. Only then will my anger subside. Or I'll go straight to the Renata and complain about your unfair treatment. Chapter 363. My native language is silence. Just that? Lionel felt speechless at the lack of ambition in the Great Flynn Ember's request. He really wanted to sigh. My native language is silence. I didn't expect that a Grand Ford would be unable to meet such a tiny little request. Sigh. Indeed, just as the elder said, there are no good men out here, just scoundrels who abandon women after seducing them. Saying this with a slightly petulant air while inwardly rejoicing. The idea of all those delicacies from across the continent made her swallow involuntarily. To Lionel's surprise, a few simple words had pacified the Great Flynn Ember. If he were to introduce modern cuisines one by one, wouldn't she stay by his side forever? Looking at the childish Ember, he laughed genuinely. The Great Flynn Ember coughed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Your Majesty, there's something else I forgot to tell you. Seeing the people of Great Flynn mercilessly brutalized, our Renata has finally resolved to retaliate against the Qi to avenge our dead citizens. Her expression turned serious as she recounted, seeing the desolate scenes during her visit back home. Despite her support for the Renata's decision, there was still sadness in her heart. She secretly glanced at Lionel's expression, expecting this to be good news for him. The enmity between the Hildred dynasty and the Qi had escalated beyond verbal disputes long ago. Lionel wouldn't let the Qi off easily. However, seeing Lionel's lack of joy puzzled her. Why aren't you happy, Your Majesty? Even if Great Flynn can't fight directly, we can still disrupt the Qi. This provides an opportunity for the Hildred dynasty. The Great Flynn Ember tilted her head, looking puzzled. Lionel sighed helplessly and gently pinched her nose. I should indeed be happy, but more importantly, I'm worried. Don't get your hopes too high. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. These words felt like cold water doused on the Great Flynn Ember's heart. What do you mean, Your Majesty? The Great Flynn Ember stood abruptly, gazing at Lionel with confusion and displeasure. You're not a calculating person, and you rarely fail. If things don't go as you hoped, you'll be deeply upset. The Qi became the leading nation for a reason. Your martial skills are indeed strong, but there are always others stronger. Lionel knew the Great Flynn Ember was angry, preferring her to be upset now rather than saddened later. Her pure-hearted nature meant that failure would devastate her. Touched, the Great Flynn Ember plopped into Lionel's arms. She realized he understood her better than she had imagined. Perhaps elders weren't entirely right. Good men did exist. It was just that they hadn't met one. Your Majesty, what you say makes sense, but Great Flynn's loss is far greater than you've seen. These matters can't be brushed aside. Otherwise, our fallen citizens won't rest in peace. Moreover, allowing the Qi to recover will lead to unimaginable torment for Great Flynn. Instead of being passive, why not take initiative? How do we know we won't succeed without trying? The Great Flynn Ember's eyes grew moist. The immense losses were unbearable for her. She dared not think of how those who remained hid in fear before the Hildred dynasty's reinforcements arrived. Feeling her emotional state, Lionel gently patted her back and held her closely like comforting a child. They stayed silent for a long time. It's not that I doubt Great Flynn, but the Qi's true strength is unknown to us both. The Qi becoming the leading nation must have reasons. These enemies need retribution, but we must seize the best timing to prevent unnecessary deaths. Lionel stroked her head tenderly and looked firmly into her eyes. Your attack will only mildly restrain the Qi. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 364. Just as much, not more. On the other side, Atlee Mitchell was riding a tall horse leading military weapons that were about to be delivered to the Great Flynn dynasty, just arriving at the border. Atlee, Gray may be overthinking it. The Great Qi dynasty is already struggling to manage itself now. Where would they find time to worry about us? I think we could have traveled this whole route without any hindrance. One of the soldiers looked proudly at the weapons behind them and spoke confidently. Nowadays, who doesn't know the power of the Hildred dynasty? Provoking them openly now would surely invite death. Who would be foolish enough to do that? If Gray has given instructions, then there must be his reasons. His decision is not something we can change. If such comments appear again in the military camp, they will be treated as treason. Understood? Atlee Mitchell cast an unamused glance at the soldier who had spoken, his eyes fierce. To criticize Gray in front of him, he must be tired of living. Yes. A team's unified response echoed through the air. You must understand that these items are no ordinary objects. They are military secrets of our Hildred dynasty and cannot fall into others' hands. Gray instructed us to deliver these things to the Great Flynn dynasty. If even a fraction is lost, we will have no face to return and meet the Evan. Therefore, we must be extremely careful along the way, avoiding all accidents. Do you understand? Mitchell's voice was loud. He wanted everyone to stay alert and take this matter seriously. Although the Hildred dynasty is now powerful, some precautions must be taken. Glancing around, each soldier's expression became serious. Only then did Atlee Mitchell nod satisfactorily. The group continued forward. Just a short distance away, a cavalry appeared. Beware. Atlee Mitchell shouted, and all soldiers immediately surrounded the weapons with a solemn vow to defend them to death. Well, as expected by Gray. Truly, it seems what once seemed impossible came easily, said the leader of the Great Xia cavalry, his eyes filled with greed. These weapons were the reason for the Hildred dynasty's rise. If the Great Xia possessed them, they wouldn't just overpower the Hildred dynasty. Even combined, the other king. If it came to a fight, the Hildred dynasty troops would gain no advantage. Behind Mitchell, the soldiers clenched their fists, wanting nothing more than to charge out and thrash the arrogant Great Xia cavalry. But they couldn't. As soldiers, they must obey orders. Unless Atlee Mitchell commanded otherwise, they wouldn't act rashly. If you still can't decide, we'll help you make the choice. The Great Xia leader's tone grew ever more arrogant, looking at the Hildred dynasty soldiers as if they were already dead. After a moment, Mitchell lifted his head. Let's go. He rode off first, retracing their steps. The other Hildred dynasty soldiers watched dumbfounded, feeling a mix of anger but having no choice. Looking back at the weapons, they reluctantly left. The Great Xia leader didn't plan to kill the Hildred dynasty soldiers. It seems these famed soldiers of the Hildred dynasty aren't much. They were scared off by mere words. We don't need to exterminate such few. We want the entire Hildred dynasty to know that before absolute power, the Hildred dynasty is nothing but cowards. The leader's voice spread far with the wind, intended to humiliate these Hildred dynasty soldiers. He wanted the world to see the Hildred dynasty wasn't much. The true power still belonged to the Great Xia. The rest of the Great Xia cavalry, surprised at how easy it was, cheered. Each rider gave mocking looks to the retreating Hildred dynasty soldiers. That's enough. Let's not waste time here on cowards. With these, let's retreat. Following the order, the cavalry dismounted, taking the weapons away. Elsewhere, Mitchell led the group to safety, watching the retreating backs of the Great Xia cavalry with disdain. The remaining Hildred dynasty soldiers harbored frustration. They had clearly heard the insults from the Great Xia cavalry and couldn't understand why the general ordered them to abandon the weapons and flee. Was the general's speech merely bravado? Mitchell turned to face his soldiers, noticing their expressions. I know what you're thinking. But sometimes, reality isn't what it seems. We fear no Great Xia cavalry except to complete our mission. Hashtag chapter 365. Explosion fiasco. Atlee, what do you mean? The rest of the Hildred dynasty soldiers looked at Atlee Mitchell with confusion, unable to understand his words. Although they had a bold guess in their hearts, the general's instructions before departure had dispelled any such thoughts. Now, everyone watched him intently, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Dreadingly, Mitchell's expression eased, and he crossed his arms, looking enigmatic. You wouldn't know. Those words were meant for the Xia cavalry to hear. If you had known beforehand, you wouldn't have acted as you did just now. Gray had already predicted that Xia would act deceitfully, so he came up with this plan. This explained why they didn't choose to engage in direct battle immediately. He also didn't want the soldiers to take it to heart. Hearing this, the soldiers suddenly understood, feeling even more admiration for Gray. They hadn't realized that, while seated in the imperial study, Gray had foreseen these events. I didn't expect Gray to be so prescient, noticing even the tiniest details. Indeed, those cavalrymen probably won't realize they've walked into a trap until they die. Gray is truly wise. Ha 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 ha. The soldiers laughed heartily, their eyes squinting into crescents as they watched the retreating cavalry. Mitchell looked at them helplessly for a moment. Enough, enough. Look at you all now. Where's the dignity of soldiers? We need to send a message back to the Hildred dynasty via carrier pigeon to inform Gray that she has fallen into our trap. Mitchell's expression turned serious. He knew that this marked the official start of the war between Hildred dynasty and Xia. From now on, Hildred dynasty soldiers must always be vigilant. After all, Xia wasn't an easy foe. On the other side, the lead cavalry of Xia arrived at Hua City's gates with the siege supplies. They looked smug, exuding an air of superiority. Seeing the Hildred mark on the supplies, the Abelardo instantly understood everything. Hurry! Open the gates for our distinguished guest. The Abelardo quickly instructed his men, even offering them the most comfortable encampment. After all, these supplies would save Xia from dire straits. There was no room for negligence. My lord, you've had a tough journey. We've prepared food and wine for you to welcome you. The Abelardo bowed respectfully to the cavalrymen. Their arrogance was palpable. This isn't a big deal. We're all Xia's generals and should stand together as one family. Once we receive rewards from Gray, I won't forget your help. The dentist dismounted, patted the Abelardo's shoulder, and smiled. Though he spoke of unity, he felt superior inside. Now, none in Xia could forge weapons to match Hildred dynasties. Yet, he had secured these supplies without a single soldier, directly from Hildred dynasty. Soon, the whole capital would look up to them. Imagining this, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. The Abelardo, no fool, sensed the underlying arrogance. Please, follow me to greet our guests. He instructed his men. Then, turning to the dentist, he added, Atlee, please forgive my duty-bound actions. A flicker of displeasure crossed the dentist's face, but it vanished quickly. Understood, he nodded, then proceeded through the streets proudly. Atlee, we've done a great deed. Not only will we be promoted, but even thousands of acres of good land won't be too much. This mere Abelardo doesn't even welcome us personally. Once our cavalry rises, we'll see how we handle them. On this glorious day, let's not stoop to the level of these ignorant men. Think of the rich rewards from Gray, and your heart will leap with excitement. The cavalrymen were elated, ignoring the Hua City soldiers around them. To them, these people should kneel and serve. If not, they'd suffer later. The dentist, satisfied, nodded. This was how cavalrymen should behave. All right, I usually tell you to be modest. Until the supplies are safely delivered, it's better not to boast. Let's rest here in Hua City for now. Unlike the cavalryman, he wasn't mindless. His words were meant to smooth things over. The Hua City soldiers, feeling resentment, dared not offend the cavalry. After all, anyone who could return with supplies from Hildred dynasty must be formidable. They silently blamed themselves for not being capable enough. Just as the cavalrymen indulged in their fantasies, something went wrong with the supplies. An unpleasant odor spread, followed by a sudden explosion. Half of the supplies erupted in flames, blinding many. By the time they recovered, they saw many houses destroyed and nearby soldiers mutilated. The dentist's heart. I've forgotten. All gone. The dentist couldn't help but beat his chest in despair, murmuring to himself. He closed his eyes tightly, afraid to look again. He knew all too well that the grain and goods, stored for so long, were invaluable treasures. In these times of war, even silver might not be able to buy them back. Now everything was destroyed. No matter how fragmented he was, he could never repay for this loss. Atli, are you all right? A young cavalryman looked at the leader's agony and timidly tried to comfort him. His lips quivered, filled with overwhelming fear. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the explosion had occurred just a little earlier. Instead of destroying the supplies, it would have been them. Though they were prepared to sacrifice their lives from the day they joined the army, facing death up close still brought fear. The soldiers of Fire City watched the cavalrymen with anger and a strange sense of relief. But ultimately, anger prevailed. The entire stockpile of Fire City was here. Now it was all gone. The dentist slowly opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings. Tears of regret streamed down his cheeks. No wonder Hildred dynasty's people could so easily send these things out. It was like this. Why didn't I realize sooner? He laughed bitterly, seeming almost deranged. A moment later, he stood up unsteadily, as if drunk, swaying under a breeze. There's no way to save this situation. We were indeed negligent. Take the remaining supplies and return to the capital. Go to confess and ask for punishment. The dentist's voice was firm. He knew he couldn't evade responsibility. He could only pray that the Evan, knowing the details and seeing their sincere remorse, would be lenient. The other cavalrymen rose slowly, their faces set with a grim resolve. Just then, numerous dark figures descended from rooftops on both sides. On their clothes was clearly marked the character Flynn. The dentist instantly knew. Trouble? In an instant, Flynn dynasty assassins moved like wraiths, swiftly killing several nearby soldiers before anyone could react. Kill them all! The lead assassin ordered coldly, his mind consumed by thoughts of avenging Flynn dynasty's misfortunes. Retreat! The dentist shouted amid the chaos. Most of their men were already dead from the explosives. The few remaining weren't enough to match these assassins. Soldiers scattered in terror. The Flynn assassins gave them no chance to escape. Though direct combat wasn't feasible, eliminating these weaklings was easy. Within a short time, most of Qi dynasty's forces were slaughtered. Countless casualties lay scattered across Fire City, bodies strewn everywhere, blood flowing like rivers. The scene resembled a battlefield of hellish proportions. Seeing this, the dentist knew everyone would die if this continued. He quickly led a small group carrying the remaining supplies and fled towards Qi dynasty's capital as fast as possible. Inside the imperial study of Qi dynasty, Your Majesty, the supplies we seized from Hildred dynasty inexplicably exploded upon arrival in Fire City. Not only did we lose many men, but the granaries in Fire City were also destroyed. Even more strangely, Flynn dynasty assassins appeared, catching us off guard. This loss is severe, reported the Jensen, frowning deeply. If news of this spread, who knew what judgment the world would pass on Qi dynasty? It might be seen as nothing more than a paper tiger. The chief Ford heard the news and flew into a rage, pounding the table in fury. Veins bulged on his forehead as he threw objects to vent his anger, though he knew it was futile. It seems we've fallen into Hildred dynasty's trap, a calculated plot. It must be Lionel's doing. Only he could scheme something so insidious. Despite pondering, the Ford couldn't fully understand what happened. Yet if forced to conclude, this was the only plausible explanation. Hatred toward the Hildred family deepened. The audacity of Hildred dynasty to intervene in the attack on Flynn dynasty and now openly challenge Qi. The Jensen agreed with the Ford's assessment, but felt helpless to mend the damage. Sighing, the Ford gazed at the darkening sky, lost in thought. He hoped this elite cavalry force could bring back some valuable resources. Otherwise, Qi dynasty was in grave danger. Days later, the dentist arrived at the capital with the remaining supplies. Hearing the news, the chief Ford was initially elated and personally greeted them at the city gate. The dentist knelt down with a loud thud. Ignoring him, the Ford rushed to the supplies surrounded by his guards. Opening the crates, he froze. Instead of valuable supplies, it was filled with cotton scraps and tattered blankets. Seeing this, the dentist collapsed, his eyes vacant. Is this what you brought back? The Ford's voice was icy cold. Without waiting for a response, the Ford swiftly drew his sword and beheaded the dentist. Chapter 367. Is Lionel really a tyrant? Inside the imperial study of the Hildred dynasty, Your Majesty, those things only destroyed part of the buildings and soldiers, leaving some behind, Alondra said calmly. What's strangest is that after the great Flynn assassins arrived, they did not wipe out all the soldiers. One cavalry unit escaped back to the capital. In the end, they still died at the hands of the great chief Ford. Alondra narrated with a calm expression. She had already guessed roughly, but was still curious why these people were not entirely eliminated. At this thought, she couldn't help glancing at the ember of Great Flynn beside her, harboring a bold conjecture. There must be a traitor within Great Flynn. This cavalry unit must have been intentionally let go, but such thoughts could only remain in her mind. Given the special relationship between the Evan and the ember of Great Flynn, it was unwise to speak rashly. It seems you're thinking along the same lines as I am, Lionel remarked. Noticing Alondra's hesitation, he promptly reached out and held the ember's hand. The gap between Great Qi and Great Flynn is known not only to other dynasties, but also to the people of Great Flynn. When the disparity in strength becomes too great, choosing to defect to Great Qi at this moment is not surprising. His tone was calm, and holding the ember's hand seemed to infuse him with steady resolve. The ember of Great Flynn scrutinized Lionel's face carefully. Seeing no hint of displeasure, she felt relieved. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will report this truthfully to the Renata, she replied, her expression becoming firm. I will find these traitors as quickly as possible. She was determined to make them pay. She even wondered if these people had played a role in Great Flynn's swift downfall. It felt like a weight pressing on her chest, an inexplicable discomfort. Don't overthink it. This outcome is what I hoped for. Lionel gently patted the Ember's hand, comforting her. He knew her too well. Such matters would weigh heavily on her conscience. Tears welled up in the Ember's eyes as she nodded. Wish and prosperous, indicating a comfortable life within the Hildred dynasty capital. Gwendolyn, please rest here while we inform the guards. The leading general bowed respectfully, following Atli Song's instructions to treat them well. Gwendolyn nodded, startled by the orderly and cooperative reaction of the citizens. They stepped back without complaint, almost appearing glad. It sent shivers down her spine, sensing something deeper beneath the surface. Entering the city, Gwendolyn froze, astonished by the scene before her. Is Lionel really the tyrant he's rumored to be? She whispered. Her maid stood equally stunned. This vibrant and flourishing capital was unlike anything she had seen before, surpassing even the imperial city of Great Xia. Before her eyes lay a harmonious and prosperous city, where citizens wore happy smiles. Moreover, the city's law and order were impeccable, devoid of unruly officials or nobles abusing their power. People lived undisturbed, unaffected by the war. Bristol, pinch me, Gwendolyn exclaimed, suspecting if her vision was deceiving her. Bristol snapped back to reality upon hearing the startling request. Seeing Gwendolyn extending her hand, Bristol hesitantly complied, closing her eyes and pinching her arm. Feeling pain, Gwendolyn instinctively pulled back her hand. Despite the lingering ache, she looked up, seeing everything exactly as before. Dumbfounded, she realized this place was far different from her preconceived notion of the Hildred dynasty. Taking more steps inward, Gwendolyn began to believe the Hildred dynasty truly deserved its title as an imperial dynasty. How can Lionel be a tyrant? Everything here appears peaceful, with no trace of suffering on anyone's face. Instead, happiness abounds as if they live in paradise. Chapter 368, A Warning. Gwendolyn, this way? The leading officer pointed to a path opposite the direction of the palace, his face stern as he addressed Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn was slightly surprised, but did not think much about it. The fort of the Hildred dynasty would surely respect Fernanda, and would not mistreat her. As they walked on, she began to feel that something was amiss. Yusefs, you need to be cautious. This road is getting more secluded. It's not how one should treat guests. Noelle came beside Gwendolyn, whispering warnings. She kept scanning their surroundings, determined to ensure Gwendolyn's safety. Half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Gwendolyn frowned at what she saw. Why have you brought me here? Gwendolyn crossed her arms, refusing to take another step forward. Noelle was equally confused by the Hildred dynasty's behavior. Throughout the journey, they had been treated with utmost courtesy. Why were things different now? Hildredenly, for jailers appeared before Gwendolyn and Noelle, lifting them and carrying them into the prison. The moment they entered, a musty smell assaulted their nostrils. Gwendolyn's frown deepened as the jailers held her down, preventing any struggle. What is going on here? I am a guest from afar. Is this how the Hildred dynasty treats its guests? No wonder the Hildred dynasty has never truly become a strong nation. With that, she was roughly thrown to the ground, the impact resonating with a loud thud. The rough treatment nearly shattered her. Just remember the situation. Atli Song outranks us, so naturally, we follow his orders. But once in the capital, the Evan is supreme. His word is law, leaving no room for argument. This is where you belong. The officer glanced at Gwendolyn and her maid with disdain. He couldn't understand why Atli Song was so accommodating towards this woman. He hoped the Evan wouldn't blame him after understanding the situation. I am the most revered princess of the Great Xia Empire. How dare you treat me like this? Fear clouded Gwendolyn's heart, far outweighing any concerns about appearances. She refused to stay in such filthy conditions and wanted to leave. Tisk, TSK, complaining about dying too quickly, huh? One of the jailers shook his head, looking at Gwendolyn with a mixture of pity and frustration. You admitted you are a princess of Qin, not of Hildred dynasty. Do you still not get it? With Qin and Hildred currently at war, you aren't even considered a guest or prisoner. You're an enemy. The officer's tone grew colder, his hand lingering on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. Gwendolyn was taken aback. So everything before was just an act. The officer withdrew his hand, gritting his teeth as he looked at her. You should be grateful. If not for the Evan's leniency, which advocates humane treatment of prisoners, you wouldn't be alive right now. Otherwise, would you have seen the purity of our capital? Unwilling to waste any more time on this naive princess, he turned to the jailer. The Evan ordered her imprisonment. Watch her closely. If anything happens, don't say I didn't warn you. He commanded the jailer, knowing that the dungeon had long been devoid of inmates, the rebellious ones having been dealt with swiftly. Over time, the guards had become lax. Don't worry, sir. I understand the gravity of this task and will ensure these two are well guarded. We won't cause trouble for the Hildred dynasty, the jailer assured, bowing respectfully. He led the officer out personally, leaving the princess and her maid behind. Noelle hadn't anticipated this outcome, her brow furrowing at the squalid surroundings. She tidied up a nearby bed, tearing a piece of cloth from her skirt to place atop it. Your Highness, please rest here for now. As unpleasant as those words were, there's some truth to them. Since the Hildred dynasty hasn't harmed us, they likely won't do so anytime soon. Why don't we wait here to see what the Evan plans? Noelle pleaded, knowing they were at others' mercy. Gwendolyn felt a mix of emotions, initially expecting to be taken directly to the palace. She never imagined being imprisoned. Her stomach churned at the sight of her surroundings. She refused to accept this fate. Somebody, I wish to see the Evan of Hildred dynasty. Resigned, Gwendolyn marched to the cell door, pounding the pillars. With no other prisoners around, the prison seemed unusually vast. Her voice echoed hauntingly through the empty cells, causing goosebumps to rise on Noelle's skin. Knowing the princess's stubborn nature, she dared not intervene. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Melody struggled to contain her laughter. It was unbelievable how easily one could be driven mad by circumstances. Gwendolyn, barely inside, already behaved this way. Who knew what might happen if she stayed longer? Greetings, your majesty. Melody bowed before the man seated on the throne. Lionel waved for her to rise, his gaze remaining on the petition in his hand. Recent petitions had significantly improved in quality, addressing important national matters rather than triviality, as superior in every aspect, looking down upon the Hildred dynasty. Moreover, my past exploits are no secret. I'm sure they are familiar to the rulers of other dynasties. Ariana surely knows a lot about these. Now, if the Great Qin proposes an alliance through marriage, she might be the least willing person. Since she is now in the Hildred dynasty, wouldn't it be fitting to humble her a bit and let her see how the Great Qin has fallen from its former glory? Lionel played with the ring on his thumb, explaining slowly and deliberately. Of course, he intended to make use of her, but before that, he needed to remove her sharp claws and ensure she wouldn't cause trouble. At this point, Alondra finally understood. So, your majesty isn't angry with Ariana over the matter between our two kingdoms. You just want to give her a warning? Lionel nodded, clearly pleased that Alondra understood him so well. No wonder, your majesty has never been particularly heartless toward women, even Atli Song who chose the wrong side multiple times. Nor did you bear any grudge against Heir Youssef's or Janine, who were once favored by the Evan of Zhou. Now, seeing how you treat Ariana, it makes sense. Alondra couldn't help but feel reflective. Initially, she wondered how such a magnanimous Ford could have changed into this form. It appeared she still didn't understand him enough. Your majesty, how do you plan to deal with Ariana? Will you keep her locked up indefinitely? Alondra pressed further. Lionel leaned back, placing his feet on the desk, appearing rather laid back. If she cooperates, we can release her. If not, keeping her in jail isn't an issue. As for her identity, that's something she defines herself. Now that she's in the Hildred dynasty, whatever we say, others will listen. How I handle her depends on her behavior, Lionel said lazily, making a decision that would shape Ariana's entire life sound trivial. Hildreddenly understanding, Alondra realized that while the old Hildred dynasty might still need to put on a show, the present one, united as it was, no longer required such formalities. No one would act against the best interests of the Hildred dynasty now. Your majesty, it's rumored that Ariana is breathtakingly beautiful, comparable to Youssef's iris. Wouldn't you like to meet her? Alondra suddenly remembered that the women around Lionel were all exceptionally beautiful. Might the Ford make an exception because of her beauty? She felt anxious, wondering if he still had feelings for her. They hadn't spent much time alone together recently, and when they did, it was usually discussing state affairs. She feared he might forget her. Upon hearing this, Lionel's face darkened slightly. He stood up, approached Alondra, and pulled her into his arms. Do you think you're not beautiful enough? Lionel asked, without giving a direct answer. Alondra blushed and lowered her head, not expecting this sudden affection. Many women surround your majesty, each with their unique charm. I find it hard to comment, she replied shyly. Lionel lifted Alondra's chin, studying her intently as if admiring a masterpiece. The atmosphere grew quiet, as if they were the only two people in the world. Beautiful, so beautiful it takes my breath away. I'm not someone who indulges in compassion, even if others don't know, you should. His deep voice tickled Alondra's heart, causing a strange sensation she couldn't quite describe. Hearing his less than formal tone, her face flushed, and she playfully poked his chest. Looking up at Lionel's serious expression, she finally understood. Of course, your treatment towards us is compassionate, but not so for her. After all, we belong to different sides. Resting her head on Lionel's shoulder, she knew she still held a place in his heart, which brought her some comfort. She also knew that the thing Lionel had in abundance was women. Your majesty, I used to be a princess from a previous dynasty, then a princess of another. Now, there's even a princess from the Dayu kingdom, and soon, one from the Great Qin. With so many women around, won't you ever forget about me? Alondra raised her head, half teasing, her eyes soft and tender, a concern she had been hiding for days. Seeing the growing closeness between Lionel and the Ember of Flynn lately had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Moreover, they hadn't been intimate for a long time. How could I forget? You're always by my side. How could I forget? The Hildred dynasty wouldn't be what it is today without your silent contributions behind the scenes. What are you thinking? Lionel teased, gently tapping her nose. Realizing he hadn't conquered her for a long time, it was only natural for her to have these thoughts. He scooped her up, carrying her to the nearby couch. Your majesty. Her gaze turned sultry as she wrapped her arms around his neck, the atmosphere becoming more intimate. Lionel gently drew the curtains shut, lying down beside her on the bed. He kissed her neck lightly. Don't worry unnecessarily. To me, and to the Hildred dynasty, you are indispensable. Once you become mine, don't even think about running away. You'll never escape. Holding Alondra close, they gradually removed each other's clothes, merging bodies and souls. As muffled sighs filled the room, the night's drama unfolded. Together, they shared an intimate evening under the moonlight. Chapter 370, one of the three trump cards. On the other side, within Fire City, what was once a neatly arranged cluster of houses had now turned into ruins. Despite this, countless dark figures continued to weave through the streets. People kept falling one after another. Not only within Fire City but also in other cities within the territory of Great Xia, numerous soldiers were being silently assassinated by Great Flynn's killers. In the Great Xia Imperial Court, Your Majesty, many of our soldiers have been quietly eliminated by Great Flynn's assassins. Our losses are severe. At this rate, it won't be long before these incidents start occurring in the capital city as well. Your Majesty, this cannot continue. Please make a decision. We cannot let this go on any longer. All the generals fell to their knees with a thud. Their eyes reddened and faces contorted with anger, knowing that many of those killed were talents they had personally nurtured. To lose them so silently was a significant blow, both to them and to Great Xia. The Evan of Great Xia, seated on his dragon throne, watched the generals with extreme fury. He hadn't expected Great Flynn to be so audacious as to provoke trouble within Great Xia's borders. It seems that Great Flynn has not realized the gravity of the situation. Failing to eliminate them has only emboldened them. We must take countermeasures to show them that Great Xia is not an easy target for anyone to toy with. The Evan's expression grew stern. After all, Great Flynn was merely a small kingdom with less than a third of Great Xia's territory. Yet they dared to challenge Great Xia? Truly, they were courting disaster. The general's eyes lit up at this point. They raised their heads, looking at Gray with hopeful anticipation. They hoped Gray would find a way out of their current predicament. Where is Gwillem? The Evan shouted aloud. A man dressed in white armor stepped forward, his presence commanding respect and fear. Act swiftly against these assassins from Great Flynn. Let them know the might of Great Xia. The Evan's voice was filled with murderous intent, and every official present knew this time he was dead serious. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I will eliminate these Great Flynn assassins as soon as possible. Gwillem bowed, his eyes reflecting determination. Soon, disguised members of the Billis appeared in various cities of Great Xia. Inside the fragrant tower, Marcel, we cannot afford to prolong this battle. We didn't expect Great Xia to deploy the Billis against us. We've already lost many brothers. If this continues, the consequences will be catastrophic. A man in green attire knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with worry. This time, the enemy was too strong, and whether they could survive was uncertain. Upon hearing this, the Marcel felt uneasy. He stood up and walked to a map opposite him, looking at the names circled in red. Within days, there were already so many. It seemed the Billis had come with a deadly resolve. It took that old fox quite some time to finally play this card. The Marcel couldn't help but sigh. What do you mean? The green-clad man asked, puzzled. Why did the Marcel seem so familiar with the Billis? Realizing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in his heart. If the Marcel truly understood them, then perhaps Great Flynn still had a chance. After all, knowledge of the enemy was key to victory. Reign in your hopes. The Marcel saw the man's excited face and promptly cooled his enthusiasm. These aren't ordinary soldiers. They are swift and agile, especially at night. They move like ghosts in the darkness, far more terrifying than any assassin. They are one of the 3 trump cards of the Great Xia Evan, known for their assassination skills. The Marcel placed his hands behind his back, gazing at a few nearby rooms. Most of their forces were here, and if discovered, the outcome would be disastrous. Caught between a rock and a hard place, if they continued with assassinations, they would surely be counterattacked. Since the Great Xia Evan intended to annihilate them, why would he leave them any escape route? Marcel, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for death under false names, can we? The green-clad man suddenly realized the severity of the situation, never imagining the Great Xia Evan had such strength. No wonder Great Xia led among all the nations. Indeed, they had real prowess. Our only option now is to distract Great Xia's forces. We must not engage them directly but operate in secret. Scatter everyone. Some skilled warriors should stir trouble in the west, while others retreat. Do this cyclically to minimize casualties. The Marcel's expression hardened. This was the only way he could think of to save everyone. If even this failed, he wouldn't know what else to do. Also, send word to the Renata Regnant about our current situation and request reinforcements. The Marcel suddenly thought of something. These killers were all top-notch experts. Losing them all would be a heavy blow to Great Flynn. Yes. Elsewhere, in the imperial study of Great Flynn, Renata Regnant, the Anika has sent a letter. A young woman in pink robes holding a pigeon entered the study. She removed the message tied to the pigeon's leg and handed it over. The Renata Regnant of Great Flynn hastily read the note, her demeanor immediately changing. With one strike, she shattered the inkstone on her desk, her face livid with anger. Renata Regnant, please calm down. The maidservant hadn't seen the Renata Regnant so enraged in a long time. Uncertain how to react, she simply knelt. Where is the list of elders? The Renata Regnant forced herself to ask. The maidservant quickly retrieved the roster from a nearby shelf. Renata Regnant, the list of all elders is here. Please review it. The maidservant wasn't sure why the Renata needed this, but she complied. Watching the Renata gazed at the flower register before her, lost in thought, trying to figure out who could betray their own country. Just as she was deep in contemplation, the door to the imperial study swung open, letting in a streak of light. Your Majesty! A black-clothed assassin knelt on the ground, his demeanor respectful. What is it? The Renata slowly put away the flower register, maintaining her composure. She could not show any weakness, but since learning of the traitors, suspicion had crept into her eyes. A traitor's paranoia, perhaps. Your Majesty, here is an urgent letter from the Hildred dynasty, sent via express courier. The messenger insists only you can open it. No one else has touched it after I received it, the man said earnestly. Though puzzled, he dared not question imperial matters. I see, you may leave now. The Renata tapped her desk, signaling him to place the envelope and depart. Once he was gone and the door closed, she carefully examined the envelope, ensuring no one had tampered with it. Only then did her heart settle. Opening the letter, she read the bold handwriting, momentarily stunned. The father and son shared identical handwriting. If not for the content, she would have thought it written by Ellis. After reading the entire letter, the Renata was utterly amazed. Why is this Lionel so different from the rumors about him being a good-for-nothing? He has never set foot in Great Flynn, yet he knows these things inside out. How did he provide clear direction when I could not find the traitors even in the shortest time? The Renata, thoughts churned. It turned out Lionel had anticipated her distress over this matter and offered solutions. Each rereading brought new insights, her eyes lighting up. People say a tiger cannot sire a dog. Those past rumors were clearly meant to mislead. Ellis truly had his ways. Lionel resembles the young Ellis, perhaps even surpassing him. It seems Great Flynn cannot afford to be separate from the Hildred dynasty any longer. Determined, the Renata resolved to seize this opportunity. She hoped the Velma could use the skills she taught to secure this bond tightly, lest it be missed like hers, leaving her alone. Memories welled up, making her feel a mix of emotions. After a moment, she composed herself. Using a candle, she burned the letter, the contents deeply etched in her mind. There was no need to keep it. She watched the paper burn, consumed by flames. Looking at the flickering sparks, her first thought was of Lionel. He illuminated Great Flynn like those tiny sparks. "Come in." Clapping her hands, she called out loudly. Moments later, the study door opened, and two women guarding outside walked in simultaneously. One wore pink, with a high ponytail, exuding vigor. The other wore green, looking gentle. These were the Renata left and right protectors, Kaylee and Selena. "Your Majesty." They knelt together, despite appearing harmless. In the assassination world, they were second only to the Velma. One specialized in deadly strikes, the other in enchantment. Many unruly assassins in Great Flynn met their end by their hands. "You've been loyal for some time now, haven't you?" the Renata asked, looking at the two graceful women. "Indeed, Your Majesty," they answered, lifting their heads, puzzled. "Great Flynn is not peaceful now. Do you know anything about it?" The Renata probed, testing their loyalty. They were orphans she had adopted and raised. If they betrayed her, it would be unforgivable. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We are sharp blades in your hand, striking where you point. In Great Flynn, anyone endangering us will not see the next day's sun," Kaylee and Selena said fiercely. They understood something grave had happened. Though they weren't expressive, they held immense respect for the Renata. Ruling a dynasty as a woman spoke volumes of her capabilities. The Renata smiled faintly. "Enough, I know your loyalty. Gather all the assassins in the palace. I have important announcements. We are, at best, called traitors, but at worst, they are profit-driven. The Great Flynn dynasty has no need for such individuals." Holding a large sword, the Ember walked while speaking. Approaching the traitors, she struck with blinding speed, so fast that blood barely lingered on the blade. Within moments, the traitors were publicly executed by the Renata before the crowd. Witnessing this, many applauded enthusiastically. They detested such traitors. Of course, these are only minor traitors. If I'm not mistaken, someone within the Great Flynn borders has already defected to the Great Xia. Why else would the iron cavalry of Great Xia suddenly raid our supplies? Who leaked this information? The Renata gazed at the crowd, seemingly talking to herself but also addressing them. This was the second method mentioned in Lionel's letter, to give them an opportunity to repent. Leniency for those who confess, severe punishment for those who resist. Though it might not be very effective, it allowed the assassins to feel that the Renata still had a sense of humanity. Those who confess now will be spared any past transgressions. If discovered later, however, not only will you face capital punishment, but your entire clan will be implicated. The Renata paused, her expression becoming increasingly stern. She wanted everyone to know she was furious, acting as a deterrent. Upon hearing this, some in the crowd thought otherwise. Why is the Renata being so irrational? If they dared commit treason, wouldn't they have made thorough preparations? Exactly. How easy would it be to find out? Besides, assassins are precise and discreet. Finding them would be nearly impossible. The fate of those earlier traitors isn't something they'd willingly accept in front of all the nation's assassins. No one would be foolish enough to step forward voluntarily. Assassins grew restless, wondering if the Renata was affected by the incident. These methods seemed unreliable, doing little to address the problem. However, the mention of someone defecting to Great Xia still stoked resentment. Each assassin harbored suspicions, glancing warily at each other, their eyes filled with hostility. "Don't rush," the Renata continued. "I haven't finished speaking." The Renata had anticipated this reaction. In fact, it was exactly what Lionel had written in his letter, deepening her admiration for him. His ability to control the situation was unparalleled. Seeing the Renata speak again, the assassins fell silent. At present, the Great Flynn needs to recuperate and cannot take on more missions. I understand you need to support your families. Report the traitors accurately, and you will receive substantial rewards. Caused distrust among the assassins. However, they couldn't defy the Renata in public. Privately reminding them seemed necessary. Resting her chin in her hands, the Renata watched intently. She had never seen them so focused, feeling greatly relieved. It seems identifying the traitors isn't as difficult as imagined. Chapter 373. Is this even the beginning? Elsewhere, inside Hildred Dynasty. Your Holiness, Carrie has sent word. It appears that the Renata of Great Flynn has found a way to identify traitors within her ranks through your Majesty's guidance. Now in Great Flynn, this method is being implemented nationwide. The whole country has become exceptionally vigilant and suspicious. Do you think if this continues, their relationship will deteriorate? Marcel Brennan asked the Ember of Great Flynn with evident worry. His intention was to have her ask the Evan to prevent Great Flynn from drifting away from the Renata. When the Renata of Great Flynn received this news, she was initially surprised. Seeing Brennan's concern, she too felt uneasy. Just as she prepared to find Lionel, the door was gently pushed open. Your Majesty. The Ember of Great Flynn was immensely pleased to see Lionel, marveling at how quickly they had developed a deep understanding. Rise. Lionel extended his hand to help the Ember up, signaling her to speak. Your Majesty, how did you come up with a method to expose the traitors in Great Flynn? The Ember stared at Lionel with wide, curious eyes, filled with intrigue for the man before her. After all, Lionel had been within Hildred Dynasty all along, never venturing into Great Flynn. It seemed unbelievable. What's so difficult about it? Lionel casually sat down on a nearby chair, causing both Brennan and the Ember to be taken aback. However, they were already accustomed to this. After all, the person before them was no ordinary individual, but someone who could revive and strengthen an entire dynasty in a short time. Within Great Flynn, assassins are ranked much like officials in the government, each having specific roles. The difference between assassins and martial artists is that assassins operate under strict constraints, while martial artists enjoy more freedom. Having the Renata of Great Flynn investigate this would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Not an easy task, Lionel explained, sipping tea leisurely, much to Brennan's growing impatience. But when left to the assassins themselves, it's far less complicated. They know each other best. They understand who would commit such acts. Reporting traitors would even allow them to advance in rank. Why wouldn't they do it? Lionel placed down his teacup, looking earnestly at the ember. Everyone is susceptible to temptation. Besides, this wasn't unreasonable, and naturally, they would comply. Eventually, the traitors will likely buckle under pressure, choosing to flee or disappear entirely. This way, the identity of the betrayer will be obvious. Lionel smiled confidently. This plan was foolproof. Assassins, though mentally resilient, would still succumb to guilt as the old saying goes. If your heart is clear, you won't fear the knock of a ghost. This was a psychological battle, and the Renata of Great Flynn had time on her side. Over time, the traitors would run out of options. Both the Ember and Marcel Brennan stood there in awe, realizing the depth of the Evan strategy. Your Majesty, this plan is good, but might it be lacking in some areas? Brennan asked, noticing the Ember was deeply engrossed. She didn't want to see any rifts between the Ember and the Evan. Go on. Lionel turned to face Brennan calmly. This was the elder who had long served undercover in Chi. Not just anyone could manage such a feat. Her concerns might indeed point to potential issues. Your Majesty, using assassins to investigate does narrow down the suspects and increase efficiency. But offering promotions as incentives might drive everyone to extremes, investigating without restraint. If someone becomes overly ambitious, they might falsely accuse others, damaging trust among them. If everyone behaves like this, Great Flynn will lose its unity. Brennan voiced all her worries, not out of criticism but hope for a perfect solution. The current state of Great Flynn couldn't withstand further turmoil. You raise valid points, but these matters aren't within your purview. Lionel nodded, acknowledging her concerns. Clearly, Brennan had the welfare of Great Flynn at heart. She dared to speak out, unafraid of retribution for overstepping her bounds. Brennan grew more puzzled by Lionel's words. Your concerns will inevitably occur, but if the Renata can discern right from wrong and make sound decisions, it will backfire on those trying to manipulate the situation. She won't alienate the people, but instead unite them. No one dislikes a wise ruler dedicated to the dynasty. Lionel looked reflective, as if explaining to Brennan while also musing aloud. Indeed, his actions for Hildred dynasty had changed public perception. Brennan suddenly understood. The Renata, after years of leading Great Flynn, was no foolish monarch like de Joseph. Her heart eased with relief. Your Majesty, you truly have an exceptional mind. The Ember was so moved she struggled to express her admiration adequately. Is this even the beginning? Lionel shook his head, emphasizing that these insights were inherently his own. How so? The Ember, seeing his demeanor, was puzzled and asked urgently. She instinctively trusted Lionel, believing nothing was unsolvable as long as he was present. Brennan also focused on Lionel, eager to understand. Why did Lionel say this? Lionel crossed his arms and stood up. For Great Flynn to become genuinely powerful, it must transform its current structure. Otherwise, it will remain disorganized and struggle against real threats. Chapter 374. Use a handsome man stratagem? For a moment, the atmosphere around them turned somewhat awkward. Ashley slowly withdrew her gaze, no longer holding out hope. What Lionel had just said was not within her, or the Ember of Great Flynn's power to decide. The supreme commander of Great Flynn was the Renata, and if she did not give her word, they were powerless to act. Well, The Ember of Great Flynn scratched her head, unable to think of how to respond to Lionel for quite some time. Your Majesty, regardless, thank you for teaching such an exquisite strategy to our Renata this time. However, whether Great Flynn can truly become powerful ultimately lies in the hands of the Renata. Our status in Great Flynn is only slight, barely noticeable. Since the establishment of Great Flynn by the Renata, her ideas have been deeply rooted and cannot be persuaded otherwise. The Ember looked at Lionel with difficulty, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. She didn't expect that she couldn't offer any help at such a critical time. I know. Don't worry about these things. I will find a way. Lionel petted the Ember of Great Flynn's head with a spoiling look on his face. Seeing how Gray treated the Ember of Great Flynn, Ashley felt relieved. She had chosen to stay because she feared that the Ember would end up like her predecessor. From what she observed, there was a significant difference between the fort of the Hildred dynasty and the fort of Chi. A smile played on her lips as she nodded inwardly. Lionel arrived at the open space behind the former Jin Nan Yusef's mansion. As he walked in, he heard the rustling sound of someone training. I knew you'd be here. Lionel stood still, watching his father, Ellis, wielding a long spear. Despite being ravaged by time, he exuded an even more mature and reassuring presence. It was clear that Ellis had once been an exceptional handsome man in his youth. Lionel had fragments of memories. Ellis loved practicing his spear skills in this very spot during his free time. He had intended to come here by chance, but hadn't expected to find him here. What is it? Upon seeing Lionel arrive, Ellis paused, placing his spear behind him. Father, now the Renata of Great Flynn has made up her mind to find the traitor within her kingdom. You know that Great Flynn can never fully strengthen itself under the current conditions. After much thought, I believe you are the best person to persuade her. After all, you share a history with the Renata when you were young. Even if you don't consider our relationship, your appearance would surely increase the chances of success. Lionel's smile became somewhat mischievous. His father had been alone for many years, and having a kindred spirit by his side wouldn't be bad at all. Hearing this, Ellis waved his hand, planting the spear a few feet in front of Lionel. Before Lionel could react, punches rained down upon him relentlessly. Lionel took off running as if it were a natural instinct. Ellis gave him no opportunity to catch his breath, grabbing him by the collar and thrashing his buttocks fiercely. Lionel winced in pain, often wondering how his father could still have such strength at his age. He felt like a dough ball in his hands, powerless to retaliate. Father, that's enough. If you continue, I won't be able to attend court tomorrow. Lionel hurriedly reminded his father, fearing another bout of bruising. Ellis finally stopped and let go of his rebellious son. Don't think old man doesn't know what you're scheming. How can a son ask his father to use a handsome man stratagem for personal gain? That would bring shame to the family name. Ellis glared at Lionel with disdain. Though he had to admit Lionel was clever, he sometimes wondered what went through his mind. Now you're coming up with such absurd ideas. What else won't you think of next? Those who know me well, father knows all too well. Lionel scratched the back of his head, grinning awkwardly. He hadn't realized his father wasn't just a fierce warrior, but also surprisingly shrewd. Absolutely not. Ellis refused without hesitation. He didn't want to sacrifice his dignity, especially since he was still honoring his deceased empress's memory. Thinking of this, a pang of sorrow welled up inside him. He couldn't recall how many years had passed, but the image of his empress still lingered in his mind. Father, you've been alone for so long. It's time to find someone to keep you company. I've grown up and won't cause trouble. Lionel thought Ellis hesitated due to a previous promise, hoping to help him let go of such attachments. Death is inevitable, leaving nothing but ashes. What remained were the people worth cherishing in life. Enough talk. Ellis's expression hardened, walking over to his spear and pulling it out effortlessly, resuming his practice. It dawned on Lionel that true monogamy existed even in ancient times. No wonder so many women admired his father back then, perhaps drawn by his loyalty. If he were a woman, he would also wish to find a man like this to spend his entire life with. Father, consider it a sacrifice for the Hildred dynasty. Lionel spoke again, causing Ellis to pause mid-action before resuming his spear practice. Father, Great Flynn has been marked by Xia because of us. How can we stand by and watch its downfall? Knowing Great Flynn's fate, doing nothing would make us accomplices. Lionel knew his father had a soft spot for this issue, and wouldn't refuse after mentioning it. Otherwise, Ellis wouldn't have hesitated earlier. Ellis's movements with the spear visibly slowed. Father, do it for the peace between the Hildred dynasty and Great Flynn. Lionel persisted. Ellis stood frozen for a while, then finally replied, all right. Chapter 375, The Special Forces in Camouflage. On the other side, Fernanda and Azriel led the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty through numerous battles, fighting their way forward with all their might. Truly, heaven does not forsake those who strive. Once we cross this city before us, we can reach the capital of Great Xia directly. Soldiers, give it your all. Fernanda gazed at the city before him, his heart burning with anger. This land had been defended by countless sacrifices from the Song family soldiers. Unfortunately, the fort of Great Xia was an incompetent ruler who did not understand the suffering of the people. Time and again, he had disappointed the Song family. Now that they were about to avenge their long-standing grievances, how could they not be moved? The journey has been long, and the soldiers have already grown weary. Why don't we set up camp here and rest until our strength is fully restored before attacking? Azriel saw that Fernanda's mind was clouded by anger. A hasty attack now might not yield the desired results. Therefore, he suggested camping and resting. Fernanda nodded after hearing this suggestion. The civilians passing by, upon seeing it was the army of the Hildred dynasty, fled in terror. Some stood still, clenching their fists when they recognized Fernanda leading the charge. Even children threw stones at Fernanda's horse. I recognize you. I've seen your portrait. Once you were the famous general of Great Xia. Why? Why are you aiding the Hildred dynasty and harming Great Xia? Are you really a traitor? The child's innocent voice echoed, yet carried a hint of bravery. His big, dark eyes blinked and brimmed with tears as he stared at Fernanda. The other civilians also turned their attention to Fernanda, grinding their teeth in hatred. No wonder the Hildred dynasty has been advancing so fiercely, reaching Li City in such a short time. It's all because of you. Fernanda, look into your conscience. Can you face your deceased parents or this land that raised you? You abandoned being a great general to become a traitor. All of this ruin is on your shoulders. The civilians' insults flooded in, some even cursing Fernanda for an untimely death. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty, witnessing their general being insulted, were displeased. Who gave you permission to criticize our general? They stepped forward, trying to maintain control but fearing harm would come to Fernanda due to these accusations. Seeing the situation turning chaotic, Fernanda intervened. Stop, our hands are not meant for harming helpless civilians. Let them be. Fernanda felt her heart had long turned cold. She chose silence over argument, understanding the innocence of these civilians. They only saw what they believed to be true. Returning to the camp, she left the civilians too fearful to stop her, intimidated by the intimidating soldiers of the Hildred dynasty. Azriel entered the camp and asked concernedly, are you all right? Fernanda, having been pushed to her limits by her former fort and now maligned by her own people, found solace in focusing on her mission. These people will eventually understand. Her mind was filled with how to overthrow the rule of the fort as quickly as possible. If the Hildred dynasty took over, the civilians would realize her intentions. Instead of arguing now, action would prove more effective. As long as you understand. Azriel marveled at her mental resilience despite her young age. Fernanda then pulled out a map from a drawer, detailing the entire territory of Great Xia. We should launch a quick assault on the final city near the capital. Most soldiers here are relaxed, lacking crisis awareness and combat experience. If we strike swiftly, they won't react in time. Fernanda's expression was resolute, driven by determination to make the fort pay. Your thoughts sound good, Azriel agreed. But which team should we send? Our special forces in camouflage suits can blend into the environment undetected, ambushing the gates and surprising Great Xia. These soldiers are trained for stealth and surprise attacks, she added confidently. It's a tough plan, but we must try. Azriel nodded, acknowledging the difficulty but agreeing with her strategy. Tonight, your men should wear camouflage and seize the opportunity to break through the gate while I lead the assault on the city. Fernanda was confident. This may be difficult, Azriel frowned, realizing the constraints on the infantry, but remember, we have a specialized squad equipped by Gray. They can hide effectively, providing the element of surprise. Thus, the plan was set. Chapter 376, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Outside the encampment, all soldiers assemble. Fernanda gripped the scabbard of her sword tightly at her waist, her gaze becoming resolute. Looking at the capital city of Daqin not far away, her heart was already completely calm. Following Fernanda's command, all the soldiers quickly dressed and assembled within 10 breaths. We have rested here for half a day. We will attack at sunset. Are you clear? Fernanda's voice carried by the wind reached every soldier's ears. The soldiers looked at Fernanda and felt greater admiration for her. It was important to note that this was a female general, and it was no small feat to earn the respect of soldiers trained under Lionel. Yes. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing into the sky. The sun slowly descended toward the west, casting a gentle glow over the land. A group of green grass was rapidly moving towards Lee City's gate. They were actually Lionel's elite special forces, crawling forward in camouflage suits. Their mission was to intercept all Daqin soldiers outside the city and set up an ambush for the Hildred dynasty soldiers. At the same time, Fernanda rode a white steed, brandishing a long whip with impressive grace. The Hildred dynasty army followed behind her as they launched an attack on Lee City's gate. Not good, the Hildred dynasty is attacking. Just as the guards at Lee City's gate prepared to sound the alarm, Fernanda shot one dead with an arrow. The entire action was highly skilled. She stood on a galloping horse yet hit her target with perfect accuracy. This move left the Hildred dynasty soldiers speechless, amazed at such superior archery skills. Immediately, the morale of the Hildred dynasty soldiers surged as they advanced toward Lee City. The Daqin soldiers hadn't reacted in time and were ambushed by the Hildred dynasty troops. As the city gates opened, the Daqin soldiers rushed out toward the Hildred dynasty troops. Fernanda sat on her horse, coldly watching the scene before her, her eyes showing no mercy. Attack. With her order, the Hildred dynasty soldiers attacked fiercely. The special forces along with the engineer squad successfully gained control of Lee City's gate. Then, the special forces surrounded the Daqin soldiers from behind. The Daqin soldiers, suddenly seeing so many Hildred dynasty soldiers behind them, were momentarily stunned. What's happening? How did they get behind us without us noticing? There were no hidden soldiers when we exited the city just now. Is this some sort of ghost trick? The Hildred dynasty truly spares no effort in defeating us, even using such despicable tactics. Though the Daqin soldiers felt despair, they were mostly unwilling to give up. This was Daqin's last line of defense. If it fell, it would mean the end of Daqin. After a night of fierce fighting, the Daqin soldiers were almost completely defeated. Azriel looked at Fernanda, his eyes filled with satisfaction. As dawn broke, a ray of warm sunlight illuminated Fernanda's face. She shone brightly among the crowd, like a star amidst countless others. Azriel couldn't help but think of his precious daughter. She must be like this too, right? In that moment, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he shouldn't have interfered too much. At Lee City's gate, Fernanda, you treacherous, despicable person. You betrayed Daqin and joined the Hildred dynasty. Now you lead an army to attack your own country. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? You should remember, this land raised and nurtured you. How could you betray it so easily? I wonder if old Atli Song can rest peacefully in his grave knowing this. The captured Daqin generals knelt on the ground, straight-backed and indignant, glaring at Fernanda. Their faces showed fierce anger, like starving wolves. Fernanda, having been hurt deeply, laughed rather than got angry at these remarks. She suddenly threw back her head and laughed loudly, her laughter tinged with bitterness, sorrow, and more importantly, release. Her unusual behavior stunned the Daqin generals. They didn't understand what was going through Fernanda's mind. They watched her intently with disdainful looks, their eyes filled with confusion. Each of you, put your hands on your hearts and ask yourselves, is the current Daqin royal family really worth following, despite your great contributions? Fernanda looked at the Daqin generals with sympathy. She knew that the Daqin Ford had never cared about any of the soldiers, or the common people. He only cared about expanding his power and territory. For the fate of these people, he showed no concern. Fernanda believed the men before her understood this deeply. Hildredra enough. After hearing this, the once angry Daqin generals lowered their heads and fell silent. They didn't shed tears when bleeding on the battlefield, or seeing their comrades fall. Returning to Daqin without being acknowledged by their Ford, and seeing the people's lives disregarded made their eyes redden now. I know you all hope for a day when the people of Daqin can live in peace. You also hope that no more soldiers will have to leave their families for years on end due to national and familial grievances. The Daqin Ford cannot provide this. Only the Hildred dynasty can offer a safe haven for the people of Daqin. As Fernanda spoke, her face reflected hope. She seemed to envision a future where Daqin would become a peaceful sanctuary like the Hildred dynasty. People would live in prosperity and harmony, free from the disturbances of war. The Daqin generals looked at each other. They had heard rumors of this before but had always been in denial. Inspired by Fernanda, they let go of their burdens and chose to join the Hildred dynasty. Thus, the Hildred dynasty's army expanded again. In contrast, the Daqin palace remained silent. Everyone buried their heads, too frightened to say anything further. Chapter 377. The best stratagem is to run away. In the Grand Hall of the Great Xia dynasty, isn't there supposed to be 100, or at least several dozen ministers in this Grand Hall? How much salary do you draw from the imperial treasury each year? Would you have achieved today's glory if it weren't for being here in the Great Xia? The Evan of Great Xia looked at the silent scene below him, his anger reaching its peak. He slammed his hand on the table and began pacing around his dragon throne. One must understand that many under him had already defected to the Hildred dynasty, meaning a significant loss for the Great Xia army. He hadn't expected these ministers, who usually squabbled over trivial matters, to choose silence at such a crucial time. Can't all of you come up with a useful solution? Seeing their continued silence, the Ford's heart sank. His tone softened slightly. At this point, even killing them all wouldn't elicit a response. These were talents selected through the imperial examination system, not commoners. The minister sighed internally, seeing the Ford's helplessness. Some thought, if only the Ford had known this would happen, why didn't he take different actions initially? Others believed, there will always be a way when one reaches the mountain. At this moment, a young minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, we are limited by our current predicament. If we can step out of it, the difficulties will not seem so insurmountable. There's always hope as long as the Green Hills remain. Young Norman carefully conveyed his thoughts indirectly to the Evan of Great Xia. He chose to speak in riddles because he wanted to see what the Ford truly valued. If it was the throne, his plan would be unfeasible. Otherwise, perhaps there was still a sliver of hope for the Great Xia. How exactly do you propose keeping the Green Hills? Hearing this, the Ford felt as if he had clutched a lifeline, his eyes lighting up. Looking at the young man before him, he felt a surge of hope. Your Majesty, if we continue to confront the Hildred dynasty head-on, the Great Xia will surely perish. The Great Xia may be weak now, but it doesn't mean we cannot grow stronger in the future. Thus, I believe the best strategy is to use the 36 stratagems advice, retreat. Norman's tone grew increasingly serious. He feared death, but even more so losing his potential in his prime. He still wanted to progress in his political career. The other ministers hesitated to refute his words. They couldn't think of a better solution either. They could only agree but were secretly worried about their future direction. The Ford was taken aback. His gaze swept across the hall. No one objected. His legs gave way as he sank into his throne, lost in thought. This decision was difficult. If he truly had to forsake wealth and power, he would be unwilling. Yet staying was not an option. After pondering for some time, he raised his head and looked at Norman. Their eyes met, as if conveying countless unsaid words. Very well. Hildreddenly standing up, the Ford's resolve solidified. From this moment on, everyone should pack light belongings. We shall seek refuge in the Xia dynasty. As long as the Green Hills remain, we won't lack firewood. The land of the Great Xia can be abandoned, but the harm inflicted by the Hildred dynasty must never be forgotten. We must make the Hildred dynasty pay. The Ford's voice grew more agitated, his facial muscles twitching. He seemed determined to punish the Hildred dynasty. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will follow you to the ends of the earth. Wherever you go, we will go. Your Majesty is wise. As long as the people endure these hard times, the future will be bright. They will understand Your Majesty's intentions. Ministers knelt and echoed these sentiments, though privately they were worried. The Xi was not the same as the Great Xia. Their status might not be secure. Would they need considerable wealth to settle down? They dared not advise the Ford at this moment. It was uncertain whether he would listen. Very well. Since all ministers have decided, let it be done. But before we leave, we can't give the Hildred dynasty too easy a victory. Looking at the magnificent palace, the Ford felt a pang of regret. He had spent years in this place. Leaving wasn't easy. An idea struck him. Bring up the yellow grease. Following the Ford's command, the ministers understood his intent. Yellow grease ignites automatically in hot weather. It seemed the Ford planned a scorched earth policy. Strong soldiers carried buckets of yellow grease, drenching every corner of the palace. As they left, the Ford's eyes turned cold and vengeful. This time, the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty must not return alive. Meanwhile, in the military camp outside the city, Atli, this is the latest report from the capital. A general handed the letter to Fernanda. Fernanda was surprised, realizing this person wasn't fully loyal to the Great Xia court. He must have had doubts for a long time but lacked the right opportunity to act. Assuming Fernanda disapproved, the Qin general immediately kneeled. You did well, Fernanda said, lifting him up and patting his shoulder. He took the letter, read it, and smiled faintly. Gray is truly brilliant. Confused, the Qin general asked for clarification after receiving the letter. Though not understanding Fernanda's praise, he felt uncomfortable. How could a ruler abandon his country and people like this? Fernanda placed a hand on his shoulder, saying deeply, this is the true face of the Great Qia Ford. Now you understand why I resolutely joined the Hildred dynasty. But even with his escape, the Great Qia Ford remains doomed. A trap has been set. Chapter 378. This tyrant is quite handsome. Elsewhere, inside the Hildred dynasty, Her Highness Yusef's, you should eat something? You haven't eaten for 3 days now. If you continue like this, even an unbreakable body will collapse. The maid was earnestly urging Hildredsi. Although they were in the prison of the Hildred dynasty, their conditions did not resemble those of other dynasties' prisoners. They weren't fed coarse grains and leftovers, let alone foul-smelling slop water. In the Hildred dynasty, while it didn't match her former luxurious life, cleanliness and order were maintained. The entire cell had a much milder smell. Hildredsi looked at the plain meal before her, her appetite completely gone. Lifting her head, she gazed at the faint light filtering through the wall. 2 hot tears slid down her cheeks. Here, do you think why I, the illustrious clone Yusefs of the Great Qia heavenly dynasty, would end up like this? Could my latter years really be spent in this dim prison? It's not just different from what I imagined. It's night and day. Hildredsi seemed to be talking to herself or sighing. Her mental state was deteriorating, with a dazed expression. Christine watched Cloing's attitude and stood stunned, choking back the words in her throat. During this time, Hildredsi tried throwing tantrums but shouted until hoarse with no response. She bowed her head, not daring to breathe loudly. Alondra sneered, drew her sword, and placed it against the 2 women's necks. If Hildredsi wanted this so badly, wasn't it cruel not to comply? Feeling the cold metal on her neck, Hildredsi felt a mixture of fear and relief. She closed her eyes, waiting for the expected pain, but it never came. Instead, she heard a voice that sounded oddly pleasing to her ears. All right, no more jokes. Gray wants to see you. Follow me. Alondra put away her sword, laughing. The guard, witnessing the scene, remained speechless. Alondra indeed played by her own rules. Opening her eyes, Hildredtsi's gaze sparkled. She'd been waiting for this moment for so long. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she grew visibly elated. To meet him, absolutely I must. Hildredtsi straightened her gown and followed behind Alondra. Inside the imperial study. Your Majesty, may you live 10,000 years. Understanding the necessity of humility, Hildredtsi bowed deeply upon entering the imperial study. Rise, said Lionel with his melodious voice. Hildredtsi cautiously stood up, then looked up to find herself mesmerized by the handsome face before her. She marveled inwardly, amazed at such incomparable beauty. Lost in admiration, she remembered her many days in the dark prison, reinforcing her belief that the man before her must be a tyrant. Knowing of his fearsome reputation, offending him could mean her death. I humbly ask for your Majesty's forgiveness. I don't know what I've done to upset you. If I've committed any wrong, please enlighten me. Hildredtsi braced herself, ready to die clearly rather than in ignorance. She avoided looking at Lionel's mesmerizing face. Lionel examined her, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Why would I need a reason to imprison you? He finally spoke. If you insist on an explanation, it's that the Great Qin and Hildred dynasties are now at irreconcilable odds. Lionel stated this casually, using light-hearted language for a heavy topic. Hildredtsi froze, fear flooding her heart. Am I really going to die here? Unavoidably, the Great Qin will fall within 3 days. My armies are already approaching its capital. I've summoned you today to consider your future. Once Qin falls, you'll no longer be the powerful princess you once were. Without that status, what else do you have? Lionel's sharp eyes locked onto Hildredtsi, making the atmosphere in the study intense. Hildredtsi took a few steps back, her eyes wide with shock. She couldn't accept this outcome. Chapter 379. A night of pleasure? Not that precious. Your Majesty, what's the purpose of you speaking like this? Hildredtsi, you didn't see me today just to ask about Ariana, such a trivial matter, right? Ariana composed herself. She knew she couldn't fall now. If she did, the Qin dynasty would be completely gone. Deep down, she firmly believed that Lionel seemed to have some conditions. If he merely wanted to know about this, he could have simply sent a messenger. Why go through all the trouble of bringing her out? You're quite clever. It seems not everyone in the Qin imperial family is a fool, Lionel said with words that were hard to discern as praise or criticism, but appeared to contain both. Ariana's face turned pale for a moment, but quickly shifted into a smile. Your Majesty, what do you ultimately want from me? Anything I possess. We can make a deal. I don't want anything, only freedom, unbound and unrestrained. Ariana knew Lionel wouldn't easily change his mind once decided. Moreover, she was only moderately attractive. There was no way he would become infatuated with someone like her. Attempting to use beauty for the safety of the Qin dynasty seemed far-fetched. Thus, at this moment, she could only focus on herself. Alondra looked at the woman before him and inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow, as if seeing a golden songbird trapped in a cage. Despite this, he remained silent. Isn't your thought a bit too naive? Now you are nothing more than a puppet in my hands. Gaining freedom isn't so easy. Or do you think I'm stupid enough to let an enemy princess go free and rally troops against the Hildred dynasty? Lionel asked with a sneer and a biting tone. It seemed the woman hadn't learned her lesson even after all this time. He wasn't afraid of making another enemy. She simply had an overly rosy view of the world. Then, as if remembering something, he added, moreover, you're just a princess, without any real power in Qin. Only a prince might have worth. What can you offer in exchange? What do you think you have that can buy your precious freedom? Lionel raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Ariana closely, as if evaluating an object, trying to determine its value. Ariana felt uncomfortable under his gaze, which burned intensely. Combined with his sharp words, she became hesitant. Alondra had anticipated this outcome. Negotiating terms with Grey wasn't easy, especially when one lacked substantial leverage. Trish kept examining Ariana's face, feeling indignant yet helpless. After all, the Qin dynasty was struggling, and she was a princess raised in privilege. For now, they could only comply with the will of the Hildred dynasty ruler to preserve their lives. Hildredenly, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Ariana clutched her skirt tightly, her expression filled with hesitation, as if harboring a secret. After some thought, Ariana seemed resolved. Her expression hardened. If your Majesty doesn't mind, Zihuang has never known a man and is willing to trade a night of pleasure with your Majesty for freedom. I hope your Majesty will grant this, as Zihuang will never raise troops against the Hildred dynasty. Zihuang is just a woman, with no money to raise troops, please rest assured. Ariana knelt abruptly, her cheeks flushed red. Knowing she was the most revered princess of the Qin imperial family, countless princes from other dynasties sought her hand in marriage. To say such things openly here before everyone? Moreover, Lionel had been staring at her intently all along. If he didn't mean it, she couldn't imagine why else he would do that. Do you really think this condition is worthy of your freedom? Don't forget, you stand on the land of the Hildred dynasty. If I truly desired it, you'd have no power to resist. Therefore, this holds no interest for me, Lionel frowned, showing a hint of displeasure. Alondra looked at Ariana with pity. Why did she have to say that? The women by Grey's side were all incomparably beautiful. Though Ariana was lovely and virtuous, to Grey, she would be fleeting. Ariana's face grew redder, surprised by Lionel's bluntness. She stared at the man on the throne in disbelief, utterly ashamed, wishing she could die on the spot. What had she just said? Trish also felt incredulous, looking at Lionel with confusion. Seeing his serious expression, she couldn't tell if he was genuine. Who would have thought a man would refuse a princess offering herself willingly? Ariana's body went limp, collapsing onto the floor. Her eyes dimmed, feeling lost. Of course, it's not entirely worthless, but it depends on whether you're willing. Lionel's move indeed offered despair and hope simultaneously. Ariana looked up, hardly believing it. If you truly want freedom, there's only one choice. Using your status as a Qin princess, rally the people of Qin to willingly submit to the Hildred dynasty. Otherwise, no deal. Lionel waved a hand, his tone firm. He knew changing deeply rooted beliefs was impossible, but with a call from the Qin royal bloodline, the people would willingly submit. Alondra was surprised, not expecting Gray to be planning this. It greatly reduced the effort needed to win over the masses. Hearing this, Ariana hesitated. Just as Lionel was about to leave, she stood up. Fine, I agree. Soon, the news that Ariana led the Qin royalty in submitting to the Hildred dynasty spread like wildfire across every corner of the Qin territory. This announcement caused significant shock. Hashtag chapter 380. The Hildred dynasty has won big. On the other side, at the entrance of the Great Qin Imperial Palace. Soldiers, this is our final move. Even if the Evan of Great Qin has abandoned his ministers and fled alone, we must take this city. Once we capture this palace, the Great Qin will cease to exist. Fernanda's expression was stern, and he couldn't remember how long he had been waiting for this moment. Now that his wish was about to be fulfilled, an indescribable excitement welled up inside him. At his command, the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty tightened their grips on their spears and surged into the palace. With each step, Fernanda's mind filled with the faces of everyone in the Song household. Thinking of them, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Upon entering the palace, Fernanda felt puzzled. He hadn't expected the palace to be completely deserted. Not even a single eunuch or palace maid was in sight. An oddly familiar scent lingered in the air, but he couldn't quite place it. It wasn't until he noticed the pebbled ground glistening with oil that he realized something was amiss. All of you retreat? Fernanda's gaze grew alert as he turned to stop the advancing soldiers. The empty palace had already stirred excitement among everyone, but no one expected him to halt at such a critical moment. Azriel rode beside Fernanda, a hint of confusion on his face. A bold thought crossed his mind. Was he regretting this? The soldiers hesitated, looking at Azriel, unwillingness etched on their faces. Can't you hear me? Military orders are as immovable as mountains. Have you forgotten this now, when you're about to disobey? Ultimately, Azriel chose to trust Fernanda. In recent days, he had seen both her loyalty and her capabilities. He believed she wouldn't let personal grudges overshadow her duty. Seeing that even Azriel spoke up, the soldiers reluctantly retreated. What's going on with Atli Song? We were about to seize the palace, yet at this crucial moment, he orders us all to retreat. What's happening? We've been pushing so hard these past days. Isn't today what it's all been for? Have the words of the civilians and commanders affected Atli Song? A murmur rippled through the Hildred dynasty's army. Though confused, they chose to trust him. If Fernanda had intended to lead them into a trap, they would have been dead by now. Fernanda then remembered. This palace floor was slick with cooking oil. Lord Jiang, quickly. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Fernanda urged Azriel forward, lashing his whip at the horses, which galloped wildly. Fernanda followed closely behind. Just as they escaped through the gates, the smell of burning filled the air. The Hildred dynasty soldiers stood dumbfounded at the scene before them. The massive army fell silent, only the crackling flames breaking the quiet. They felt fortunate that Fernanda hadn't heard their earlier doubts. Otherwise, they would have been shamed. Azriel steadied his horse, his face flushed with embarrassment. Atli Song, please forgive me. I judged you unfairly just now, suspecting noble intentions with a petty heart. It was my mistake. But this time, I owe you my gratitude. If not for you, we might have perished in those flames. Acknowledging his error, Azriel bowed deeply to Fernanda. Deep down, he admired this young woman even more for her bravery, wisdom, and strategic thinking. She had noticed details others overlooked, and no wonder she was esteemed among the young generation. It seems the Great Qin still harbored talent, though its king lacked the discernment to recognize it. Protecting soldiers is a commander's duty. Lord Jiang, there's no need for formalities. Fernanda felt surprised. As an elder, Azriel had offered an apology for words unspoken. Her resolve to join the Hildred dynasty strengthened further. The soldiers knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Atli Song, for saving us from the fire. Without you, we'd be roasted meat by now. In the future, whatever direction you lead, we will follow. Anyone who dares speak ill of you, we will be the first to oppose. Atli Song, your foresight. Their voices rang with sincerity. Encouragement for Fernanda swelled like a tide. Azriel found solace in this display of unity, a reason why the Hildred dynasty's army was so powerful. Fernanda's eyes welled up. Despite leading many troops as a general in the Great Qin, few had ever shown such unity. Apart from her confidence, most soldiers had their own thoughts. Since apologies have been made, let's move on. In the future, if you treat me sincerely, I won't let you down. Fernanda's voice wavered as she looked at the Hildred dynasty soldiers. Hildreddenly, she reminisced about her carefree days at Song Manor. All of this happened because of the Great Qin Evan. Turning around, she watched the palace consumed by fire, feeling a pang of melancholy. To build such a grand palace required immense resources, and now, it was reduced to ashes. The remaining Qin generals felt the same sorrow. Fernanda burst into laughter, tears brimming in her eyes. It appears the Great Qin Evan has completely abandoned the capital and the palace. Judging by the situation, he must have fled to Dachi. The Hildred dynasty has won the campaign to destroy the Great Qin. In this chapter, the tension between military strategy and emotional stakes is palpable. The detailed description of the impending danger and the subsequent relief and reflection highlight the complexity of leadership and the consequences of war. Chapter 381. She can't fly away. We have won. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty stood up, gazing at the palace engulfed in flames. To them, it was not merely an expanse of nothingness. It symbolized the path ahead for the Hildred dynasty, paved with blue bricks and tiles. The soldiers embraced each other, tears streaming down their faces, amazed that the territory of the Hildred dynasty had expanded so rapidly in such a short time. Both Dian and Daqin were now part of Hildred dynasty's domain. Now, even the second-ranked Daong had become an ally of the Hildred dynasty. It was evident how bright the future truly was. Azrael watched this scene without much celebration. Instead, he felt an increasing sense of worry. With the top 4 dynasties either destroyed or allied, they would soon face the formidable Daqi. He knew very well that the road ahead would only become more difficult and treacherous. Nonetheless, he would do everything in his power to aid the Hildred family. Fernanda arrived at the ancestral tomb of the Song family, kneeling down with a loud thud. She performed the most solemn ritual of 3 kowtows before entering the tomb, her eyes gradually turning red. "Father, Kira, your unfilial daughter, Fernanda, has returned," she sobbed aloud. Her voice filled with anguish as she clung tightly to the gravestones of her parents. After crying for a long while, she gradually calmed down. "Father Kira, you can rest in peace. Daqin is now destroyed, and no one will ever bully me again," she said between sobs. "You can be assured that I will work hard and never let you down. Even though Daqin no longer exists, that despicable king still lives. No matter where he runs, I will find and kill him." A flicker of cruelty and hatred passed through her eyes. After silently wiping away her tears, she lit incense and knelt once more before the graves of her parents. Hildreddenly, Fernanda felt weak and collapsed onto the ground, recalling all 20 years of her life. All she had ever felt from her parents was boundless love. But those days were gone, leaving her alone in the world. As she muttered to herself, her demeanor suddenly turned icy and aloof, her face a stern warning. "Do not come close." Back at the military field in the capital city, "Atli, we've finally found you. Good news." Upon seeing Fernanda, a commando soldier's face lit up with joy. Azrael also spotted Fernanda and immediately understood what had happened. For some reason, the soldier hesitated, unwilling to speak first for fear of upsetting Fernanda. Azrael quickly intervened. "What happened?" Fernanda's eyes were still red from crying, sadness lingering in her heart. "Atli, our troops have successfully blocked the retreat of Connor and his army. If we go to support them now, we can capture him completely." The commando looked at Fernanda, excitement filling his heart. He understood why the Evan had chosen an outsider like Fernanda as the commander-in-chief this time, relegating Azrael, his adoptive father, to deputy. It seemed the Evan truly favored outsiders over kin. Azrael was thoroughly surprised, realizing Fernanda had already assessed Connor accurately and moved swiftly, even without his knowledge. Great. All her gloom disappeared, her heart resolute. Only by avenging her parents could she find peace. It seems Connor didn't anticipate that today would be his doom. This time, he can't fly away. Azrael's worries eased. He understood that Fernanda had always felt guilty about the deaths of her parents. Had things not taken such a turn, she might not have chosen the Hildred dynasty. Fernanda sensed Azrael's meaning and gave him a grateful smile. "This time, we must make Connor pay dearly. Gather all the troops." We set out immediately to annihilate the remnants of Daqin. Her eyes grew firmer, anticipation of avenging her parents bringing a hint of joy. "Yes." The commando rushed off to gather the resting soldiers, shouting as he ran, "Atli Song's orders, assemble all troops." On another plane, 2 armies faced each other, tensions running high. "Do you think you can escape?" Chapter 382, Too easy for you. Hildreddenly, the Qin soldiers were interrupted by a series of urgent hoofbeats. At this moment, the base felt an overwhelming sense of despair. "That looks like Atli Song." Hildreddenly, one of the Qin soldiers shouted aloud. Everyone turned to look and indeed saw Fernanda. A flicker of joy crossed the face of the base. Hildreddenly, his fate wasn't to perish here. Just then, a massive army was trailing behind, but their banners bore the character, Hildred. "Long time no see, dog scum." Fernanda, staring at the face she had punctured with countless wounds in her dreams, spat venomously. She wished she could devour his flesh and rip his bones out. "You." The base lifted his finger toward Fernanda, but found himself momentarily speechless. "You have betrayed us. How dare you choose to align with the Hildred dynasty?" After a while, these words finally emerged from his mouth. "Betrayal?" Fernanda laughed out loud, as if she had heard the greatest joke in the world. "Our family has guarded the Qin dynasty for generations, defending its territory for over 100 years without expanding it. In the end, we faced extermination. Tell me, what is betrayal?" As she laughed, her eyes welled up with tears. Over 100 people from the Song household had been slaughtered by the monster before her. Now he dared to play the victim. "Serving under a ruler like you not only brings sadness but also shame," Fernanda added pointedly. Her aim was to make him feel rage, despair, true helplessness when angry yet powerless. "Soldiers, Fernanda has already betrayed our country. The fall of the Qin dynasty can be blamed on her alone. We must fight to the death. If we win this battle, everything can start anew. If we lose, not only will we die here, but we'll never get the chance to avenge our families." The base knew it was pointless to argue with such a traitor, so he ordered the soldiers behind him. He refused to believe there was no hope. However, the soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, assessing the odds. One by one, they lowered their heads, remaining motionless. They hadn't expected their king to still hold grudges at such a dire moment. He clearly didn't care about their survival or whether their tiny force could defeat the enemy. "What are you all waiting for? Fight!" roared the base, furious at the lack of response. Hildreddenly, the soldiers began dropping their spears. The base grew even angrier and started beating the nearest soldier furiously. "Your Majesty, please accept reality. We are blocked in front and pursued from behind. The Qin dynasty will cease to exist. Perhaps surrendering now could save our lives. Any further resistance will result in complete annihilation. The disparity between us and the enemy is too vast. There's no way we can win this battle," explained a soldier despondently. The Qin soldiers wore looks of despair. They didn't want to abandon their homeland either. Dying within the Qin borders might be better than facing an uncertain future in Qi. Rather than live in humiliation, death seemed a better option. Don't you know that the royal family, led by Hildred Xia, has already defected to the Hildred dynasty? Besides, after our surrender, the Hildred dynasty hasn't harmed us and allowed us to continue serving. Why should we endure hardship under the base? At this point, one of Fernanda's followers, Adon, formerly a high-ranking general from the capital, interjected. Having tired of the court's treachery, he preferred fighting over listening to corrupt officials' lies. The Qin soldiers standing near the monarch looked bewildered at this revelation. Then, the previously surrendered Qin general stepped forward, affirming Adon's words. The soldiers gradually aligned, discarded their weapons, and stepped aside. Seeing this, the base's face darkened. His beloved daughter had betrayed him, leading others to join the Hildred dynasty. Worse, his loyal soldiers who promised to defend the Qin land until death had abandoned him. Look at how many hearts you've broken over the years. These once honorable generals now suffer due to your selfish desires. You are a failed monarch, said Fernanda with evident disdain. Without the Hildred dynasty, she wouldn't have seen true loyalty to the people. A soldier's duty was to protect the country and see its citizens happy. But the base's irrational actions only caused endless suffering. For the first time, the base showed fear in his eyes. He understood he wouldn't be given another chance. Captured by these people, unimaginable torture awaited him. This was destined to be his end. In desperation, he pulled a dagger from his belt and pressed it against his neck, ready to commit suicide. But Fernanda simply waved her whip, knocking him to the ground. The dagger flew away, leaving a bloody mark on his face. Adon leaped off his horse, retrieved the dagger, and sneered. So this is what a great king does in his final moments? Deciding to end it now is a bit late, isn't it? Adon's eyes turned cold. All compassion for this ruler had vanished. Fernanda approached the fallen monarch. Dying this easily would be too good for you. No. Chapter 383. Isn't that just a waste? You. The veins on the great Qin Evan's forehead were visible, yet he was helpless. He could only clench his fists and pound them against the ground to express his defiance. Don't be in such a rush. Soon you will experience what true despair feels like. The suffering of the Song household and all the soldiers of Great Qin will be revisited upon you, Fernanda said with a sharp look and a serious tone. Ever since she learned that her parents did what they did for her, she had severed ties with Great Qin. The Great Qin Evan fell into complete despair and laughed bitterly. I never thought there would come a day when I cannot choose to live or die. Looking at Fernanda's eyes which turned complex, there wasn't an ounce of regret in his heart, only hate. Why hadn't he killed this remaining troublemaker back then? Instead, he let her live, and now she pointed the sword at him. Take him away. Fernanda couldn't bear to look at the Great Qin Evan anymore, turning away. With her order, the Hildred dynasty soldiers moved together and captured all the surrendered Great Qin soldiers, binding the Great Qin Evan tightly. Minister Jiang, now that Great Qin has been destroyed, you can inform Gray about these matters. Fernanda stood before Azrael, speaking seriously. This was the first thing she did after submitting to the Hildred dynasty, laying a foundation for her future. She naturally wanted Lionel to know how valuable she could be, as she now had many people under her command, including the surrendered Great Qin soldiers. Thus, she had no choice but to act as such. All right. Azrael nodded in agreement. Elsewhere, inside the Hildred dynasty imperial study, Your Majesty, we've received good news from the frontier. Alondra handed over the letter, marking the first time Fernanda had sent word in a long while. It must have been significant. Lionel took the letter from Alondra and glanced at it briefly, then placed it on the table. His slender fingers tapped the surface, making rhythmic sounds. Why don't you look happy, Your Majesty? Now that Great Qin has been wiped out, Alondra was puzzled by Lionel's indifferent demeanor. If others heard this news, they would surely celebrate at home. Didn't you think that given Fernanda's background as a descendant of a military family, plus the resources I provided her, this should have been expected? If she couldn't even handle this small task, she would indeed be nothing more than a waste. This is merely as it should be. Why should I be happy? Lionel replied indifferently. His current focus was on the Qi Empire ahead. Such trivial news didn't stir much emotion within him. Alondra nodded thoughtfully, seeing some sense in Gray's words. Still, Fernanda had once been from the Great Qin Empire, and personally destroying it must not be easy. What kind of person wouldn't feel conflicted? Your Majesty, with the resolution of Great Qin, the number of enemies facing the Hildred dynasty has decreased. But now we need to prepare fully as we face the Qi. Alondra raised his head, looking at Lionel with concern. Lionel lazily responded. Although defeating other dynasties seemed sufficient, confronting the Qi required thorough planning. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, the ultimate outcome between Hildred dynasty and the Qi would mean mutual destruction. I understand. Lionel recalled the scene of the old father mourning in the Hildred family ancestral tomb, a scar in his heart for years. Finally, it was time to retaliate. Thinking of this, he stood up hastily and left. In the Taiji hall, Ellis sat before the Buddhist altar, gazing at the memorial tablets lined up opposite, feeling a mixture of emotions. He constantly wondered when the time would come to avenge the Hildred family. Father Kira, rest assured. The dead of the Hildred family will soon be avenged. Meng has become stronger, and the Hildred dynasty is developing in an unstoppable direction. Everything will get better. Ellis's voice choked with tears as nightmares haunted his nights. Dreams of blood-covered brothers, asking when justice would be served, and indifferent parents only deepened his sorrow. At that moment, Lionel entered. Ellis quickly stood up, pretending as if nothing happened. Son greets Your Majesty. Lionel bowed respectfully to Ellis. Ellis glanced at Lionel, sitting on the side sofa. Now that the Great Qin Evan has been captured and its people submitted, it's time for our next move. The country must enter a state of full alertness. Lionel noticed his father's unusual mood, but chose not to confront him as he pretended nothing was wrong. Meng has grown up, Under your leadership, the Hildred dynasty prospers, bringing me immense comfort. Yet, do not overwork yourself. Look how gaunt and tired you've become. Ellis's gaze softened. Father, aren't you mistaken? Lately, I've been eating well and resting fine. There's no need for you to worry so much. Lionel patted his shoulder gently, knowing anything less would upset his father further. Ellis smiled but remained silent. Father, we will officially start the campaign against the Qi. You don't need to worry. The revenge for the Hildred family is close. Hearing this, Ellis stiffened, his mood growing heavy. Hashtag chapter 384. It's time to fulfill the promise. Adria, please sit down. Ellis held Lionel's hand, gesturing for him to sit beside him. Looking at Lionel, whose face had matured over time, Ellis's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Lionel followed his father's gesture and sat down nearby, feeling somewhat bewildered. He couldn't figure out what was troubling his old father. Adria, the Qi is not as easy to deal with as you might think. It's far more terrifying than you can imagine. If we launch a blind attack now, it could bring greater risks. Father knows you're worried about me, but I'm not unreasonable. You should focus on yourself first. What Ellis feared most was having his precious son involved in this bloody battle. In his youth, he hadn't considered things carefully enough, leading to his wife's death. He wouldn't let his beloved son endure the same hardships again. These matters I can handle myself. Thinking this, Ellis added, his gaze filled with anticipation. He hoped to hear an encouraging response from his precious son. Your Majesty, rest assured, I'm not the impulsive young man I once was. I have a clear mind these days. You shouldn't be concerned about this issue. Instead, you should think about how to resolve your emotional debts. Knowing what Ellis wanted to say, Lionel interrupted him. Once he made up his mind, he never changed it. Hearing his son's words, Ellis felt confused. He had always been meticulous about his conduct. When did he incur any emotional debts? Seeing his father's perplexed look, Lionel's lips curled into a slight smile. He clapped his hands, and the doors of the Taiji palace opened slowly. A graceful figure walked in. Ellis's expression turned abruptly pale. He never expected the Renata of Deflin to arrive at the Hildred dynasty. It was obvious she came here because of Lionel's doing. Feeling both annoyed and angry, Ellis almost forgot all about being a loving father. Why are you here? Ellis forced himself to remain calm, though inside he was incredibly anxious. He didn't want to face this woman, although he had wronged her in the past. However, those events happened so long ago that there was nothing left to say. What do you think? The Renata of Deflin looked at Ellis tenderly, blushing like a shy maiden. Seeing Lionel reminded her of the young Ellis. She even fantasized that if she and Ellis had a child, they would surely be as wise as Lionel. Ellis quickly turned away, his face flushing red. It was rare to see his serious father behaving this way. The Renata has traveled a long distance to the Hildred dynasty, enduring much hardship along the way, said Lionel, standing up and examining her. Why don't you go rest in the palace I've prepared for you? Meeting someone special shouldn't be done while looking travel-worn. Though the Renata seemed middle-aged, she maintained her grace beautifully, her figure no less appealing than any of Lionel's companions. Her face showed only faint wrinkles if scrutinized closely. How did ancient people maintain their youth? Looking at his father's shy demeanor, Lionel couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't imagined seeing his father behave this way. Despite occasionally showing affection, he mostly remained strict. Your Majesty makes sense. I won't disturb you then. The Renata hadn't expected Lionel to be so open-minded, indicating a possible reunion between her and Ellis. After all, Ellis had only one heir who supported them. Finally, she could feel content. With that thought, she left with an attendant. You naughty boy, what do you have up your sleeve? What do you mean by special someone? Ellis clenched his fists and grabbed Lionel's collar, ready to discipline him severely. But he knew he must keep his promise. Father, you promised you'd sacrifice yourself if necessary. I just saw your lack of action and took the initiative to bring her here. Do you want all the citizens of Deflin to know their future Evan is a man without integrity? Lionel feigned innocence, even shedding tears to strengthen his innocent act. Seeing this, Ellis dropped his raised hand, knowing he had no choice but to accept it. You don't need to interfere in my affairs. Otherwise, be careful how you choose your allies. Despite remembering his promise, Ellis still wished his precious son wouldn't get involved. Years had passed, yet he still couldn't forget the deceased queen. But, you're not getting any younger. You can't keep worrying about father forever. When will I have grandsons? Ellis crossed his arms, scrutinizing Lionel. If Lionel could push him, couldn't he counteract? Lionel paused, meeting his father's gaze. I've thought everything through. Until the Qi is resolved, your wish may not come true. Sighing deeply, Ellis realized it was his fault. If not for his troubles, Lionel might already have given him a grandson. But don't worry, father. The Hildred dynasty is stabilizing. Several ministers covet the position of empress for their daughters. It's time to fulfill my promise. Lionel gazed into the distance, his expression distant. This throne cannot fall into the wrong hands. What promise? Ellis frowned in confusion. To host a grand wedding that will shock the world. Lionel replied dramatically. Chapter 385. Who should be the Renata? The next day, in the Grand Hall. Now that the Hildred dynasty has gradually stabilized its situation, it's time to choose an Renata. What do you think, my ministers? Lionel looked at the gathered officials and asked. Although the Ford appeared to be endlessly powerful, he was in fact constrained in many ways. These officials not only kept a constant watch on the imperial palace, but also took the position of Renata very seriously. They had to consider her birth, virtues, talents. A variety of requirements had to be met for anyone to qualify as Renata. The Evan speaks wisely. The ministers replied in unison. When they realized what was happening, everyone was stunned. For all this time, while there were many beauties around the Evan, he had never mentioned selecting a concubine or an Renata. Now he had brought it up on his own, indicating he had truly come to understand the importance. Compared to this, they had another concern. Does Gray have someone in mind? One minister stood up and softly asked. They knew the Evan wouldn't be swayed by their opinions and didn't dare make any decisions arbitrarily. Moreover, the women around the Evan were not ordinary individuals. Their precious daughters would naturally not be considered for such positions. All the ladies around Gray are of high standing, so it stands to reason that the choice for Renata will come from among them, remarked an unknown minister, and all present abandoned hopes of recommending their own daughters. I count, Yusef's Iris of the Daong dynasty wants to marry the Evan, followed by the Anika of the De Flynn dynasty, and Alondra is also a princess from the previous dynasty. Note, the character Tong should be Alondra, to maintain consistency and fluency in English. It seems we can't make a hasty decision on this Renata, as it directly affects relations between two dynasties. We hope Gray will make a wise choice. The ministers began discussing among themselves. Once the Renata was decided, they might even send their precious daughters to the palace as concubines. This way, they could stabilize their status and strengthen their ties with the Evan. If they could indeed gain influence through such means, they would truly rise in fortune. Lionel felt a sudden headache. He couldn't figure out why these ministers had such strange concerns. Asked for suitable suggestions, they couldn't produce anything substantial. Yet, they knew every detail about the women around him. Just as he was about to speak, the ministers started discussing again. If you ask me, Yusef's Iris of the Daong dynasty is most suitable. Daong is the second largest dynasty, and Yusef's Iris's mother personally came to the Hildred dynasty, showing genuine respect. That's true. Considering both background and character, Yusef's Iris is undoubtedly qualified. An Evan as mighty and wise as Gray should stand with a woman like Yusef's Iris, to jointly lead the Hildred dynasty. Yusef's Iris received the highest acclaim. This was whom all the ministers deemed the most suitable, given her exceptional personal qualities. It was no surprise she gained favor among the ministers. Of course, some had different views. As impressive as Yusef's Iris may be, her role would still be limited to overseeing the harem and would provide little real help to the Evan. Facing the Daichi dynasty, I believe the Anika of De Flynn is the best fit. On that note, it does make sense. The Anika of De Flynn is highly skilled in martial arts, kind-hearted, and capable of serving as Renata. This way, she can protect the Evan and serve as a wise partner. Hildred, a multi-talented beauty, truly deserves the title of Renata. Hildreddenly, the court ministers split into two factions. One believed that an Renata should ideally be of noble conduct and not necessarily skilled in martial arts. The other believed the Renata should be a capable and virtuous partner to the Evan, not just a pretty face. Scholars lined up on either side, leading to incessant arguments within the grand hall. Neither side was willing to back down. You actually still try to curry favor? Do you really think the Hildred dynasty has no one capable? Our current Hildred dynasty fears no other dynasty because of Gray. At this moment, the ministers supporting the Anika of De Flynn turned fiercely towards the others. Gray had tried countless times to change their old ways, yet they remained stubbornly obstinate. They still thought about improving relations with the Daong dynasty. Even a fool could see that the beauties from Daong, personally visiting Hildred dynasty, were trying to curry favor with the Evan. If Iris were to be chosen as Renata now, wouldn't it fall right into Dayong's hands? Your claims require evidence. We act solely for the good of the Hildred dynasty, and yet are maliciously slandered by you. In the future, who will dare speak boldly for the benefit of the Hildred dynasty? The supporters of Iris as Renata were equally defiant. In their view, once Iris became Renata, the two dynasties would be inseparable, becoming a crucial ace for the Hildred dynasty. Hildreddenly, both sides argued vehemently. The entire grand hall was ####Chapter 386. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Please reconsider, Your Majesty. The position of Renata sets an example for all women in the realm. To make such a hasty decision seems inappropriate. All the ministers knelt down, subtly expressing their dissatisfaction. One must understand that Alondra was once a princess from the dynasty before Great Xia. Moreover, she had been a courtesan previously, and many young nobles in the capital had spent lavishly for her beauty. How could such a woman be fit to be Renata? Though the ministers harbored resentment in their hearts, they knew better than to voice these words before Gray. After all, Gray tolerated no sand in his eyes. Why should I reconsider? This is my choice of wife, not yours. I merely informed you today that I intend to establish in Renata. I am not seeking your counsel. Do you understand? Lionel's gaze grew sharp, and his tone more severe. Seeing this, the ministers kneeled with a collective thud, silently protesting. I know exactly what is on your minds, so there's no need to say it. Whether it's the Ember of Great Flynn or Mitzi, you only see the benefits they can bring. During my absence from the capital, Alondra managed all affairs with precision, maintaining order in the Hildred dynasty. Can you not see that? Lionel's irritation was evident as he continued. These ministers always focused on narrow interests, ignoring those who contributed significantly to the capital and deserved rewards. Moreover, among these women, only Alondra truly captured his heart and understood him deeply. The position of Renata belonged to her. The ministers remained kneeling, hoping Gray would rescind his decision. Watching their stubbornness, Lionel felt a surge of anger. This matter is settled. No one should try to dissuade me further. Adjourned. Deciding to go against all objections, Lionel rose and left the hall. The ministers exchanged bewildered glances, realizing there was no changing Gray's mind when he spoke so decisively. In the imperial study, Lionel was reviewing new petitions when the door suddenly opened, and Alondra entered looking troubled. Unlike usual, she knelt down immediately. What's wrong? Were you wronged? Seeing Alondra's posture, Lionel quickly stood up to help her up, embracing her gently and stroking her head. If you were wronged, tell me right away. Lionel's eyes held a firm resolve. Alondra's eyes welled up, but she shook her head. Your Majesty, I have heard about what happened in the hall today. Please reconsider the Renata position. I am merely a servant at your side, of lowly status. This is utterly unsuitable. Please reconsider. Alondra prepared to kneel again. She had never desired the position of Renata, Being by Lionel's side was enough for her. Lionel held her tightly, preventing her from moving. Your Majesty, to receive your favor has already made me honored beyond words. I understand your intentions. The position of Renata sets an example for all women in the realm. I am of lowly status and was once. If everyone found out, they would think poorly of you. Alondra's concern deepened. She knew this decision would invite criticism if Lionel went through with it. She did not want any disruptions when the Hildred dynasty faced a Qi. Without your favor, I would have long perished. Now, all I desire is to remain by your side often, which is enough for me. As for the title of Renata and status, they are mere external things. Alondra pleaded, hoping Lionel would change his mind. She did not want him to face difficulties because of her. Moreover, the ministers were difficult to deal with. Establishing her as Renata might provoke discontent from both de Jong and Great Flynn. This crucial moment allowed no room for such complications. Lionel cupped Alondra's face, his gaze softening with affection. You've endured much hardship by my side. Now, finally, we see the light after darkness. You deserve this position. Stop worrying. All you need do is be my most beautiful Renata. Everything else, I will handle. Lionel's voice was gentle, as if afraid to frighten the little rabbit in his arms. He knew Alondra was thinking of him, but he needed no such considerations. This was what he owed her. Alondra looked up at Lionel, her eyes brimming with emotion. Since deciding to stay by his side, he had resolved every issue she faced promptly. Gradually, she realized how dependent she had become on him. She also knew that once Gray made a decision, it was unchangeable. She tiptoed and kissed the corner of Lionel's lips lightly. Rest assured, all right? Lionel held her hand, asking softly. Alondra nodded, blushing. At the end, compared to others, Yusef's iris was remarkably composed. Yusef's, aren't you worried at all? How could Gray choose to elevate a servant to Renata over the esteemed beauties who have personally come to Hildred dynasty? Isn't this tarnishing the honor of de Jong? A servant complained beside her. They couldn't understand why Gray of Hildred dynasty chose a lowly servant over fine ladies. One shouldn't say it like that. Gray values old ties and cherishes Alondra deeply. This is the very quality I admire most about him. To be truly in Gray's heart is a great honor. Besides, Alondra has diligently served the Hildred dynasty tirelessly. It's fitting that she becomes Renata. Iris's reaction was calm. She had long noticed the unique bond between the Evan and Alondra. That kind of genuine affection was something she envied. The servant clicked her tongue, choosing not to comment further. Iris reclined on a sofa, lost in thought. She eagerly anticipated the grand wedding Lionel would arrange for his beloved. This translation captures the original tone and style while ensuring the narrative remains coherent and natural in English. Chapter 387. It must have the proper show of grandeur. On the other side, in the imperial study of the de Jong dynasty. What? Unbelievable. Evan de Jong looked at the letter in his hand, his anger reaching its peak. He couldn't believe that Lionel had forsaken his precious daughter and instead chosen to elevate a maid to the position of empress. To the de Jong dynasty, this was an immense humiliation. Kiana glanced at the furious Evan de Jong, catching a glimpse of the letter's content. A myriad of emotions swirled within her heart. This young man is truly too arrogant. Even after you personally intervened, he still didn't change his mind. He's not putting the de Jong dynasty into consideration at all. Seeing Kiana's expression, the Ford's eyes softened with affection. Despite being the Ford, he couldn't grant his beloved the position of empress. This had always been the greatest regret of his life. Now, if his beloved daughter only secured a middling consort position in the Hildred dynasty, how could he face Umaran? Thinking about this, the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Seeing this, Kiana quickly approached him and gently massaged his shoulders. Your Majesty, you're getting older. You mustn't fly into a rage so easily. Be careful for your health, she whispered softly. But the more she did this, the guiltier Evan de Jong felt. Send my orders, have Iris set off immediately and return to the de Jong dynasty. If Lionel won't give Iris her due title, someone else surely will. De Jong refused to believe that anyone would refuse the prize jewel of the de Jong dynasty. He was about to write an imperial edict when Kiana stopped him. The Ford looked up at her, puzzled. Your Majesty, don't be angry. Lionel has never been one to be swayed by others, especially now that the Hildred dynasty has become immensely powerful. We cannot afford to offend them. Hildred moaning Iris back in haste might invite criticism. Kiana shook her head, knowing what weighed heavily on the Ford's mind. She felt touched, realizing how fortunate it was to be cherished so deeply. So what? Are we going to let our beloved daughter suffer? This time, Evan de Jong was determined not to back down. He couldn't stand idly by while his beloved daughter faced adversity. Your Majesty, Iris and Lionel have only known each other for a few days. There's no real foundation between them. If you force Lionel to marry Iris now, do you want to see her unhappy? With time and effort, Lionel will eventually treat Iris as he does the maid. Besides, is the position of Empress really necessary? Kiana stood before the desk, hoping the Ford would understand. Though she was merely a concubine, she had received all of his love. If Lionel doesn't feel anything for Iris now, and you pressure him, Iris will surely be unhappy in the future. So, it's best we stay out of this. Matters of the heart can't be forced. Kiana wanted to persuade the Ford, even though she wasn't sure how much he would heed her advice. But she knew this was something she had to do. She sensed that her daughter's feelings for Lionel were genuine, and bringing her back now would lead to her repeating her own path. Evan de Jong hesitated, unwilling to see his daughter unhappy. Your Majesty, if two hearts are truly connected, why should they seek daily closeness? The responsibilities of an empress are many and constraining. Iris, with her lively nature, would not be happy under such restrictions. Moreover, I can see that Iris truly likes Lionel. I believe she will make the right choice. Kiana trusted that her daughter wouldn't allow herself to be mistreated. She only hoped she wouldn't repeat her mother's mistakes. The Ford's grip on the brush loosened as he sighed, leaning back in his chair, feeling a pang in his heart as he looked at his beloved concubine. Very well, Very well. I will follow your advice and not interfere further. Evan de Jong suppressed his anger, but remained perplexed. What magic did the Hildred family hold that could make the two most important women in his life fall for them? A bold idea formed in his mind. Thank you for understanding, Your Majesty. Iris will appreciate your intentions. Kiana sighed in relief, gazing tenderly at the Ford. The next day, in the main hall of the de Jong dynasty, ministers, everyone knows that Kiana recently visited the Hildred dynasty, correct? Yes, Your Majesty, the ministers nodded in response. Kiana went there to propose an alliance between our two dynasties, which you all favored. But there has been a small complication. Evan de Jong didn't mention Lionel's decision to choose a maid as his empress. That wasn't something he wanted to share. If the ministers knew that Lionel had chosen a maid over the Ford's beloved daughter, they would have plenty to say. Your Majesty, please tell us what you need. We will do everything in our power to assist you. Please speak freely, Your Majesty. Whatever you need from us, we will give our all. The ministers thought the Ford faced a difficult situation and eagerly offered their support. Excellent. Hildredenly, Evan de Jong patted the armrest of his throne, standing up and looking delighted at the assembled ministers. They looked confused, unsure what he planned to do. Since the two dynasties have decided to form an alliance, the Hildred dynasty is no longer the vulnerable little kingdom it once was. As we're marrying off our princess, shouldn't we ensure the grandeur of the occasion? Evan de Jong slowly revealed his intentions. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Our Yusef's Iris is a peerless beauty, and we cannot skimp on the ceremony. May we ask what kind of grandeur Your Majesty has in mind? The ministers were spirited, eager to offer suggestions. Unbeknownst to them, a slight smile tugged at the Ford's lips. If he couldn't secure the empress position for his daughter, he would ensure the world knew the strength of her backing. Prepare yourselves, ministers. We shall provide Iris with a dowry that rivals none. Chapter 388. Even if it means seizing, we must gather enough. Inside the Debrayun pavilion, do you want to vie for the position of Renata? The great Flynn Renata gazed fondly at the great Flynn Ember standing before her. She felt an indescribable sentiment. She and the Ember were enamored with someone of the same lineage, which was indeed a pleasant coincidence. Now that this matter of Renata was no small issue, she naturally had to ask if she would be willing. The great Flynn Ember shook her head seriously. Renata, not only has the candidate for the position of Renata already been decided, but it's merely a nominal title. Now that Gray dotes on me, that is enough. The great Flynn Ember's face was flushed with shyness as memories of moments with Lionel surfaced in her mind. Unnoticed by herself, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly into a smile. Looking at the Ember's expression, the great Flynn Renata felt a mixture of pity and frustration. Lifting her gaze to observe the unfamiliar surroundings, she realized once again, if the great Flynn Ember severed ties with Lionel over the Renata position, she might end up like her. Hadn't she waited until Lionel's beloved women were gone before she found her own happiness? All right, I understand, she sighed. You may leave now. The great Flynn Renata sighed, feeling some pity towards the Ember. Originally a destitute orphan without status, she deserved better. Determined, she resolved that since Lionel was establishing an empress, this was also the time to marry the Ember. As the Ember's kin, the great Flynn dynasty could not let her lose face. Walking to a side desk, she wrote fervently. She wanted everyone to know how formidable a support the great Flynn Ember had. This being such a significant event for the great Flynn dynasty, it should be celebrated across the land. All cities should be draped in red, sharing in the joy. On the other hand, in the imperial study of Great Flynn, Master Eben looked worriedly at the letter in his hands. Master, what troubles you so deeply? An elder beside him asked softly while serving a cup of tea. Before leaving the capital, the great Flynn Renata entrusted all major and minor affairs to Master Eben. Our dynasty is primarily built on assassination. Even common fabrics are black or dark colors, said Eben. Gray says the Ember is getting married and wants us to wrap all our cities in red. Red is an extremely rare color here. Where do we get so much fabric in a short time? Eben's brow remained knitted in worry and helplessness. This task seemed almost impossible. For a moment, both fell silent. The room was so quiet that a pin drop would have been heard clearly. Master, this isn't just the Renata's order, but a matter concerning our entire Great Flynn dynasty. The Du Empire also seeks alliance with the Hildred Empire. We cannot afford to falter now. Otherwise, the Ember will lose face in the palace, the elder replied with concern. The Ember was innocent. The palace was filled with hidden dangers. Her wedding spectacle determined her future status. Eben fell silent for a moment, then spoke firmly. I understand the importance of this. The next day, in the Great Hall of Great Flynn, what does the master urgently summon us all for? Is there any news from Chi? The ministers showed some discontent. Recently, everyone had been embroiled in uncovering traitors. Not rewarding them is irrelevant. Their betrayal of Great Flynn is intolerable, they thought. Moreover, without the Renata, gathering them here was inappropriate unless it was for a significant matter. This Ember's marriage isn't trivial, is it? Eben's tone was icy as he scanned the room. The ministers fell silent. This indeed wasn't a small matter. No previous Ember had ever married into another dynasty. This unprecedented event concerned Great Flynn's honor. The Renata orders all cities in our dynasty to be draped in red, which must be accomplished swiftly, Eben stated. Though we lack red fabric with effort, we can manage. The order stands. Within 3 days, we must gather enough fabric. His tone was stern and authoritative. The ministers stared in disbelief. Although Great Flynn didn't span vast territories, 10 cities required a tremendous amount of fabric to drape in red. 3 days is too short, even if all our weaving workshops work overtime, one minister argued. We request more time for preparation. These preparations require substantial time. 3 days. Impossible even if everyone helps. Can we wait, or can the Ember's wedding wait? Eben retorted coldly, growing displeased. Time is running out, yet you still ask for delay. All dye workshops must expedite production and do their best to produce fabric within 3 days. Meanwhile, assassins must travel to Qi and other kingdoms. If necessary, seize the fabric. We need it within 3 days. It concerns Great Flynn's honor. We must not embarrass ourselves. Naturally, as we wed the ember, the dowry must be lavish, following princess protocols. Eben issued the ultimatum. Failing to execute this properly would betray the Renata's trust, a scenario he couldn't allow. Heavy demands indeed, the ministers thought, reluctantly agreeing. Robbery was not ideal, but it was the quickest solution. Yes, master, they replied with furrowed brows, knowing busy days lay ahead. Thus, the entire Great Flynn mobilized for the ember's wedding, everyone scrambling to fulfill their assigned tasks. Chapter 389. We are all your family. At the same time, inside the Hildred dynasty, sister, in a while, you'll be the first bride of the Hildred dynasty. Today, your younger sister will treat you. If there's any jewelry that catches your eye, just let me know. Today, your younger sister will cover everything. Joanna carried a heavy chest full of golden ingots with both hands, looking substantial. Joanna felt an indescribable joy within her heart. After all, she had watched these two reach their happy ending. With everything else now settled, they were about to become husband and wife. Joanna was happier for them than anyone. Without another word, she pulled Alondra, preparing to head to the largest gold shop in the capital. But turning her head, she saw Alondra's lackluster mood. Sister, what's wrong with you? Puzzlement was written all over Joanna's face, as she quickly held onto Alondra's hand and asked. Marriage to Gray should not only be Alondra's own expectation, but also the dream of every woman in the Hildred dynasty. For the Eben to have appointed her as Renata over all objections, what a great honor. Why did she look so unenthusiastic? Joanna, we are both women, and eventually, we will marry. Others who get married have their families by their side, especially their parents making arrangements for them. Now, although I have finally married my beloved, it is unfortunate that my parents can no longer witness this from beyond the grave. Alondra's eyes couldn't help but turn red at this thought. In the past, marriage was something she didn't dare to think about. Her mind was always consumed with thoughts of revenge. Now, all of this seemed like a dream coming true for her. Thinking of this, a hint of bitterness welled up in her heart. Joanna was taken aback, coming to Alondra's side and holding her hand. Sister Alondra, don't worry too much. From now on, you have Gray to protect you, and we are all your family. Joanna wouldn't be where she is today without your guidance. Today, as your younger sister, I will prepare everything for you. You shouldn't worry too much. Your most important task right now is to happily prepare to be a bride. Joanna tightened her grip, feeling a deep understanding. She wanted to do everything she could to make Alondra feel warm and cared for. Alondra smiled at Joanna, deeply moved. Yet she knew this couldn't replace the significance of having her own family. Moreover, Mitzi and the Anika of Flynn each had their respective kingdoms as their backing. But for her, she only had Lionel. Alondra sighed heavily, unwilling to speak further. Most importantly, she didn't want to dampen Joanna's kindness. All right, cheer up a bit. You look so busy all the time. If you don't take good care of yourself, you might get overlooked. Joanna made a funny face at Alondra and dragged her into the dazzling gold shop. Looking at the exquisite sets of jewelry on display, even Joanna's eyes were overwhelmed. Bring out the most precious and beautiful treasures our store has to offer. Joanna confidently placed the chest on the table. Just then, many people appeared outside the gold shop. Meeting you, Da Run. Should be edited to Long Live Lord Ru, or Greetings Lord Ru, depending on the context. Without the full context, the most natural and accurate translation would likely be, Greetings Lord Ru. This conveys respect and formality appropriate for addressing an official or noble, which Da Run implies in Chinese. It also reads more naturally in English. Many commoners, dressed simply, knelt at the entrance of the gold shop in unison. Alondra paused and came to the door. Please stand up. What are you doing? We are all former officials of the previous dynasty. Although we are homeless spirits now, you have always been our princess in our hearts. Even though the dynasty no longer exists, we are still here, and your wedding should not be lonely. We will ensure you have a grand wedding and allow the former Ford to rest in peace. The citizens' eyes were filled with determination. They had seen Alondra's efforts for the people. As a woman, she willingly endured hardships not just for vengeance, but to bring better lives to the common folk. Even under the Hildred dynasty, they strived to ensure the people could live peacefully in the capital. Alondra was deeply touched, her eyes reddening as emotions choked her throat. She stood rooted to the spot, unable to speak for a long moment. Joanna patted Alondra's hand, equally moved by the scene. Thank you. Finally, Alondra bowed to the crowd, resolving to always consider the people, even as Renata. On the other side, Your Majesty, the Hildred dynasty is getting complacent after merely defeating the Great Xia. That Lionel even appointed an powerless woman as his Renata. This shows blatant disrespect to us, the Great Xia. You must understand, the ultimate rival of the Hildred dynasty is the Great Xia. Their feud remains unresolved, yet they prioritize romantic matters. In the grand hall of the Great Xia, ministers chattered animatedly, their faces etched with anger, believing the Hildred dynasty showed no respect, choosing to openly celebrate a wedding now. The Hildred dynasty is nothing but a small-time troublemaker. The Hildred clan has fallen due to Hildred Yunyi's misfortunes. At this moment, they even find time to find a queen for his son. It seems the Hildred family truly has no future. The steward snorted coldly, growing more confident that once the Great Xia survived this period, things would improve. After all, Hildred Yunyi was aging, and Lionel would grow old too. The Great Xia had deep roots and abundant talent. Now, each prince was becoming formidable. Wanting to overpower the Great Xia was nothing short of a dream. Hearing the discussions, the Great Xia Evan's lips curled into a faint smile. What are you all doing? The Hildred dynasty's wedding. Isn't that a good thing? A sinister plan began to form in his mind. Your Majesty, does this mean you intend to strike the Hildred dynasty when they least expect it? This plan, although promising, is quite risky given the power of Hildred dynasty's weapons. Please think carefully before acting recklessly. Ministers assumed the Evan was preparing to attack the Hildred dynasty and hurried to advise against it. The steward looked puzzled, unsure what the Evan intended. If they acted rashly, the Great Xia could fall into an irredeemable situation. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and none wished to be chosen for this risky mission. The Evan frowned, glancing at the ministers below him. When did I say we'd attack the Hildred dynasty? Since Lionel chose to ignore everyone and hold this wedding now, the Great Xia must send a memorable gift. One that Lionel will never forget. Hashtag chapter 390. Where did everyone go? Before they knew it, the wedding day was fast approaching. In the imperial study, Lionel looked at the memorials in his hand and felt a wave of irritability. He stood up and went to Cordelia's residence. Upon entering, he found it completely empty. Not even a cup of hot tea was left behind. She must not be in the palace. Where is the Renata? Lionel asked the eunuch beside him. What was wrong with everyone recently? Every time he tried to find Cordelia, he was turned away and had no idea where she went. Even Adeline, who usually stuck to Cordelia like glue, was nowhere to be seen. The Renata seems to be preparing for the wedding, replied the eunuch. She specifically instructed us not to follow her when she left with Nellie Adeline. Please forgive me, your majesty. I have no idea where the Renata has gone. The eunuch knelt before Lionel in fear, while the other eunuchs and maids quickly followed suit, fearing the Evan's anger. Lionel's expression darkened, feeling somewhat speechless. It seemed that this ridiculous tradition of not seeing each other before the wedding had started long ago. Moreover, Iris Youssefs and the Anika of Great Flynn were also nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. Never mind. Lionel waved his hand and turned to leave. Walking through the vast palace, he was surrounded only by busy servants, making the place feel unusually cold and desolate. Eventually, he arrived at the Taiji Hall. Since these people weren't around, perhaps he could chat with his father to pass the time? Just as he reached the entrance, he saw no sign of his father practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. All hail Grey. Long may the Evan live. The maidservants all knelt down. Lionel waved them off and proceeded toward the inner chambers. Inside, he found it still deserted and devoid of any life. Where is the retired Evan? Lionel asked a maid who was cleaning. Grey left early today in high spirits, the maid replied. He went out with the Renata of Great Flynn. The maid paused her work to look at Lionel and answered honestly. Lionel nodded, sitting on a soft couch nearby. He couldn't help but feel absurd. Why was he, a handsome and charming man, alone in such circumstances? Even his father had found new love, going out with the Renata of Great Flynn. Wait, something didn't add up here. They seem to have been spending quite a lot of time together recently. Recalling his own requests, Lionel felt a bitter taste in his mouth. With no choice, he stood up and returned to the imperial study. I might as well get back to work. Sighing, Lionel lamented the slowness of the days in this ancient era. Your Majesty, please be careful with your steps. An old eunuch watching out for loose stones on the ground glanced at the maidservants as Lionel walked by. If the Evans stumbled, what punishment would they face? Over time, they had grown accustomed to his unusual words. After all, Grey's mind held far more than they could understand. Upon arriving at the imperial study, Lionel met Fernandag, who had just returned with Armand. Her presence was striking. There was a coldness about her, and her demeanor had matured significantly. Your Majesty. Long live the Evan. Fernandag bowed deeply. Seeing Lionel's face again stirred mixed emotions within her. Back in the capital, she had witnessed the citizens' joy over the impending royal wedding. She hadn't expected Lionel to marry the princess from the former dynasty, Cordelia. Thinking of their time at Jinnan Mansion made everything fall into place. Rise. It must have been a tiring journey for you. You did an excellent job extinguishing the Great Qin dynasty. As Lionel sat down, he was momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on how different their first meeting had been, filled with tension and hostility. Now, they were sovereign and minister. Time truly flew. This is all thanks to your Majesty's guidance. If I had joined earlier, perhaps things would be different now. Fernandag's voice wavered with complex emotions. She knew regrets could not be undone, but she silently blamed herself for past choices. Let bygones be bygones. The most important thing in life is living in the present and looking toward the future. Your mission is complete. I've arranged a residence for you in the capital. You should take some rest. Forget the past. Now you can enjoy a peaceful life in my dynasty without worrying about the people anymore. Lionel pulled a property deed from a drawer, a preparation he'd made since Fernandag had pledged allegiance. This ensured security for the loyal generals joining his dynasty, especially considering her current state as a woman with nowhere else to go. Holding the deed, Fernandag felt a deep regret welling inside her. Why hadn't she made better decisions sooner? Why did she only feel regret when it was too late? Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Thank you for your kindness, your Majesty. With the people now living in peace, I can indeed lead a quiet life. Her words carried both relief and sorrow. However, when her long-cherished wish finally came true, joy had strangely eluded her. For upon genuine interaction, she discovered immense charm in this man. Without realizing, she had already fallen for him. She couldn't help but sigh, imagining how things might have been different if she hadn't insisted on breaking off the engagement back then. Get up, what's wrong with you? Lionel watched Aviana, puzzled. He called her multiple times, yet she seemed lost in thought, not hearing him. Thank you, your Majesty. Aviana's thoughts snapped back to the present as she wore a faint smile. Deep inside, she knew that she was the one who wanted to let go of this relationship first. Therefore, she had no right to regret it. Your Majesty, now that the Hildred dynasty is stable, caution must still be exercised. Other dynasties may attempt to follow our lead. Though we should not bear ill intentions toward others, neither should we be without precautions, Aviana whispered, reminding Lionel. She didn't intend to stay in this sorrowful place any longer. She planned to visit her aunt. Since becoming the top scholaress in the capital, she had felt constrained by her reputation. Now, she wished to break free from this cage and explore the world beyond. This would be her final farewell. You need not worry about that. The Hildred dynasty is renowned worldwide. Even if other dynasties want to emulate us, they'd better see if they have the ability. Currently, apart from the Great Xia dynasty posing a threat, none of the others are much to concern. Lionel spoke nonchalantly. Since he arrived in this world, he was its king. He alone could set the rules. Other dynasties were insignificant compared to him. Aviana smiled faintly. Lionel's confident demeanor was the most captivating. Unfortunately, all of this no longer belonged to her. As long as your majesty is aware, with Qin already destroyed, it has been quite some time since I last saw my aunt. She is my only remaining relative. I plan to visit her now that conditions are ripe. Please grant me permission. Hildreddenly, Aviana felt nervous. If Lionel refused, how would she react? If he agreed, did it mean he had completely forgotten her? Thoughts swirled in her head, too painful to dwell on. In any case, her fate was sealed. There was no way she would become empress. Family ties are important. You've been separated for many years. Visiting her is reasonable. I promised your father to take good care of you. Within the Hildred dynasty's borders, you will be safe. Go with peace of mind. Lionel nodded. Although he and Amina had been close companions, their bond was more like that of friends. Nothing compared to family. Aviana stiffened, surprised by his quick agreement. She couldn't help but bitterly laugh inwardly, unsure of what she had expected. On the day Hildred dynasty was established, Lionel had already stated that his kindness towards her was due to her father's wishes. It was silly of her to entertain unrealistic hopes. Thank you, your majesty, and thank you for taking care of me. Now, I am no longer an inexperienced maiden. Please rest assured, no need to honor my father's wishes further. This journey might be a long one. I wish you a happy marriage and hope you and Anita remain together forever. Aviana forced herself to offer blessings, even though her heart was bleeding. Watching the man she loved marry another was an unbearable pain. Therefore, she chose to escape. Lionel nodded without elaboration. Aviana takes her leave. She bowed and exited the study. Walking down familiar streets, everything seemed changed, yet remained unchanged. She sighed deeply, filled with endless emotions. With few possessions, she left the capital and approached her carriage when suddenly, a group of people appeared. What do you want? Aviana became alert. She sensed potential danger. Robbery would be manageable, but if their intentions were otherwise, she would rather die than comply. Just inviting Janine for a visit. The leader laughed, eyeing her. Before she could respond, her guards were overpowered. Examining the strangers closely, Aviana noticed their unusual attire. Though outwardly clad in Hildred dynasty robes, their collars were oddly placed. Her heart cried out in warning. It was the style worn only by people from Great Xia. Before she could scream for help, she felt a blow to her neck and collapsed into unconsciousness. In her dazed state, she seemed to see Lionel approaching her, only to lose consciousness completely. Time passed, and Lionel's wedding day arrived. The capital city of the Hildred dynasty buzzed with activity, gathering dignitaries from various kingdoms, including some minor monarchs personally attending. The Hildred dynasty citizens beamed with joy at this unprecedented festivity. Red banners adorned the city, covering even the ground. The imperial palace stood grandly decorated, flanked by lined-up crowds and piles of precious treasures. All eyes were focused on Lionel's residence. Dressed in a magnificent red robe, his tall frame entered everyone's view under the spotlight. Hashtag chapter 392. This is a provocation. On the main seat, Ellis sat upright, feeling immense satisfaction as he watched his once mischievous and naughty son now become a ruler of a nation. Beside him, the Renata of Great Flynn, their relationship had quietly deepened over time. The Evan of Daong and Kiana were seated to the side, also watching Lionel with pride. This young man before them had created a miracle by himself. As the master of ceremonies entered the hall, Alondra appeared in front of everyone, draped in a red veil. Joanna escorted Alondra to Lionel. They stood together, like a perfect match made in heaven. First bow to heaven and earth. May your union be as beautiful and red. Lionel and Alondra bent slightly, then straightened up. Second bow to the elders. Lionel knelt on one knee to his father, whom he loved yet sometimes resented, and bowed deeply. Alondra fell to her knees and touched her forehead to the ground with reverence. She was grateful to Ellis for bringing this man into her life. Mutual bow between husband and wife. Lionel looked at Alondra under the red veil, filled with joy. The two bowed respectfully to each other. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations to Gray and Anita the Renata. May your marital bond be blessed and harmonious. The master of ceremonies continued with more blessings. Everyone was immersed in the joy of the occasion. Gray had contributed so much to the Hildred dynasty, waiting until it stabilized to finally marry his first Renata. Watching this couple, all the ministers felt mixed emotions. Lionel lifted Alondra's red veil, gazing at the beautiful woman before him. His heart skipped a beat again. Holding her hand, they walked toward the high seat. As they sat down, the guests followed suit. This is my wedding day. All of you, enjoy yourselves without restraint, Lionel said, raising a glass of wine. He couldn't help but feel emotional. His first marriage, witnessed by so many people. After all, it was his first time. Congratulations to Gray. Best wishes to Gray. The ministers stood and raised their glasses in unison. Ellis couldn't hold back his tears, his eyes reddening as he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. This moment would have made the late queen proud. Their child was now married, ready to bear children and grow old. Just then, a group of unexpected visitors appeared at the entrance of the imperial palace. Why wasn't the grand wedding of the Hildred dynasty king celebrated without inviting us? Since no invitation was sent, we can only come uninvited to share in the wedding joy. The lead envoy from Great Xia stood expressionless before the joyful scene. This statement turned the lively atmosphere into an eerie silence. Everyone glared angrily at the envoys from Great Xia, sensing an ominous presence. These people appearing now surely meant trouble. The Hildred dynasty does not welcome you. Get out. Ellis rose, his eyes bloodshot. If it weren't for this being his son's wedding day, these people wouldn't leave here alive. Telling them to leave was his last resort. Don't be too hasty, Your Highness. We are not here to cause trouble. We come by order of our Ford. The lead envoy raised his fists, bowed toward the heavens. We've brought a gift to congratulate Gray on his wedding. The envoy remained calm, his lips curling in a sinister smile. Your Majesty, the Hildred dynasty and Great Xia are natural enemies. Their appearance today is suspicious. We should chase them away to avoid bad luck. Yes, like a weasel paying respects to chickens. It can't be good. Chase them away. This happy occasion should not be tainted by these people. The ministers grew agitated. They knew well what kind of person the Great Xia Ford was. A gift now must mean ulterior motives. Their eyes blazed with anger, glaring at the envoys. Those who come are guests. Since they've come, let them share in the happiness and take away some of their own bad luck. No need for gifts, just a drink will do. Lionel remained calm. He believed these people wouldn't dare disrupt the event. After all, this was Hildred dynasty territory. If they acted out of place, they wouldn't leave unscathed. Seeing Lionel handle the situation with grace, the Evan of Daong admired him even more. His words showcased both imperial magnanimity and put Great Xia in its place. No wonder his daughter fell for Lionel so quickly. There was a reason. Everyone seeing Grace speak couldn't say anything further. There's no need for the celebratory drink. Here is our token of appreciation. The lead envoy suddenly opened a box carried by his men, revealing its contents to everyone. Hildreddenly, everyone froze. Their faces shifted from surprise to anger, veins throbbing on their foreheads, hands clenched into fists. Alondra felt a surge of killing intent. To provoke her on her wedding day was unbearable, but she had to restrain herself due to her position. Inside the box were tokens, one for each member of the Hildred family. Each token symbolized someone from the Hildred clan. The Renata of Great Flynn glanced at Ellis, feeling a pang of sympathy. Wanting to offer comfort by holding his hand, she could only silently vow revenge against Great Xia. Is everything to your satisfaction? The envoy's smile grew wider, while the others sneered at Ellis. What did founding a dynasty mean? They were once pawns of Great Xia. Ellis's face darkened, his fists clenched, eyes fixed on the envoy. He never expected Great Xia to provoke them like this on such a significant day. ##### Chapter 393. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk it. So arrogant? Lionel looked calmly at the envoys from Xia, his voice calm yet authoritative. He walked slowly around the table and moved to the center of the hall. Are you really this arrogant? Have you considered that this time next year might be your anniversary of death? No, it's wrong. The Evan of Xia is a heartless man. He probably wouldn't even remember your anniversaries. Lionel's lips curled slightly into a mocking smile. These people dared to cause trouble on his own territory. If he didn't teach them a lesson today, where would the Hildred dynasty's dignity stand? The crowd nearby eased somewhat when they heard these words. Whatever should be done with these people now rested solely on the Evan's decision. If he allowed them no safe return, it would not be out of line, especially since there was little hope for reconciliation between Xia and the Hildred dynasty. Your Majesty, they dared to provoke us openly on your wedding day. In the future, they will dare to challenge the Hildred dynasty's borders without restraint. We beg your Majesty to punish them severely. Otherwise, they will only become more arrogant. We ask your Majesty to issue a severe punishment. Seeing the situation, the ministers hastened to suggest what should be done. Had the Evan not spoken, they wouldn't have dared advise thus. With many forces here today witnessing the imperial marriage, any leaks of news could negatively impact the Hildred dynasty. You all can save your breath. The leading envoy from Xia seemed unimpressed by the crowd's attitude, his eyes filled with mockery. The Hildred dynasty is just a newly risen small dynasty. If you act rash, the envoy's triangular eyes scrutinized Lionel, sizing him up. He wondered what kind of person could make Xia feel threatened. Inside, he bet on Aviana still holding some value to Lionel. Hildreddenly, the banquet grew eerily quiet. Threat. It was an outright threat. Ministers exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with anger. They couldn't believe Xia would stoop so low, using a woman as leverage. All eyes turned to Lionel, uncertain of the current state of relations between these two individuals. Any careless advice could lead to disaster. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you insist on entering. Good. Lionel's voice suddenly boomed, exuding strength and courage. Step by step, he approached the Xia envoys, radiating immense power. The envoys watched uneasily, unsure of his intentions. Since Xia wants to court death, I shall oblige. Who am I to deny others their desires? However, today is my joyful occasion, unsuitable for bloodshed. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Lionel regarded the envoys as if they were dead dogs. To him, they were nothing more than soon-to-be dead men, grasping at straws in their final moments. Bring them away. At Lionel's order, royal guards lined up before the Xia envoys, their stern gazes chilling. Lifting the envoys like chickens, they carried them roughly outside. Go tell your Evan to prepare his buttocks for death. Lionel watched this farcical scene coldly. Evan de Jong observed Lionel with mixed emotions. He felt fortunate that his impulsive desire to bring Iris back had been resisted. Otherwise, tensions with the Hildred dynasty could have led to dire consequences. Moreover, Lionel's demeanor hinted at considerable capabilities. The guards, looking disdainfully at the struggling envoys, marched them to the palace gate. Bang! They threw the envoys 5 meters away, bones breaking audibly upon impact. Afterward, the guards wiped their hands with handkerchiefs. Get lost as far as you can. Keep your worthless lives and never come back. The palace gates slammed shut. Everyone at the banquet felt a mix of emotions. Already strained due to previous events, relations between Hildred and Xia now deteriorated further due to this shameful act. Evan de Jong sighed heavily, watching Lionel, who remained composed. It seems from now on, only one between Xia and the Hildred dynasty can exist. This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style of the text. ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition while preserving the storyline and logic. Chapter 394. We can't let Qi continue to be arrogant. Late at night, Lionel's cheeks were slightly flushed, and he walked with a somewhat unsteady gait towards Teresa's Phoenix Pavilion. As soon as he entered, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. Your humble concubine pays homage to Gray. 3 women in wedding attire appeared before Lionel. Rise. Lionel was puzzled, not understanding what was happening. It's late. Why don't you return home? Lionel sat down on a nearby chair and sized up the 3 different-looking women. Indeed, each of these women had their own charm. Therese and the others merely covered their faces with smiles, but said nothing. Seeing this, Lionel stood up, about to reach out to embrace Therese. However, she elegantly turned around, leaving him grasping at air. Your Majesty. Therese's voice held a trace of bashfulness. Lionel looked at the 3 beauties before him, feeling quite perplexed. What was going on? They were all teaming up to keep him at bay? He crossed his arms and stood there, scrutinizing them thoughtfully. Yusef's iris glanced at Therese and then at the Ember of Flynn, but neither seemed prepared to explain. Considering that she had only been with Lionel for a few days and did not want to be presumptuous, she took a step forward. Your Majesty, times have changed. From now on, we will be sisters, serving you. Of course, more and more sisters will join us in the future, making it harder for your Majesty to choose. Therefore, we hope you can understand our desire to keep the novelty for you. Yusef's iris's voice was as soft as water, making Lionel, who was already a little heated from drinking, feel even hotter. Looking at Therese and the Ember of Flynn, they both nodded in agreement. All right, is that how you want to play it? Lionel laughed despite his irritation. Even on his wedding night, he couldn't touch them? You all seem to need some discipline. Wait until I take care of you one by one. A sly smile crept onto Lionel's lips. He swiftly captured them one by one, bringing them half reluctantly, half willingly, to the bedside. He slowly lowered the curtains, and the room filled with alternating whispers and giggles. In the next second, the candles were extinguished. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room brightly. Next morning, awaking, Lionel watched the beautiful women around him, still fast asleep after last night's exertions. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Getting up, he dressed and left the Phoenix Pavilion. Sire. The eunuch, who had risen early to attend to Lionel's grooming, started to bow but was stopped. Talk outside. Lionel lowered his voice. The ladies had fought hard all night long. Outside, the eunuch waved for the maids to prepare for Lionel's wash routine. Recalling the events of the night before, Lionel sighed. It seems having a large harem is also a challenge. After all, such matters required mutual consent. If he alone were to bear the burden, wouldn't he be worn out? The servants heard the Ford's words and barely stifled their laughter. But indeed, Lionel was the only monarch they had seen who kept his harem so manageable. Other Fords reveled in nightly revelry, enjoying the company of multiple beauties. Lionel let the maids dress him while he pondered. At that moment, a hurried eunuch rushed in. Sire, you're awake? Relief spread over the eunuch's face. The retired Evan has been waiting for you in the imperial study for some time now. You should go see him quickly. His tone was urgent. Lionel paused, slapping his forehead. How could I forget? Feeling regretful, he realized that indeed, beauty could mislead one's judgment. The Duchy envoy's blatant provocation yesterday had deeply troubled his father. Knowing his father would be upset, Lionel should have visited earlier. Dressed hastily, he hurried to the imperial study. You look well rested, Ron remarked, noticing his son's vigor. Clearly, the family genes were strong. Otherwise, his body wouldn't have held up. Hee. Lionel scratched his head sheepishly, hoping his father hadn't taken it to heart. Father, why did you urgently summon me? Lionel asked knowingly, wanting to gauge his father's true feelings. Yesterday's events were like thorns embedded deep in his heart. When the imperial seals were displayed, he dared not look at his father. These people disrupted your wedding, clearly acting on orders from the Duchy Fort. He hasn't realized the situation. He still thinks Hildred dynasty can be trampled upon. Since the other obstacles are cleared, it's time to strike back at Duchy. Ron clenched his fists, replaying yesterday's scene in his mind. The Hildred family had suffered enough because of him. Now Duchy's Ford dared to disrupt his son's wedding. This could not stand. Lionel observed his father with concern. The man bore so much pain alone now. Hildredenly, he hoped the Renata of Flynn could enter Ron's heart to ease his suffering. Father, what do you mean? Lionel asked. To formally begin our campaign against Duchy, we cannot allow them to continue being arrogant. Ron's resolve was clear. He dared not wait longer, fearing his son might suffer because of his feud with the Duchy Ford. He couldn't tolerate such a thing. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, he might have grandchildren within 2 years. He wanted peace for his descendants. Lionel sighed, placing a hand on his father's shoulder. Whatever father decides, I support you. Chapter 395. When the flowers bloom in March. However, Your Majesty, you needn't worry. Yesterday's incident cannot just be left unaddressed. My every word and action yesterday were witnessed by many. I can't afford to let people talk. Although Lionel knew his father understood his situation from yesterday, he couldn't help but explain himself further. In fact, the mission of Qi's envoy was simple. They wanted to embarrass the Hildred dynasty. Hildred an obvious provocation. How could he not see through it? It's just that he didn't want to give them the satisfaction. Ellis, overhearing this, felt a surge of emotion. He placed his hand over Lionel's and patted it reassuringly. Yesterday, I already stated that our interactions with Qi will no longer be trivial. Qi must pay a heavy price for their provocations yesterday. By the time the flowers bloom in March, we will officially send our army to attack Qi. Your Majesty, please have patience. Haste makes waste, Lionel said, his eyes reflecting concern. He did not want his father to take rash actions at this moment, hoping not to relive past tragedies. You understand my worries. You're no longer a child. I always consult you on matters of state, Ellis replied, adding, rest assured. Ellis felt reassured, knowing Lionel had matured into a wise ruler admired by all. As Lionel and Ellis looked into each other's eyes, they nodded in mutual understanding. Inside the military base, Lionel examined the latest weapons developed before him. If not for the ancient decorations surrounding him, he might feel like he had returned to the modern era. Your Majesty, the blueprints you provided have been swiftly developed. Some are still being calibrated, but they will all be completed within 3 days. The Minister of Works bowed deeply, acknowledging the Evans visit as a means of supervision. Very good. If there are surplus materials, more powerful weapons can be created. These tools, though precise, would be even better in larger quantities. Lionel nodded approvingly, running his hands over the cannons, finding some comfort in them. These weapons, lethal in modern times, posed a serious threat. How would Qi cope? Follow the Evans instructions. The minister bent low again. Do you think this battle against Qi will result in Hildred's victory, or Qi barely winning? Asked Lionel, smiling slightly at the thought of cannons. Even though he had his own answer, he enjoyed hearing others' opinions. No one rejects praise. These weapons are extremely rare on the continent. Even if Qi has impregnable defenses, they may not withstand a single strike. The minister answered after thoughtful consideration. Moreover, your leadership has significantly boosted Hildred's reputation. With these weapons, defeating Qi is as easy as pie. Every word is true, added the minister, not out of flattery but from witnessing Hildred's rapid development. Smiling, Lionel saw Tamara enter looking tense. Dismissed, Lionel waved off the minister. Bow out, the minister left the warehouse with strong steps. Long live Gray. Tamara, surprised by the early visit, had missed seeing Lionel's wedding night. Where were you yesterday? Any news about the investigation? Apologies, I was occupied and sent a gift to the Renata consorts. Fine. You can make up for missing yesterday's celebratory drink later. Lionel waved it off easily. Tamara breathed a sigh of relief that Lionel hadn't probed further. Your Majesty, regarding the skilled operatives who entered Hildred quietly from Qi, we have results. She quickly shifted topics. Lionel nodded, impressed by her efficiency. This made Tamara uneasy. She had been carefully managing the distance between them ever since realizing her feelings for Lionel. Your Majesty, why are you looking at me? I'm just thinking that if my adoptive father saw you now, he'd be very proud. A woman doesn't have to excel in all traditional arts. She can create her own destiny outside. Lionel hoped Azrael would see Tamara's strength now. Tamara felt moved. Perhaps this admiration stemmed from such understanding. The operatives entering Hildred weren't a coincidence. Through investigation, we found connections to the Yangzhou prefect's nephew. Given the tensions between Hildred and Qi, this appears malicious. Tamara angrily added, despising traitors. Lionel narrowed his eyes. No matter who they serve, none shall escape death. The chapter captures the strategic planning and deepened personal bonds in preparation for war, maintaining both the intensity of the plot and the relationships among characters. Chapter 396, Truth Can Never Be Concealed. Understood. Joan nodded. She admired people like Lionel who executed tasks with decisive and efficient action. How could anything ever be accomplished if one hesitated all the time? Lord Jiang. Outside, a group of lightly clad martial artists surrounded her, all of whom she had meticulously trained. Let's go. It's time for us to play our part. We need to eliminate all threats to the Hildred dynasty from this world completely. Joan looked at the group in front of her and spoke sternly. She understood clearly that no matter how many people there were now in the court, they were ultimately the Evans blade. The Evan had also spent considerable effort cultivating them for this moment. Yes. On the other side, within the Yangzhou governor's residence. How foolish. Why would you commit such a grave mistake when you usually aren't like this? Ari, the governor of Yangzhou, stared at his precious nephew, livid with anger. If it hadn't been for some health issues he faced during his youth, he wouldn't have a child of his own. Naturally, he had raised this nephew as his own son. He blamed himself for being too lenient, leading to this catastrophic mistake. I always knew you were ambitious, wanting to prove yourself, but I never imagined you'd take such a path. If you truly felt life was hopeless and wanted to die, why drag me down with you? No matter how hard Ari thought, he couldn't understand why his nephew, whom he treated as a real son, wasn't satisfied. Was it because the boy wasn't his flesh and blood? The governor gazed at his nephew with a complex mix of emotions. Though somewhat heartbroken, he felt more anger. Uncle, as the old saying goes, none are perfect. And before this, who would have thought the Evan could rapidly develop the Hildred dynasty into such power? At that time, it seemed clear that Qi was much stronger. I merely made a mistake anyone else might have made. Nico's expression grew complex. He didn't fully grasp Lionel's methods. But the rapid growth of the Hildred dynasty was undeniable. Ari was exasperated that his nephew still held onto delusions even on the brink of death. In rage, he threw a cup to the ground, nearly choking to death on his own breath. His face turned red as he began to cough incessantly. Uncle, be careful with your health. Nico patted Ari's back, showing concern. After a moment, Ari calmed down, feeling an unrecognizable strangeness towards his once promising nephew. No longer the hopeful young man I once cherished. Do you want to see me die? Ari asked, softening slightly despite the irritation. Everything about the boy was fine except for his misjudgment of the current situation. The current Evan cannot tolerate a speck of dust. He'll involve himself in every traitor's affair, especially within our borders. Given the Evan's nature, he will likely use this incident to set an example, executing harshly if necessary. Even wrongfully, he won't let one escape. Ari composed himself, knowing infighting would only bring their downfall. Now the Evan has already eliminated all other threats to the Hildred dynasty, but for unknown reasons hasn't attacked Qi. He might be addressing internal problems. The investigation might already be underway. Our top priority is resolving this issue. Ari's eyes sparkled with a glint of hope, praying the Evan was busy with his wedding and unable to focus on this case. Destroying all evidence beforehand might grant them a way out. Don't worry, uncle. I've left no traces, and all the experts from Chi have been killed. There are no witnesses left. Nico added hastily, confident in his well-planned scheme. Ari sighed in relief, believing things were under control. Just then, a servant rushed in breathlessly. Lord Jiang is here. The servant, chapter 397. Better to wrongfully kill than to let go. Minister Jiang. Ari watched as everyone was about to lay hands on his precious nephew, and he could not help but want to say something more. However, a single glare from Tamara silenced him. Speak one more word and you die. Tamara drew his sword, the cold light flashing across Ari's face. In an instant, the servants who were bustling about in the courtyard all fell to their knees, trembling in fear. At this moment, the prefect of Yangzhou felt a surge of panic within him. His mind raced, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not come up with a solution. He knew that Tamara would only obey Lionel's orders, even if it meant ending his life right there in front of everyone. Within the Hildred dynasty, no one would dare criticize Tamara for such an act. Uncle, save me. Despite having strong nerves in previous situations, Nico was now terrified. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked at Ari, hoping he would find a way out. Before Ari could respond, a man in black robes lifted Nico like a chicken chick and walked away. Hope you know what to do next. Tamara glanced at the cowering prefect of Yangzhou. Despite holding this position for so many years, backed by considerable power, Tamara hoped that he would realize his mistake now and not make things worse. Let's go. Tamara led the group towards the gate without looking back. Ari felt a wave of frustration melt down. They wanted to enjoy their lives and did not wish to be scapegoats. Ari sat in his chair, his expression growing increasingly serious. Lost in thought, his dark eyes seemed unfathomable, and no one dared breathe. Since there are no confessions, you may all leave. Ari decided to start investigating those closest to him. He preferred to err on the side of caution rather than risk overlooking anything. Any future discoveries could implicate him as well. Tamara brought Nico back to the Hildred dynasty very publicly. News spread that Nico had betrayed the Hildred dynasty and was being investigated by the Ford. Other ministers saw this and began self-reflection. The strict laws of the Hildred dynasty made everyone wary. One misstep could lead to ruin. They naturally did not want to be implicated during this prosperous era. The once peaceful Hildred dynasty started experiencing underground turmoil. Ministers dispatched their trusted subordinates to investigate their surroundings, ordering that anyone found collaborating with Qi should be sent directly to the capital court. In the imperial study, Your Majesty, bringing Nico back publicly has had a warning effect. Ministers are now fearful of any association with Qi and are stricter with their children. Now, one cannot see those young lords and rakes in the capital anymore. Tamara felt some satisfaction. She did not understand why people only became cautious after being caught. If they had been loyal to the Hildred dynasty from the start, would there be so many issues? Why can't you see them anymore? Lionel was puzzled. Many entertainment venues catered to these young lords, and their absence would mean a loss of tax revenue. Thinking of this, he felt a twinge of pain. The silver was precious. These young lords and rakes are hot-headed and may not handle situations properly. Ministers fear their children causing trouble locally. With the high admiration the people have for Your Majesty, any trouble could become detrimental to the Hildred dynasty. Ministers aim to nip such problems in the bud. Tamara explained. Indeed, these young men did not fully understand their actions. Not everyone could turn around like the Ford and become a wise ruler. Though the streets were quieter now, they were also cleaner, and no trivial disputes were reported. Lionel nodded thoughtfully. I hope this situation resolves soon. With the law in their hearts, there won't be chaos. Tamara did not respond, merely looking at Lionel. Evening these people's behavior was nearly impossible. Old habits die hard. After a moment of silence, Lionel lifted his head. With this incident, you've become quite famous in the capital. Confused, Tamara prepared to ask when Lionel spoke again. Standing out often invites trouble. You handled this well, but be cautious moving forward. Watch your safety. This translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring it is natural and fluent in English. It maintains paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text, and character names are transliterated correctly using pinyin. Chapter 398. Ellis's Second Spring. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Trista will remember it. Tamara nodded thoughtfully, realizing that he might now be a thorn in their eyes. He would have to be more cautious from now on. One must always be wary of others. Lionel nodded. Trista takes his leave. Tamara bowed respectfully and left the imperial study room. A quarter of an hour later, your subject pays homage to Gray. Long live the Evan. DeAndre appeared in the imperial study room wearing black armor, dusty and windworn. The metal plates on his armor clattered lightly as he kneeled down. Rise, this journey was indeed tiring. Lionel felt an indescribable surge of emotion seeing DeAndre back with Armand. It was as if Armand had never left him. Resting his hands on DeAndre's shoulders, Lionel resolved to give him a good life once the Hildred dynasty stabilized, so he wouldn't need to travel constantly worrying about its safety. These are humble duties I fulfill for Your Majesty, said DeAndre with a simple smile, inwardly surprised at the Ford's warmth. Other monarchs cared little for soldiers' lives, only results mattered to them. Your Majesty, according to your instructions, we've set up intelligence agencies within several kingdoms, enabling swift information relay across any location. Please rest assured, everything is arranged. DeAndre spoke proudly and contentedly. Despite conquering major dynasties like the Qin and Yin, Lionel had not wronged any defenseless civilians, but focused on governance. DeAndre knew Lionel wanted these new territories under the Hildred dynasty to become peaceful lands. As long as everything is implemented properly, this is not what we're worried about now. Since you're back, take charge of investigating all interactions between our people and the Qi dynasty. Once we have solid evidence, act decisively. Make it clear that only one dynasty can exist between the Qi and us. Lionel gazed out at the vast sky, unconvinced that no one in the Hildred dynasty had ties with Qi. Many had doubted the Hildred dynasty during its most challenging times, and they should bear the consequences for their actions. Still engaging with Qi? DeAndre was surprised. With the long-standing rivalry between Hildred and Qi, anyone still doing business with him now was bold. His expression hardened. Rest assured, all who interact with Qi will not escape my grasp, DeAndre said resolutely, vowing internally to make those betraying the Hildred dynasty regret their decisions. Outside the Imperial study room, DeAndre led elite troops through various intelligence hubs in the capital. These places, ostensibly for public entertainment, secretly monitored everyone's activities. That night, many were imprisoned by DeAndre. Under Lionel's iron rule, ministers behaved cautiously, fearing retribution. The next morning, reviewing a roster, Lionel was astonished by the number of people secretly collaborating with Qi. True youth knows no fear. Most older officials wished for peace in their later years, while the young risked everything for wealth and fame. Hildreddenly, the door opened. Son, Ellis called, noticing the towering pile of documents before Lionel. His heart ached for him, but also felt relieved not to be in that position. Father, why are you here? Lionel stood up upon seeing his father. I have something important to discuss today, Ellis stammered, looking uneasy. For the first time, Lionel saw such discomfort on his father's face. Speak freely, father. There's no one else here, Lionel said, curious about what could cause this reaction. After hesitating, Ellis looked earnestly at Lionel. I've decided to marry the Renata of Deflin. You are grown now, so I seek your opinion. If you approve, I will proceed promptly. Otherwise, consider this unspoken. Ellis watched Lionel carefully, knowing this wasn't easy. He had agreed to a performance of sacrifice, but turning pretend into reality was tough, especially worrying about his son's acceptance. My precious son, don't feel pressured. Speak openly if you cannot accept this. As for the Renata, I'll find another way to convince her. This is significant, hence I must consult you, Ellis concluded nervously, hoping their hard-earned closeness wouldn't be damaged. Lionel scrutinized his father, finally breaking into a reassuring smile. This is excellent news. How could I object? In fact, I wish father would marry her soon. Relieved, Ellis felt lighter already. Chapter 399. Your humble son has seen his future Kira. Have you discussed this idea with the Renata of Great Flynn, father? Have you two decided on an auspicious day for the wedding yet? Never mind, I'll find someone to look into it. Lionel's face was full of joy because he could feel that his old father was unusually serious at this moment. While talking, he started counting on his fingers to figure out when would be a great day. He even began planning the wedding ceremony in his heart. He wanted his old father to truly experience what marriage means. Ellis was somewhat confused and looked at Lionel with bewilderment. If one didn't know better, they might think it wasn't him getting married but Lionel. Don't you have any objections at all? You once weren't. What Ellis wanted to say choked in his throat. He had also encountered a girl who made his heart flutter back then. A mere glance resulted in their beloved son being angry with him for days. This change in attitude was too swift. Why should I object? If there was anything in the past, it was just my youthful indiscretion. Please don't take it to heart, father. For years, you have been alone, seeking revenge while taking care of your humble son. It has been tough on you. Now that you finally have something you desire, it would be too cold-hearted for your humble son not to support you. Therefore, do whatever you wish, father. Your humble son will always be your strongest backing, Lionel said seriously, looking into Ellis's eyes. After holding on to one belief for so long, living alone, it was enough. It was time for Ellis to live for himself, not daily in the shadow of vengeance and himself. Ellis looked at Lionel, feeling a lump in his throat. Though he knew his precious son had grown up, seeing it now filled him with some emotion and satisfaction. Father, are you all right? Seeing his old father's slightly red eyes, Lionel was somewhat at a loss. He knew how to please a woman, but not his old father. It's nothing, just happiness. Since you have no objection, let's settle this matter. Ellis breathed a sigh of relief. His heart finally eased. Besides the hatred for the Hildred family, what he cared about most was his cherished son. As long as he was happy, that was enough. All right, I'll find someone to check the calendar and set a date for your wedding. Hildred's grand occasion should happen sooner rather than later. Lionel was excited, gripping his father's hand. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. His old father finally didn't have to live in hatred anymore, able to live for himself. Just then, the Renata of Great Flynn appeared in the Imperial study, her gaze towards Ellis almost sweet enough to make one melt. She was sending amorous glances and looking at him with longing. Your humble son has seen his future mother. Seeing this, Lionel hurriedly went to the Renata's side. Looking at the extraordinary figure before him, he truly understood what it meant for time not to fade beauty. Only such a woman could match his father, who had spent his life on the battlefield. The sudden action took the Renata by surprise, her cheeks visibly blushing. Your Majesty, it's still uncertain, she said, though her heart was already overjoyed. Now that she had Lionel's approval, Ellis was hers. Ellis was speechless, not expecting his precious son to not only accept things easily, but also talk so sweetly. I don't know from whom he inherited this smooth-talking nature, he wondered. Future mother, don't be shy. Once we find an auspicious day, father can bring you home. You don't know how hard life was for me without a mother. Without your protection, I got beaten a lot by father. My bottom still hurts thinking about it. Kira, please discipline father well from now on. I'm grown up now, and times have changed. Looking at the Renata with a pitiful expression, Lionel knew that if his old father didn't have feelings for her, he wouldn't be discussing this with him. Now, by winning over the Renata, he wouldn't have to endure physical pain anymore. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his old father triumphantly. The Renata was already captivated by these future mother calls and saw Lionel as her own. Hearing this, her expression suddenly changed. Approaching Ellis, she reached out and started pinching his ear. So, this is how you treat my son? Her delicate face was filled with anger. Caught off guard, Ellis felt a sharp burning pain in his ear, bending down and looking at Lionel with reproachful eyes. Though surprised, Lionel was secretly delighted. If the relationship between the two was ordinary, the Renata wouldn't dare act like this. Clearly, their feelings were growing rapidly. From now on, if your father bullies you again, tell me, and I'll handle him, the Renata said, pulling Ellis away by his ear. As they walked, Ellis mouthed curses at Lionel, albeit silently. Watching them grow further apart, Lionel felt emotional. If they had met earlier and tied the knot, perhaps my old father wouldn't have lived in such agony, he thought. But it's not too late now. I hope they can have a good life together. The thought brought him comfort, knowing that even his mother would approve of this scene. The Renata disciplined Ellis thoroughly, leaving him utterly submissive, as docile as a lamb, far different from his usual self who would hit or whip Lionel. Watching the couple, Lionel couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Coming outside the imperial study, watching the two bickering along the way, he felt the atmosphere around him become lively. His mind wandered, imagining their wedding day. Dreadingly, he felt something wet on his face. Reaching up, he touched it, finding water. Looking up, snowflakes were falling. The snow season has passed. Yet, there is snow now, he muttered, worried. This winter will likely claim many lives. The sudden snowstorm covered the palace in white within moments, causing Lionel's expression to change. #### chapter 400, a hands-off manager. The next day, in the imperial court. Your excellencies must have noticed on your way here that it's much colder today than it was last night. With this second wave of snow and wind, it's going to be even harsher than before. This winter is proving to be more severe than ever, Lionel said solemnly, looking at the ministers dressed in heavy padded jackets. He had added another quilt himself last night, made from the finest cotton, yet he still felt the chill. Ordinary families would surely find it even harder. Indeed, this year's winter is unprecedented, with a second snowfall. Please take care of your majesty's health. As we came here, the snow was already covering our shoes, and it will only get colder. Please do take care of yourself, your majesty, and avoid catching a cold. The ministers thought the Ford was concerned about their well-being and were flattered, eager to make themselves look good to improve their standing in his eyes. I have professionals taking care of my needs in the palace. You can rest assured about that. I am perfectly healthy. What I want to say today is that each of you should manage the different regions according to your responsibilities. We must ensure that all the people can survive this bitter cold safely. If anything happens to the people, I will hold you accountable. As Lionel listened to these insincere words, his expression grew more relaxed. Pretty words everyone could say, but if they truly cared for him, they wouldn't have conspired with Dichi. After all, many names on yesterday's list were descendants of these ministers. Right now, what mattered most was the common people. Without them, a dynasty would lose its foundation. Hearing this, the ministers felt guilty. They never imagined the Ford cared so deeply about the people's livelihoods. Please rest assured, your majesty. We will do everything we can to protect the people, even if it means freezing to death ourselves. Seeing the snow from afar, your majesty could think of the people. We are ashamed, and will do everything to protect them. We speak empty words. When the cold hits, the capital will remain as it is now. One by one, the ministers stood up, their faces full of righteousness. At this moment, everyone seemed overwhelmed by their sense of justice, as if those ordinary people were their own families. Lionel watched in silence, saying nothing. He had never valued their sweet words, but rather what they did. There is an urgent matter to report? If not, dismiss the court. After a long pause, the eunuch announced. The ministers looked at each other, and finally shook their heads. We bid farewell to your majesty. They all said in unison. After the court session ended, the ministers returned home, their hands and feet frozen, and quickly forgot what they promised during the court session. Master, it's bitterly cold outside. You must be exhausted after the court session. Here is some freshly brewed ginger tea. Please drink it to warm up. In Lu Mansion, Nellie Lu, with her graceful figure, entered the study with a servant, looking at her husband who worked tirelessly for the state. She felt heartbroken, yet powerless as a woman, unable to do much. The best she could do was relieve her husband's worries about home. Finn, Lord Lu, looked at the beauty and the ginger tea, sinking into comfort. He then sat at his desk, writing diligently. Nellie Lu calmly sat beside him, slowly grinding ink for him. It turned out Finn was trying to pass off his duties to lower-ranking officials through this letter. Master, please drink while it's still hot. Feeling the cooling bowl, Nellie Lu expressed her concern. Finn pulled her into his arms, feeling some warmth. Not just Finn, other ministers followed suit. Soon, only the lowest officials were left to deal with the hardships faced by the people. One day later, Your Majesty, I want a donghua, Chinese candied hawthorn on a stick. The Ember of Deflin held Lionel's hand, eyeing a nearby vendor. She remembered liking the donghua from the first day she arrived in Hildred Dynasty. Sweet without being cloying, with a hint of tartness from the hawthorns, it made her salivate. Buy it. Lionel doted on her, remembering his promise to show her all the delicacies of Hildred Dynasty, no matter how busy he was. The Ember skipped happily to the vendor, while Lionel followed behind, struggling with every step due to the deep snow that had nearly buried half of a person. Looking around, Lionel noticed few people on the streets, but also a seasoned foodie. She had an exceptionally acute sense of smell, and her instincts rarely faltered. The Ember nodded earnestly. Guards! Lionel's expression turned grim instantly as he bellowed. The city guards following behind him immediately lined up in front of him, kneeling down in unison. Clear the snow from the entrance of the slum area quickly. Lionel's tone brooked no refusal, exuding an air of command and a faint aura of menace. Yes, your majesty. The city guards, seeing their Ford like this, did not dare delay for a moment. They borrowed some farming tools from the surrounding residents and began to clear away the heavy snow. As more snow was cleared away, the smell of blood in the air grew increasingly strong. Lionel's face darkened even further as he watched the scene unfold with cold eyes. After nearly half an hour, the leading general jogged over to Lionel and knelt before him. Your Majesty, under the snow, we found a shocking number of corpses, almost 100 people by rough estimate. Due to continuous snowfall, they were covered and hidden from view. Their faces have turned blue, and some have become ice sculptures. It would be best if you didn't see it, Your Majesty. The leading general's eyes reddened, unable to believe such a scene could occur in the peaceful era of Evan Hildred. These civilians were the ones his soldiers had risked their lives to protect. Although they hadn't suffered from war, they had died from the cold. An indescribable heartache washed over him, deepening his sorrow. From afar, Lionel saw the bodies, elderly, women, children, all dressed lightly. How could they endure such severe cold? Truly outrageous. I never thought that within the capital, we would encounter such a situation. Outside the capital, how many more civilians must be living worse than death lives? Lionel was enraged, veins popping on his forehead. The Holy Virgin of Great Flynn, holding her candied haw skewer, suddenly lost her appetite. As the Renata of the Hildred dynasty, she felt the need to empathize with the common people. But this scene struck her hard. For a moment, the atmosphere became eerily quiet, broken only by the howling wind. Investigate. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Lionel suddenly roared, his face flushed with anger. His outburst startled the nearby civilians who, trembling at the sight before them, felt both relieved and heartbroken. While they understood small matters often escaped the Ford's attention. Your Majesty, please calm down. The Holy Virgin of Great Flynn, seeing Lionel so enraged, signaled to the generals beside her and gently patted Lionel's back. Your Majesty, don't be upset over this. The people can see your efforts clearly. You've already distributed rations to ensure the safety of the citizens. This incident is beyond your expectations. We should focus on identifying the cause and implementing measures to protect more people. Over the past period, the Holy Virgin had learned much from life in the palace, speaking more formally now. Sighing deeply, she glanced around, hoping the civilians would understand the Ford. After all, within the high walls of the palace, the Ford couldn't possibly know about everything outside. Besides, it wasn't his fault. This disaster must have been caused by someone sabotaging deliberately. The previous batch of rations and money issued should have been enough to help the people through the winter. How many more must suffer from hunger and cold in such harsh weather? How could I not be angry? Lionel explained his fury to the Holy Virgin. He wasn't upset because these civilians might lose faith in him, but because despite taking measures, such a tragedy still occurred. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. The civilians, hearing this, were touched to tears. It's fortunate the Ford saw this himself. Otherwise, who knows how many more would have died in the cold. Our Ford is a man of flesh and blood. Every day, he manages national affairs and worries about petty matters of the common people. To have such a ruler in our lifetime is enough. We hope the Ford will strengthen management so that this tragedy won't happen again. After an hour, DeAndre appeared at the tea house, snow still dusting his armor. Your servant pays homage to your Majesty. Long may you live. DeAndre knelt abruptly, his expression serious. Knowing the next revelation would enrage the Ford and lead to significant consequences for many, he proceeded cautiously. What exactly happened? Lionel asked anxiously. According to the distribution plan, the people should have safely endured the winter without issues. The problem lies in the process of distributing the supplies. Each official involved skimmed off part of the silver and rations privately. So, only a portion of the people received enough aid, leading to the tragedy you witnessed today. DeAndre sounded angered, recalling the promises made by officials just days ago. How dare they? Despite their pledges, they acted shamefully. In such a prosperous era, they dared to embezzle relief funds. Lionel's anger reached its peak, his eyes turning red. He absolutely couldn't accept such malfeasance in his reign. Investigate everyone in the court and throw all involved into prison. Clear the snow from the entrance of the slums, quickly. Lionel's tone brooked no refusal, his face dark with barely suppressed rage. Yes, your Majesty. Seeing their Ford this way, the guards wasted no time. Borrowing some farming tools from nearby residents, they began clearing the heavy snow. As more snow was cleared, the air grew increasingly thick with the stench of blood. Lionel's face darkened even further, watching coldly. After nearly half an hour, the lead general hurried to Lionel and knelt before him. Your Majesty, under the snow, we found numerous bodies, nearly 100, by estimation. Due to continuous snowfall, they were buried deep and hard to discover. Their faces have turned blue, some are frozen solid. You might not want to see them. The lead general's eyes reddened, never expecting such a scene in the peaceful era of the Hildred dynasty. These people were the ones they had fought to protect. Instead of dying in war, they perished in the bitter cold. A wave of inexplicable pain swept through him, etching deeper sorrow on his face. From afar, Lionel saw the lifeless bodies, elderly, women, children, clad in thin clothes. How could they survive the winter? Truly absurd. If this can happen within the capital, what is happening outside its walls? How many more people are suffering unbearably? Lionel was livid, veins throbbing on his forehead. The ember of Great Flynn, holding a sugared haw, suddenly found it tasteless. As the Renata of the Hildred dynasty, she must empathize with the common people alongside the Ford, yet she never imagined witnessing this. Silence enveloped the area. Only the whistling wind broke it. Investigate. This matter demands thorough inquiry. I need to know why. Hildreddenly shouting. Lionel's face flushed with anger. His shout gathered nearby citizens who trembled at the gruesome sight. They felt relieved but also pained. They knew small matters couldn't be covered by the Ford alone. Your Majesty, please calm down. The ember signaled the generals and gently massaged Lionel's back. Your Majesty, don't get angry over this. Your actions are seen by all. Recently, you distributed rations for the people's safety. Hildrich accidents were beyond your expectations. We should find the cause and take measures to protect more people. Learning much in the palace, the ember spoke more formally now, sighing at the sight. Carefully gauging the crowd, she hoped they would understand. Inside the deep palace walls, the Ford's lack of knowledge is natural. Besides, he wasn't responsible for this. This must be malicious sabotage. The recent batch of rations should suffice to tide the people over. With so many dead here, how many more suffer outside? How can I not be furious? Lionel's anger subsided as he explained to the Ember. He wasn't upset because these people lost faith in him, but because such conditions persisted despite his efforts. The citizens, hearing this, teared up. It's fortunate that your majesty witnessed this. Otherwise, who knows how many would die this winter. Your majesty is human, managing the state and worrying about everyday issues. It's a blessing to have such a ruler. Hoping that in the future, management will improve to prevent such tragedies. An hour later, Atli DeAndre appeared at the tea house, still adorned with snowflakes on his armor. This humble servant greets your majesty. Long live the Evan. Kneeling abruptly, DeAndre's expression turned serious. Knowing what he was about to say would infuriate the Ford and bring repercussions to many officials. What happened? Responding urgently, DeAndre said. Initially, the distribution plan should have kept everyone safe. However, during the process, officials privately withheld funds and rations. Thus, only part of the population survived, leading to today's scene. Anger tinged his voice. He couldn't believe these ministers who vowed solemnly had acted so despicably. Remembering the minister's promises just days ago in the imperial court, he felt betrayed. Slam. Furious, Lionel smashed a table, rising with rage. Even grinding teeth could be heard. The Ember was startled. In her experience, the Ford always remained calm, but clearly, this situation truly enraged him. Indeed, these officials, supposed guardians of the people, still thirst for their blood. Who dares embezzle funds and ration in such prosperity? Unimaginable audacity. Lionel's anger reached its peak, eyes red. He couldn't tolerate such corruption under his reign. Investigate. Thoroughly examine every official involved. All guilty parties will be thrown into prison. Hashtag chapter 402. Prioritize people's livelihood. Yes. DeAndre nodded gravely and agreed. In the snowy night, DeAndre, clad in armor, looked like a specter of death. His soldiers behind him clutched their swords tightly as they hurried forward. Reaching the entrance of the Liu residence, DeAndre signaled his men with a stern face. In an instant, countless soldiers stormed into the Liu estate. What are you doing? The guards at the gate had never seen such a formidable force, instantly panicking. Anyone who obstructs us will die. DeAndre's hoarse voice echoed, frightening the servants within the Liu household into kneeling in submission. The soldiers marched straight to the western chamber and dragged out Corey, who was still enjoying himself with his wife. Meanwhile, on the streets of the capital, DeAndre's troops were everywhere, their faces solemn as they moved in different directions. In this snowy night, many officials were arrested. On the other side, you all be careful. Check if there are any survivors among them. If there are, proceed cautiously and do not harm them. Azrael stood watching the busy workmen with a complex expression. He never imagined that one day, his army would rescue civilians within the capital. At the thought, he felt a surge of anger. Gradually, he began to understand why civil and military officials often clashed. Military generals were usually open-hearted, with few being corrupt. However, civil officials enjoyed a life of luxury and, if better conditions were available, they would use any means necessary. Thanks to the workmen's full efforts, a number of survivors were rescued. Though frozen by the snow and ice, the civilians felt a warm wave in their hearts. We have finally waited for you. Many thanks. May Gray reign wisely. The rescued civilians weakly opened their mouths to speak. Their faint voices brought tears to the eyes of the workmen. You are all very weak now. Do not speak. Try to preserve your strength. When your bodies warm up and you regain your strength, then you can say whatever you want. Azrael quickly interrupted, fearing these people might not make it. Inside the imperial study, Lionel stood by the window, watching the relentless snowfall. The snow is falling more heavily. Who knows how long this will last? Lionel sighed, his expression turning grim. This winter was unusually harsh. Thinking of this, Lionel couldn't help but put on his cloak and headed to the Ministry of Works. Upon reaching the door of the Ministry of Works, he saw it brightly lit. Not only that, everyone was working under oil lamps by their textile machines. Everyone has seen how harsh this winter has been. If we don't produce enough down jackets soon, who knows how many more civilians will freeze to death. Besides, these items aren't just for civilians. They're also for you, and even your families. Now is not the time to slack off no matter how hard or tiring it gets. Lionel, though anxious, knew haste made waste. Rushing quantity while ignoring quality would render their efforts futile. The workers glanced at Lionel once before resuming their tasks tirelessly. Though silent, they remembered Gray's benevolence deeply. After all, when did any Ford care so much for his people? With this thought, they felt re-energized. The next day, Alondra arrived at the capital gate with an imperial edict. Despite her status as Renata, she remained as busy as ever with the affairs of the Hildred dynasty. There was little need for adjustment within the harem. Alondra was never merely a figurehead but Lionel's capable assistant. She posted the imperial edict on the bulletin board at the city gate. Citizens hadn't seen updates on the bulletin for a long time, making this move quite novel. My heavens, am I seeing things? Hildredenly, someone cried out in shock, rubbing their eyes repeatedly. By decree of the Evan, from today onwards, the price of red lotus charcoal, originally 1 silver taels, is reduced to 3 copper coins. This red lotus charcoal is of superior quality and used only by higher-ranking consorts in the palace. We never thought commoners like us could afford it. Long live the Evan. It is truly our honor to live in the Hildred dynasty. At this moment, rulers of other dynasties must be thinking of ways to exploit their citizens for taxes, but not our Evan. May Gray reign wisely. In an instant, all citizens knelt before the edict, tears welling up in their eyes. They understood clearly that the Evan acted to allow more citizens to keep warm during the winter. Different types of coal varied greatly in quality. Better ones burned without harming health, but were very expensive. With the overall coal prices reduced, the severe cold wouldn't be as hard for everyone. Citizens praised Evan Lionel widely. Inside the imperial study, Alondra entered with freshly brewed ginger soup. Just as she prepared to bow, she noticed Lionel had fallen asleep over the desk. Seeing the open window, she silently closed it partially and fetched a cloak. Hush! Alondra motioned for the eunuch reporting matters to be quiet. Seeing the exhausted Ford, the eunuch understood and left quietly. Alondra came closer, studying Lionel's weary profile. His face showed signs of fatigue, and he clutched a roster of names. Scattered papers beside him contained calculations of how much silver was needed for the people to survive the winter safely. Just as Alondra prepared to drape the cloak over him, Lionel woke up abruptly. Why did I fall asleep? Lionel felt momentarily vexed, glancing at Alondra apologetically before getting back to work. He pondered how to ensure the safety and warmth of the citizens through this bitter winter. No solution came after much thought, leaving him with a pounding headache. For the safety of these people, he would spare no effort. Hashtag Chapter 403, The Killing Chill of Winter. At the same time, within the Great Xia dynasty, in the Donghua Palace, Your Majesty, it's nearly time for morning court. Would you like to freshen up and prepare for the assembly? A eunuch bowed beside the bed, cautiously inquiring. His nose was already frozen red, his whole face looking flushed. If he were not in the Donghua Palace, he might have caught a cold already. Achoo! The Great Xia Evan poked his head out from under the blankets, shivering slightly. Is there no charcoal burning here? Why is it so cold? The Ford felt a dull ache in his head, appearing rather listless as he continuously sneezed. The eunuch replied, It's colder today than yesterday. The snow outside has almost buried people up to their waists, and we've already burned an entire basket of charcoal in this hall. If we add more, you wouldn't be comfortable staying inside. The eunuch glanced helplessly at the snowstorm outside, sighing inwardly. He couldn't understand why this winter had been so fierce. Hearing this, the Great Xia Evan was startled. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a harsh winter. In that case, there's no need to hold morning court from today onward. The Golden Hall is freezing. I can't bear it. The Ford sneezed several times in a row, rubbing his nose. Just as the eunuch prepared to announce this news, the Ford called him back. Wait. Order the guards to ensure Aviana in the prison stays warm and doesn't die from the cold. She is still a valuable asset to our dynasty. If anything happens to her, who knows what the Hildred dynasty might do? Thinking of the weapons in the Hildred dynasty's hands, the Ford felt some unease. After all, the Great Xia had yet to develop weapons capable of countering them. Should a war break out now, the Great Xia would inevitably suffer. Yes, Your Majesty, the eunuch nodded, bowing before leaving. The ministers waiting in the Golden Hall, with numb feet, kept glancing around, trying to maintain composure despite feeling like they were in an ice cave, wishing they could run around to warm up. Soon, the eunuch appeared on a high platform. By the grace of heaven, the Evan decrees. Given the increasingly cold weather, and considering the long distance many ministers must travel to reach the palace, thereby exposing themselves to the cold. Therefore, from today onwards, morning court sessions are cancelled until the weather improves. So ordered. The eunuch left after making the announcement. The ministers, thrilled, bowed gratefully toward the retreating eunuch. Thank you, Your Majesty. They hurriedly left the Golden Hall, unwilling to stay another moment in the cold. In the capital city of Great Xia, the streets were deserted, but a tavern nearby emitted inviting aromas of wine and meat. Outside the tavern stood an ice sculpture. When did this appear? It's quite unique. Let me ask the shopkeeper if I can make one at home. A richly dressed young man examined the human-shaped ice sculpture closely. Despite his tattered clothes, he clutched a chipped porcelain bowl tightly, his thin clothing and hopeful eyes visible even through the wrinkles on his face. Sir, it's too cold outside. Please come in quickly. This is just a frozen corpse of a beggar. How unlucky for it to freeze here. We'll remove it soon so it won't spoil your sight. The tavern waiter looked disdainfully at the ice sculpture, then put on a smile for the wealthy young man and led him inside. Several large men emerged from the tavern and carried the ice sculpture away, dumping it in the slums. With a thud, the ice sculpture shattered, and the dead beggar's body disintegrated. Ford hadn't acted similarly. Aviana listened silently, a new calm settling over her heart. Only now did she understand something crucial. Though both were Fords, Lionel excelled in using people, managing affairs, treating citizens, and attending to minute details far better than any other ruler. Lifting her head, she gazed at a small ventilation hole, recalling scenes of the Hildred dynasty where peace reigned, and people lived harmoniously. Isn't it likely that it remains so even now? A sense of reflection filled her heart. Her dry lips parted slightly, whispering, the citizens of the Hildred dynasty are truly fortunate to have such a king. Hashtag Chapter 404, Citizens' Homage. In the blink of an eye, winter passed, and the weather gradually became warmer. The people of Hildred dynasty started to resume their businesses and daily lives one by one. On a crisp morning, when people opened their doors, they saw the bustling streets that had been absent during winter. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in place. Tyson, I never thought you were still alive. An elderly man with a slightly hunched back looked at another white-haired elder, his voice filled with emotion. In the next instant, his eyes reddened. He disregarded propriety and dashed madly towards his old friend Tyson, whom he hadn't seen for years. TSK, you old Zhang, what are you talking about? If you're still alive, how could I die before you? And besides, who would play chess with you if I were dead? Alan looked at his friend speechlessly, though his heart was full of joy. After all, the harsh winter had taken many elderly lives. To not only survive, but thrive gave them a sense of being reborn. I thought. Tyson's eyes welled up as he spoke tearfully. Thought what? That you wouldn't make it through the winter? You're thinking too much. An old geezer like you is destined to live as long as heaven itself, especially under such a wise Ford. We have so many more years to live. Alan playfully slapped Tyson's mouth. They had endured this difficult time, and now Tyson was saying such ominous words. Wasn't he cursing himself? Tyson scratched his head, embarrassed. Other citizens, seeing their neighbors full of life, felt a wave of relief and comfort. Hildredenly, everyone turned toward the palace. With a thud, they fell to their knees. This time around, so many of us survived the harsh winter, all thanks to Gray. If not for the ford, we might not have made it, said one. No ruler in history has shown such concern. When people died in the eastern part of the city, the ford sent rescuers overnight and devised ways to help us survive. To be able to live in such a benevolent dynasty is a true blessing. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the ford. The citizens knelt respectfully, their faces filled with reverence. They truly appreciated Lionel and believed that living under his rule was a great fortune. Ministers on their way to court saw this scene and felt a mixture of emotions. A sense of guilt washed over them as they pulled down the curtains, unwilling to show their true faces. In the grand hall, Your Majesty, winter has passed, and our dynasty remains unchanged. There were no major issues. The citizens are deeply grateful to you. This morning, they all kneeled toward the palace, praising you as a wise ruler. With an ford like you, the Hildred dynasty will surely restore its former glory and lead its people to a better life. The ministers chattered, reporting recent events and what they witnessed that day. They weren't fools. They knew very well that many people around were missing. Deep down, they were glad their rationality prevailed at critical moments. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as other ministers. Your concerns do not interest me. However, one thing is undeniable. You all still care for the common people. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here safely. To survive in the Hildred dynasty, you must abide by its laws. Every rule is my bottom line. Crossing any line will have dire consequences. The repetition of Di Shan has been removed to ensure the sentence reads naturally and fluently in English while maintaining the original meaning. Lionel glanced at the assembled ministers, knowing his words served as a warning to the rest. Fewer ministers stood in the hall now, which wasn't good for the Hildred dynasty in the long run. He hoped the lessons from the winter would sink in. We understand your warning, Your Majesty. Henceforth, we will serve the people diligently and never violate the laws. The ministers knelt, acknowledging the implicit warning. Even without it, they wouldn't dare risk repeating others' mistakes. Enough. You know I dislike flattery. What happens next depends on your own fates. Adjourned. Lionel didn't want to waste more time with them. The message was clear. Their actions henceforth were their responsibility. In the Taiji Hall, Lionel watched his father, who was still practicing swordsmanship, feeling a wave of admiration. Perhaps this daily routine kept him fit despite indulging in rich foods every day. Son pays respects to Father Evan. Lionel bowed respectfully to Ellis. Rise. Ellis, delighted by his son's presence, had played a crucial role in saving countless lives during the winter. Hearing about today's homage also brought him joy. Father Evan, I have come to inform you that the harsh winter is over. Not only have we welcomed spring, but we have also prepared to formally attack the Great Xia. Lionel's expression was grave. He knew this matter had always been a thorn in his father's heart. Hunched back, looked at another elderly man with white hair, and said somewhat excitedly. The next second, his eyes welled up with tears. Ignoring social conventions, he rushed madly towards his old friend Tyson. TSK, you old Zhang, what are you saying? If you're still alive and well, why would I die first? Besides, if I were dead, who would play chess with you in the future? Alan looked speechless at his friend, speaking with some disdain, yet there was a hint of joy in his heart. One must know that during such severe cold, the elderly were the most likely to fall ill and pass away. Now not only did they survive, but they were also lively and energetic. It felt like a miracle. I thought. Tyson's eyes reddened as he spoke in a choked voice. Thought what? Thought you wouldn't get through this severe cold? You're really overthinking things. Someone like you, how could you not live long? Moreover, we have such a benevolent fort. Living a few more years is no issue at all. Alan reached out and lightly slapped Tyson's mouth. They had already endured such difficult times. Saying such ominous words now wasn't wishing anyone well. Tyson scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. The rest of the citizens, seeing their neighbors who had come alive, felt a sense of comfort. Hildredenly, everyone looked towards the direction of the palace and dropped to their knees with a thud. This time through the severe cold, so many of us remained unharmed thanks to Gray. If it weren't for the ford, we might. No ruler in history has done so much. I heard that when people died in the East City, he immediately sent rescuers overnight and quickly came up with ways to help us survive. To live such a long life and be part of this dynasty is indeed a great honor for us. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Evan. The citizens all knelt down, faces filled with reverence. They sincerely appreciated Lionel from the bottom of their hearts and believed that surviving under such a regime was a blessed thing. Ministers rushing to court saw this scene and felt a mixture of emotions. A sense of guilt welled up within them as they pulled the curtains tightly, unwilling to show their true faces. In the grand hall, Your Majesty, the harsh winter has passed, and our dynasty remains unchanged without any significant issues. The citizens are extremely grateful to you. During today's court session, they all bowed toward the palace, praising you as a wise ruler. With an ford like you, the Hildred dynasty will surely restore its glory and lead more people to better lives. The ministers chattered on, reporting recent events and what they had witnessed today. None of them were fools. They noticed many people were missing around. They knew very well what had happened. There was a tinge of relief that rationality prevailed when they considered acting differently back then. Otherwise, they might have suffered the same fate as other ministers. Regarding what you've mentioned, I am not interested. This humble son greets you. Lionel bowed respectfully to Ellis. Rise, Ellis replied, pleased to see his beloved son. He had done a great deed during the severe winter, saving countless lives in the Hildred dynasty, and he had heard about the morning homage paid by the citizens, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Father, Today I come to inform you that now that the cold has passed, we not only welcome spring but also prepare to launch a formal offensive against the Qi. Lionel's expression turned serious. He knew this matter had been a thorn in his father's side for a long time. Only with the complete destruction of the Qi would his father finally feel relieved. Father knows this. We have been preparing for it all along. As soon as you give the order, father will lead the charge. Ellis spoke with determination, radiating a fierce resolve. Facing the Qi, he wouldn't hold back. Lionel couldn't help but shake his head at his father's appearance. Though usually cautious, Ellis seemed to lose his usual composure when it came to the Qi. Taking Ellis's hand, he guided him to sit on a nearby stone bench, looking meaningfully at him before speaking. Father, this time attacking the Qi, I will personally lead the troops. As the strongest nation, the Qi has always held itself above others. Today, I will break this myth. Worried he would lose control when facing the Great Qi. After all, the enmity between them had long reached a point where one or the other must perish. As long as he lived, he would spare no effort to bring about the destruction of the Great Qi. Father, living in this world means living for certain things. Now that you bear so much, you should not add more pressure onto yourself. If anything happens to me, you and the Renata of Flynn can still start a new account. It's not too late. Feeling that their conversation had turned serious, Lionel tried to lighten the mood with a joke. A faint smile played on his lips, as if he wasn't really concerned. Because he was very clear that unless he wanted to die, no one could take his life away. A slap echoed through the room, and Lionel felt a searing pain on his back. His thoughts snapped back to reality, and he glanced at his father. His face was dark, almost dripping with ink, clearly unhappy. If you think like that, then I'll grant you your wish right now. Ellis's voice was filled with suppressed anger, low and deep. Ah, father, what are you thinking? The world is so beautiful, and there are so many wonderful things I haven't seen yet. How could I bear to leave? I just hope you can relax and not be so tense. I can handle it. Realizing he had taken the joke too far, Lionel quickly explained while reaching out to soothe his father. He resolved never to make such a. We have no complaints. Please instruct us, your majesty. We're all ears. Seeing Lionel's stern expression, the ministers were scared stiff, kneeling down immediately. How dare they find fault with the fort? Unless they wish to live forever in torment. They lowered their heads, trying to show the utmost respect. They didn't want to provoke the Ford now. They also understood that good Fords were rare, but new ministers would always replace the old. With the current examination system, neither rich heirs nor poor scholars could gain unfair advantages. If they didn't work harder, they might soon be overshadowed. Most of these new officials admired the Ford more than the old ministers did and were more obedient. Good, at least you still have some sense. Lionel, seeing their respectful demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. The harsh winter has passed, but our dynasty is not yet stable. The greatest threat remains the Great Qi. As long as the Great Qi exists, our dynasty will never have peace. This is undeniable. Therefore, from today onwards, the Hildred dynasty officially enters a state of preparation. Everyone must give it their all, with no slack. Understood? Lionel's voice boomed throughout the hall. The ministers' expressions grew even more solemn. No one objected because they knew that even if the Hildred dynasty did not attack the Great Qi would not easily let the Hildred dynasty be. After all, the Hildred dynasty had developed too rapidly, posing a significant threat to anyone who opposed it. Yes, we will not slack off. Please rest assured, your majesty. We know better. We will not repeat the mistakes of the past winter. We heed your instruction, your majesty. The ministers readily agreed. Lionel nodded slightly. This time, we must make the Great Qi pay dearly in blood, so they understand the Hildred dynasty is not to be provoked. Chapter 406. The one who can defeat me hasn't been born yet. Victory for the Hildred dynasty is assured. Perhaps the Great Qi will already be terrified once they learn that we have placed all our troops on full alert. After all, the weapons in our hands are truly unparalleled. Yes, Great Qi has relied on being the foremost among nations, oppressing others for years. It's time they step down and let more capable leaders take their place. The ministers nodded, muttering to themselves or responding to Lionel. After so long of observation, it was evident that the Hildred dynasty possessed both strength and potential. At this pace, it would surely become renowned far and wide. Perhaps it had a chance to rise as the leader among nations. Follow my instructions accordingly. Detailed plans are outlined in this document. Lionel took out a book from his robes and handed it over through an eunuch. All matters regarding preparedness were meticulously planned. Dismissed. Lionel knew these measures couldn't be implemented immediately. The ministers needed time to understand and assign tasks. We, your servants, respectfully bid farewell to your majesty. The ministers looked at the documents held by the eunuch, feeling excited. They realized the Ford always had a clear sense of what needed to be done, unlike past Fords who often hesitated and acted timidly. This renewed their hope for the Hildred dynasty's future. In the imperial study, your servant greets your majesty. May you live 10,000 years. Alondra, dressed in a phoenix robe, appeared before Lionel. Seated upright in his chair, Lionel smiled as he looked at her. She looked even more graceful and elegant than before. As the saying goes, a man shines with proper attire. But what surprises me most is how well you can carry off any style. Lionel had to admit, Alondra was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, worthy of the phrase, dazzling beauty that could topple cities. No woman could resist praise. Alondra blushed and covered her face with her hand. Your majesty really knows how to talk sweetly. Approaching the desk to prepare ink for Lionel, she suddenly paused. Your majesty, I know the Great Qi has always been a thorn in your side. Even so, you don't need to lead the charge yourself. You are not only my husband, but also the ruler of a nation. Should anything happen to you, the Hildred dynasty would cease to exist. Please reconsider. Despite knowing she might be rebuffed, Alondra still decided to offer advice, hoping Lionel would prioritize her feelings. The one who can defeat me hasn't been born yet, Lionel said nonchalantly, twirling the ring on his thumb. Alondra felt a complex mix of emotions. Lionel remained calm no matter the situation. Your Majesty. Before she could speak, Lionel kissed her. He embraced her slender waist, pulling them close together. Alondra felt breathless under the sudden intense kiss. Time seemed to stretch endlessly before Lionel finally released her, licking his lips. Had some honey? Blushing, Alondra nodded. No wonder it's so sweet. Lionel laughed. Alondra couldn't help but feel utterly charmed. Don't try to persuade me further. I know what I'm doing. Think about it. Now we have powerful weapons and a queen who is the top assassin. Do you think my safety is something to worry about? So just rest easy and handle the court affairs when I'm gone. Everything else, I'll manage. Lionel stroked her head affectionately. Seeing her devoted expression filled him with warmth. Alondra felt an inexplicable sense of security looking at Lionel. Yes, Your Majesty, I trust you. Lionel hugged her comfortingly. All right, don't overthink things. I'm going out now. Queen, would you like to accompany me? Lionel asked in a gentle tone, looking at Alondra tenderly. She nodded. At the military base. Your Majesty, these cannons and barrels of gunpowder have been calibrated and are ready for use. Please inspect them. The Minister of Works opened the warehouse door, revealing a dazzling array of modern weaponry with immense destructive power. Lionel inspected each item closely, while Alondra followed, visibly impressed. She had already seen the iron contraptions which were powerful. If these weapons were even more potent, the Great Xia would indeed be in trouble. Realizing her earlier concerns were unwarranted, her heart eased. Not bad, but we could increase the quantity. The more, the better. Lionel nodded, thinking more weapons would make the conquest of the Great Xia easier. If it could be swiftly accomplished, they could rest peacefully. Your Majesty, it's easy for you to say that. We want to increase the quantity, but resources are limited. The Minister of Works, familiar with Lionel from Tsangzhou, wore a troubled expression. Alondra watched him disapprovingly but stayed silent. The Ford was known for his kindness, and wouldn't blame him for this. The Minister of Works should be mindful of his words. Gray is now the king, not just a prince. If you cannot accomplish this task, how can you support Gray in the future? Alondra subtly reminded him to be cautious, despite Lionel's current popularity. I overstepped. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The minister quickly lowered his stance. Lionel chuckled, easing the tension. Speak up if there are difficulties. We are old acquaintances. He patted the minister on the shoulder. The minister's expression turned serious. Your Majesty, coal supplies are exhausted in Yanhan. To sustain continuous attacks, this issue must be addressed. The translation adheres to the guidelines provided, ensuring fluency, accuracy, and maintaining the original tone and structure. Chapter 407. This is no jest. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Lionel nodded thoughtfully. Though it was a significant issue, ensuring the survival of so many civilians was worth the effort. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Ministry of Works has much to attend to. I must take my leave. The Vice Minister of Works nodded and left. The ministry today was far from what it once was, busy every day. Go ahead. Lionel replied. I need to handle some matters. You should return to the palace first. These pearl hairpins are quite heavy. It's not suitable to run around. Seeing Alondra's somewhat uncomfortable appearance, Lionel felt a twinge of tenderness. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Perhaps Alondra can guess where you might be heading next. Perhaps to explore coal resources? Alondra folded her arms with a teasing smile as she looked at Lionel. Despite her challenges, she was still a princess from the previous dynasty and had a good understanding of such matters. You know me well, Alondra. What should I do with you? Knowing so much, being so smart, are you courting danger? Lionel sighed helplessly, pulling Alondra into his arms and tickling her nose. If Alondra weren't smart, would Your Majesty be so infatuated with me? Alondra rested her head on Lionel's chest, tracing circles with her slender fingers. Yes, everything you say is right. I'll follow your wishes. Since you already said that, you must know where there's a coal resource, right? The Vice Minister of Works just mentioned it. Our reserves in the Hildred dynasty are nearly depleted. Lionel leaned his head against Alondra's shoulder, his warm breath brushing her neck, causing an electric jolt through her body. Your Majesty, within these dynasties, coal resources are limited, and we annually purchase from the Daong dynasty. Why don't you ask Carissa? She's now part of the Hildred dynasty and will undoubtedly assist without hesitation. Alondra patted Lionel's hand gently, smiling. No wonder all those outstanding women wanted to marry the man she personally chose. Lionel was surprised, impressed by the capabilities surrounding him. I won't accompany you, Your Majesty. These head ornaments are too heavy, and Alondra plans to change them. Alondra knew clearly that the Ford didn't belong to her alone. Especially since the Hildred dynasty needed her support as its empress, she must show magnanimity. Very well. Lionel softly acknowledged. In the Weiyang Hall, this servant pays homage to Your Majesty. Long live, long live, long may the Evan reign. Yusef's iris beamed upon seeing Lionel visiting her quarters unexpectedly. Please rise. Today, I come here to ask something important. I heard that the Daong dynasty has abundant coal resources. In this severe winter, the Hildred dynasty has nearly depleted its own resources. I wish to purchase a batch of coal from your father. Can you help us contact him? Lionel sat on a nearby sofa, softening his tone as he needed her cooperation. Even though both dynasties were allies, it wouldn't do to be too forceful. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Matters concerning the Hildred dynasty are also the concerns of the Daong dynasty. It's a minor matter. I'll take care of it. Iris stood up, pouring Lionel a cup of tea before sitting beside him. That's appreciated. However, be reasonable. Don't let your father think you've forgotten him because of your husband. Lionel reached out and patted Iris's head, smiling. He admired her unexpected boldness. Women from Jiangnan were usually petite and delicate, but Iris seemed more like a northern woman, exuding confidence. Rest assured, father will understand. Heard you're planning to lead an attack on Qi. Can I join you? Worrying about Your Majesty during this campaign, I hope you allow me this small request. Iris's face showed genuine concern. She understood the dangers of war and feared Lionel getting hurt. If she were there, she could help protect him. Lionel remained silent, looking at Iris. Hildredenly, silence filled the room. Your Majesty, rest assured, I won't be a burden. I just want to see you safe and sound. I'll bring some skilled protectors to ensure I don't lag behind. Please grant this request, Your Majesty. Iris clung to Lionel's arm, pleading in a coquettish tone, surprising herself at how natural it felt. Would he agree now? Iris, attacking the Duchy dynasty isn't a game. They've always been the strongest among the states, and you know their power. Didn't their experts injure you last time? If anything happens on this campaign, what will we do? Lionel spoke earnestly, hoping Iris would understand. If it were a casual trip, he would gladly bring her, but this campaign was crucial, and despite his confidence, caution was necessary. Thus, he immediately rejected her plea. Your Majesty, I have many skilled guards. Iris wasn't giving up, speaking softly in resistance. Feeling untrusted, she wondered why he couldn't believe in her even once. Iris, be good. I can promise other things, but this one's non-negotiable. On this journey, no one will accompany me except the Ember of Flynn, who can protect herself and others. Your body is frail, unable to endure travel. Stay safely in the capital awaiting my return. Lionel firmly grasped Iris's hand again, denying her request. He wouldn't risk any of their lives. Seeing Lionel's resolute stance, Iris fell silent. ###Chapter 408. All-out assassination. In the days that followed, the Hildred dynasty fell into an unprecedented frenzy. The entire dynasty was united, preparing to confront the Great Xia. Before they knew it, the season of blooming flowers in March had arrived. At the palace gates, Lionel, clad in armor and wearing a sword with a dragon head hilt at his waist, rode a chestnut-red steed. He looked exceptionally heroic. This time, our target is the Great Xia. Do the soldiers have confidence? Lionel asked, looking at the well-prepared soldiers before him. Yes. Victory for the Hildred dynasty. Great Xia, prepare to meet your end. The soldiers responded in unison. They knew that this time, Gray was determined to deal with the Great Xia dynasty wholeheartedly. Next year's March would be the anniversary of the fall of the Great Xia dynasty. Excellent. Let's move out. Lionel led the way, his gaze firmly fixed on the horizon. As they proceeded, both sides of the road were lined with commoners. In their hands were garments they had made and provisions that could last for long periods. Your Majesty, focus on this campaign against the Great Xia, but remember to stay safe. A green hill remains as long as there is wood. With Your Majesty leading personally, the Hildred dynasty soldiers will surely crush them. The Great Xia is just waiting to be obliterated. Sirs, you can march boldly and rest assured. We'll wait for you to return home. The citizens' eyes brimmed with tears. Their hearts were filled with both pride and worry, fearing the loss of such a wise monarch. They silently prayed for the safe return of the Hildred dynasty soldiers. On the city walls, Renata Goldie stood with Yusef's Iris and watched Lionel's figure growing smaller and smaller, her heart heavy with reluctance. Hildred Wu Xian stood beside her, lost in thought, not uttering a word. The Renata of Flynn felt Hildred Wu Xian's unusual mood and gently patted his hand. The two exchanged a smile, everything understood without words. Enz Ruo glanced at the shadows on the city walls and scrutinized the weapons among the crowd. Despite the strength of the Hildred dynasty, he needed to be extra cautious. After all, nothing must go wrong here for Lionel. He resolved internally that even if he should fall, he would ensure Lionel's safe return. Taking a deep breath, he wore an expression of unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the Great Xia dynasty, Your Majesty, Lionel has already led the Hildred dynasty's army towards us. A general, clad in armor, spoke gravely. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Golden Hall turned pale, incredulity written all over their faces. I never expected the Hildred dynasty to go to such lengths to deal with us. Now Lionel himself is leading the charge. Doesn't he see us as insignificant? It seems Lionel is quite confident about this attack. The minister's expressions grew sinister as they began to hatch nefarious plans. If Lionel were to die, the Hildred dynasty would no longer be a threat. With this opportunity, the Great Xia could annex the Hildred dynasty, expand its territory, and gain much-needed weapons. In doing so, the position of paramount ruler would remain theirs. They might even unify the entire continent. The fort of the Great Xia gradually became more excited. Since Lionel travels thousands of miles to seek death, how can we not accommodate him? Spread my order. Mobilize all experts within the Great Xia dynasty. We'll begin our operation tonight, aiming to assassinate Lionel. Whoever brings back Lionel's head will be heavily rewarded. A promotion or title, like a dashing king, is trivial compared to the reward. The fort of the Great Xia smiled confidently, certain he could control anyone within the Great Xia dynasty. He wouldn't allow another Hildred Wu Xian to emerge under his watch. Besides, he wasn't foolish enough like Carlo to let such a powerful figure grow unchecked under his rule. Hearing this, the ministers lit up with anticipation. Though they couldn't do it themselves, their skilled subordinates could vie for rewards on their behalf. To become a dashing king meant unimaginable wealth and power within a dynasty. Moved by this prospect, the ministers knelt down. Yes. Elsewhere, within the Qingxin pavilion, Nellie, it's time to eat. Her personal maid watched as the princess grew more dispirited each day, feeling helpless despite her concern. She herself couldn't escape this large prison and had no means to assist. These dishes are the same every day. I've grown weary of them, said Nellie Magnolia, staring at the luxurious spread before her. Rising, she approached the portrait on the wall, her eyes welling up as she gazed at it. This was the only thing Lionel left her, the only reminder of him she had. Nellie, please eat at least a little. If Lionel knew you're like this, he'd be saddened. You need to take care of yourself. You might still have a chance to see him. The Mevendichi watched as everything remained exactly as he had prepared it, feeling a bit more reassured. He stepped forward and slowly entered the room. Your Majesty, this subject pays respect. Camring stood up, greeting the Ford without any expression on her face. All she felt was endless disappointment towards her father. Just like how he had treated her mother back then, he now kept her confined in this gilded cage. Perhaps this was their shared destiny. Thinking of this, Camring's heart grew even colder. "Get up. You've grown thinner over these few days," said the Ford, noticing the similarities between his daughter and his deceased beloved concubine, which stirred complex emotions within him. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm well." Camring thought to herself coldly. Hadn't she become like this all because of him? Who was he trying to fool with this fake display of affection? Seeing through the charade, she wondered how much true emotion he could possibly show anyone if his love for his own daughter was merely superficial. "It's fine. Father knows you miss him, hence you have wasted away like this. You are precious to me. Seeing you like this is no less painful for me. Since you admire the king of Hildred dynasty so much, I shall grant you your wish." Throughout this conversation, the Ford maintained a kind demeanor while observing Camring. Her eyes trembled slightly at the mention of the king of Hildred dynasty, irritating the Ford immensely. He couldn't understand what Lionel had that made her betray him. "I'll give you both a chance to meet. How about it?" The Ford's gaze turned cold, knowing fully well that his words were meant to gauge Camring's response. If she still harbored feelings for Lionel, he could use it to his advantage. Otherwise, she would be imprisoned here forever. "Just speak your mind, Your Majesty. There's no need for such formalities between us." Camring knew deep down that this was just another act. The Ford who had only shown her false affection wouldn't suddenly change his ways. She suspected he had an ulterior motive. Not surprising indeed. "My daughter is as wise as ever." The Ford laughed, acknowledging her insight. He then sat down on a soft couch. "In the past, I've always been good to you. If you hadn't gone too far by engaging with the son of Dachi's enemy, things wouldn't have ended up like this. But blood runs thicker than water. We are family after all. I don't want to see you stay locked up in this small retreat forever. You are my creation." He tapped the table rhythmically, emphasizing the significance of her importance to him. For him, she possessed all his best qualities and was capable of making independent decisions. If she could bring valuable resources to Dachi in the future, that would be ideal. Unfortunately, she wasn't obedient. This subject is foolish and doesn't understand the connection between meeting Lionel and anything else. She felt more in her sleeves, furious. This was clearly a blatant threat. A mocking smile formed on her lips. She knew from the start he wasn't genuinely concerned. This way, not only can you see him one last time, but it also saves the lives of those around you. Isn't the Ford very fair? The Ford stroked his beard, quite pleased with himself. How could anyone be smarter than him? Camring lowered her head, lost in thought. Her heart was torn between her loved one and the people who had been with her for nearly 20 years, a considerable number. "How about it?" After waiting for a long time without a response, the Ford asked again. "I understand." Camring replied expressionlessly. The Ford smiled, patted her shoulder, and left. He understood her temperament too well and knew she would make a decision eventually. As soon as he left, Camring collapsed to the ground, despair written all over her face. Why did her father have to push her this hard? ####Chapter 410. Absolute overwhelm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On the border of the Dachi kingdom, a massive contingent of troops stood in Chengchi Doilia should be changed to maintain fluency and accuracy. On the border of the Dachi kingdom, a massive contingent of troops stood in neat formation, their spirits high and faces radiating heroism. The soldiers continuously beat drums, waving banners emblazoned with the character Hildred. However, for better readability and natural flow in English, it can be refined as: on the border of the Dachi kingdom, a massive army stood in orderly formation, their spirits high and faces radiating heroism. The soldiers continuously beat drums, waving banners emblazoned with the character Hildred. "Your Majesty, it appears that Dachi knew we were advancing toward the Hildred dynasty long ago. The scouts report that Dachi has already prepared defenses against us. Not only that, but they have also set up various traps to try and ensnare us." DeAndre came to Lionel, kneeling on one knee. His expression was oddly joyful. He couldn't understand why Dachi would do this. Didn't everyone know the Hildred dynasty had a specialized engineering corps that could handle these kinds of challenges? Hildred's tricks were child's play to the Hildred dynasty's engineers. It was embarrassing for Dachi to resort to such tactics. These precautions show they still fear us, but aren't these preparations rather rudimentary? Do they really take us for fools? Lionel sneered, gazing at the clearly visible traps not far away. At this time of year, when spring is in full bloom, how could there be withered grass? And the grass on those two patches of land looks different. One side is fresh and green, while the other side has leaves turning yellow, almost dead. Fools like those in the Dachi dynasty might fall for such tricks, but anyone with common sense wouldn't be deceived. Lionel pointed with his hand, analyzing systematically as he pointed out several prominent traps. DeAndre followed Lionel's finger, and upon closer inspection, he saw the truth. He admired Gray even more. After all, the Evan had always lived a life of luxury, yet he could discern things that ordinary people would notice. The rest of the soldiers became excited too. It seemed the Evan's decision to lead the campaign in person was the right one. "Soldiers of the Hildred dynasty, heed my command." Lionel turned around, looking at the tens of thousands of soldiers behind him, shouting loudly. His voice resonated with overwhelming power. "We obey your command." The soldiers responded in unison, kneeling down, creating a rhythmic sound as armor and metal plates hit the ground. DeAndre positioned himself to the right front of Lionel, kneeling. He kept a close watch on Dachi's border, ensuring no harm would come to the Evan. These traps by Dachi are nothing but petty tricks, merely capable of causing minor hindrances. Let the engineering corps lead the way, followed by the artillery corps, and the rest should advance with weapons ready. We will launch a strong attack on Dachi's border. Lionel gave his command succinctly. The engineering corps cleared all the traps ahead, while the artillery could strike from a distance. This was just a small defense point. It wasn't worth deploying more advanced weaponry yet. "Yes, Your Majesty." The soldiers were impressed. Despite never having led a battle before, Lionel commanded with confidence. At this thought, their blood boiled with excitement. With such an Evan, the Hildred dynasty could easily unify the world. The next moment, the soldiers rose swiftly, advancing towards Daqi's border like a devouring tide. The engineering corps wore camouflage suits, meticulously inspecting the ground. They cleared all the traps set by Daqi. Atli Edric on Daqi's border walls watched this scene with a growing sense of dread. No good. Our carefully laid traps are almost all uncovered. Order all archers to prepare and shoot down the enemies ahead. Edric shouted urgently. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the Hildred dynasty soldiers finished clearing all the traps. They would face formidable opponents. Originally, these traps aimed to immobilize their enemy, giving them a fighting chance. Yes. The archers nodded, quickly drawing their bows and preparing to fire. Hildreddenly, amid loud bangs, numerous black objects flew at them with lightning speed. Before they could react, explosions began. Smoke billowed, and debris started collapsing around them. Retreat. Quickly. Edric's arm was. We suffered some losses. There are 100 fewer soldiers than before. DeAndre's expression was furious, harboring more hatred towards Daqi. Daring to injure his trained soldiers, Daqi would pay dearly for this. Lionel surveyed the battlefield, frowning at the remnants of his advanced technology. In this situation, we lost 100 men. It seems our preparations are still inadequate. Chapter 411, Desolate City. You were supposed to train harder in your daily exercises. From now on, everyone must reflect on how these 100 men were lost. I do not wish to see this happen again. Do you understand? Lionel frowned deeply, looking at the vast army behind him with a slight look of displeasure on his face. In theory, there should have been no casualties at all. This was far from what he had expected. As he said this, DeAndre froze in place. He couldn't help but turn his head and survey the devastation of the Daqi army, seeing fragments of armor scattered about, all remnants of Daqi soldiers. He felt speechless. After all, in the battle against the tens of thousands of Daqi troops, Hildred dynasty had only lost a mere 100 men. Was this considered an error? The soldiers of Hildred dynasty already held the fort in high esteem. Faced with his reprimand, they lowered their heads and began to reflect. We understand. They responded in unison. Although they didn't quite grasp why the fort reacted this way, it was for their safety after all. With that thought, they resolved inwardly to do better in the future. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, we will never make such mistakes again and will certainly improve. Your Majesty, please watch us. My soldiers will never disappoint you. DeAndre understood that the fort did not wish to see any loss among Hildred dynasty soldiers. He saw the soldiers becoming more serious. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. We will do better and ensure such errors never happen again. If we make another mistake, please deal with us according to military law. Please rest assured. The soldiers echoed unanimously. They recalled the scenes and started analyzing where they had gone wrong. Lionel watched this scene approvingly, nodded, then rode his tall horse ahead into the city. A large procession entered the desolate city of Daqi, gazing upon its barren landscape, which left them heartbroken. The city appeared like a fortress on the surface, yet within it lived only a few scattered people. There were even frozen corpses lying on the ground, beginning to rot. Flies buzzed around them, and the air was filled with an indescribable stench. The soldiers of Hildred dynasty were stunned into silence by this scene. Even though these weren't citizens of Hildred dynasty, they were still living, breathing human beings. Throughout their journey from Hildred dynasty's capital to the border, they hadn't seen such desolation. Arriving in Daqi, they encountered this sight. Who knew what horrors awaited them next? We are here to save the people of Daqi. Their plight under this regime is truly tragic, with dead bodies left unattended in the streets. This fort of Daqi is a coward. Without the taxes from these people, where would the treasury come from? To treat them this way is unforgivable. It seems in all these dynasties across the continent, Hildred dynasty is the best. The fort is not only a wise ruler but also a monarch worth following. At this moment, the soldiers realized they had never seen a king like Lionel. Many had experienced dynastic changes, but none had witnessed such compassion. Living under Hildred dynasty was indeed fortunate. DeAndre remained solemn and silent. Since becoming a soldier, his duty was to protect the people. He couldn't understand why soldiers from other kingdoms treated their citizens so callously yet still followed their rulers. Even if the end result was catastrophic, they chose not to let go. His emotions became complex and hard to articulate. These people may not be related to us, but they deserve respect as the deceased. With no one tending to these bodies, we cannot let this situation continue once we've seen it. Lionel looked on, feeling sorrowful. The fort of Daqi was indeed cold-hearted. He planned traps to counter Hildred dynasty without considering the welfare of his own people. No wonder both De Jong and De Flynn supported the attack on Daqi. It seemed everything had a reason. All soldiers gather here, cleanse the streets of these bodies and bury them properly. Lionel could not bear to see the bodies ravaged by animals and instructed the soldiers accordingly. His words stunned the soldiers of Hildred dynasty. They hadn't expected the fort to show such kindness, treating even non-Hildred citizens equally. At that moment, they understood. The fort had spared innocent civilians even after conquering De Yin and De Qin. During the recent harsh winter, all Hildred dynasty subjects were safe regardless of class. The soldiers' eyes welled up, digging graves beside a grove. One by one, they carried the decomposing bodies inside. Throughout the process, Lionel stood by, overseeing without showing disgust, his face shrouded in sorrow. Truly difficult life you had. Remember Hildred dynasty well when you were reborn? The fort does not want you left in the streets, so he has erected this tombstone for you. The soldiers mumbled while working, hoping these souls remembered the ford's kindness and blessed Hildred dynasty. Lionel looked at the small mounds of graves, feeling deep remorse. Had Daqi fallen sooner, perhaps things would have been different. Hildreddenly, DeAndre shouted, Your Majesty, we found something. He waved towards Lionel. Lionel approached quickly and saw a trembling little girl. Despite her blue face, she still breathed faintly. Seeing her young age, around 8 or 9 years old, just like his niece, Lionel felt pity stir in his heart. This girl has great fortune, her fate spared. Rescue her. Chapter 412. A person cannot lack a conscience. Yes. DeAndre hurriedly took some clothes from the side to wrap the little girl up and held her in his arms. He then went to the now empty house nearby to start a fire and boil some hot soup. The little girl, lying on the bed, was babbling incoherently. So cold, Father. Kira, don't be afraid. Everything's fine now. The bitter cold has passed, and brighter days are ahead. DeAndre sighed helplessly, lit the firewood by the side, and gently stroked the little girl's face, softly consoling her. A tear suddenly slid down the corner of the little girl's eye, and she nodded. Her soft little hand clung tightly to DeAndre's hand, unwilling to let go. The next day, the little girl woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Lionel testing her temperature with the back of his hand. Thinking of the scene she had just dreamed about, she knew that this person had saved her. The tiny body emerged from under the blanket and knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. Even if I were to work as an ox or a horse, I would repay your kindness. Alicia lifted her head, blinking her big eyes as she glanced at Lionel, tears welling up in her eyes. No need for such formalities. It was nothing much. Lionel shook his head in refusal. He left some provisions and silver, then mounted his horse, preparing to lead the troops onward. Your Majesty, that little girl is following us too. Should we? DeAndre's voice was filled with concern. He had been alone for so many years. Last night, that little girl grabbed his hand and called him father all night. Even a stone would have softened towards this little girl. His heart couldn't bear it. We're not here for fun. Taking a little girl along will cause too many inconveniences. We'll keep moving forward, and eventually, she won't follow anymore. If you wish, allepisode, you can adopt her as a foster daughter when we return. But now is not the right time. Lionel sighed. He understood DeAndre's thoughts, but he also didn't know when they could completely break through to Xi. Breaking through these border fortresses, the road ahead would only become more dangerous. Taking a little girl along was clearly inappropriate. DeAndre nodded and followed behind Lionel as they continued their journey. After a few days, the group arrived at a low hill. We'll camp here and rest for the night. We'll continue our march tomorrow. Lionel looked at the approaching evening. Continuing forward would mean dense forests and difficult night travel. He ordered the soldiers to rest where they were. While setting up camp, DeAndre suddenly ran over. Your Majesty, 3 days have passed, and that little girl is still following us, not too far behind. Although it's a low hill, she's just a little girl. At night, I fear. DeAndre softened once again, hesitating in his words. Lionel looked up to see Alicia hiding behind a tree, looking as timid as ever. Bring her over. Lionel was surprised, not expecting the little girl to have such determination. Unfortunately, she was born into this dynasty, which had undoubtedly left her with childhood trauma. Yes. DeAndre was happy and quickly ran to fetch the little girl. Lionel watched DeAndre's back, smiling without a word. In a moment, DeAndre led Alicia to Lionel. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Evan. Alicia realized this man was the ruler of a country and bowed before Lionel. You're quite a smart little girl. Why have you been following me? Lionel was pleased, finding the little girl likable. The Evan saved Alicia. Alicia should repay this kindness. Father and Kira often said a person cannot lack a conscience, and Alicia now has nowhere else to go. Please let Alicia stay and serve you. Under the starlit sky, the little girl's large, dark eyes sparkled like a galaxy, shining brightly. Speaking mature truths in her innocent voice, it stirred a pang of pity in everyone. Your Majesty, don't look at Alicia as young. I can wash clothes, cook, and usually help my parents at home. I hope the Evan doesn't disdain me, Alicia added, her voice gradually softening as she stared intently at Lionel. Do you know we're going to war against the Xi? You were born and raised on Xi's land. Are you willing to do this? Lionel saw that despite her young age, the little girl spoke logically. He hoped to dissuade her with this reasoning. Who would serve someone planning to attack the land where they were raised? At his words, the little girl's eyes suddenly welled up. Although the Xi's king gave us land to live on, during the bitter cold, he never cared about our survival. My parents froze to death during the harsh winter. The king never helped us. Your Majesty, you saved my life. I am willing to work tirelessly to repay you. Moreover, Alicia grew up here and knows the way. I can guide you. Alicia spoke through her choked voice. She believed in repaying those who saved her. A pitiful yet determined look on her face that tugged at DeAndre's heart. He hadn't expected even a little girl to understand something the Daichi soldiers did not. His emotions turned bittersweet. Lionel, watching Alicia, remained silent. At this age, a child should be carefree, not blinded by hate. She shouldn't harbor resentment towards the land that raised her. I appreciate your intentions, but you are too young. These matters aren't what you should think about. The supplies and silver I left for you should secure your future. Find a place to live a peaceful life. Lionel shook his head, treating the little girl's words as nothing more than childish musings. The path to attacking Daichi would only grow more perilous. He didn't want to see this little girl take unnecessary risks. Then, he waved his hand, signaling DeAndre to take her away. Though DeAndre didn't understand the Evan's actions, he wouldn't disobey him. So he squatted before the little girl. Just as he was about to speak, a whistling sound pierced the air, putting DeAndre on high alert. Too familiar with that sound, he barely had time to react when Alicia suddenly pushed him aside. Be careful, Your Majesty. Alicia ran to the right, stopping before Lionel. Using her small body, she shielded Lionel from a fatal arrow. Chapter 413. So what if they are elite assassins? Viola! DeAndre shouted, catching Viola as she was about to collapse into his arms. His face grew increasingly enraged. Blood dripped from the corner of Viola's mouth, her eyes flickering weakly, unable to utter a word. The next moment, she lost consciousness. There are assassins. Protect Gray. The Hildred dynasty army instantly became alert, encircling Lionel and others in the center, their swords gripped tightly. Lionel watched Viola's fading vital signs, his expression darker than ink. Looking in the direction the arrow had come from, he saw only pitch-black darkness. Search. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, we must find the assassin. Lionel suppressed his fury, his voice stern and authoritative. Yes. DeAndre gently laid Viola on the ground, grabbed a sword nearby, and led a small team to start investigating. He moved swiftly, creating a distance between himself and the rest of the group, exuding a faint aura of menace. The soldiers, too, dared not breathe loudly. They all noticed that Atli Ian seemed to feel empathy for the little girl. Given what happened, his anger was understandable. You go that way. You too, come with me. At a fork in the path, DeAndre pointed in opposite directions, giving instructions to the soldiers. His heart was racing. He wanted nothing more than to find the assassin and tear him apart. Yes. The 2 soldiers obeyed without hesitation, carefully inspecting the surroundings. DeAndre led 2 soldiers into a dense forest, the towering trees providing excellent cover. Standing amidst the grass, he looked back towards Lionel's direction. From this vantage point, he could see through their entire campsite. He considered this for a moment. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a piece of black cloth hanging from a branch. DeAndre picked it up, rubbed it between his fingers. Silk thread, search thoroughly. Silk thread was a primary material used into cheese garments, whereas Hildred preferred silk. This confirmed DeAndre's suspicion that the assassin was here. Yes. The soldiers quickly divided into 2 teams, conducting a thorough search. Standing still, DeAndre's dark eyes gleamed green in the night, like a wolf ready to pounce. Hildreddenly, he threw his sword at a tree behind him. A loud bang followed, and a black shadow fell from the tree. Moving swiftly, DeAndre leapt forward, delivering an elbow strike that knocked the shadow unconscious. Take him away, DeAndre said, turning to leave without looking back. The soldiers, still stunned by the general's fluid movements, quickly carried the assassin to Lionel. Your Majesty, these are elite assassins from the Daichi Evans inner circle. If I hadn't reacted fast, I might not be here now. These elite assassins are formidable, DeAndre said grimly, surveying the environment and falling silent. Nighttime was always full of dangers. Your Majesty, we're exposed while they remain hidden. We don't know how many there are. Perhaps you should retreat with bandages. He applied gentle pressure to prevent excessive blood loss. Viola winced in pain, murmuring incoherently. Her brows knitted together, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her lips turned purplish black. Seeing the bleeding stopped, Lionel examined her pupils and realized she had ingested datura. He fed her some charcoal powder, rinsed her stomach, and made an alkaline solution for her to induce vomiting. Watching her stabilize, Lionel breathed a sigh of relief. Searching through his medicine chest, he found a capsule containing mung beans, honeysuckle, and licorice, which he administered. Viola's furrowed brows relaxed, her body temperature dropped. Just then, a soldier entered with hot water. Your Majesty, please instruct us if you need anything. The soldier spoke softly, wary of disturbing the treatment. Lionel's expression darkened slightly as he looked at the soldier. The failure to protect her is your responsibility, isn't it? The soldier immediately knelt down. We failed to maintain proper vigilance. Please punish us, Your Majesty. Lionel's gaze turned firm as he looked at the unconscious Viola. If Viola is unharmed, that will be fine. But if anything happens to her, you will all face severe punishment. Hashtag chapter 414. My lord, I have come. On the other side, DeAndre and his men swiftly pursued the group of black-clad assassins. Arrows rained down with a whistling sound, forcing the Qi dynasty killers to constantly dodge. This delay provided DeAndre and his companions ample time to close the distance quickly. Capture them alive, DeAndre shouted, eyeing the killers in front of him. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty nodded, brandishing their swords as they charged toward the assassins. Soon, the scattered killers were surrounded. The assassins stood back to back, preparing for a final desperate fight. DeAndre didn't give them any chance. He kicked into the fray, engaging the killers while the other Hildred dynasty soldiers joined in the battle. They were completely encircled by DeAndre's forces. Assassins were experts at covert operations, but fared poorly in direct combat against seasoned warriors. The tide quickly turned against them. Taking advantage of their disarray, DeAndre managed to subdue them all. I thought the elite assassins by the side of the Qi Ford would be more capable. It looks like their bravado is just empty talk, DeAndre mocked, looking at the subdued assassins. He brought them before Lionel. Your Majesty, here they are. DeAndre knew these killers wouldn't easily speak. But since they rarely acted openly, now that they were captured, there was a chance they might slip up out of frustration, so he did not kill them outright. Well, I said from the beginning that the Qi dynasty's killers weren't a threat, and it seems this holds true, Lionel said, understanding DeAndre's intent. He looked at the assassins with disdain. If the Qi Ford learns his prized killers were subdued so quickly, he'd probably be furious. Upon hearing this, the assassins grew angrier. The leader of the black-clad figures laughed suddenly. We were only caught off guard this time. You shouldn't gloat too soon. Next time you won't be so lucky. After all, there will be endless waves of assassins coming after you until you die. These words silenced the Hildred army. DeAndre's expression darkened. Capturing them alive was meant to extract useful information, but now he learned of this secret, making his feelings complex. Looking up, he anxiously watched Lionel. For a moment, it seemed like he saw the shadow of the former Ford in him. If anything happened to Lionel, how could he face the former Ford back in the Hildred dynasty? Continuing forward left the Hildred dynasty at risk, yet turning back wouldn't ensure Lionel's safety either. The safest option would be sending Lionel back immediately. Why can't you understand? Kill one if they come solo, two if they come in pairs. It's simple. Lionel pulled a sword from a nearby soldier and flashed in front of DeAndre. A cold gleam flickered across the faces of everyone present as he slit the throats of the assassins in one swift motion. Bang! The assassins fell in unison. Move forward. Lionel noted the approaching dawn on the horizon. It was time to press on, aware of potential dangers lurking in the forest. Your Majesty, perhaps you should return. DeAndre hesitated but finally spoke. He couldn't let Lionel suffer under his watch. The Hildred dynasty needed such an fort, and so did the people. Are you defying my orders, Atlian? Lionel narrowed his eyes, displeasure evident on his face. Even though he understood DeAndre's concern, he found this action unsatisfactory. The air around them seemed to freeze. I dare not. DeAndre knelt down, bowing respectfully. Since you dare not, pack up and continue on our way. Lionel nodded, deciding not to press charges for now. However, prolonged softness would only harm him. He hoped DeAndre understood his intention. With no choice, DeAndre began gathering supplies with the soldiers. Just as everything was ready, urgent hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Protect the Evan, DeAndre shouted, surprised by the quick arrival of the assassins. Soldiers encircled Lionel, entering full alert. As the hoofbeats approached, everyone tightened their grips on their swords, prepared for action. Hildredzu, I have finally caught up to you. Hildredenly, a familiar sweet voice broke through. The Hildred dynasty soldiers paused, all looking towards Lionel, who froze at the sound. Next moment, a white figure entered their field of vision. Dressed in white, the Flynn holy maiden looked like an ethereal being descending from the moon. Riding a white steed at breakneck speed, she reined in her horse just before the Hildred army. Your Highness, may the Ember live forever. All soldiers knelt. Ignoring the soldiers, the holy maiden rushed directly toward Lionel, diving into his embrace. She inhaled the familiar scent, finding solace. Upon seeing the dead assassins behind him, she sensed the danger despite their lifeless state. Immediately realizing what transpired, she checked Lionel for injuries, relieved he was unharmed. Lifting her head, she looked into Lionel's eyes with affection. Your Majesty, I have come. As long as I am by your side, I will ensure you remain unharmed. Anyone seeking to hurt you will meet their end first. Chapter 4:15. Minds connected. Okay. Lionel looked at the great Flynn Ember in his arms with doting affection, reaching out to flick her nose. His every gesture exuded tenderness. Didn't I tell you to wait for me patiently in the palace? Why are you so disobedient as to come out on your own? Lionel glanced behind the great Flynn Ember, his tone carrying a hint of mild reproof. This time, he hadn't brought her along for some time. The great Flynn Ember had guessed Lionel's thoughts long ago. Sometime between them, it felt like their hearts were in perfect sync. Then, Lionel was somewhat surprised, looking at the great Flynn Ember with a different gaze. He felt that after all they've been through, she no longer seemed as innocent as before. A wave of relief washed over him. Renata Wu was worried about you, and the former Evan hasn't been in high spirits. When she heard I was coming to find you, she sent several top-notch assassins from Great Flynn as reinforcements. They won't be overtly visible, but will act when necessary. The great Flynn Ember explained the situation and looked at Lionel with anticipation, like a child awaiting praise for good behavior. Lionel sighed in relief, feeling less pressure. All right. Eventually, he agreed to let the great Flynn Ember accompany him. All right, all of you rise, Lionel commanded the kneeling soldiers. Then, he took the great Flynn Ember to review the map. Yes. The soldiers rose, feeling a bit more confident. Seeing the harmony between the Evan and the Ember filled them with envy and happiness. Historically, the empresses and concubines would fight among themselves to gain the Ford's favor. Having a virtuous consort like the Ember was rare. Your Majesty, we have entered Great Xia's territory. To reach its capital, we need to capture only 7 more cities. Now, our resource expression turned complex. Seeing her seriousness, Lionel hesitated. The great Flynn Ember seldom spoke unless something was amiss. Why do you say that? Deep down, Lionel felt that bringing her along this time might be right. Your Majesty, as Ian Atlee described, you don't fully know the specifics of Jialing City. But Great Flynn had operatives in Great Xia's capital for a long time, so we know it thoroughly. She glanced at DeAndre to ensure he didn't feel disrespected, but felt compelled to speak for Lionel's sake. She knew Lionel was clever. Once he grasped the whole picture, he devised a foolproof plan quickly. Sighing, she continued slowly. The key reason Great Xia is the paramount kingdom lies in its city distribution and defenses. Jialing City isn't just tough on the surface. It harbors immense military strength. This city alone houses a garrison of 300,000 troops. Chapter 416. Fury of Incompetence. Renata, you are truly something. I thought that the old brute, Evan de Chi, was hiding some incredible trump card here, Lionel said with his arms crossed, looking at the holy woman of Great Flynn with a relaxed expression. These 30,000 troops? We can wipe them out directly. These black technologies aren't just for show. Any one of them could easily annihilate these 30,000 troops. If Evan de Chi had indeed devised a strategy to counter these black technologies, he might have needed to be more cautious. However, it was merely 30,000 troops stationed there. How could they possibly stand up against these technologies? The holy woman of Great Flynn was momentarily speechless, as Gray was always like this. Your Majesty is correct, and Renata has overthought it, DeAndre chimed in. Though Hildred Dynasty's army might not outnumber the enemy, they were elite forces, each capable of fighting 100 men. With the enhanced weapons, even if the Chi had more soldiers, they wouldn't stand a chance. The holy woman did not say much. While she trusted Lionel, she would also take extra precautions to protect him. Rest and regroup here for 3 days. We will set off again after that, Lionel declared, addressing the soldiers of Hildred Dynasty. These 3 days would not only restore their strength, but ensure the young girl fully recovered. Most importantly, they needed to replenish supplies. Yes, Your Majesty. On the other side, within the capital of Dechi, in the palace hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. How can there be no news after so long? Evan Dechi asked, eyeing his subordinates. He was incredibly anxious, hoping every day for word of Lionel's demise. "Your Majesty, Lionel is still alive," a general reported grimly, relaying the recent intelligence, almost choked with anger. Not only did they fail to propose solutions, but they also belittled themselves. Even if he beheaded them all today, it wouldn't help. "Since you have no solutions, I will decide myself. Regardless of the cost, we must stop Hildred Dynasty's invasion. De Qi must win." Evan De Qi suppressed his urge to curse and gave the final order. Hearing this, the ministers were terrified, afraid they would be the first ones to suffer. Dismissed. Evan De Qi's face turned pale with fury as he stormed out, his sleeves billowing behind him. "We humbly escort your Majesty." After the Evan left, the ministers collapsed on the floor, filled with despair. They had expected coercion from the Evan, but not such brutality. Exchanging glances, they helped each other up and stumbled out of the hall. Silence once again filled the palace hall. In the imperial study, "I don't know why I keep these people around when they can't even offer a solution when everything's on the line. They remain silent even when questioned, like dumb fools." Furious, Evan De Qi overturned everything on his desk, roaring in rage, shattering all valuable ornaments. He couldn't understand why Hildred Dynasty had become so powerful. What was Lionel thinking? "Your Majesty, hasty actions won't solve the problem. If you want to resolve this, Lionel must be eliminated. Only then does victory become possible." The Daryl stood beside him, concerned. This was the first time he had seen the Evan this enraged, and it was all because of the Hildred family. He reached out to grasp the teacup beside him, sipped some tea, and seemed indifferent to the matter. For a moment, the Ember was speechless. How could the Ford not know anything at such a crucial time? The Great Xia Evan has an elite assassination team that excels in disguise. Their killing ability is extremely strong. "The people we saw yesterday were somewhat similar to those rumored assassins," she said to herself, recalling the dead killers from the previous day. "If these kinds of trash can be considered as trump cards, then the Great Xi Empire must be weaker than I imagined. Much weaker indeed." Lionel remarked with disdain. After all, engsub had captured all of them merely by spending some time on it. Clearly, Great Xi wasn't as formidable as he initially thought. "Your Majesty, although they are top-tier assassins, there are variations in strength among them. We still can't take this lightly. What if the ones we encountered aren't the weakest members of that assassination team?" The Renata of Great Flynn hoped Lionel would take this seriously, even if only for caution. Fine. As for me, I have the best assassins on the entire continent by my side. These killers are like ants trying to block a chariot to me. Right." Lionel nodded, pulling the Ember into his arms and inhaling the scent of her hair. He knew she was worried about him, but he wanted to understand the unknown aspects rather than dwell on what was already known. The sudden compliment left the Ember momentarily about the current strength of this army after all these years since the last time she heard about it. Indeed, it seems the Great Xi Evan isn't as powerless as rumors suggest. This situation is getting interesting. Lionel felt excited now, forming a rough idea about this Earth Dragon army. The Ember rubbed her eyes, wondering if she had misread his reaction. Why was the Ford not afraid but rather excited by this news? "Your Majesty, have you already devised a plan?" she asked cautiously. His reaction implied he had a good grasp of the situation. "You needn't worry about this. Leave everything to me. Your task is to protect yourself and then ensure my safety. Understand?" Lionel held her hand tenderly. He didn't want her to risk anything because of him. It would haunt him forever. The Ember looked up at Lionel, feeling warmth in her heart. Few had genuinely cared for her, and Lionel was the first person to do so. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will protect myself well," she replied, blushing slightly. Lionel patted her head and hurried out of the tent toward Enzru's camp. Inside, Enzru was attentively guarding Alacia, exuding a gentle aura. Lionel approached him from behind and gently tapped his shoulder. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Enzru bowed respectfully upon recognizing Lionel, speaking softly as if not to wake the girl. Lionel nodded in understanding. "Give orders to the engineering unit to prepare. We are going to undertake a significant operation." Lionel lowered his voice. Enzru looked puzzled, but Lionel smiled. "I intend to give the Great Xi Empire a welcoming gift." Translation notes ***. Maintained character names in pinyin for accuracy. Kept the tone and style consistent while ensuring natural English fluency. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks for coherence. Chapter 418, Collapse. In the shadows. Atli, right ahead is the encampment of the Hildred Dynasty's army. What should we do next? A man in purplish-red armor pointed towards a distance and asked the general. His face showed no emotion, giving off an aloof impression, but there was a hint of reverence in his eyes. Because the person standing before him was none other than their solitary dragon army commander, Fernan, a ruthless killer who acted with grace and decisiveness. Countless people had died at his hands without even catching a glimpse of his true appearance. Fernan stood straight-backed, eagle-like eyes scrutinizing the nearby Hildred Dynasty soldiers. He observed how the Hildred Dynasty soldiers gathered in groups, chatting casually, lacking any semblance of discipline. All this time, I've heard endless praises about the Hildred Dynasty, hyped up to the heavens. Now that I see them, they are just as expected. Contempt crept onto Fernan's face. Such laxity could not match the solitary dragon legion. The soldiers' lips curled into faint smiles, agreeing with their leader's assessment. They are now off guard. It's a perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Why wait? We should tunnel from underground and catch these so-called noble soldiers of the Hildred Dynasty off guard. Fernan quickly devised a plan after scanning the area. Yes. Excitement stirred among the soldiers. They grabbed their tools and started digging into the ground beside them. However, one shovel revealed loose soil, causing confusion and furrowed brows. What's happening? Seeing everyone pause, Fernan approached with displeasure. At ease, my lord, replied one soldier, kneeling down. The soil here is loose, making tunneling risky. Continuing here would be unwise. Please make the decision, Atli. Though warriors, they understood the land well enough to know it wasn't suitable for digging. Fernand surveyed the surroundings, realizing the soil was uniformly loose. His doubts vanished. No worries. Despite our numbers, each of us has peak physical strength and can swiftly exit this tunnel. Continue digging. Their current position was less than 20 miles away from the Hildred dynasty's army. The journey would take no more than 2 hours under sunny skies, reducing concerns of rainfall. Yes, nodded the soldiers, diligently continuing their task. 6 sturdy men operated farming tools fiercely, gradually carving out a large hole. Not yet, continue. As initial diggers took breaks, new batches resumed. After another hour, all solitary dragon soldiers could enter the tunnel. You few, keep digging forward while others widen the sides. Everyone line up behind them, ready to relieve them. Move out. At Fernand's command, soldiers leapt into formation. After most entered, Fernand followed suit. Lighting torches brought light into the dark tunnel. Progress went smoothly without incident, bolstering soldiers' confidence, believing initial fears were unfounded. Feeling renewed energy, they dug on. Unexpectedly, 10 miles into their progress, a section collapsed behind them. Intense shaking alarmed the solitary dragon soldiers. Ah! Terrified screams echoed as many were buried alive. Stay calm, maintain your composure, shouted Fernand, stabilizing himself amidst the chaos. Deep breaths restored some calm as Fernand, seeing the ongoing collapse, grew increasingly puzzled. Atli, the collapse continues to extend. What should we do? Panic surged on the faces of soldiers reporting to Fernand. Frowning, Fernand looked back and saw soil falling above. The remaining light diminished rapidly. Hesitating might bury the entire army. Everyone, use your weapons, stop moving forward and dig upward to reach the surface. Hurry! Drawing a small iron spade, Fernand began chiseling upwards, spread out to avoid being buried by falling soil. Soldiers dispersed hastily upon hearing this. Fear had clouded their minds. They hurriedly obeyed, refocusing. Through continuous effort, beams of light pierced the darkness, lifting spirits. Digging faster, when half their bodies emerged, sudden rapid footsteps were heard around. Fernand saw Hildred dynasty soldiers surrounding them tightly, cutting off all escape routes. Chapter 419. The Earth Dragon army is completely annihilated. Quickly retreat into the tunnels. Fernand suddenly reacted, realizing they had fallen into the enemy's trap. He immediately shouted to the soldiers who were still emerging from the ground. With that, he began to back away. Before he could descend, he stepped on a soldier's head. Commander, please continue moving upwards. The tunnels below have all collapsed. If we don't get out now, we will all die down here. The soldiers, covered in dirt, looked at Fernand with eyes filled with fear. There was no longer any air circulating in the tunnels below, and they could all feel the suffocating pressure of death creeping up on them. They hastily scrambled out. How does it feel? Do you find being trapped both ways quite enjoyable? Lionel approached Fernand, looking down at him condescendingly. Only then did Fernand realize that everything had been a trap. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Kill them all. I don't want to see a single living soul, Lionel said expressionlessly, then walked over to sit in the chair that had been prepared for him. He extended his long fingers, picked up the teacup, and took a sip of tea. Engsub drew his sword and slashed at an Earth Dragon soldier who was just surfacing. In the next second, the man's head rolled onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, the other soldiers of the Hildred dynasty began their frenzied massacre. For a moment, the air was thick with the smell of blood. The Earth Dragon soldiers, still half buried in the earth, had no chance to resist. Fernand watched as his men fell one by one before him, his eyes turning red with fury. Just as he was about to leap out of the ground to fight back, Engsub appeared in front of him. You don't seriously think you can still cause trouble now, do you? It seems that the legendary Earth Dragon army isn't as formidable as rumored. It's merely exaggerated talk. Today, I shall personally bury the Earth Dragon army in the soil. Engsub sneered at Fernand, casting a pitying glance at him as if performing some great deed. As he spoke, he raised his sword, slashing it down. Blood spurted from the blade, staining the ground scarlet. Fernand's eyes widened in disbelief and frustration, but it was already too late. He passed out as his severed arm continued to bleed profusely. A quarter of an hour later, the once imposing Earth Dragon army lay cold and lifeless. Corpses littered the ground, and the air became even more saturated with the sickening stench of blood. The Ember of Great Flynn arrived belatedly, taken aback by the ghastly scene. Even though she had witnessed countless similar scenes during her time as an assassin, this one was particularly horrifying. Some bodies were still half buried in the earth without heads, while others were in crawling positions, creating a scene straight out of hell. Your Majesty, you are truly prescient. This secretive army has become transparent in your hands. I thought these people would stay hidden and strike like assassins, but they emerged from the ground. Your Majesty, I am becoming increasingly captivated by you. The Ember stood beside Lionel, gazing admiringly at the man before her. Predicting the enemy's moves correctly once or twice might be luck, but repeatedly doing so demonstrated true skill. These are trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Lionel stroked the Ember's head lovingly, speaking humbly. From the moment he heard her description yesterday, he had a rough idea about this unit. Moreover, with a name like Earth Dragon Army, it was quite obvious. All of this is thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, I wouldn't have devised a counter-strategy so quickly. It seems your decision to accompany me on this trip was wise indeed. As a leader, Lionel believed in clear rewards and punishments to ensure loyalty from his subordinates. Hildred's actions ensured their unwavering allegiance. The Ember blushed and lowered her head, feeling even more attracted to Lionel. This man was simply too skilled. Your Majesty, there cannot possibly be any survivors in the tunnels, and those who were exposed are all dead. Engsub reported to Lionel, a satisfied look on his face. After all, the Ember had spoken before the Evan yesterday, and he too had been present. Knowing that this force was the Great Xia Evan's trump card, its effortless destruction only highlighted the incompetence of the Great Xia dynasty. It seemed certain now that the Great Xia dynasty was doomed. Lionel nodded, standing up to survey the scene, frowning slightly. These men died far too miserably. This land will be part of the Hildred dynasty. Their corpses do not deserve to be buried here. Clear them away and burn them. Since they lived only in rumors, such an end suits them well. Lionel folded his arms, knowing that mercy towards enemies was cruelty to oneself. Yes, your majesty. Engsub bowed respectfully, agreeing with Lionel. Not just anyone could be buried in the land of the Hildred dynasty. People with ill intentions would taint the sacred earth even after death. Drag all the corpses to that open area and see if any can be cleared from the tunnels. Throw them all there if they can be removed. Also, have a few of you gather some dry branches and stack them together. Engsub rose and began directing the soldiers accordingly. The Hildred dynasty soldiers sprang into action immediately, knowing the importance of the task. They felt it necessary to clear the bodies, not only to avoid attracting wild animals, but also to prevent scaring the local populace. Back in the tent, Lionel sat in the main seat, eyeing Fernand, who had just been revived by cold water. His gaze was icy. I thought the legendary Earth Dragon army would have some genuine prowess. Today, it proves to be disappointingly mediocre. To call yourselves an elite force is laughable. Chapter 420. The Heavenly Way has its own reciprocity, and heaven will spare no one. If it weren't for your Hildred dynasty people's lack of martial virtue, enjoying these sneaky tricks from behind, how could the Earth Dragon army lose? Huyen Dinking's forehead broke out in a fine sweat, his face turning pale as he stubbornly argued. He still felt there must have been some error somewhere. Otherwise, why would the Earth Dragon army have lost? Your words are utterly shameless. Weren't you preparing to ambush us? Do you think we celebrate birthdays by using someone else's tactics against them? You can't even handle that? Don't you know that war doesn't exclude deceit? Lionel's disdain grew more intense. He hadn't expected that not only did this man lack ability, but he also failed at verbal sparring. Carlos's eyes instantly dulled, his head lowering as he couldn't find words to counter. After a moment, Carlos raised his head, staring fiercely at Lionel sitting at the desk. This is merely a minor mistake on our part. You won't be able to revel in victory for long. Soon, you'll understand that the Xia dynasty isn't something a small country like yours can provoke. Carlos's lips curled slightly, showing a wicked smile, with a faint glint of malice in his eyes. TSK, come at me. Take him away and keep a close watch. Lionel waved his hand indifferently. He had heard such talk countless times before, yet here he still stood unharmed. Night soon fell. Some soldiers, terrified out of their wits, scrambled toward the tent. Seeing others just as frightened as themselves was like finding long-lost family members, offering them some comfort. Only then did they gather enough courage to enter the tent. Your Majesty, ghost lights have appeared around our campsite. Not only are they greenish, but they're accompanied by eerie wailing sounds. Assassins had arrived but remained unseen, as predicted by the great Flynn Saintus, always operating in secret. Before 10 breaths had passed, countless dark figures descended from all directions. Your Majesty, what are your orders? The leader, dressed in black, sounded emotionless. Follow the source of these ghost lights and extinguish each one. You don't need to fear. This is merely a trick, and once you see the light, you'll understand. Lionel added, knowing these assassins might not be as easily frightened as the soldiers. But ancient beliefs in ghosts persisted, and fear might linger. Moreover, you'll likely find those creating the illusions near the ghost lights. Bring them before me. Understood? Lionel knew this was a deliberate act, possibly orchestrated by the Xia. He recalled Carlos's words from earlier, suspecting they had planned this. Yes. The great Flynn assassins, surprised by the king's concern, felt a warm current pass through them. They scattered next. Near the ghost lights, they saw that the ghost lights were just lanterns with unusual flames inside, along with shamans dancing around small fires, emitting mournful cries. The leader's expression turned grim. Capture them alive. The assassins leapt forward, quickly capturing the shamans. The leader shot several darts, knocking over the lanterns. What do you want? The shamans looked at the black-clad figures with growing fear, yet they tried to remain composed. At this moment, Lionel arrived with reinforcements. Hildred dynasty soldiers realized the Ford's words were true. This was all an illusion created by men. The shamans continued dancing around the fire, their eyes closed, expressions serious. Hildredenly, a gust of wind blew out both the lanterns and the fire. An older shaman suddenly opened his eyes, frowning at the extinguished fire. Glancing around, seeing only Hildred dynasty soldiers, his face changed drastically. The other shamans, filled with terror, knelt down and started bowing fervently to the now extinguished fire. Please to the heavens. They chanted strange incantations, causing discomfort among the listeners. The elder shaman abruptly turned, his aged eyes fixed on Lionel. Too much blood has stained your hands, defying the will of heaven. The heavenly way has its own reciprocity, and heaven will spare no one. You will pay a heavy price for this. Chapter 421. Then just get lost. Then let heaven punish me, Lionel sneered. He was a man of the modern era and no longer believed in ghosts or gods. If there were really spirits in this world, it wouldn't have been overturned by so many dynasties. They could just possess someone at random and keep repeating the cycle indefinitely. How dare you blaspheme? The elderly priest's face turned angry as he looked at Lionel with disdain. He quickly knelt down and began chanting strange incantations. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Hildred dynasty involuntarily looked around with fear on their faces, everything being pitch black, not even a hand's breadth visible. Their terror was amplified. Soldiers moved closer to each other for comfort. Cut these tricksters down, Lionel said, feeling exasperated. Hadn't they already been exposed? How could they continue this charade? Clearly, those who practice such deceit must have thick skin. Otherwise, they wouldn't even get enough food. The Flynn assassins acted swiftly, and suddenly, all was silent. DeAndre approached Lionel with worry. Your Majesty, the current situation is not favorable for us. We've always had some very auspicious temples in our dynasty, and the soldiers are still very much concerned about ghosts and gods. If we disregard this now, the consequences could be dire. DeAndre had already noticed the soldiers' fear but didn't want to say it outright, lowering his voice so the soldiers wouldn't hear. Otherwise, they would become more and more superstitious. Hearing this, Lionel turned around and saw the soldiers standing tightly together, forming no discernible formation back to camp and continue the attack on Chi. Lionel stepped aside, creating a path. He was always democratic and would never force anyone. Soldiers exchanged glances, none willing to be the first to speak up. Should we leave? Asked one soldier timidly, his face pale and trembling. If you want to leave, go ahead. Leaving here now means desertion. I wouldn't return to the Hildred dynasty with that disgrace. The Hildred dynasty is flourishing. Leaving now would destroy our lives. We joined the army with full knowledge of the risks. Better to fight these spirits than live in shame. Discussion ensued among the soldiers. They understood the Ford's meaning. Though not blaming them, they remembered enrolling in the presence of their neighbors. Everyone knew of the current campaign against Chi. Returning now would be obvious to everyone. They couldn't bear that kind of embarrassment. After deliberation, they decided to stand firm and follow Lionel through thick and thin. The Flynn assassins watched this with emotion. Standing before them was a powerful Ford, capable of absolute authority. He could have chosen to execute some as an example, but he didn't. Instead, he offered the believers a way out without harming them. Perhaps this was why the Hildred dynasty's strength grew. The Flynn assassins were relieved to ally with such a noble ruler. You're all staying then? Lionel waited, seeing no one step forward. Your Majesty, we won't leave. Never be deserters. Kneeling, the soldiers, though still afraid, feared returning home wipe out the people of the Hildred dynasty. All I needed them to do was buy us some time. Leaning back in his dragon throne, the Ford's face showed a hint of relief. After all this time with his heart strung tight, he could finally relax. With this, the Hildred dynasty's offensive would likely slow down significantly. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I am foolish and still don't fully understand your intentions. The Jensen felt a bit lost. He knew well that guessing the Ford's thoughts was a capital offense. Moreover, his own proposal had been to kill Lionel, yet he couldn't figure out when the Ford had made up his mind. This isn't your fault. You just haven't thought the way I did. You might not know, but the Great Xia has already developed landmines capable of explosion. Lionel probably never dreamed that the Great Xia could develop such weapons in such a short time. With these weapons, we gain more confidence when facing the Hildred dynasty. They will have no choice but to submit at my feet. A gleam of satisfaction appeared on the Ford's face, his eyes narrowing into slits. In his mind, he imagined the scene of the Hildred dynasty bowing to the Great Xia. Thinking about it made him feel incredibly pleased. Lionel, don't think you can escape me and live peacefully for the rest of your life. If you don't obey me in the future, there will only be death awaiting you. Trying to fight again, she had chosen to favor an outsider at this critical moment. Slightly angry, the Ford stood up and walked out of the imperial study. Inside Shinshin house. Father has kept me locked up here, but I am still wealthy enough. These items should fetch a considerable sum if pawned. Each piece is enough to ensure a carefree life for the rest of your days. Take these to distribute among the household staff and find a time to leave. Cameron hugged a chest of jewels and found her personal maid. She had spent much time contemplating and decided this was the best she could do. Her servants had been loyal for a long time, and she couldn't betray them. Yusef's. The maid's eyes turned red as she saw Cameron's determination. She knew how kind the princess was to them and was deeply moved by what happened recently. Wherever the princess goes, I shall go. The maid suddenly knelt down and whispered tearfully. Just then, a sharp voice interrupted them. Gray arrives. Cameron quickly hid the jewels. The maid also used a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, pretending nothing happened. Your humble daughter greets your Majesty. Cameron met the Ford in the courtyard with her maid and bowed respectfully. Rise. The Ford looked at his daughter expressionlessly. Does father have something to command your humble daughter? Cameron asked calmly. She had no expectations left from the man before her. She knew hoping would only bring endless disappointment. Not really, just wanted to share something with you. I know what you're thinking. After all this time, you still refuse to act against Lionel, don't you? The Ford folded his arms, scrutinizing Cameron closely, preempting her response. Don't worry, it's fine if you can't do it. I will make you witness how I slowly devour the Hildred dynasty. After all, the Great Xia has developed weapons that can match the Hildred dynasty. Who knows who will prevail in the end? Just watch carefully how I will kill your beloved. It's time for you to see what kind of person you really love. The Ford thought of a way to strike deeper. Since Cameron wouldn't listen to him, he would make her life miserable. Cameron became visibly tense, fearing for Lionel's safety, but she felt utterly helpless. Chapter 423. Something isn't right. 20 miles outside of Yin City in the Great Xia territory. Our journey has been nothing short of victorious, having captured 3 cities in less than 7 days. It seems that this legendary Great Xia isn't all it's cracked up to be. It's not nearly as formidable and terrifying as rumors suggest. Is it possible that those rumors were deliberately spread by the Great Xia Ford to intimidate other kingdoms? The soldiers of Hildred dynasty looked at the city of Yin ahead of them, their eyes gradually filled with excitement. Nothing eerie or ghostly had happened along the way, nor did they see any wandering spirits. It seemed they had overreacted unnecessarily. They felt a hint of embarrassment for almost becoming deserters due to superstitions. Now, standing on the land of the Great Xia, they felt a wave of relief. The morale among Hildred dynasty's troops soared, believing the future path would remain just as smooth. Your Majesty, why do you look so melancholy? DeAndre listened to the soldier's words, feeling comforted, but then noticed Lionel's furrowed brow, lost in deep thought. She was puzzled as to why the Ford appeared unhappy. After all, shouldn't he be the happiest given the current state of the Great Xia? The Great Xia dynasty wouldn't have become the paramount power among the kingdoms simply by relying on mere rumors. While the Great Xia is weaker than our Hildred dynasty, it should still be far stronger than other kingdoms. It shouldn't offer no resistance at all. There's something peculiar about these Great Xia people. Lionel rubbed his chin thoughtfully, scrutinizing the city before him. He had an indescribable uneasy feeling gnawing at him. Hearing this, the Hildred dynasty soldiers wore skeptical expressions. Your Majesty, please don't overthink this. The Tulong army under the Great Xia even couldn't withstand us, let alone these inferior troops. I'm sure the Great Xia soldiers realize the dire straits their kingdom is in, hence their demeanor. If the Great Xia even truly had a plan, he wouldn't watch us conquer 3 cities without lifting a finger. Is he waiting until we reach the capital before retaliating? Pride shone on the faces of the Hildred dynasty soldiers. Rumors had spread far and wide that the Hildred dynasty was not only the strongest kingdom, but also had invincible troops. Their unmatched strength was their greatest asset. The soldiers had absolute confidence in their own abilities, trained meticulously by the Evans plans. DeAndre smiled faintly, pleased with what the soldiers said. Your Majesty, if you feel something is amiss, please share your thoughts. Let's deliberate. Despite liking what her soldiers said, DeAndre knew the Evan wasn't one to raise concerns lightly. If he mentioned something being off, there might very well be a hidden scheme. She knew all too well how perceptive and strategic he had always been. Without his leadership, the Hildred dynasty wouldn't have achieved today's status. The Great Xia must have some capabilities, yet now, they seem to have abandoned resistance. They are likely plotting a much larger conspiracy. Caution is essential. Our next steps must be carefully considered. The Great Xia Evan is a cunning old fox, not as easy to deal with as imagined. Lionel explained his concerns fully to DeAndre. A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind. The Great Xia Evan must be preparing something significant for the Hildred dynasty soldiers and himself. Hearing this, DeAndre fell silent, examining the city ahead. She reflected on recent events, realizing their journey had been suspiciously smooth. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will proceed cautiously. She bowed respectfully to Lionel, increasingly admiring the man before her. Lionel led his horse towards the Ember of Flynn Kingdom. We don't know the situation ahead. We cannot act rashly. Can you deploy some top-tier assassins to investigate? To uncover the true intentions of the Great Xia. After careful consideration, Lionel decided this task was best left to professionals. Moreover, many assassins had previously infiltrated the Great Xia, familiar with the environment and adept at disguise, making them ideal for reconnaissance. The Ember of Flynn lifted her head, scanning the surrounding forest with a grave expression. Is something wrong? Feeling her unease, Lionel asked immediately. Flynn Kingdom's assassins typically operated in secrecy, rarely showing themselves. There must be a specific way they communicated. Could something have happened unbeknownst to him? Your Majesty, I sent assassins to gather intelligence when we prepared to attack the Great Xia, to provide more useful information for the Hildred dynasty. But, she hesitated, looking at Lionel. Since learning that more assassins were targeting Lionel, she had already dispatched scouts. What is it? Reconnaissance to determine the situation ahead, Lionel instructed the kneeling soldiers. Yes. The soldiers quickly stood up and hurriedly began preparations. The Ember felt confused by Lionel's order. Her elite assassins had failed to gather any intelligence. How could these apparently weaker individuals succeed? Curiosity piqued. Her gaze scanned over the heavenly dragon cavalry, eager to see what would happen next. In the next moment, shadows appeared on the ground, prompting the Ember to look up. To her amazement, balloon-like objects floated in the sky, each carrying a massive spherical body. Your Majesty, what are those? She asked, excitement in her voice. Heat balloons, capable of flying people through the air. I've also equipped them with telescopes that can see for miles, Lionel explained patiently. They can fly high beyond the reach of the Daiqi dynasty's archers. This team is perfect for reconnaissance. Lionel emphasized, realizing that preparation was crucial if they were to attack the Daiqi dynasty seriously. He wasn't foolish enough to launch a reckless assault without preparation. The Ember looked at Lionel in shock, unable to comprehend the sheer ingenuity hidden in this man's mind. She tilted her head, wondering just how many more surprises he had up his sleeve. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty watched the hot air balloons fly toward Yenzhou City with pride. This was their strategy to counteract the enemy's tactics. Deep down, they believed the ultimate victor would be the Hildred dynasty. Atli Ganon of the Heavenly Dragon Cavalry stood at the edge of a hot air balloon, holding a telescope, constantly observing the movements of the Daiqi dynasty. Every word I say must be recorded meticulously, Ganon ordered. You others, don't idle either. Use your telescopes to verify anything I might miss and report accordingly. Ganon's face remained stern. This was the first real combat mission for the Heavenly Dragon Cavalry, and no mishaps were tolerable. They had to honor the Evans' efforts in training them. Understanding the stakes, every soldier became focused on their task. On the other side, at Yenzhou City's walls, Atli, there's a situation. A soldier rushed into the castle tower on the wall, interrupting Fred as he examined maps. Fred frowned and quickly followed the soldier outside. Upon reaching the wall, he saw several large objects floating in the sky. Climbing to the highest point, he squinted and noticed a prominent, Hildred, character marked on the objects. This king of Hildred is some kind of monster to come up with such contraptions, Fred thought anxiously. He swiftly blew a horn on the other side of the wall, signaling the Daiqi soldiers inside to gather. Bowmen, prepare. Daiqi's bowmen sprang into action along the wall. Bring down those giant Hildred contraptions. Fred knew the Ford had devised a plan to secure Daiqi's future. If Hildred's forces learned about it, the consequences would be dire. Fire. At Fred's command, the bowmen launched arrows at the sky. However, the hot air balloons flew too high for the arrows to reach, falling short midway. Atli, this? The bowmen looked at Fred with worry. Despite being elite marksmen, they found themselves powerless against this new threat. Hildredenly, chaos spread among the Daiqi troops, unsure of how to respond. This Hildred dynasty employs all kinds of ingenious weapons, and now this. It's overwhelming, muttered a soldier. How can something weighing hundreds of pounds fly like birds in the sky? It's incredible. The Hildred dynasty seems almost invincible. They leave us no room for survival, another soldier lamented. Morale began to plummet among the Dachi soldiers. They harbored genuine fear of the Hildred dynasty's superior military strength. Meanwhile, the hot air balloons flew past Yenzhou City, heading farther into the distance. The Dachi troops' spirits sank even lower, dreading that the entire Hildred army would bypass them and reach the capital. Moreover, with the Hildred army outside the city, an inside-out attack would doom them all. Fear gripped the soldiers. Fred glared at his troops before turning to a messenger. You've seen our predicament. We can't handle this alone. Go swiftly and inform of the Great Xia. Evan vanished instantly. He clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with visible anger. Lionel again. Enraged, the Ford slapped the armrest of the dragon throne so hard that it nearly overturned. If Lionel is eager to die, then I'll grant him his wish. The Ford's expression darkened menacingly as he began plotting something sinister. The Jensen watched this scene, knowing that the Ford was truly preparing for a formal counterattack. Order the immediate transportation of a large number of landmines to Yenzhou. Deliver them as soon as possible. This time, I will ensure that Lionel vanishes from the world the moment he captures Yenzhou. Not only him, but also those soldiers blindly following him. They will all be obliterated. The Ford clenched his sleeves, his face contorting into a sinister smile. Images of Ellis flashed through his mind, his lips curling upward. After all, what Ellis valued most was his precious son. If his son met a tragic end at his hands, it would be a true victory. At that time, dealing with that old man Ellis will not be too late. Yes, I shall arrange this immediately, the Jensen nodded, his heart swelling with excitement. He wondered which would prove more formidable, the weapons of the Hildred dynasty or the newly developed landmines of the Great Xia. Relief spread across the ministry. Still, out of concern, he asked, Your Majesty, Chloe Air feels perfectly fine. She smiled at him, her dimples appearing, making her seem quite lovable. DeAndre, standing nearby, felt her heart melt at the sight. The road ahead is perilous. I have the map and know the way, so you don't need to guide us. You must understand that war is cruel and fatal. Once the battle begins, casualties are inevitable. If you continue with us, no one will be able to protect you, and you might get hurt unintentionally. Chloe Air, please stay here and wait for me to return. Lionel gently stroked her head. This young girl reminded him of his own cousin, and he didn't want her to endure hardships alongside him. Although DeAndre also wished to keep the girl close, she understood the Ford's reasoning. If anything happened to the girl during their journey, she would feel responsible, so it was best for her to stay behind. Upon hearing this, Chloe Air's smile froze. Your Majesty's word is as firm as a rock. If you promise to return, you will. Please stay here and wait for us, okay? DeAndre knelt beside Chloe Air, trying to calm her. Just because the Ford saved her doesn't mean she can behave recklessly. His authority cannot be challenged. With eyes red and brimming with tears, Chloe Air nodded reluctantly. Hildredra, sure, she whispered. Though unwilling, she chose to obey Lionel's instructions. Everyone, prepared me since birth. My mother told me before she died that I must never lose it. It's the only thing my mother left for me. Please give it back to me, Viola said, tears streaming down her face as she knelt and stared intently at the jade pendant in Lionel's hand, fearful that he might snatch it away. Seeing this, DeAndre suddenly understood why the Ford reacted this way. Inside, he was tense too. After all, the Hildred family wasn't just a thorn in the side of the retired Ford. They were also an impenetrable wall in the current Ford's heart. He feared the Ford might be too emotional to return the jade to Viola. Lionel stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the young girl before him, overwhelmed by emotion, never expecting such a backstory from her. Well, it's not safe here either. If someone with ulterior motives notices you, it could become troublesome. You will continue following us, but remember to be extremely cautious. Lionel returned the jade to Viola and gently helped her up, dusting off the dirt from her legs. Is your Majesty serious? Viola's face lit up with excitement. A gentleman's word is a team of horses cannot catch. Lionel nodded, showing more patience when dealing with Viola. Thank you, Your Majesty. Viola will obediently follow and will not cause any trouble. Viola bowed and thanked Lionel profusely. Lionel remained silent, glanced at the jade pendant once more, then turned to leave and walked toward his horse, eager to show gratitude. Lionel whispered softly after examining her closely. Though the child bore some resemblance to him, she clearly wasn't Hildred family blood. The great Flynn Renata was alarmed, unsure of the Ford's intentions. Your Majesty, you have noticed Atli Ian seems unusually fond of the girl. If she truly is a spy from the Great Xia, it could spell trouble later. The great Flynn Renata glanced at DeAndre lifting the child into the carriage, whispering instructions to the driver. Ian was always a man of strong sentiment. If the girl was indeed a spy, it would break his heart. DeAndre likes the child, yet he can distinguish priorities and won't act impulsively. As long as the girl doesn't stir trouble, what harm can there be in keeping her close? Lionel gave DeAndre a glance and shrugged indifferently. He knew Ian valued his father and himself above all, including the Hildred dynasty. A few days' attachment wouldn't cloud his judgment, though it would pain him. Still, Your Majesty, even if that's true, it would hurt Atli Ian deeply. Why not expose her directly and advise him not to go deeper? This way, the girl poses no threat. Wouldn't that be better? The great Flynn Renata asked curiously. Lionel always acted unpredictably. Lionel glanced at Viola, then at the great Flynn Renata, a smile forming on his lips. That would be too boring. The fun lies in giving the Great Xia Evan hope and then crushing it. Moreover, I want to see what exactly the Great Xia Evan has up his sleeve. Chapter 427. Your Majesty, please stop. At the city walls of Yenzhou City, have you all prepared to welcome my arrival? Lionel looked at the neatly lined up soldiers of the Dachi dynasty on the wall and teased them. Though these men appeared imposing and spirited, they were just trying to intimidate with their stance. standing so densely packed, a single cannon blast could eliminate them all. If not for the extensive repairs that would be required after such destruction, he wouldn't waste words. Enough nonsense. If you want to pass through Yinzhou City, you must face me, Fred, first. Fred tightened his grip on his sword and declared sternly to Lionel and his men below the wall. Upon hearing this, the faces of the soldiers from the Hildred dynasty darkened. No one had ever dared to speak to their Ford like this before. This man was far too arrogant. You need only lift your leg to pass this challenge. Why should we consult these cowards? Lionel raised his head, looking disdainfully at Fred on the wall. Hearing this, the Duchy soldiers' faces changed drastically. They felt indignant but helpless. After all, how could they match the strength of the Hildred dynasty? Now they could only maintain a facade of composure, hoping not to reveal their weakness. However, I do admire a commander with some backbone. If you're willing to lead the soldiers of the Qi dynasty in surrendering to me, perhaps I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lionel's expression suddenly turned serious, exuding an imperial aura without anger. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty became increasingly reverent. Pa! Fred refused without hesitation. Persuading us proud men to surrender is nothing but a dream. If you wish to pass through this city, then trample over our corpses. Fred's emotions escalated. The other Qi soldiers also grew furious. They had never been insulted like this. That's right. Just a recently risen fallen dynasty. What have you got to brag about? Show your true power if you dare. We'd rather die in battle than retreat a single step. Why waste so many words? Launch a direct attack and let them witness the might of our Qi dynasty. Seeing this, the Duchy soldiers tightened their weapons, opened the city gate, and charged out. The Emperor of Flynn didn't expect these Qi soldiers to have such resolve, remaining unbending. She quickly held Lionel's waist and guided him toward the center of the formation. Your Majesty, these people are too insolent. Please give the order to annihilate them completely. Please give the order, Your Majesty. The Hildred dynasty soldiers, seeing the arrogance of the Duchy soldiers, were filled with anger. They hadn't encountered such staunch opponents in a long time. If these men wanted death so badly, Lionel, watching the frenzied Duchy soldiers, frowned deeply. He no longer entertained the idea of persuading them to surrender and lifted his head. No mercy. With Lionel's shout, the Hildred dynasty soldiers rode forth at lightning speed towards the Duchy forces. Dust rose as the hooves pounded the ground. A sandstorm raged around, enveloping the scene in chaos. DeAndre rode ahead on a tall horse, clearing all before her spear. Each thrust claimed a Duchy soldier's life. Other Hildred dynasty soldiers followed suit, attacking the Duchy forces from their advantageous position on horseback. Fred found himself surrounded, astounded by the events unfolding before him. Iron cavalry had always been the Duchy dynasty's trump card. When did the Hildred dynasty learn it? Soldiers, fight for Duchy. Fred raised his spear, boosting morale among his men. Unnoticed, two Hildred dynasty soldiers circled behind him. By the time Fred reacted, his arm was already pierced, blood gushing. For a moment, the battle. How did she realize the true might of the Hildred dynasty warriors? Lionel smiled, patting her arm lightly, and they exchanged meaningful glances. Just as they were about to enter, DeAndre's head appeared over the wall. Please stop, Your Majesty. The Emperor of Flynn and Lionel halted, puzzled by the frowning man on the wall. DeAndre coughed and cleared his throat. Be cautious, Your Majesty. There's a trap within the city. No wonder these soldiers refused to surrender. It turns out this city is rigged with countless landmines. Hashtag chapter 428, inferior landmines. So that's how it is. Lionel watched the terrified civilians inside the city, murmuring to himself. DeAndre hurried down from the city wall, his brows furrowing as he observed the panicked crowd before him. Something felt off about this situation. Everyone, stand where you are. Don't move. DeAndre roared, his voice echoing through the air. The originally frantic civilians froze in place, too afraid to move. Looking at the dense array of landmines, their scalps tingled with unease. Cries from children and despairing sighs from the adults filled the air. Seeing that Hildred dynasty's army did not seem to have any intention of attacking them, the civilians of Yinzhou City hastily prepared to leave this troubled place. Anyone who moves will be shot with arrows, DeAndre said, anger evident in his voice. Assail our lives just to keep his throne? Truly. The crowd lowered their heads, the atmosphere growing heavy with silence. Their gazes became hollow, losing all hope for life. They knew if they fled the city, where could they possibly go? Would the Duchy even spare them? Without a home, they would starve to death. Unconcerned with the thoughts of the civilians, DeAndre's foremost priority was ensuring Lionel's safety. Soldiers outside the city, take the Evan to a safe place, far away from Yinzhou's gate. Turning to the soldiers outside, DeAndre shouted, worry filling his eyes. He needed to ensure Lionel's safety first before anything else. Seeing the soldiers starting to act, he turned back to the civilians. One by one, lead the elderly and children to safety outside the city. Mine clearing team, prepare to remove the landmines. Begin the operation. DeAndre calmly assigned tasks, his demeanor composed yet determined. Hearing this, the civilians began to regain some hope in their eyes. All this time, they had heard terrifying stories of Hildred dynasty's merciless brutality, like bloodthirsty demons. Yet what was happening now didn't match those tales at all. Hildred dynasty soldiers cautiously approached, preparing to carry out the rescue mission. At that moment, Lionel walked into the city with his hands behind his back. Seeing Lionel enter, DeAndre's eyes instantly reddened. Are you defying my orders now? You were supposed to protect the Evan. Why let him enter such a dangerous area? DeAndre raged at the soldiers following Lionel, losing control of his emotions. The soldiers quickly knelt, helplessness etched on their faces. After all, the person in front of them was the current Evan. No one dared disobey him. Atli Ian, there's no need for such anger. I chose to come myself, Lionel said, looking at DeAndre. Your Majesty. DeAndre felt a pang of frustration, unsure of what to say next. With so many landmines, how long do you think it'll take to clear them one by one? Before you finish clearing the ones in front, the ones behind would already be triggered. Isn't that right? Lionel smiled, arms crossed, while speaking to DeAndre. He understood DeAndre's concern, but these efforts were futile. Hearing this, DeAndre hung his head in shame. It was the best solution he could think of. Your Majesty, if you know it's dangerous, why did you enter Yinzhou? If anything happens here, how will I explain it to the Grand Evan? How can we reverse this fate even after dying? DeAndre's eyes brimmed with tears, worry written all over his face. Since the invasion of Deqi, he had been prepared to sacrifice his life for the Evan's protection. Did I say this place was definitely dangerous? I only pointed out that your method won't work. At Lian, there's no need to panic. Since I came, I already have a foolproof plan. These landmines aren't as formidable as you think. They're mere copies of our own designs. Being imitations, they must have flaws. Poor water resistance, for instance. Lionel looked at the inferior landmines with disdain. These things were far inferior to what he personally supervised in production. They hadn't exploded after so long because they were clearly half-finished products. Only a fool like the Deqi Evan would treat such trash as treasures. DeAndre sighed in relief, his heart loosening. Lionel then commanded the nearest soldier. Bring a local civilian to flood the city by blowing up the water wells. Chapter 429. Losing like this? Follow me. I know where there's a well. At that moment, a little boy ran out shouting loudly. The soldiers immediately followed him. The people of Yin City stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to say. The fort of the Hildred dynasty was nothing like what they had heard. In the face of such a situation, he calmly thought of a solution. All they had heard was that the Hildred dynasty had a notorious tyrant. But now, this didn't look like a tyrant at all. Hold the children above your heads. They're too young and can't withstand the cold, icy water. Lionel looked at the people of Deqi and instructed them. Upon hearing this, the people hastily raised the infants they were holding. As explosions resounded, a steady stream of water gushed out. Within 15 minutes, the low-quality landmines lost their effectiveness due to being submerged in water. Hearing the sound of fires being extinguished, the people of Deqi sighed with relief. After enduring the recent calamity, they felt as though they had survived by the skin of their teeth. The people fell to their knees together. Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving our lives. With red eyes, they looked at the young man standing before them, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Thinking about how the Evan of Deqi sacrificed all the city's residents just to deal with the army of the Hildred dynasty. Yet the Evan of Hildred dynasty still cared for them. It was hard not to feel something. There was no comparison, and in this moment, they began to envy the citizens living under the Hildred dynasty. No problem, the water will recede soon. Everyone move to higher ground, and don't stay immersed in the water for too long. Cold weather has just passed, and prolonged exposure could cause a chill. As Lionel spoke, he directed the people towards higher ground. At this moment, the people of Deqi felt an indescribable warmth in their hearts. DeFlynn's Ember glanced at Lionel beside her, her gaze growing increasingly adoring reality. She tilted her head, thinking that if she had met him earlier, perhaps the effort spent infiltrating Deqi would have been unnecessary. Indeed, since the Deqi Evan has no resistance left, we should seize this opportunity. This time, the Deqi Evan must pay a heavy price. Lionel clenched his fist, speaking righteously. This expedition was personally led to prevent the unexpected tactics of the Deqi Evan. Secondly, he wanted to rescue Cameron from her suffering. Since she fell out with the Deqi Evan, given his petty nature, she must have endured a lot. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty nodded in agreement. True, a dynasty depends on its people, annual taxes, and territories. Even though this city resembles others in scale, considering how many cities have been conquered, this desperate method shows they are cornered. Since the Deqi Evan can no longer harm us, he can only wait to die. The soldiers wore looks of pride and confidence. They never imagined that one day they would conquer the leading kingdom of all, the Deqi. Their gazes turned to Lionel. Without the ford, none of this would have happened so smoothly. Encouraged, they rallied with renewed vigor. Prepare the troops to advance further. Following Lionel's command, the soldiers readied themselves and moved towards Deqi's capital. Meanwhile, in the Deqi imperial study, the Evan of Deqi reclined in his chair, certain of victory. Seeing the national master rush in, looking overjoyed, he asked eagerly, "Well, has Lionel been blown to pieces?" Hildred's great news must be relayed quickly to inform the Hildred dynasty of their defeat. We need Ellis to know he will never rise again. The Evan fantasized about Ellis's sorrow upon learning this news, his smile growing wider. The Jensen frowned, hesitant, but ultimately decided to tell the truth. Your Majesty, there was no explosion in Yin City. According to spies, the Hildred dynasty suffered minor injuries at most. We lost. His voice grew faint. He couldn't believe that an infallible plan had failed. The Deqi Evan's eyes widened in disbelief, his smile freezing on his face. Gripping the armrests tightly, he grew enraged. Useless. How could we lose like this? Chapter 430. Scornful to compete with trash. Your Majesty, please calm down. This Hildred dynasty is truly mysterious. Not only has it developed rapidly in a short time, but it also possesses many things we've never seen. Our soldiers have fought their best to defend the Great Xia, yet ultimately, the Godwin hurriedly knelt down, his expression becoming complicated. He couldn't understand what had happened. Logically, such a flawless plan shouldn't have failed like this. But precisely such a failure occurred. Now everything was already settled. Fred was his talented student, and would never betray the Great Xia. So much time had passed without any news. He must have. The Ford of the Great Xia grunted, giving a dismissive glance at the Godwin. At a time like this? Still bolstering others while deflating oneself? Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the imperial study. The Ford's brows furrowed. There were not many cities left under the Great Xia's control. If things continued at this rate according to the Hildred dynasty's advance, it wouldn't be long before they reached the Great Xia. Now that we've reached a critical juncture, we have no choice but to make our final move, the Ford said after a moment, his face set in determination. His mood had calmed somewhat. He knew his anger could not change the current situation. What does your majesty plan to do? The Godwin, puzzled by the Ford's words, wondered what final move entailed. All the hidden cards of the Great Xia had been used. Could there be something unknown? At this point, the only thing left is to lead all of our soldiers into one final battle. And we must use Cameron to distract Lionel. If Lionel values righteousness so much, he will naturally not stand by and watch Cameron suffer in the Great Xia. The Ford's expression grew increasingly ruthless. If defeating Lionel required any sacrifice, he was willing to pay the price. The Godwin instantly understood. The Ford intended to sacrifice Cameron to save the Great Xia. From his side here, Lionel's tone dripped with sarcasm. He aimed to show the Xia soldiers the Ford's true incompetence. DeAndre stood beside Lionel, embarrassed at how sharp the Ford's tongue could be, reducing opponents psychologically. If he were those Xia soldiers, he'd be too ashamed to show his face, wishing to find a crack to hide in. Why protect such a worthless ruler? I remind you, timing is everything. If you lay down arms now and surrender, you might have a chance at survival. Refuse, and there's only death awaiting you. Lionel always preferred peace, verbal persuasion over violence, especially against weaklings. A profound realization dawned on him. Legends remain offstage realities. Upon hearing this, the Xia general's face darkened, unable to refute the impending defeat reality, remaining silent atop the wall. All Xia soldiers wore grim faces, falling into silence. Then what? At this moment, a voice rang out. Dressed in imperial robes, the Xia Ford stood high above the city walls, looking down at Lionel. Seeing the relatively small size of Hildred dynasty's army, he was surprised. The Great Xia lost to such a force. The victory achieved through underhanded means. What's there to boast about? The Xia Ford sneered, disdainfully viewing Lionel, whose father once served under him, a fact unchangeable by any means. I see your only strength lies in your mouth, Lionel retorted, examining the Xia Ford, discerning his forced composure masking inner panic. That's irrelevant. We're alike in a way. You may appear powerful, but in truth, you're nothing. The Xia Ford smirked, retaliating. His words irritated the Hildred dynasty soldiers admiring Lionel, eager to slay the Xia Ford for justice. I disdain competing with trash. Lionel silenced the Xia Ford. Silence lingered. The Xia Ford leaned on the wall, his expression twisting. Aren't you very heroic? But why can't you even protect your woman? Staring fiercely at Lionel, the Xia Ford commanded, bring Cameron forward. Hashtag chapter 431. Be cautious in everything. In the next moment, a woman, bruised and battered, drenched in blood and with disheveled hair, was carried up. Her body was covered in fresh and old overlapping wounds, clearly visible through the fresh bloodstains. How about that? Evan Dacke looked at Lionel, feeling a deep sense of vindication. Lionel lifted his head and saw the heavily injured Cameron. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman could be tortured to this extent. He didn't dare to imagine what inhumane treatment she had endured over this long period. You despicable scoundrel. This woman is your own flesh and blood, and you still laid hands on her. You're good at nothing else but using these vile tactics to threaten me. I never thought the Ford of a leading nation would be so despicable. It's truly an eye-opener. Lionel continuously spewed insults, trying to provoke Evan Dacke. His eyes scanned the surroundings, looking for the right moment to save Cameron. With a smack, Evan Dacke coldly drew a whip from his robe and lashed it onto Cameron's body, as if she were not his beloved daughter, but an anonymous beast. Cameron bit her lips tightly, restraining herself from screaming out in pain. She understood that Evan Dacke only wanted to divert Lionel's attention. You're asking for death. Enraged, Lionel hurled his sword, which landed right in front of Evan Dacke. It almost struck him down, but the Ford dodged just in time. I didn't expect you to be someone who can be swayed by emotions. A worthless fool like you could never become a king. Ha 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 ha. Evan Dacke relished Lionel's anger. He intended to torment Cameron right before Lionel's eyes, the ultimate revenge. He laughed maniacally, oblivious to everyone else around him. Cameron watched Lionel with defiant spirit, and also learned many things about the Hildred dynasty from Evan Dacke's words. Tears involuntarily streamed down her face when she saw the face she had longed to see. Lionel looked up and locked eyes with Cameron. He felt immense guilt. He had approached her with Lionel well. He wasn't a ruthless person, and this scene was unbearable. Prepare for an all-out attack. Evan Dacke shouted, rage consuming him. He raised his sword high. The soldiers of Dacke knew this was their final decisive battle. They readied themselves for one last stand. Hildredenly, frantic hoofbeats came from the east. Everyone looked up to see clouds of yellow sand rising. Countless black figures surged toward the capital of the Dacke dynasty, the banners emblazoned with Yong. Seeing this, Evan Dacke's heart raced in panic. Though the Dacke dynasty lacked a trump card, it still possessed formidable forces. A desperate battle against the Hildred dynasty might result in a narrow victory, but the arrival of the Yong troops complicated matters. Before Evan Dacke could react, a barrage of darts flew in. The Dacke soldiers raised their shields to protect their fort. In the next instant, countless warriors on fast horses rushed in from the west, and numerous shadows darted through the surrounding woods. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty felt a surge of excitement. They hadn't expected such reinforcements at this crucial moment. It looked like they were in a solid position now. Lionel slowly carried Cameron's body towards the Hildred dynasty soldiers. The soldiers wisely moved aside, creating a path for him. Each step he took was heavy. Stopping at the carriage, Lionel gently placed Cameron inside. He touched her face and whispered, "Don't worry." Evan dynasty's army who had been driven into a bloodthirsty frenzy. More and more soldiers of the Dacke dynasty fell one after another. A thick scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Already frightened out of their wits, the soldiers of Dacke became utterly defenseless against this sudden onslaught. Under this stark contrast in morale, the gates of Daqi's capital city were quickly breached. The soldiers of the Hildred dynasty marched in with flags waving high, spreading throughout the capital. Lionel, holding his sword, slowly approached the Evan of Daqi. At that moment, the duchy, Evan looked like a dog with nowhere to run, being protected by only a few loyal soldiers. Never in your wildest dreams did you think you'd come to this, did you? The corner of Lionel's mouth curled into an eerie smile. He resembled a deadly messenger from hell. The duchy, Evan trembled, holding onto his sword with disbelief still clear on his face. Just then, DeAndre easily overpowered the few remaining guards protecting the duchy Evan. The legs of the duchy, Evan turned to jelly and he collapsed to the ground. Lionel walked forward step by step, eyes full of disdain. Look at how scared you are now. Such a stark contrast to when you used to bark orders like a dog. You might want to think about what you'll tell Lord Yama and your other dead compatriots. The Hildred family is waiting for you down there too. Today, I shall use your head to honor those Hildred family members who have passed. Lionel's gaze turned cold, raising his sword and preparing to strike the trembling Dachi Evan. At this moment, Chloe suddenly dashed towards Lionel with determined eyes. A flash of cold light reflected off her dagger as she stabbed it forcefully at Lionel. DeAndre watched in disbelief, feeling as if someone had drained him of all strength. He couldn't believe that the person he trusted would betray him at this crucial moment. On his knees, he felt lost and guilty. The once deranged Dachi Evan suddenly perked up, filled with unexpected excitement. Ha ha ha, who could have thought you'd be deceived by a double cross? So what if you destroy Dachi? You're just going to end up joining me in hell, aren't you? Ha ha ha, Ellis, in all your meticulous planning, you never expected your precious son would fail in the end, did you? The Dachi Evan laughed maniacally, his face turning red. Tears of frustration rolled down his cheeks. Who says so? Hildredenly, Lionel's voice rang out. The Dachi Evan shivered, checking the situation urgently. Chloe had already been struck through the throat by a dart from the holy woman of Deflin, lying motionless on the ground. And that dagger was still stuck in Lionel's chest, but it hadn't pierced through, only tearing his clothes. Seeing this, his head, gazing at Cameron's body in the carriage, her remains eerily calm. Do you see it? Lionel asked softly, his expression growing more sorrowful. Because he knew, Cameron would never respond to him again. The holy woman of Deflin approached Lionel, gripping his hand tightly. Everyone watching held their breath. Though unclear about the details, they sensed the deceased woman had a special connection to Gray. The soldiers bowed their heads, silent. DeAndre stared at Chloe's body, feeling a mix of emotions. It was Chloe who made him feel warmth like family, yet it was also Chloe who betrayed him most cruelly. Simultaneously, he felt immense relief that Gray was unharmed. Mixed emotions swirled within DeAndre, leading to an overwhelming exhaustion, culminating in a spurt of blood from his mouth. The surrounding soldiers looked worried. Lionel rushed to DeAndre, checking his pulse. Unexpectedly, the events surrounding Chloe hit DeAndre so hard. You weren't wrong. You just placed your trust in the wrong person. Luckily, it didn't end tragically. If not for your consistent training, your body wouldn't have held up. In the future, everything will be fine, understand? Lionel lowered his voice to comfort DeAndre. This outburst of emotion led to the bleeding, but it wasn't severe, given his strong constitution. He would recover.